2521 Searching for someone in the labyrinth. 1. When the runic airship advanced, it was always in the mountains, so few people saw it along the way. They had to pass by the Heaven's Wall city in order to head to the maze. However, Tang Zhen chose to pass by it. Moreover, he had deliberately lowered his flying altitude. Obviously, this was to avoid trouble, to prevent the enemy from discovering the runic airships, and to make defensive preparations in advance. During this period, that bone had tried to scout out the situation in the enemy camp. However, due to the high trees and dense forest, it had not been able to see the specific situation of the enemy camp. In fact, it was obvious that the enemy camp was heavily guarded against the Church of the Alarm Bells believers. On the other hand, the believers of the Heaven's Wall city discovered the runic airships. However, because they were too far away, they did not recognize the runic airships at all. They only thought that they were monsters living in the deep mountains and old forests. There were monsters in this world, but many people could not come into contact with them. The appearance of the runic airships had also caused some chaos. When they saw the runic airship leave, the Church of the Alarm heaved a sigh of relief and prayed that the monster would not come again. Tang Zhen and the others, who had been treated as monsters, had already left the Heaven's Wall city and were flying straight towards the labyrinth. During this period, Tang Zhen asked the bone if it knew anything about the labyrinth. In the end, the bone said that it didn't. At the same time, he explained to Tang Zhen that there were countless remains in this world, many of which were unknown. That was why there were so many adventurers who searched for ruins in the deep mountains and old forests for years. Although it looked dangerous, it really fed a large number of people. There were many ruins near the Heaven's Wall city that had not been explored so far. For example, the ancient tomb that was connected to the underground city was one of them. The races of the previous civilization liked to build underground spaces. After they went extinct, these underground spaces were left behind, which was why there were so many relics. Even the Heaven's Wall city was left behind by that extinct race. The various races today were only slaves and savages in the past. Since that bone didn't know, Tang Zhen didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Anymore. It was better to go to the scene first. The runic airship flew at its maximum speed and finally arrived at its destination after more than an hour. It turned out to be a huge valley surrounded by mountains, with only one entrance blocked by the forest. The environment didn't seem to be naturally formed, but more like man-made. The purpose was to hide the existence of the valley as much as possible. If one were to look at it from a distance, one would not be able to see the valley at all. Due to visual errors, one would only think that it was a complete mountain peak. It was only possible to discover the valley after approaching it, and it could only be discovered from a high altitude. By the same logic, it would be difficult to come out after entering, because by then, one would already be in the labyrinth. Looking down from the runic airship, one could see stone walls that were dozens of meters high. They crisscrossed in the valley, forming a huge maze. There were also statues on the stone walls. Many of the statues had collapsed due to the erosion of the wind and rain over the years, and their surfaces were covered with colorful moss. The mosses were very distinctive. They were more like large flowers, making the labyrinth look like a garden in the air. The statues and stone carvings that had survived had now become blurry, and it was impossible to see their faces or their specific contents. When one looked around, the feeling of vicissitudes hit one's face, making one feel shocked from the bottom of their heart and marvel at the greatness and magic of the ancient people. There was no need to think to know that a great amount of manpower and material resources must have been spent to build this super maze. However, what was the purpose of building such a special building in the deep mountains and forests? Tang Zhen was not interested in this. He glanced at the maze and started to search for the cultivators from Lu Cheng who had asked for help. He didn't let go of any suspicious spots. This labyrinth was extremely large, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. Who knew where the other party was? In the world of towers, there was no lack of super buildings, and many of them were beyond imagination. Tang Zhen had seen countless super buildings that were even more spectacular than this maze. He had long been accustomed to it. Just as he was searching for his target, Ji Yu and the other two were also looking at the labyrinth below with shock on their faces. This was the first time they had seen such a miraculous sight from a high vantage point. One could imagine the shock they felt. Especially that bone. He couldn't believe that such an ancient ruin was hidden less than 100 miles away from the Heaven's Wall city. He wanted to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen, however, after seeing the serious expression on the other party's face, he ultimately did not speak. However, he still took advantage of the height advantage to record the nearby terrain in case he encountered any changes in the future. Tang Zhen had also stopped observing at this time. He controlled the runic airship to slowly move above the maze, constantly repairing the blank and missing places. At the same time, he was also looking for Lu Cheng. He asked two believers to knock on the wooden barrel constantly, and through the sound of the wooden barrel, he could let the other party know that he was in the sky. In the process of drawing the map, Tang Zhen discovered that the labyrinth's builder had already considered the possibility of aerial surveillance. Therefore, some places had been installed with something similar to a cover. In this way, the scenery below could not be seen, and the path would also change accordingly, misleading the observers in the air. From this, it could be confirmed that once one was trapped in the maze, even if one could investigate from the sky, it would still be difficult to escape. Of course, if they had the ability to fly, they would definitely not be trapped in the maze. If their companions were trapped, they would not be of much help. After walking around the labyrinth, the two believers smashed the wooden bucket, but they still did not get a response from below. They looked at the bone with questioning eyes, only to see the other party wave his hand, indicating that he would continue knocking. The two believers had no choice but to pick up the wooden board and continue to knock on it. "Your Excellency, are you looking for someone?" After observing for such a long time, that Yu had also guessed Tang Zhen's goal. However, he was curious as to why the other party had yet to show himself. Tang Zhen nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. Yu and the others would find out about it sooner or later. In fact, he was also thinking about how to deal with this matter. It was impossible for the runic airship to stay in the sky all the time. Tang Zhen could not waste too much time here. If he could not find the target, he could only choose to evacuate. At most, he would leave a letter and set a time with the other party, then he would take the other party out of the maze. The problem was that the situation in the Heaven's Wall City was grim. If Tang Zhen returned, he might not have the time to return to the maze. Therefore, if possible, it would be best to take the cultivators here with him, and they could also serve as his helpers. Tang Zhen looked at the map that he had just drawn and added a paragraph in the blank space. He asked the other party to find a way to send a signal so that he could determine his location and tell the other party that he was in the sky. If he couldn't do it, he would try to go to the location marked on the map and wait for his rescue patiently. After Tang Zhen finished writing, he absorbed the map and fused it with his body. After which, he looked below in silence. If the other party did not update the shared map, they would not be able to find his message and would lose their last chance. Tang Zhen did not have much hope in this. This was because even though the labyrinth was not small, there was not a single trace of a monster. Cultivators of Lu Cheng earned their points from killing monsters. If there were no more monsters to kill, they would become poor and weak, like beggars. Who knew where the other party had obtained the points for sharing the map last time? He had probably used up all his assets. However, after thinking about it, Tang Zhen felt that there shouldn't be a problem. After all, sharing the map also gave points. Perhaps this guy had already earned a lot. As expected, just as this thought rose in his mind, Tang Zhen saw a wisp of smoke slowly rising from the ground on the left in front of him. 2522 The Netherworld Cultivator 1 Look. There's black smoke rising, a believer shouted excitedly, his voice trembling. After breaking a wooden bucket, his arm was already sore and numb. When he knocked on the wooden boards, he was also very weak. Now that he saw the smoke rising, it was as if he had seen his savior, and his face was full of excitement. Yu and the others had already seen it without his reminder. When we passed by that place earlier, we didn't find anything unusual. Yu revealed a puzzled expression as he spoke to Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen had already changed his direction and flew over. It didn't take long for the rune airship to arrive above the smoke, but the smoke had already dispersed. "I'll go down, you guys wait up there." Tang Zhen controlled the runic airship and landed above the rock wall. He gave an order to Bone and the rest and was about to head down to investigate. "Your Excellency, I'll go with you to avoid any danger." Tang Zhen did not reject the Bone's words. Two believers were left behind to guard the runic airship. The two of them threw down a rope and slid down. His current strength didn't allow him to do so. Tang Zhen simply didn't dare to jump down. Otherwise, he would fall into a pile of mud. The rock wall was unusually smooth, as if it had been deliberately polished. There was not even any place for moss to grow. It didn't take long for the two of them to land in the middle of the two rock walls. At this time, the sky above them became blurry. Standing on the ground, it was impossible to clearly see the scene in the sky. There was only a distortion and chaos. It should be the effect of a special air current, coupled with the effect of the runic magic circle, so a special isolation layer appeared in the air. Whether it was the inside of the maze or the sky above them, they could only see distorted images. The smoke coming out should be a very lucky thing, or maybe the other party added a special material into the smoke, so it could pass through the barrier, Tang Zhen softly said, after which, he turned his head and looked at the rock wall, only to see a depression in front of him. There was a fence in the depression. It was made of metal as thick as a human leg, forming a cage. Thank God, you're finally here. Ha 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 Yingluo. Her tone was filled with joy as if she had seen a family member, but at the same time, there was a strong sense of grievance and resentment that could not be vented. Brother, quickly save me. I've had enough of this damned place. Seeing Tang Zhen sizing him up, the other party loudly shouted again. His tone was extremely urgent. Tang Zhen walked in front of the cage and looked at the trapped Lu Cheng cultivator. He asked about the other party's background. I'm from the Netherworld realm, and there are ghosts everywhere. Have you heard of it? The other party reported his background, and Tang Zhen had indeed heard of the Netherworld territory. The cultivators of the Netherworld realm belong to a special kind of energy body, and they should have the ability to pass through physical bodies. How did you get trapped here? Tang Zhen stared at the other party and asked in a puzzled tone. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the other party immediately became abnormally angry, like an angry bull. I get angry whenever this matter is brought up. It's supposed to be an innate ability and shouldn't be restricted at all. When I completed the teleportation, I appeared in the maze, and I was alone. At that time, I didn't think much of the maze. No matter how tall and thick the walls were, it was as if they didn't exist for our race. Using my innate ability, I walked around the labyrinth a few times, and then I found out that it was a trap. There were many levels in the maze, and they were basically all riddles. If you guessed correctly, you would be rewarded with a pile of coins and junk. If you guessed wrong, you would not be able to pass, and you would be trapped in it. After I passed a few levels, I felt that it was boring, so I was ready to leave. In the end, when I was leaving, I saw this cage and discovered the monster locked inside. I excitedly came in to kill the monsters and killed all of them in one breath. But when I was about to leave, I found that I couldn't use my innate ability. The cultivators from the Netherworld realm looked depressed, as if they couldn't understand why this had happened. I think it's because your innate ability is too powerful and affects the initial balance, so it's blocked and restricted. However, this should only be temporary. As your level increases, your innate ability should be able to recover. Tang Zhen said to the cultivators of the Netherworld realm after some thought. That was what I thought at the time, but the problem was that when I was about to leave, I found myself trapped in a cage. Fuck, I can't break the iron bars that are thicker than my legs. I can only be trapped here. Isn't it infuriating? This petty foundation stone platform must be doing this on purpose, it's prepared to kill me. As the other party said this, his face was filled with helplessness. He punched the iron fence with hatred. Tang Zhen nearly laughed out loud after hearing the other party's story. This fellow was truly unlucky. The time when his innate ability was sealed was very interesting. It was not sealed earlier or later, but it was only sealed after he entered the cage. Thinking back to the other party's complaint just now, there must be some unknown story between him and the cornerstone platform. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in hearing other people's secrets. After confirming the other party's identity and knowing the cause and effect, he only needed to save the other party. Take a few steps back, I'm going to break the cage. As Tang Zhen spoke, he drew his purple-colored long sword and a sword light shot out. Our race is a weapon, and we don't have the habit of carrying weapons. If I had one back then, I wouldn't have been trapped for so long, said the dragon. The cultivator from Lusheng sighed. At the same time, he retreated to a safe distance and looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing at the entrance of the cave. Shua shua shua, a cold light flashed, and the iron bars broke and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. All right, you can come out now. Tang Zhen looked at the cage and spoke in an indifferent tone. All right, I'll be right out. An excited response came from the darkness. Then, the cultivator swaggered out with a monster's skull on his head and an extra-large leg bone on his shoulder. After seeing his appearance, Tang Zhen and that bone were stunned. They didn't understand what he was doing. Don't misunderstand, my innate ability is restricted, so I have to change my fighting style. This is my weapon and armor. The cultivator from the Tartarian realm, Lu Cheng, said with a serious expression as he waved the thigh bone that had been gnawed at. Tang Zhen nodded. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something as he asked the other party, during the days when you were trapped, you must have treated the monsters as food. The question is, what did you use as fuel to send out the thick smoke to contact us? Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the expression of the cultivator from the Nine Serenities territory changed slightly. Then, he said in a calm tone, of course, I'll use my underwear and the monster's feces. What else can I use? However, you don't say. Although the smell of that thing when it was burning was a little stronger, it ultimately condensed and did not dissipate. It directly soared into the sky. The other party explained with a smug look on his face. Tang Zhen nodded as he looked at the other party's empty long robe. He actually had an impulse to laugh. Let's go. We'll leave this place. I'll take you to the Heaven's Wall City. Tang Zhen didn't give the other party a chance to choose and directly pulled him to his side so as not to run to another place halfway. The cultivator from the Netherworld territory nodded. He naturally had to follow Tang Zhen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. By the way, what's your name? Call me Yuju. 2523 Yuju's analysis 1. As for the labyrinth's origin and purpose, they still had not figured it out. Yuju had stayed here for a long time, but he had not gathered many clues. It could be a place for training, a temple for the natives, or even an entertainment place. Thousands of years of trials and tribulations had long covered up countless secrets. That was why the wise men with the memories of their previous lives were so popular with adventurers. However, one thing was for sure. There was a huge amount of wealth hidden in the Maze City, and by right, only people with affinity could obtain it. As for Yuju, he was an exception. He was a cheat. Before he left, Yuju asked Tang Zhen if he wanted gold coins. If he needed them, he had accumulated some during this period of time. Tang Zhen expressed that he needed it because the war was about to begin. It was the time to spend a lot of money, and it would be useful to bring it back. However, when he reached the place where the gold coins were stored, the bone was shocked because the gold coins were piled up like a small mountain. Interesting. There are so many gold coins as a reward for passing the trial. Although Tang Zhen viewed money as dirt, he still felt a trace of shock when he saw so many gold coins. For people who were smart but short of money, the labyrinth was a good place. Although there were risks, the rewards were indeed rich. Yuju snorted. The reward isn't that much. I'm just using my innate ability to bring out all the hidden gold coins. After hearing Yuju's explanation, the bone was speechless. He had been thinking of sending people to investigate the Maze City, but he did not expect that Yuju had already emptied it. One could imagine how depressed the later generations would be when they failed to get the reward they deserved after trying so hard to pass the trial. Don't worry, there are more gold coins than you think. There are dozens of tons of gold coins in the underground space in that direction, and the skeleton of a three-headed dragon. Yuju said in a casual tone. The wealth that the world was crazy about was like dirt in his eyes. That bone, however, kept this matter in mind. When he returned, he wrote it down in his diary, thinking that he would have the opportunity to bring people to explore it in the future. The things that Tang Zhen and Yuju looked down on were essential cultivation resources for a low-level cultivator like Gu. What the bone did not know was that he had never returned to the labyrinth in his life, and his own diary had also been accidentally leaked. Many years later, because of the contents of the diary, it caused another bloody storm. After receiving Yuju, their mission was completed. Tang Zhen and the rest did not waste any more time and returned to the runic airship. Sir Tang Zhen, are we going to attack the enemy's military camp on our way back? Tang Zhen nodded. Of course, we have to go and take a look. It's just that our weapons and equipment are not good enough. We might not be able to cause much damage to the enemy camp. Without a large storage equipment, it would be impossible to store enough bombs. If there were only a few tons of bombs, it would be impossible to destroy the entire military camp. The space in Tang Zhen's storage equipment was extremely small, and the carrying capacity of the runic airship was also very limited. It was impossible to carry only enough ammunition. The effect of using air strikes to kill the enemy would definitely not be very good, but the scaring effect was first class. Yu Ju, who was beside him, pricked up his ears. After understanding the whole situation, he immediately said, "I thought it was something big. Isn't it simple? I just need to make a poisonous smoke ball and throw it at the camp. When the military camp is attacked, the enemy will definitely be in chaos. At that time, you can summon your companions to pursue them. I don't believe that you can't kill them all." Tang Zhen nodded his head. He could naturally think of the method Yu Ju mentioned, but he did not want to do it for the time being. With the enemy's presence, Rid would definitely be wary and would not dare to act rashly. However, if he killed all the enemies, would Lit turn around to deal with him after losing his balance? However, on second thought, it was actually a good thing if Lit fell out with him now. This way, he would have a reason to make a move and take control of the Heaven's Wall City before Lit completely took control of it. As for the manpower problem, Tang Zhen glanced at Yu Ju, who was beside him. This fellow might look like a frivolous person, but he was definitely a ruthless person. If it was necessary, he would not hesitate to kill all the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. Yu Ju's level might not be as high as Tang Zhen's, or even worse than the bone, but that was only on the surface. The means of the cultivators in the city were far beyond imagination. If the two of them were to engage in a life-and-death battle, even if three of them were to fight together, they might not be Yu Ju's match. With just Yu Ju, Tang Zhen had the capital to fight against Lit. He was not afraid even if they really fell out. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the forest ahead and search for the required items. Tang Zhen made up his mind and controlled the runic airship to slowly descend, looking for a landing spot. It might be very difficult for an ordinary person to concoct this kind of poisonous smoke. However, it was an extremely simple matter for Tang Zhen. After being concocted, perhaps even a few ordinary foods could become deadly poisons. It didn't take long for the runic airship to stop, and everyone began to collect the plants they needed. After Tang Zhen had tasted it, he told the others whether they could collect it or not. Then, he directly transmitted it to Ji Yu and the others. As there were a lot of things to do, Tang Zhen let Ji Yu bring two believers to pick the herbs. Yu Ju was in charge of making the containers and drawing the runic magic circle. Tang Zhen was in charge of concocting the poison. After processing the plants, he would extract the essence of the medicinal liquid. As the refining continued, the black, viscous liquid emitted white smoke. Just smelling it would make one dizzy, as if they would faint at any time. There's a problem with the medicinal liquid you've concocted. It seems that the effect hasn't been fully displayed. Yu Ju sniffed and asked Tang Zhen with a smile. The medicinal liquid that Tang Zhen had concocted could originally poison the enemy to death. However, it only caused the enemy to feel unbearable pain. Moreover, it could gradually recover. Yu Ju was obviously also skilled in this field, so he made an accurate judgment with just a sniff. That's right. I don't intend to kill all the enemies. The living enemies are more valuable than the dead ones. Tang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. There was no need to hide this matter from Yu Ju. After all, the two sides still had to cooperate in the future. If I'm not wrong, the Heaven's Wall City is not under your control. These three natives who followed you are actually monitoring you, right? Tang Zhen continued to nod his head. It was within his expectations that Yu Ju could see this. That bone wasn't good at acting. From time to time, he would reveal flaws, allowing others to judge his purpose and thoughts. To tell you the truth, when I saw your introduction of the Heaven's Wall City on the map, I had already guessed this. The purpose of sharing the map should be to gather the cultivators of Lusheng together to fight against the native forces, and then transform it into a gathering place for the cultivators of Lusheng. It's a good idea, and I'm sure many cultivators in Lusheng City are doing the same. After all, it's only a matter of time before the monsters break out. Yu Ju shared his thoughts, while Tang Zhen smiled and nodded his head from time to time. Yu Ju was an interesting fellow. From the moment he joined the competition, he had been trapped in the labyrinth and knew nothing about the outside world. Even so, he could still make accurate analysis and judgments based on the current information. Compared to the cultivators from Lusheng, Yu Ju was obviously more outstanding. If he had not been so unlucky to be trapped in the maze city, he would have been doing very well. 2524 Destroy the enemy camp. 1 Yu Ju was an understanding person. Without Tang Zhen saying anything, he had already understood the cause and effect. At the same time, he knew what he should do. They would cooperate with Tang Zhen's actions and take control of the Heaven's Wall city. If there was a need, they would also fight against the indigenous residents of the city. Although it sounded very difficult, Yuju felt very excited. The more difficult the task was, the more generous the reward would be after completion. My original plan was to kill monsters to level up. After all, during the time I was trapped in the maze city, the gap between us was getting bigger and bigger. However, there are priorities. Since your plan is more important, I'll follow you first. When Yuju was talking about serious matters, he had a carefree look on his face. Coupled with his pale face and dead fish eyes, it gave people a very strange feeling. Although his words and actions were laughable, they were only a facade. In fact, he was very rational in his actions. Although Tang Zhen had saved Yuju, it didn't mean that he had to follow his orders. There were many ways to repay the favor. However, compared to killing monsters and leveling up, controlling the Heaven's Wall city was more important. Moreover, this matter could not be delayed. Otherwise, the opportunity would slip away and be snatched by the other cultivators in the building if they hesitated. It was because he knew the significance of controlling the Heaven's Wall city that Yuju had actively cooperated with Tang Zhen. After all, everyone's interests were the same. After taking control of the Heaven's Wall city, the Netherworld territory would also benefit. A safe and complete place to rest and reorganize was also very important to the cultivators of the Netherworld territory. In the future, Yuju would be rewarded handsomely as the main participant in this matter. On such matters, the cornerstone platform would never be stingy. Sometimes, the rewards would be shockingly generous. Because of this special reward system, cultivators of Lucheng would actively participate in similar activities as long as they had the opportunity. While the two of them were talking, Bone returned with his men, carrying bundles of fresh medicinal herbs. Looking at Tang Zhen's mixing technique and Yuju's skillful drawing of the runic magic circle, the Bone could not help but sigh in its heart. The plants that could be seen everywhere in the forest had actually turned into a terrifying poisonous medicinal liquid under Tang Zhen's meticulous concoction. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the Bone wouldn't have believed it so easily, because it looked like child's play. The cultivators of Lucheng were indeed not simple. What was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him was like a game to them. If he was not mistaken, they should be very proficient in this kind of killing game and had long been used to it. When the Bone thought of this, a trace of worry appeared in his heart, and that sense of powerlessness became even stronger. Sir Tang Zhen, the medicinal ingredients have been gathered. Do you think these are enough? If it's not enough, I'll bring people to continue gathering. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in his heart, that Gu asked Tang Zhen. Well done, and it's enough. Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that they could rest and wait. There was still some work to do later. The two believers sat on a rock at the side. The Bone walked to Tang Zhen's side and seriously observed the other mixing processes. Tang Zhen was unconcerned and allowed the Bone to watch. He had even deliberately slowed down his speed. However, although the mixing process seemed simple, it required a rather deep knowledge base. The Bone could only see the surface, but it was still confused. If that Bone's knowledge was at the level of an apprentice, then Tang Zhen's technique was at the level of a grandmaster. Although it looked simple, it was basically impossible to imitate it. Seeing that the Bone was looking at it seriously, Tang Zhen gave a few pointers, making the Bone extremely excited. This kind of learning opportunity was extremely rare, especially for wandering cultivators like Gu. It was very likely that a single sentence from him would be enough to determine the direction of their lifetime cultivation. The reason was that it was extremely difficult for them to obtain the orthodox inheritance, so they would treat a little inheritance as a treasure. When Yuju saw this, she pursed her lips lightly and a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. Perhaps in his eyes, no matter how hard the natives tried, they would never be able to escape the arrangements of fate. It wasn't that he didn't respect life, but the fate of these natives had already been decided. He really couldn't respect them. A few hours later, all the preparation work was completed. The poison that Tang Zhen had meticulously concocted was filled into the container made by Yuju. The venomous liquid was important, but the container was equally important. Yuju had completed the task assigned by Tang Zhen perfectly. The five of them boarded the runic airship and headed straight for the military camp outside Tianshu City. This time, it didn't take too long. They soon arrived at their destination, a military camp built in the forest. The military camp was indeed heavily guarded. The side facing the Heaven's Wall city had already added several defensive lines. The soldiers in the barracks were fully armed and on guard against the attack of the Heaven's Wall City. The tense atmosphere could be felt even from the sky. When the runic airship appeared, the ground military camp immediately sounded the alarm. Then, they saw people looking up at the sky. They looked at the runic airship, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. There was no need to reveal his identity. His intuition alone told him that the enemy had come. Enemy attack. Ear-piercing sounds rang out in the camp. Arrows flew into the sky one after another before falling back down powerlessly. Obviously, with the range of ordinary crossbows, it was impossible to attack the runic airships. Everything was in vain. What should we do? Quickly think of a way. When the city lord, who was hiding in the military camp, saw this, he was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He had yet to recover from the fear of his city being seized, and he had actually encountered such a thing again. The cultivators in charge of protecting him were also helpless. Although they had some extraordinary skills, they did not have the ability to fly. Facing the runic airship, they also did not have a good way to deal with it. They could only watch the other party show off. But at this moment, the runic airship in the sky began to attack, and grass balls were thrown down. It was indeed a ball of grass, woven with wooden sticks and wild grass to act as a protective and buffer when falling. Inside the grass ball was a well-prepared poison gas bomb, which was ignited the moment it fell to the ground. Before the soldiers in the camp could react, the grass balls emitted thick green smoke that spread in all directions. The smoke was very strange. It stopped rising after reaching a height of 10 meters and completely covered the ground. After the soldiers in the camp inhaled the smoke, they immediately began to wail madly. They were running around the camp and had completely lost their combat effectiveness. After realizing that something was wrong, the cultivators immediately escorted the city lord out of the military camp. It was the same for the other soldiers. They abandoned their armor and fled the camp, looking miserable. The camp with 2,000 soldiers was abandoned in a very short time, and all the soldiers fled in all directions. Although some officers had begun to gather the scattered soldiers after fleeing the camp, the soldiers who had abandoned their armor were no longer a threat. The soldiers who had yet to recover from their shock no longer had the heart to continue fighting. Instead, they kept looking at the runic airship in the air. The experience just now left the soldiers with lingering fear. If they were shrouded in the poisonous smoke again, they would die without a doubt. Looking at the camp that they could not return to in the Heaven's Wall City that was starting to sound out, the enemy could only choose to retreat. An hour later, the believers of the Heaven's Wall City arrived. They looked at the enemy camp that was shrouded in poisonous smoke and the runic airships floating above their heads. Their faces were full of shock. 2525 The abnormal late one Li Tai did not appear among the reinforcements. This made Tang Zhen feel that something was wrong. How could he miss such an important matter? Unless there was something important that he couldn't get away from, so he didn't come. When he turned to look at the bone, he saw a trace of worry on his face. It was obvious that he had guessed something. What happened? Could it be that it's Wanwan? Tang Zhen guessed a possibility, but he didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Much. Instead, he remembered this matter in his heart. He was going to do a thorough investigation after he returned to see what exactly was going on with Rit. With the escape of the enemy and the city lord, the big problem of the Heaven's Wall City had been solved. At least, there would be no trouble in the short term. He could use this period of peace to strengthen the defense of the Heaven's Wall City in order to deal with more powerful enemies. After waiting for a while, the poisonous smoke in the enemy camp dispersed, and the cleaning of the battlefield began. Someone ordered the believers to collect all the soldiers, armor, and food left in the enemy camp, and then transport them back to the Heaven's Wall City. If they couldn't take it away, they would burn it. In short, they couldn't leave it for the enemy. When they encountered soldiers who had fainted from the smoke, they would tie them up and bring them back to the Heaven's Wall City. Those who dared to resist would be executed immediately. There was no need for Tang Zhen to clean up the battlefield, so he took Ji Yu and the others back to the Heaven's Wall City in the runic airship under the shocked and envious eyes of the group of believers. When they flew over Heaven's Wall City, it naturally caused another commotion. However, in such a sensational scene, Li Tai still did not participate. The doubt in Tang Zhen's heart grew even stronger. The runic airship was parked in the center of the original Castellan's residence, but it had now become a military-restricted area. The completed cannons in the underground city were constantly transported up by the believers and arranged to suitable locations. Because they controlled the Heaven's Wall city and had enough materials, the believers in charge of making weapons were no longer as busy. In addition to gold and silver, there were all kinds of material reserves in the city lord's mansion, including a large number of metal materials. Seeing this, the Church of the Alarm Bells believers simply moved the manufacturing site to the city lord's castle to save themselves the trouble of transporting the materials. Such a busy scene was enough to prove the hard work of the Church of the Alarm Bells believers. They were really preparing to defend against the dark wave. After sending people to guard the runic airships and forbidding outsiders from approaching, Tang Zhen brought Yuju to the city lord's mansion. The skeleton didn't follow them. He left in a hurry, worried about Lither's safety. Why hasn't the city lord shown up yet? Is he expressing his dissatisfaction with you? Yuju took a piece of dried meat and threw it into his mouth, chewing slowly. At the same time, he spoke in a calm tone. Do you think that an old ghost who has lived for thousands of years would do such a childish act and deliberately ruin the relationship between the two parties? Yuju shook his head when he heard Tang Zhen's question. An old fox like this will never reveal a single flaw before he pierces a knife into your heart and confirms that you are dead for sure. Why do I have a feeling that you're talking about yourself? You're wrong, I'm talking about my father. When he heard Yuju mention his family, Tang Zhen smiled and asked casually, is the Yu surname very common in the Tartarus territory? In the world of towers, super families could be found everywhere. Their long lifespans and powerful reproductive abilities were enough to allow these families to have countless branches and control many towers. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Yuju replied in a serious tone, the surname Yu is the ancestral surname of the Tartarus territory. The first lord was called Tarus, and it was said that he came from an unknown plane, and eventually became the lord of the fifth battle area. It can be said that more than half of the cultivators in Lusheng are his descendants, including me. There are so many people with the surname Yu. If you're called Yuju, wouldn't it be easy for you to have the same name? Hearing Tang Zhen's question, Yuju burst out laughing and said in a helpless tone, Yuju is only a part of my name. In fact, my name has more than 200 words, and even I sometimes can't remember them clearly. Of course, this name is rarely used. After all, everyone relies on spiritual fluctuations to distinguish each other's origins. Most of the time, the name represents the inheritance of the family. According to Yuju, he was just an ordinary cultivator from the Tartarus territory. He had bad luck during the teleportation, which was why he had been sent to the maze city. Tang Zhen smiled without saying a word, but he did not believe Yuju's nonsense in his heart. Through his analysis during this period of time, he vaguely guessed the pattern of the teleportation. Obviously, the stronger the Lu Cheng cultivators were, the more unfavorable the start would be. For example, they would be teleported to a dangerous and difficult place, and they would never be teleported with their companions. There would often be cultivators from other battlefields in the surroundings, and they would appear in groups. The purpose of doing this might be to maintain fairness as much as possible. Even if the ordinary cultivators of Lusheng formed a group, they might not be a match for the elite cultivators. Tang Zhen's performance was enough to prove this point. Even though he was surrounded by thousands of cultivators, he still managed to kill his way out. Tang Zhen was sure that many cultivators in Lusheng City would be teleported away alone in this competition. Especially in the top 10 battle zones, there would probably be countless cultivators from Lusheng who would be teleported alone. Yuju, who was in front of him, was a cultivator from Lusheng who had been teleported alone. It seemed that he had a conflict with the cornerstone platform before and had been plotted against. The cornerstone platform would not be so petty. Tang Zhen was more inclined to believe that it was done on purpose, with the purpose of making things difficult for Yuju. To be treated like this by the cornerstone platform, how could he be a simple person? In fact, it was for this reason that Tang Zhen had personally gone to rescue Yuju. The purpose was to build a good relationship with Yuju. Such an elite cultivator was far more valuable than a group of ordinary cultivators. He was definitely worthy of Tang Zhen's cooperation and friendship. Looking at the silent Tang Zhen, Yuju asked in return, by the way, you haven't told me where you're from. Since we're business partners, shouldn't you tell me where you're from? We all belong to the 5th battle area, so it doesn't really matter where we're from. No, it's very important. It will decide whether we can cooperate in depth. Yuju's expression was very serious as he stared at Tang Zhen, waiting for his answer. You can represent the 9 Nether territory. I can give it a try. Maybe they'll listen to me. Well, Then let's get to know each other officially. I'm from the cracked territory, and my name is Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, hee, so it's you. After Ji and Tang Zhen separated, he went straight to the command center of the Church of the Alarm Bell to see what exactly Li Te was doing. He had a bad feeling that Rit was going to take a risk and do something that could endanger his life. I hope Cult Master doesn't take any risks. If an accident happens, it'll be a disaster. The bone muttered in its heart, praying that the thing it was worried about would not happen. At the same time, it sped up. In the Church of the Alarm Bell, Bone was the most loyal to Lither, and he was the only one who understood Lither. Not being able to become a cultivator was the biggest regret in Lit's heart, and he had never given up on trying for so many years. Previously, Tang Zhen had used the monster's blood essence to successfully transform Ali into a cultivator. After Lit found out about this, he immediately ordered Ji to figure out the specific situation. Although his expression was calm, the bone knew that Rit must have been very emotional. Now that Lit's whereabouts were unknown, the bone was even more convinced that Lit was trying to absorb the blood essence to see if he could become a cultivator. It was a pity that he wasn't by his side, or he would never have let him take the risk. On the way, the bone ran into Ali's mother. She was looking for her daughter everywhere, her face full of anxiety. After learning that Ali was taken away by the Church of the Alarm Bell, Bone's heart sank, and his uneasiness grew. When they arrived at Lit's residence, Ji was stopped by the cultivators at the door. He said that Lit had given an order that no one was allowed to disturb him. Even the Bone couldn't accommodate it. Just as Bone insisted on going in, Lit suddenly appeared and told Bone that he was fine, so he continued with his mission. But for some reason, there was a special aura coming from Rit's body. Seeing that Lit was fine, Ji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He then turned around and left with a smile. Looking at the Bone's back, Lit's eyes suddenly turned red, but he returned to normal in an instant. He licked the blood at the corner of his lips and let out a sinister sneer. He returned to his cold and dark cave. 2526 Lit's secret, one only his confidants knew where Rit lived. The other lodgings around him also had loyal believers. It was almost impossible to get close and sneak in, because there were people on guard at all times. The children playing on the streets and the old men lying at the door all had the same responsibility. Once an abnormality was discovered, hidden cultivators would appear and solve the danger directly. In the past many years, there had been many killings on this street. The streets had been stained with blood more than once, but they were quickly cleaned up. No one knew what had happened here. This was Live's base camp, the safest place. It was located in the Heaven's Wall City, and it felt like it was hidden in the city. Just like any other residence, there were many fluorescent plants in the cave, so the environment was not very dark. Although the space wasn't small, the decorations were simple and it gave off an empty feeling. As the founder of the Alarm Bell Church and the richest person in the Heaven's Wall City, it was unbelievable that he lived in such a simple and crude environment. In the empty room, Rit stood quietly in the middle of the room like a statue, not making a sound. Such a scene made people feel a little strange. Giggle giggle. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was as if someone was holding their throat and laughing secretly, as if they were afraid that others would know. As the strange sound rang out, a gloomy and strange aura spread in the room. After a dozen seconds, the strange sound disappeared. Live, who was hunched, stood up and slowly walked forward. The cave was very deep, and there was a twisted passage. Where did it lead? After a few steps, Rit stood in front of a wall and pressed down. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of huge rocks rubbing against each other was heard. A secret door appeared on the wall, and light came out from inside. The light flickered, and when it shone on Lit's face, it was as if there were worms wriggling. After walking down, a spacious space appeared in front of them. The special luminous plant above their heads shrouded the entire space in a pale green light. He was in a daze, like a ghostly realm. This was also a secret cave, but the area was a little abnormal. It was even larger than the main building. The scene in the secret room was equally terrifying. It gave people the feeling of entering a tomb. It turned out that on the rock walls on both sides, there were many square-shaped grooves that looked like windows. The surface of the grooves was installed with something similar to glass, but inside were dried and rotten bodies, as well as a mess of burial items. They were arranged in 2 rows, like the display windows in a store, and completely filled the walls. Looking at the clothes of these corpses, it was obvious that they did not belong to the same era, but were thousands of years apart. There was a sign on the window, on which the name of the corpse was written, as well as a simple introduction to his life. When outsiders saw this scene, they might feel baffled and wonder what these corpses were for. Only Lirt knew the real reason. These corpses belonged to different ages, but they were all his remains. Rit had a strange habit. Every time he was reborn, he liked to keep the corpses of his previous life. The number of corpses represented how many times he had been reborn. For some reason, there were still many bodies that could not be found, so Lit replaced them with statues made of gold and gems. It had been accumulated from generation to generation, and now it had filled the entire secret chamber, looking like a huge tomb. In this world where demons ran rampant, those who were constantly reborn in a place with their memories could be called demons. Rit was a monster. He always had an obsession in his heart. After living for so many years, his heart had long been distorted. Just by looking at the surface, one would have the illusion that he was a sunny teenager. These were not the only weird hobbies of Lit. In order to figure out why he could not become a cultivator, he self-studied medicine, pharmaceutics, and many other related subjects. In terms of knowledge, Lit, who had studied for thousands of years, could definitely be called a true sage. The wise men in the Heaven's Wall City couldn't be compared to Lit at all. They weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. The place where he studied and experimented was also here. The piles of bones in the corners showed that there was no lack of souls who died unjustly here. On the blood-stained operating table, there was the remains of a Heaven's Wall City resident. On the other two operating tables, there was the corpse of a monster and a girl. This girl was Ellie. Allie didn't go missing. Instead, she was brought here by Rit and was lying on the operating table. Her hands and feet were locked by iron rings. If no one helped her, she would not be able to escape. Rit walked up to Allie and looked at her seriously as if he was admiring a piece of art. Tisk, tisk, what a lucky little fellow. He actually became a cultivator without any effort. As expected, the world is unfair. Some people can easily get what they've been begging for. Rit sighed and shook his head. But even if I become a cultivator, so what? I can still control my life and death. It's not just you, but the other cultivators are all willing to be at my command. And those damn cultivators of Lusheng, I've been waiting for them for thousands of years, and now they've finally come. At this point, Rit's face was twisted and his teeth were clenched. I'm ready. I'll make them pay a heavy price, even if I have to sacrifice everything. The feast of revenge is about to begin. After waving his fists and growling out those words, Lithe collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. He lowered his head and let out a strange laugh, as if he was suppressing the pride in his heart. After a while, Rit stood up and tidied his clothes. The twisted and crazy expression on his face had disappeared, and now he had returned to that harmless look. He slowly walked to the table, poured out a bright red liquid from a crystal vessel, and drank it directly. If one looked closely, they would see that the bottom of the bottle was filled with the blood essence obtained from killing monsters. This kind of thing that was originally useless had a magical power after the rules of the world changed. Over the years, Rit had accumulated many similar items, but because they were useless, they had been stored in the corner. But today, these gemstones from the monsters had become extremely precious items. Reminiscing the taste of the fish, Rit smiled in satisfaction and slowly raised his hand. A dark green fireball suddenly appeared on his fingertip, exuding a gloomy and cold aura. With a flick of his hand, the fireball shot out and landed on a rat that was looking for food. The rat didn't even have time to scream before it turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of stinky oil stains. Looking at the effect of the fireball, the corner of Rit's mouth curled up slightly, showing a satisfied smile. From now on, I'm a cultivator too, hee. 2527 The outbreak of the Dark Wave 1 in the forest outside Xianxia City, a group of defeated soldiers gathered together, their faces full of frustration. After the attack on the camp, they had escaped here. They were tired and hungry, so they could only choose to rest temporarily. Although his weapons were missing, his armor was still intact, so the damage was not too serious. Seeing each other's miserable state, the soldiers were filled with anger. They wanted to rush back to Heaven's Wall City and kill all the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell. I've already sent people to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, I estimate that the reinforcements will arrive in 4 or 5 days. When the time comes, I'll personally kill all those rebels and then feed them to the fish. The Lord of Xianxia City roared again and again, his face twisted and twitching, and he kept waving his fists. It was a pity that his thin body was destined to not be able to go on the battlefield. He would be out of breath after a few swings. The Lord of Xianxia City did not care about this. At this moment, there was only endless hatred in his heart. After being driven away from his own city and hiding in the military camp, he was attacked by the air and had to escape again. He was like a stray dog, hiding in the forest, afraid that the Church of the Alarm would come after him. This feeling of humiliation made the Sky Market City Master go crazy, but he couldn't do anything. In particular, his family was basically trapped in the Heaven's Wall City, which was the most painful thing for him. Who knew what kind of humiliation they had suffered after being captured by the enemy? Were they still alive? Hearing the city lord's curses, the soldiers at the side became even more angry and depressed. Their families were also in the Heaven's Wall City, and their fate was also unknown. They also wanted to kill their way back to the Heaven's Wall City and save their families. The oppressive atmosphere filled the forest, and anger and resentment accumulated. Unknowingly, the sky became gloomier and gloomier, and the scenery in the distance became blurry. A slight tremor came, alarming the fleeing soldiers in the forest. They raised their heads in fear and kept looking around, trying to figure out what had happened. There were also soldiers who looked up at the sky, afraid that the runic airships would appear again and throw poison gas bombs from above. However, there was nothing unusual in the sky. The vibration came from under his feet, and the magnitude of the vibration was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone was terrified and wanted to escape, but they didn't know where to go. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that these cracks did not appear randomly, but had a certain pattern. These cracks formed a huge runic magic circle, and as the magnitude of the earthquake increased, the pattern became clearer. The black light was actually the evil energy hidden in the Earth's core. It was like a living creature as it wrapped around the soldiers. Seeing this terrifying scene, the soldiers were so scared that they scattered in all directions. However, they only ran a few steps before they were wrapped in a black, asphalt-like object. The Xianxia City Lord roared in despair. He really couldn't understand why he had to encounter such unlucky things. "I'm not convinced." After shouting this sentence, the city lord of Xianxia City was tightly wrapped in a black object. It was even more so for the other soldiers. They wriggled on the ground like cocoons, but they were unable to break free. There were also some cocoons that had fallen onto the trees. They were like huge beehives, gently swaying in the breeze. The originally noisy forest suddenly quieted down. The criss-crossed cracks on the ground also slowly squirmed and healed. After an unknown amount of time, a wild deer approached. It looked at the huge cocoon on the ground and on the tree, and a trace of confusion appeared in its eyes. As if it was driven by curiosity, the wild deer slowly approached one of the cocoons and carefully sniffed. Just as the deer's head approached the cocoon, the seemingly hard shell suddenly shattered. Then, a thick and sharp claw covered with bone spikes suddenly stretched out and directly grabbed the deer's neck. The wild deer wailed and tried to get rid of the sharp claws, but the sharp nails had already pierced through its flesh and blood, making it difficult to get rid of them. Just as the wild deer was struggling with all its might, a malevolent head suddenly popped out and bit the wild deer's neck. Crack! The wild deer's neck was bitten off and then pulled off. Its headless body fell to the ground. Roar! A figure emerged from the cocoon. His entire body was as black as ink, covered in dense scales, and his vital parts were covered in thick and smooth bone armor. Ordinary swords would not be able to cause any serious damage to the body, but the monster's claws were as sharp as blades and could easily tear a person in half. The monster walked out of the cocoon, looked around, and let out a muffled roar. As if affected by the roar, the other cocoons began to tremble violently, and fine cracks began to appear on them. Crack, ka-chaka-chaka-chak. The cracking sounds were endless, and black monsters kept appearing from the huge cocoons, looking around with cold and crazy eyes. Such a powerful force is simply intoxicating. From the cocoon not far away, a ferocious monster with a purplish-red body covered in fluorescent patterns crawled out. He looked around with a surprised look, then looked at the changes in his body, and then let out an excited roar. From the voice, one could tell that it was the city lord of Xianxia City, the original weak guy. However, at this moment, it had become extremely powerful, and its strength had crushed all the other monsters. The powerful force surging in his body, as well as the crazy bloodthirsty thought, made the Xianxia City Lord extremely excited. He couldn't wait to go back to the Tianyang City. He looked around and saw black monsters standing in the forest. Their eyes were filled with madness, and their mouths were wide open, revealing their fangs. Seeing this terrifying scene, the Xianxia city lord was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt a burst of excitement in his heart. "My soldiers, follow me back to the Heaven's Wall city and take back everything that belongs to us. After that, we'll kill all the traitors and let them suffer the punishment they deserve. Anyone who has hurt us must pay the price." As the Sky Market City Master raised his arm and shouted, the surrounding monsters responded at the same time. They didn't care who the traitor was, they only wanted blood and slaughter. The evil energy not only transformed their bodies, but also affected their thoughts, slowly turning these soldiers into monsters. Even without the call of the city lord of Xianxia City, the monster soldiers would not be able to control their desires and would go to Xianxia City to vent their anger. "Come on, let's move together and enjoy this feast of slaughter." The Heaven's Wall City Lord was in high spirits. He felt that he was in an extremely good condition, and his powerful strength gave him the illusion that he was in control of everything. As the order was issued, this group of defeated soldiers who had escaped from the Heaven's Wall City in a sorry state returned with an extremely ferocious posture. The demon tide that Tang Zhen had always been on guard against had quietly appeared. Moreover, it had unknowingly swept across the entire world. Monsters began to appear in the ruins, mountains, and rivers, and then gathered in the cities and villages. In some cities, demons and ghosts had also begun to appear. They fed on the residents of the city, causing a foul atmosphere. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who had been searching for monsters everywhere, finally found a target to kill. They were all extremely excited. As the hunt began, the level of the cultivators in Lucheng increased rapidly, and it was very lively. However, at the same time, the elimination rate of Lucheng's cultivators also began to increase rapidly. This abnormal situation immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators of Lucheng. After careful study, he realized that the number of monsters was endless, and their strength was still increasing. Due to the lack of monsters in the early stages, most of the cultivators in Lusheng were not at a high level. When they faced a large number of powerful monsters, they were often eliminated. Only by finding a stronghold that was stable enough and making sufficient preparations could he safely and steadily increase his strength. There was no need to call for reinforcements. The cultivators of Lusheng City in the wilderness began to gather in the city, and a new round of snatching began. 2528 The Monsters, Siege 1. On the top of the city wall of Tianshu, a group of believers was standing guard, looking very well guarded. Although the enemy's camp in the forest had been destroyed, it did not mean that the war was over. After all, the enemy was still there and had only temporarily escaped. As long as the time was right, the enemy would still come back, and the next time the enemy came, it would definitely not be in the same number as before, but would be multiplied. Occupying and snatching a city was equivalent to a great crime of rebellion, and it would definitely cause a great shock within the empire. But the Church of the Alarm Bell didn't care. They firmly believed that a catastrophe was coming and the whole world would be shrouded in darkness. At that time, the entire empire would no longer exist. It would be difficult to even protect themselves, so how could they send troops to attack the Heaven's Wall City? Even if the enemy really attacked, the believers would not be afraid. With the geographical advantage of the Heaven's Wall City and the sharp weapons in their hands, they could completely block the enemy's attack. Because of the enemy's retreat, the believers' vigilance was slightly reduced and they were no longer as nervous as before. Therefore, they did not notice that in the forest at the edge of the lake, there were many strong black shadows that appeared. The army of monsters led by the Sky Market City Lord had quietly returned and was ready to attack. They held sabers, spears, and clubs in their hands as they looked at the Heaven's Wall City with cold eyes. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable greed and excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a slight sound of water, and monsters began to walk into the lake. Soon, their bodies were submerged in the water. Thin and long tubes were squeezed out of the monster's body, floating quietly on the water. This was the monster's breathing organ, which could ensure that they could move normally in the water without exposing their bodies. Using the lake water as a cover, the monsters could quietly approach the Heaven's Wall City and launch a surprise attack. By approaching through the bottom of the lake, it would be more secretive and could catch the believers off guard. In fact, in the center of the lake, there were several defensive devices to prevent enemies from diving in. However, with the passage of time, these defense devices had long been abandoned and became a paradise for fish and shrimp monsters. Although the monsters looked similar, only a few of them had the ability to breathe underwater. Perhaps it was because they were good at swimming. There weren't many of these monsters, only a few hundred in total, so they were responsible for the sneak attacks. The other monsters were hiding in the forest, waiting for the right time to attack together. Quietly, the monsters approached the suspension bridge and gathered near the huge piers. Even now, the believers guarding the suspension bridge still did not notice anything unusual and were still chatting leisurely. The believers in the Heaven's Wall city inadvertently saw a large black shadow suddenly appear under the clear lake. At first glance, they thought they were fish, but upon closer inspection, they realized that they were actually ferocious human figures. By the time they realized something was wrong and were about to issue a warning, the monster at the bottom of the water had already started to move, rushing out of the water like lightning. The monster used both its hands and feet to climb up the suspension bridge like a group of super large spiders. The believers guarding the suspension bridge were caught off guard and were thrown to the ground one after another, turning into corpses before they could struggle. In order to prevent the enemy from attacking, the Heaven's Wall city strictly forbade anyone from going out. The bridges that were originally used for passage were also hung up. The monsters' primary goal was to seize control of the suspension bridge so that they could bring their companions over. After gaining control of the bridge, they could lower the bridge and the monsters hiding in the forest could attack. This was the most important step. If they could not complete this, the monsters could forget about entering the Heaven's Wall city. Although the monster had gained more powerful strength, there was still a limit to it. It was not omnipotent. "There's a monster trying to take the bridge." The believers guarding the bridge shouted at the top of their lungs, but they were pushed to the ground in the blink of an eye. The monsters in the water had all come up the bridge and were fighting with the believers who had rushed out of the city gate. Their sharp claws kept waving, easily tearing the bodies of the believers, and the remains were scattered everywhere. The weapons used by ordinary believers could not hurt these monsters at all. Their thick scales were the best defense. The battle was one-sided, and the believers were killed until their blood flowed like a river. The Heaven's Wall city's defenders had been alarmed. While they sent people to support them, they also launched an attack from above. No matter what price they had to pay, they couldn't let the suspension bridge be stolen. Otherwise, the first line of defense of the Heaven's Wall city would disappear. Many of the believers' faces were pale. They did not care that their companions were still below and shot arrows at the suspension bridge. As a result, when the arrows landed on the ground, not only did they not hurt the monsters, but they also hurt their own companions or fell into the lake. "Damn it, listen to my orders and don't shoot randomly." Seeing the believers' panic, the officer in charge of the command flew into a rage. Such an attack that did not distinguish between friend and foe would only make them lose control of the suspension bridge faster. This is bad. More monsters are coming from the bridgehead. Soon, the believers saw groups of monsters rushing up the long bridge like a black flood, rushing toward the Heaven's Wall city. "Damn it, the catastrophe has really come." Seeing this scene, the believers in the Heaven's Wall city all had the same thought. Do. A dull horn sounded, signaling the arrival of war. There would be no more peace from now on. The believers at the top of the Heaven's Wall city had already begun to control the cannons and ballistae to attack the long bridge. At this moment, no one cared if the Great Wall was damaged or not. They only wanted to kill all the monsters that rushed up the long bridge. Muffled explosions rang out as cannonballs were fired, making ear-piercing whistling sounds. The cannonball landed on the bridge and rolled through the monsters, leaving a deep bloody ditch. Even though the monster's skin was thick, it was still unable to resist the impact of the solid cannonball. It was instantly smashed into a pile of meat. The Church of the Alarm Bell had a high level of manufacturing and could produce blossoming cannonballs, but most of their equipment was still solid cannonballs. Although it was slightly lacking in destructive power, it was perfect for protecting the long bridge and wouldn't cause too much damage to the bridge. Otherwise, the entire bridge would collapse under the bombardment. It would take a lot of manpower and resources to repair it. However, if the situation was critical, they could only blow up the long bridge and cut off the enemy's passage to the Heaven's Wall city. As the cannons and ballistae fired at the same time, the monsters on the long bridge did suffer some casualties, but they were getting closer and closer to the suspension bridge. At the location of the suspension bridge, the killing became more and more intense. The monster waved its sharp claws and long knives, cutting down the believers who rushed up to the ground. There were flesh and blood everywhere. Although there were monster corpses, most of them belonged to the Church of the Alarm Bell. A dozen or so monsters had already rushed to the control panel of the broken bridge. They violently destroyed the panel and released the long chains. With a series of creaking sounds, the long bridge began to slowly lower and was about to connect with the other side. The monsters that were charging at them from the long bridge had already reached the other side of the suspension bridge and were now under attack from the Heaven's Wall City. Looking at the hanging bridge that was falling, the monsters jumped up and successfully grabbed the bridge. After climbing up, they rushed to the other side. The monsters that were fighting for the broken bridge became fiercer after the reinforcements arrived. They started to attack the city gate. The Heaven's Wall City's believers who were in charge of providing reinforcements had also arrived at the city gate at this moment. The two sides would soon meet. But at that moment, a cannonball hit the chain of the suspension bridge, directly breaking the arm-thick chain into two. Boom, boom, boom. With a muffled sound, the remaining chain could not bear the heavy load and suddenly broke. As the suspension bridge came crashing down, the monsters that were stuck at the other end of the bridge were like a flood that had its gates opened, flooding towards the city gate. 2529 The bloody battle at the city gates. 1. The Heaven's Wall City's gate had now become a battlefield. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. The Church of the Alarm Bell's believers firmly believed in the theory of reincarnation. They were not afraid of death and had a kind of spirit that was not afraid of death. Therefore, even though he was facing a group of monsters, he still charged forward without hesitation, appearing extremely valiant. Under the influence of the Church of the Alarm Bell, the believers had always believed that they were the saviors of the world. Now that the legendary demon had appeared, they would naturally destroy it at all costs. As for the demonized soldiers of the Heaven's Wall City, they had long lost their minds after seeing blood and became more and more crazy. Especially after devouring the flesh and blood, the demonized soldiers' desire for flesh and blood became more and more urgent after realizing that their strength was slowly increasing. Both sides had reasons for not being able to retreat, so the battle became more and more bloody and brutal. The sounds of killing and screams were endless. While the battle was going on, countless residents in the Heaven's Wall City and on the mountain peaks on both sides of the city stuck their heads out and looked around, their eyes full of fear. The battle for control of the city had just ended, and the residents of the city had not yet recovered from the panic. Now, groups of monsters had begun to attack the city. Indeed, misfortunes never come alone. What made them feel the most uneasy was that these monsters were actually devouring flesh and blood. They were even crazier than wild beasts. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City were terrified by the continuous shock. They were afraid that the monster would enter the city and kill everyone. The battle at the city gate was getting more and more intense. The believers above were also launching attacks, trying to provide help to their companions. These monsters were smart. After realizing that they would be easily attacked if they gathered together, they immediately rushed into the believers and mixed with each other. If the believers on the cliff continued to attack, it would be easy for them to land on their own people, causing unnecessary accidental injuries. The support from above was cut off, and the monster once again gained the upper hand. The demonized soldiers were indeed ferocious. Even 3 to 5 fully armed soldiers might not be their match. They had thick scales, and at the same time, they had agility and great strength, turning them into true killing machines. Apart from being unable to use their cultivation techniques, they were not much different from real cultivators. Although the believers were strong-willed, their physical fitness could not be compared to the monsters. They were basically in a state of crushing defeat. However, it didn't take long for the believers to discover something exciting. Every time they successfully killed a monster, their strength would increase a little. At first, the believers thought it was an illusion, but they soon found out that it was true. There were a few believers who were lucky enough to survive after killing the monsters. In a short period of time, they had already possessed strength and speed that far exceeded that of ordinary people. After discovering this secret, the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell did not hide it, because they were not the only ones who knew about it, and there would be more people who would know about it in the future. Only when everyone became stronger would they be able to kill the monster and survive. Upon hearing that killing monsters could increase one's strength, the believers became more and more excited, and their eyes bloomed with brilliance. They, who were already fearless to begin with, became even crazier as they fought to be the first to attack. The temptation of becoming a cultivator was far more attractive than wealth, because wealth could not buy many things, such as a long life. But after becoming a cultivator, those things that couldn't be bought with wealth could be obtained. In a very short time, the morale of the Heaven's Wall City's defenders rose once again. With their fragile bodies of flesh and blood, they forcibly stopped the monster's attack and blocked it at the city gate. Just as the two sides were locked in battle, Tang Zhen, Gu, and the other cultivators arrived at the same time. After seeing the tragic scene of the battle, they joined in without the slightest hesitation. In the eyes of Tang Zhen and Yu, these monsters were far more valuable than wealth. Now that they had taken the initiative to deliver themselves to them, they naturally could not miss out on them. Yu, in particular, was full of excitement. He waved his long leg bones and smashed the demonized soldiers' brains. Although his level wasn't very high, he relied on his rich combat experience and agile movements. The demonized soldiers were no match for him at all. Tang Zhen brandished his longsword and killed the group of monsters, forcing them to continuously retreat, leaving behind a pile of broken limbs. Among all the combatants at the city gate, Tang Zhen was the strongest. He was naturally able to crush these monsters that had just turned into demons. Although he had the upper hand and his level was slowly rising, Tang Zhen's expression was very serious. The rules of the world began to change again. After killing monsters, the natives could also improve their strength like the cultivators in Lucheng. In this way, the gap between the two sides would become smaller and smaller, and the advantage of the Lucheng cultivators would gradually disappear. It could be said that with the outbreak of the Dark Wave, a fierce battle had officially begun. No matter if it was the cultivators of Lusheng, the indigenous people, or all kinds of monsters, they were all participants of this competition. If the Lucheng cultivators didn't work hard, they would either be crushed by the natives or eliminated by the monsters. If that was the case, the elite cultivators in the 3,000 battlefields of the Lusheng world would probably be so ashamed that they would not be able to show their faces. However, one thing was undeniable. The quality of the cultivators in Lucheng was not something that the natives and monsters could compare with. It was no exaggeration to say that any random Lucheng cultivator was comparable to the geniuses among the native cultivators. However, the change in the rules caused all three parties to be at the same starting line. No one dared to make a conclusion on who would win. The battle continued. Due to the participation of Tang Zhen and the others, the strength of the defending side had increased once again. The originally menacing demonized monsters were actually forced to retreat continuously. Seeing this, the Lord of the Sky Market City, who was commanding in the rear, was so angry that he kept roaring and urging the demonized soldiers to attack. The demonized soldier did not completely lose his mind. When he saw Tang Zhen's group becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed, he could not help but think of retreating. The city lord of Tianshu City wanted to urge him again, but at this moment, he found a cold gaze staring at him. A figure rushed out of the crowd and moved through the group of monsters like lightning. Along the way, blood kept spurting out of the monsters. In this short period of time, the cultivators had already used the weapons in their hands to leave fatal wounds on the demonized soldiers. The next moment, the figure went straight to the city lord of Tianshu City, obviously trying to kill him. The Sky Market City master was shocked. He felt the killing intent directed at him and subconsciously wanted to escape. Although he had obtained the strongest power among this group of infernalized monsters and had the right to rule, his courage had not grown. Even though he could sense that this cultivator was not as strong as him, he still did not dare to face him head-on. Get lost. This is not prey you can touch. Just as the city lord of Tianshu City was hesitating whether to escape or not, he suddenly heard a voice. Then, another figure appeared and blocked the thin cultivator. It was the human cultivator who had slaughtered the demonized soldiers with his sword. The Sky Market City master was overjoyed when he saw the two sides confronting each other. He couldn't wait for them to fight until both sides were injured. It would be even better if all of them died. In that case, he might be able to take down the Heaven's Wall City easily. Looking at the two people who were confronting each other, they were already talking, as if they didn't care about the monsters around them. Get lost, the skinny cultivator with a mask said in a hoarse voice. His tone was gloomy and cold. You're looking for death. Tang Zhen looked at the devil mask that was staring at the skinny cultivator. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as the longsword in his hand swept out. The skinny cultivator saw this and immediately raised his shield to block, but he was knocked back 4 or 5 meters and blood spurted out of his mouth. He staggered and stabilized his body. He used an ice-cold gaze to look at Tang Zhen before turning around and charging into the chaotic battlefield. Tang Zhen looked at the back of the other party as he left. His brows were gently furrowed as he seemed to have thought of something. However, in the next moment, he suddenly changed his direction and charged straight at the Sky Market City Master. 2538 Temporary Victory. 1. Tang Zhen suddenly turned around and attacked, causing the Sky Market City Lord to jump in shock. Feeling the sharp aura of the long sword, the Sky Market City Master was terrified and subconsciously wanted to turn around and escape. His speed was not slow, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the battlefield and arrived on the long bridge. The distance between the two sides was close to 100 meters, which was barely a safe distance. This made the Sky Market City Lord heave a sigh of relief. Quick, stop him and kill him. The Sky Market City Lord was flustered and exasperated. He loudly ordered his subordinates to block Tang Zhen and protect his safety. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's speed was too fast. Before the demonized soldiers could react, he had already passed through the group of monsters. During this period, some demonized soldiers tried to block them, but they were directly cut into a pile of minced meat by Tang Zhen's long sword. With a sword in hand, he was invincible, and the demonized soldiers could not stop him at all. Yingluo, don't come over. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to stop Tang Zhen, the Sky Market City Lord was so frightened that he roared. After looking around, he actually jumped off the bridge and fell into the water. Tang Zhen looked at the figure that flashed and disappeared at the bottom of the lake. While he was surprised, he was also speechless. It was the leader of the monsters, but it was so weak that it jumped into the lake to escape before it even fought with it. Their levels were similar, and they were the strongest among this group of monsters. Why would they be afraid of him to this extent? If that was the case, why attack the Heaven's Wall City? Was he hoping for a fluke, or was he blinded by the demonized power? It turned out that Tang Zhen had already seen that these monsters were demonized. They were the soldiers of the Heaven's Wall City that had fled earlier. The monster that had just escaped was the original lord of Xianxia City. This fellow could be considered intelligent. He had wisely chosen to flee. If he were to exchange blows with Tang Zhen, he would definitely die in the end. Now that he had jumped into the Xianxia Lake, it would be very difficult for him to pursue them under the cover of the lake. At the very least, Tang Zhen wouldn't take the initiative to chase after him. This was because he wasn't sure if he would be able to catch up to him. It would also delay him from killing monsters and leveling up. You're lucky. Tang Zhen turned around and headed straight for the demonized soldiers. He only needed to kill a few more monsters and his level would increase again. However, with the escape of their commander, the soldiers of the Magic Legion had lost their will to fight. Without any commander, they began to retreat like a tide. In terms of escaping, he was indeed on par with the city lord of Xianxia. The kind of commander led the kind of soldiers. The Church of the Alarm Bells believers tried to pursue the monster, but it ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After being stunned for a while, the believers suddenly cheered and celebrated their victory. Ha ha ha, we've won. The monster is nothing more than this. It's not our opponent at all, and it was actually beaten to the point of fleeing. Looking at these monsters, they must be scared out of their wits. I'm afraid they won't dare to come again. The group of believers discussed in high spirits. They were happy that they had defeated the monster, but they were also excited that their strength had increased. The legendary world-ending catastrophe and the ferocious monsters seemed to have become less terrifying. Through this battle, the believers had enough confidence. As long as everyone worked together, they would definitely be able to protect their home. This joy was quickly replaced by sadness. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the believers suddenly felt that the price of this victory was too high. It was only now that they realized that after the battle, the people they were familiar with had actually been reduced by a third. They didn't run away from the battle. Instead, they lay at the city gates, sacrificing their precious lives to protect their homes. Although they had already been prepared to sacrifice themselves, when the moment really came, the believers suddenly found that it was not a good feeling. After all, many of the victims were his friends and family who had lived with him for many years, but now they were separated by death. Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of crying, with an irrepressible sorrow. Some of the believers knelt on the ground and mumbled something. They were praying for the dead and hoping that they could be reincarnated soon. At the same time, it was also expressing its determination to continue fighting against the demon dynasty's catastrophe and to save and protect this world. Tang Zhen was silently watching this scene from the side of the long bridge. The actions of the believers were indeed worthy of respect. Although they were just a group of ordinary mortals, they used their fragile bodies of flesh and blood to withstand the attack of the monsters. Without their sacrifice, the monsters might have rushed into the city of Scorpio today, and the entire city would have turned into a river of blood. Due to the special internal structure of the Heaven's Wall City, once the monsters started wreaking havoc in the city, it would be extremely difficult to control them. Fortunately, under the desperate interception of the believers, the most terrible thing did not happen, and the Heaven's Wall City was still safe for the time being. However, with the advent of the Dark Wave, there would be no safe place in the entire world. A temporary victory did not mean eternal safety. He had to make a move. Tang Zhen raised his head slightly. He looked at the command platform located halfway up the mountain as the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. These believers were indeed worthy of respect, but it was a pity that their master might not be so. Such an important battle had not occurred, and he had no idea what was going on. Of course, it was also possible that he had appeared, but he had not noticed it, or that he had changed his appearance. For example, when Tang Zhen thought up to this point, the thin and small cultivator from earlier appeared in front of his eyes. Although the other party's aura was chaotic, it still gave him a familiar feeling. Tang Zhen had faintly guessed the other party's identity. It was just that he was unable to confirm it for the time being. After all, both parties had just separated not long ago. How could such a great change have occurred? However, nothing was absolute in this world. Things that seemed impossible might happen. Of course, no matter who the other party was, they would not be able to affect Tang Zhen in any way. So what if he had become a cultivator? He wasn't even afraid of the elites of the world of Lusheng, so why would he be afraid of the native cultivators? The only problem now was that the demon tide had descended too quickly, causing Tang Zhen to be caught off guard. If there were no accidents, more monsters and cultivators would soon appear and gather in the Heaven's Wall City. He had to speed up the execution of his plan. He turned to look at Yuju, only to see him carrying a long leg bone on his shoulder with an intoxicated look on his face. Hoo, this is too good. Yuju smacked his lips, as if he had not had enough. Noticing that Tang Zhen was looking at him, Yuju tilted his head and looked over. He grinned. What's going on? Is there work to do? Tang Zhen nodded his head. It was easy to work with smart people. Yuju had already guessed it before he had even spoken. Originally, I was prepared to wait for a period of time and act only when we have enough manpower. That way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. However, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid we can't wait until then. We must act immediately. No problem. What do you think we should do? The first thing to do is to find a person, kill him, and then replace him. This is easy. I've done a lot of research on the art of disguise. The problem is, will it delay my upgrade? Don't worry, after the demon wave, you'll probably kill monsters until you vomit. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and act. After exchanging a few words, the two of them left the crowd and entered the Heaven's Wall City. At this moment, the city gate was in chaos. The believers were busy dealing with the corpses and treating the injured. They didn't care about where Tang Zhen and the others went. Because of the monster attack, the Heaven's Wall City was also in chaos. The residents were walking around randomly on the streets for some unknown reason. The two of them walked through the complicated streets and headed straight for the center of the Heaven's Wall City. After making 7 turns and 8 turns, Tang Zhen, who was in charge of leading the way, stopped. It should be on this street. There will probably be people guarding it. Be prepared for battle, Tang Zhen reminded, after which, he walked into the street. If the bone was here, it would be discovered that the place where Tang Zhen came from was the place where Ritsumi was hiding. 2531 Falling out. 1. The moment he stepped onto the street, Tang Zhen immediately felt someone peeking at him. This proved that someone was staring at him. The other party was hiding in the stone house, holding a weapon in his hand and locking onto him. Lu Cheng's cultivators had received professional training and were very sensitive to danger. When Tang Zhen's weapon was aimed at him, he had already sensed it. This also proved his previous speculation that the seemingly ordinary street in front of him actually hid a big secret. The main reason why he was able to find this place was because Tang Zhen had left an undetectable spiritual imprint on the body of the skinny cultivator. He felt that there was something wrong with the other party, so he left a mark to facilitate his tracking. Before this, Tang Zhen had left spiritual marks on Ali and Lit's bodies to facilitate his own investigation and search for their locations. There was even a similar mark on the skeleton, but this guy had never noticed it. How could a mere native cultivator be able to sense the means of Lu Cheng's cultivators? Unless the other party's strength far exceeded Tang Zhen's, it was impossible for them to detect his imprint. Strange, Junjun. What made Tang Zhen feel astonished was that he could actually sense 3 spiritual imprints in the depths of this street: Ellie, Lit, and the skinny cultivator who had been knocked back earlier. This is interesting. Is it really as I thought? Tang Zhen softly snorted when he thought of this. A trace of a smile was revealed on his face. However, there was a hint of mockery in his smile. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out, and from a dark corner, a crossbow arrow was shot out. Looking at the direction the arrow was flying in, it was aimed at Tang Zhen, who was standing in the middle of the street. Moreover, it was headed straight for his vital point. However, it was as though Tang Zhen had eyes on the back of his head. He casually grabbed the crossbow arrow and threw it back along the original path. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out as the sneak attacker's eye socket was pierced by a crossbow bolt, and he immediately closed his eyes and died. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them wore armor and held swords that gleamed with cold light. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Without any nonsense, the other party directly launched an attack in an attempt to kill Tang Zhen. You continue to move forward. Leave these small fries to me. Don't let the main character escape. Yu Ju's lazy voice came from behind him, accompanied by the muffled sound of bones hitting the body. From time to time, the figure of the enemy could be seen flying backward. Yu Ju laughed coldly as he continued to swing his bloody leg bone around. Every time it flew out, it would accurately hit the enemy's vital points. The crunching sound of the metal breaking made the enemy's scalp tingle. They knew that if they were hit, they would be seriously injured, if not dead. Even so, no one retreated, because guarding this street was their only mission. If they failed the mission, they would die in front of their home. With Yu Ju stopping the enemy, Tang Zhen no longer continued to fight. He rushed straight towards the houses at the end of the street. Just as they were about to arrive at the cave, another 2 human figures appeared. They brandished their blades and blocked Tang Zhen's path. These were 2 cultivators, and their strength was similar to Tang Zhen's. The equipment on their bodies was also pretty good. Although they had deliberately concealed their appearances, Tang Zhen was able to recognize at a glance that the 2 cultivators were Li Tei's personal guards. This is indeed Lit's nest. Otherwise, the guards wouldn't be here. But Ali and that skinny cultivator's auras are also here. What's going on? Regardless of the identity of the other party, as long as they dared to stop him from doing things, Tang Zhen would not be polite. The long sword in his hand danced like the wind, entangling the 2 guards like a strange python. At the same time, Lu Cheng's cultivator also used his skill, catching the other party off guard. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, Tang Zhen had killed one of the guards. The other guard's mind was in a mess. In the end, he was also pierced through the heart by Tang Zhen's sword. Tang Zhen stepped over the corpses of the 2 guards who died with their eyes wide open. He pushed open the door of the cave and walked in. There was no one in the room, but Tang Zhen could feel his spiritual imprint in the deeper part of the room. This was Li's secret residence. There were no traps, but it was a little too simple. It was obvious that these worldly pleasures could no longer arouse any interest in him. Following the aura he sensed, Tang Zhen soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. Tang Zhen knew that this was a hidden secret room when he saw the traces left on the wall. He extended his hand and pressed down. Boom, boom, boom. The stone door opened and Tang Zhen stepped in. After entering the secret room, Tang Zhen glanced at the layout and then looked at Li Tei, who was standing not far away. The other party was staring at him intently, and there was a gloomy expression on his slightly young face, as if he had aged decades. Sir Tang Zhen, why have you come here? Li Tei looked at Tang Zhen and asked in an ice-cold tone. Don't you know why I'm here? Lit was silent and only quietly looked at Tang Zhen. In fact, when Tang Zhen appeared here, it meant that both sides had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. One must know that this was Lit's secret base, and Tang Zhen had come uninvited. Being able to enter this place meant that the guards outside had been killed. Even if the 2 sides were partners, they could not tolerate such a thing. I originally thought that we could continue to cooperate and fight the monsters together. After all, we have a common enemy. If it's not necessary, we really shouldn't turn against each other so early. Li Te had a helpless expression on his face as he sighed softly. He seemed to feel heartache for Tang Zhen's actions. I have the same idea, but the problem is that some people don't want to do it. They're always scheming something. I didn't want to be schemed against, so I had to take the initiative to attack. I had no choice. Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was also very helpless. Rit laughed coldly. Everyone was the same, they were all shameless. So, you're here to kill me today. I can't be sure about this. If you cooperate, I can keep you. Why should I cooperate with you and threaten you with my death? Do you think I'm afraid of death? Of course you're not afraid of death, because you can be reborn. The problem is that you'll definitely miss this catastrophe after you die. At that time, even if I'm reborn, I'll probably feel that I'd rather die than live, and I'll be in a state of collapse every day. The corner of Li Te's mouth twitched slightly. The truth was indeed as Tang Zhen had said. If he missed this opportunity that he had been waiting for thousands of years, he would probably go crazy. So what if he could be reborn? If he became a lunatic and couldn't think rationally, there was no meaning in living for a long time. Tang Zhen, don't force me. Lit's expression became increasingly gloomy. He stared at Tang Zhen and said in a fierce voice, don't forget that the Heaven's Wall City is still under my control. If anything happens to me, you won't be able to live well either. Tang Zhen shook his head and said in an indifferent tone, you think too highly of yourself. When faced with a crisis of survival, apart from your loyal confidants, how many believers will remember you? Furthermore, it won't be long before more cultivators from the Heaven's Wall City arrive. Who do you think will be the master of the Heaven's Wall City then? After Tang Zhen said this, he looked at Lit with a disappointed gaze and coldly ridiculed, if you didn't act smart, there wouldn't have been so many changes. At that time, not only can the two sides continue to cooperate, you won't be affected in any way, and you can continue to be the cult master. When Rit heard this, he chuckled and his voice was a little twisted. Hee, do you think that I would care about a cult master in this damn city? No, let me tell you, I don't care about anything. I hate cultivators far more than monsters. I'm willing to pay any price to kill you. You're crazy, Rit shouted hysterically, his eyes flashing with madness like a vicious wolf. Since you've found this place, don't even think about leaving. You'd better stay here and be my food. Just as Li Te's voice fell, the display window on both sides suddenly exploded. A thin and small figure directly attacked Tang Zhen. 2532 Lit's death. 1. I knew you. We're going to play dirty. Tang Zhen sneered when he heard the voice from behind him. He did not even turn his head as his sword swept out. Cough. The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and the ambusher was sent flying back, slamming into the wall. PFF'd. He spat out a mouthful of foul blood, which had an extremely foul smell. Tang Zhen slowly turned around and looked at the attacker who was struggling to get up. It was the skinny cultivator who had snatched the monster at the city gate but was forced back by Tang Zhen. His mask had already fallen off, revealing a skinny face, like a dried corpse that had died for a long time. It's you indeed. Tang Zhen had sensed the other party's existence earlier. When he entered the cave, he discovered that the other party was hiding in a window display on the wall, pretending to be a corpse. While he was talking to Li Te, Tang Zhen was guarding his back. Therefore, he was able to counterattack the moment he was ambushed. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Li's expression was as gloomy as water, but the corners of his mouth showed a ferocious smile. Tang Zhen noticed this scene and silently cursed in his heart. Immediately after, he heard the sound of explosions continuously coming from behind him. The showcases on the wall shattered one after another, and figures shot out. These figures were none other than the corpses that were originally displayed in the display window. Now, they had suddenly come to life and charged straight at Tang Zhen. When he saw Tang Zhen being surrounded, Li Te laughed heartily at the side. His voice contained an indescribable madness. Do you see these corpse puppets? They're all my helpers, and they're also my previous bodies. I'm afraid you'd never have imagined that not only am I a cultivator now, but I also have powerful abilities that you can't even imagine. My spirit power is far stronger than ordinary cultivators, so I can easily control the body of my previous life. Since you've discovered my secret, don't even think about leaving this place alive. You'd better obediently stay here and become my food. At this moment, Li looked like a crazy demon, his face was gloomy and strange. And here I thought it was some great ability. It's just controlling a group of zombies that have been dead for who knows how many years, and you're already so excited. It seems like you're really a frog at the bottom of the well. You don't understand the cultivation world at all, so you're so stupid and self-righteous. When the surrounding corpse puppets saw this, they all brandished their sabers to block while looking for a good opportunity to attack. He never thought that Tang Zhen's sword chi would be so powerful. After sweeping past the corpse puppet's body, the armor was continuously cut off. These corpse puppets were only ordinary people when they were alive. Now that they had suffered such a heavy blow, their decayed bodies immediately shattered into pieces. Lit could control the remains of zombies, but he couldn't control the bones to fight. His cultivation was still shallow, so he didn't have such a heaven-defying ability. If it really reached that level, Tang Zhen would turn around and leave without saying a word. He would definitely not have the slightest hesitation. Seeing that his corpse puppets were continuously being destroyed, Lythe roared madly. To him, this was the most precious treasure. Even the guards by his side were not as reliable as his own corpse puppets. In the end, he had just mastered this special ability and suffered such serious damage. Li Tai viciously stared at Tang Zhen. He wished that he could swallow Tang Zhen alive to vent the hatred in his heart. When he saw Tang Zhen becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed, Li Tai had no choice but to admit that even though he had the advantage in numbers, he was still not a match for Tang Zhen. Damn Yingluo, Lit's heart was filled with hatred, but he was helpless. If this situation continued, his corpse puppets would probably all be destroyed. Thinking of this, Rit had the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and his body staggered, almost falling down. The corpse puppets that surrounded and attacked Tang Zhen were affected. Their footsteps similarly became sluggish and did not move forward. It was as if a machine had died. Tang Zhen's long sword swept across and another two corpse puppets were chopped into pieces. It was impossible to even piece them back together. Seeing this scene, Leader was both angry and anxious. He took out a few blood essences from his pocket and swallowed them directly. His pale face instantly returned to normal. Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the battle, saw this scene and was secretly amazed. He didn't expect that after Li Tai became a cultivator, he actually had such a strange ability. Not only could it control the remains of its previous life, turning them into corpse puppets that it could control as if they were its arms, but it could also devour blood essence to replenish its consumption, instantly recovering to its peak state. When such a monster grew up, it would become very difficult to deal with and would become a great enemy of the cultivators in Lu City. Lythe, who had returned to normal, began to control the remains to retreat and gradually gather around him. At the same time, they left behind a group of corpse puppets to continue besieging Tang Zhen in an attempt to stall for time. Tang Zhen, just you wait. This isn't over between us. I'll go, Rit said. He stood on a stone platform and grabbed an iron bar. He tilted his head and looked at Tang Zhen. The corner of his mouth revealed a proud smile as he let out a hee-hee laugh. The moment he finished speaking, he had already activated the mechanism. You want to leave? Dream on. Just as the stone platform opened up a path and Lythe was about to enter, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a black shadow appeared and smashed toward Lit's position with lightning speed. It instantly landed on the corpse puppet at the very front. Protect me. Ah! Rit's face was pale and he screamed. He was obviously scared. The corpse puppets that were guarding the surroundings immediately blocked, but they were smashed into pieces, and their bones scattered on the ground. At this moment, he looked at the item that he had ambushed. It was a huge leg bone that was covered in blood and minced meat. A trace of lingering fear flashed through Lit's heart. If it wasn't for the zombie's obstruction, he would have been smashed into meat paste. Having escaped death, Lit didn't dare to hesitate. He jumped onto the special car and was about to escape along the tracks. As soon as he got into the car, he heard a muffled sound behind him and felt his body being hit hard. Bang bang bang. After 3 consecutive muffled sounds, Lythe's eyes were gray and he knew that his body had been shattered. He turned his head with all his might and looked at Tang Zhen behind him. He saw that Tang Zhen was holding a pistol with light smoke rising from the muzzle. I told you, you can't run. Tang Zhen put down his weapon and spoke in an indifferent voice. Hey. Rit vomited blood, and his voice was like a broken bellow. He said with difficulty, you think you've won? Let me tell you, I'll be back. At that time, I will not only destroy the cultivators in the tower, but also the Heaven's Wall City. You will have nowhere to hide. Tang Zhen's expression was very calm as he looked at Lit, who was staring at him like an evil ghost. Perhaps Li Te thought of himself as an evenly matched opponent, but in Tang Zhen's eyes, Li Te was just a pitiful worm struggling bitterly. Everything he had done was just him being presumptuous. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape fate's arrangement. Tang Zhen suddenly felt very bored as he looked at the increasingly weak Li Te. At the same time, he also felt that Li Te was very pitiful. You don't even realize how ridiculous everything you've done is. You can never kill Lu Cheng and you can't change anything. Even your existence has been arranged in advance. Otherwise, how could the justice of the heavens allow you to reincarnate for thousands of years? Rit's head was hanging down, but he was struggling to lift it up, but he couldn't. Xianxia, am not willing to accept this. After shouting this in his heart, Rit stopped breathing and fell limply on the stone platform. His remains and puppets were like puppets with broken strings, lying on the ground in a mess. 2533 Follow-up work 1. In the empty secret room, only 2 figures were left standing. The silence was a little scary. Is this kid really dead? I keep feeling that something is wrong. Yuju walked over unsteadily and picked up the thigh bone from the ground, placing it on his shoulder again. However, after looking at Lit's body, his face showed a trace of doubt, as if he had found something wrong. Tang Zhen sneered, look at the corpses all over the room. They're actually all the remains of Lit's reincarnation. They're equivalent to his clones. Since the remains could be controlled as a corpse puppet, it could naturally possess a body and accommodate its own soul. So, it's very likely that Lit didn't die, but used the remains hidden in other places to resurrect and complete another rebirth. Hearing Tang Zhen's analysis, Yuju nodded and said in a mocking tone, this little native is quite troublesome, and his encounters are quite bizarre. I guess the rules deliberately created such a guy to increase the difficulty of the game. To Yuju, this was just a game, so he had always been indifferent. Tang Zhen nodded. He also had such a guess. Otherwise, he would be too bored. What can he do even if he's not dead? Yuju continued. He's just a little native. How big of a storm can he cause? It probably won't take long for him to quietly die in the hands of the monsters and cultivators of Lu City. No one will remember him anymore. Tang Zhen gently shook his head. However, he did not think this way. Things might not be as simple as you think. Rit is extremely cunning. I think he has more tricks up his sleeve. When he said this, Tang Zhen recalled the super sculptures on both sides of the Heaven's Wall City. These things came from the era that Lit was in and were made by his race. This was a war beast. If Lit could control it, the threat level would increase by several times. He had to be more vigilant. However, such a huge thing required a lot of people to operate. Even if Lit could really control it, it would not be easy to succeed. Let's not care about that guy. You should finish your disguise first, and then go out and take a look. There were not many Church of the Alarm Bell believers who knew Late. Putting aside those who had been killed, the only ones left were probably the native cultivators. You don't need to come into contact with them, just meet them face to face, and then gradually move away from the crowd. After a while, we'll think of a way to get rid of those who know about this, and then Lithe can officially leave. After hearing Tang Zhen's arrangement, Yuju nodded to show that there was no problem. Then, she slowly walked to the front of Lit's body. He reached out and rubbed the head of the dead body. After about a minute, he used his fingernail to make a circle around the shoulder. Swish! After a short while, his skin seemed to have fused with Yuju's body, and his body began to shrink and change. What do you think of this method? You can call it a painting skin, even though it rarely uses a brush. Seeing Tang Zhen staring at him, Yuju said in a calm tone. At the beginning, his voice was a little strange, but it quickly became exactly the same as Li Te's. Such a disguising technique was indeed a little wondrous. I have a question. Do you have to kill the imposter before you can perform the disguise? Of course not. I'm only doing this out of consideration for safety and to prevent my close friends from seeing any flaws. In fact, as long as I want to, I can directly make any face, and I guarantee that it will be perfect. As the two of them conversed, Yuju's body and appearance had become exactly the same as Lit's. He walked to the cabinet at the side and found a set of Laut's clothes to put on. He appeared in front of her in person. It's very good. No one should be able to see any flaws. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction. With the existence of the disguised Lit, the alarm bell church was already in the bag. After dealing with the most important matter, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the operating table at the side. Ai Li was quietly lying on it. There was a wound on her wrist, but it had stopped bleeding. Her breathing was also very weak. Tang Zhen glanced at the remains on the operating table and then at the knives on the cart beside Ali. He shook his head gently. This girl was quite lucky. If he had come a little later, he would have only seen a broken corpse. Lid looked harmless, but in fact, he was a lunatic. He had lived for so long that he no longer cared about his own or other people's lives. Even though he was Ellie's neighbor and was often taken care of by Ellie's mother, that didn't mean anything, and there was definitely no friendship between them. In Live's heart, the people of the Heaven's Wall City were not his own people, but the descendants of the slave race. They were a low-class race, slaves, and livestock that could be slaughtered at will. Even Ellie's family didn't make a difference. In fact, the disappearance of Ali's father was part of Rit's plan. As for why he did it, only he knew. Yuju walked over and took a look. He pursed his lips and said, "The blood in this girl's body has almost been drained dry. Her life is hanging by a thread. I'm afraid she won't live for long." Tang Zhen looked at Ali's pale face and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. "You two know each other?" Yuju asked curiously after seeing Tang Zhen's appearance. "Yes, I do." Tang Zhen nodded, after which, he walked to the table beside him and took a large bottle from it. The bottle was filled with a scarlet liquid, and at the bottom were at least 30 to 50 blood essences. Yuju's eyes lit up. This was a good item that could quickly recover his health. Soon, he saw Tang Zhen rummaging through the equipment and making a simple infusion device. Seeing Tang Zhen pierce the hollow bamboo needles into Ellie's blood vessels, Yuju had already guessed what Tang Zhen wanted to do. She felt that he was not going to do it. Was there really a need to go through so much trouble just to save a native? Yuju asked himself honestly. If he were to encounter such a thing, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it. He was even more curious about Tang Zhen because of this matter. This human cultivator had entered the 5th battle area in a record-breaking manner, and the reputation of the cracked territory had grown day by day. He was also the controller of a battle area. There was no need to guess to know that he must have killed countless people on his way to Rise, stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such a legendary figure would actually waste such a precious blood essence solution for a native. It was not worth it. Although Yuju did not agree with Tang Zhen's actions, he would not meddle in other people's business. On the contrary, he had a deeper understanding of Tang Zhen through this matter. Tang Zhen didn't know Yuju's thoughts. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Why did he need to care about other people's opinions? In a short period of time, Tang Zhen had completed the infusion process, and the blood essence solution in the bottle began to enter Ellie's body. In fact, the red liquid in the bottle was Ali's blood. It was soaked in the blood essence by Rit and could be considered a holy healing medicine. In order to become a cultivator, Rit sacrificed Ellie without hesitation and used the blood of cultivators and monsters to make potions. In the end, not only did he become a cultivator, but he also awakened a special ability to control his own remains. Rit was proud of himself and felt that he had made a wise decision. He didn't feel any guilt or unease about sacrificing Ellie. In his heart, he even thought that this was Ellie's honor. Whether it was as a low-class race or as a believer of the Church of the Warning Bell, Ellie should make sacrifices. How could the cold-blooded Lid know that as the rules of the world changed, one only needed to kill monsters to level up, and there was no need to go through so much trouble? He could only blame Lid for being too anxious and letting the obsession in his heart get to his head. Otherwise, as long as he continued to endure silently, Tang Zhen would not have noticed that something was wrong and would not have taken action to finish him off in advance. To put it bluntly, he was too self-righteous and wanted to stir up trouble, but in the end, he killed himself. 2534 The terrified Ali. 1. As the blood essence solution was injected into Ellie's blood vessels, her originally pale face started to regain some color. Tisk, 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 this little girl is really lucky. If she didn't meet you, she would probably be dead by now. I really don't know how she'll repay you after she's saved. Will she give her body to you? If that's the case, it seems like she's the one who's taking advantage. Yuju took a look and knew that Ellie's life was not in danger, so he teased her. Tang Zhen laughed softly. He had not heard such a joke for many years. Was it 200 years, or 300 years old? When there was too much time, many things would often leave one's side. He had originally thought that the longer he lived, the richer his memories and experiences would be, but in fact, he was getting more and more boring. That was why most cultivators were cold and emotionless. It was because they knew too much and had experienced too much that they became numb to their emotions. The reason I saved him was to take over Late's position and become the new leader of the Church of the Alarm Bell. Of course, if you're willing, you can continue to pretend. Compared to Ellie, you're more suitable to be the leader. Yuju shook his head, indicating that he had a lot of things to do and was not in the mood to be the leader of a group of monkeys. I know you don't want to be restrained, so I chose the right person. After all, you and I don't have the time. The demon wave has already broken out, leaving us with less and less time. The Heaven's Wall City has also become more and more important, and we must have trustworthy people to manage it. As the two of them conversed, Ali's fingers trembled slightly, then her body started twitching. It hurts, Yingluo. Ali suddenly spoke. Her voice was filled with pain. Her body, which had just been replenished with blood, felt like it was being gnawed at by countless ants. It was so painful that she wished she was dead. Her body was being modified as well. The miraculous effect of the blood essence solution had made Ellie's blood contain a powerful life force. This was a potion that could turn mortals into cultivators, and it had very strong side effects. If Ellie wasn't a cultivator, she wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of this medicine. If there was an accident, his meridians would be destroyed at best, and he would die immediately if it was serious. Ali, hang in there, you can only rely on yourself now. The voice sounded by her ear, causing Ali to be slightly stunned, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the familiar face, Ali suddenly felt an indescribable sense of security for some reason. Ali's eyes were filled with surprise. She temporarily forgot about the pain, and her panicked mood became much calmer. I'm healing you. Try not to move. You'll be fine soon. Tang Zhen reached out and touched Ali's forehead. He realized that it was cold to the touch, as if he had touched ice. Ellie smiled and nodded slightly. Little girl, how do you feel? Yuju walked over and asked with a chuckle. Hearing Yuju's voice, Ellie's face turned pale with fright, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Don't come over. Let me go. Let me go. Ah Yingluo. His voice was extremely sharp, as if he had seen an evil ghost, and his face was full of panic. Yuju shrugged his shoulders helplessly and turned to walk to the side. He clearly knew that his appearance had frightened Ali. Quiet, he's not lit. The real lit is dead. Tang Zhen held onto Ali's struggling body to prevent the infusion device from being destroyed, and at the same time, told her the truth. He's dead. When Ellie, who was struggling, heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She tilted her head and looked at Yuju, who was standing at the side, her eyes filled with suspicion. This was clearly lit. Why did His Excellency Tang Zhen say that he was dead? Rit wanted to harm you, but he also wanted to harm me. In the end, when he made his move, I killed him. You also know Live's identity. If he died, it would cause chaos in Tianshu City, so my companion disguised himself as him. Do you understand now? Hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, Ali finally wasn't so nervous anymore. However, her eyes were still filled with shock and pain that couldn't be dissolved. Sir Tang Zhen, can you let me go? I'm really uncomfortable like this. Ali looked at Tang Zhen with tears in her eyes. Her body was also trembling violently from the pain. Alright, but you'd better hold on because your body is injured and is in the critical stage of modification and recovery. Don't worry, I can handle it. Ali acknowledged. At the same time, she took a deep breath and bit her lip. Reaching out to grab the metal ring on the operating table, Tang Zhen exerted strength in his arm and directly pulled it off. When the restraints were all gone, Ali suddenly hugged Tang Zhen and curled up in his arms. Feeling Ali's trembling body like a frightened kitten, Tang Zhen reached out and held her in his arms. Ali, who was lying in Tang Zhen's arms, slowly calmed down, but she mumbled softly as if she was sleep-talking. Litju is a madman, a demon. He killed my father and wants to kill me too. Juju. He got people to capture me, tie me to the stone platform, and cut my wrist to let the blood flow out. I was terrified, but he stood by my side and told me how to kill my father because he didn't like the way my father looked at him. He also said that after I died, he would continue to torture my mother and brother, making them wish they were dead. Listening to Ali's story, Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He felt that this lit was too much. I guess he's trying to stimulate the little girl's potential through this method. After all, this substance will also fuse with the blood when it appears. Through this method, Rit can obtain blood of a higher quality, and the effects of the blood essence solution will be better. At this point, Yuju pursed his lips in disdain and said, "They are indeed ignorant aboriginals. They only know how to do some crooked things. Aren't they afraid of being possessed by the devil?" Yuju glanced at Tang Zhen and felt bored. He then walked out. "I'll leave this place to you. I'll take care of the things outside. I don't think those monsters will give up easily. There are also cultivators from other battlefields that we need to be careful of. There are simply too many things to do." Yuju's tone was somewhat helpless. He hated dealing with such matters and thought that he was better at being a soldier who charged into battle. He waved the thigh bone in his hand and smashed it until the last enemy fell. At the thought of this, Yuju reluctantly threw away the thigh bone on his shoulder. He was going to act as lithe next, so what was the point of carrying a monster's thigh bone? After walking out of the secret room, Yuju looked at the empty street and took a deep breath. Tang Zhen was determined to turn the Heaven's Wall City into the headquarters of the 5th battle area. His goal was to provide protection to the cultivators in the Tower City and to guard against any unforeseen events that might occur at any time. Yuju, on the other hand, did not think so much. He preferred to adapt to the situation and take one step at a time. Since Tang Zhen needed help, he would cooperate with him. In any case, there was no loss to him. Such a negative attitude was obviously different from the other cultivators in Lushang. Sometimes, Yuju wondered how he had come to this point. "I can only say that I'm a true genius," Yuju answered in the shortest time possible. Then, he swaggered onto the street and walked towards a place with many people. During this period, they met a group of believers from the Church of the Alarm Bell. Yuju displayed the exclusive token of the cult master and immediately obtained 4 loyal followers. As for the guards who were originally following him, they had already been killed by Tang Zhen. As for the corpses, they were scattered everywhere. Yuju smacked his lips and revealed a satisfied expression. The taste seemed to be quite good. 2535 Yuju was ambushed, 1. At the gate of the Heaven's Wall City. The corpses had been cleaned up, and the residents were washing the ground with water. However, when he was fetching water, he discovered that there was a strange fish in the Tianshu Lake with sharp teeth. Those who accidentally fell into the lake were surrounded and bitten by these strange fish, directly gnawing into a pile of bones. The sudden appearance of this strange fish shocked the residents of the Heaven's Wall City, and their faces were full of worry. In the past years, the Tianshu Lake had produced various aquatic products, but this strange fish had never appeared. The appearance of these strange carnivorous fish would pose a great threat to the aquatic creatures in the Tianshu Lake and the residents of the Tianyang City. Because of the existence of the strange fish, the fishing and hunting of the Heavenly Pearl Lake would also be affected, and perhaps no fish would be produced in the future. For the Heaven's Wall City, this was a huge blow, and it was likely to cause a serious food shortage. Food was the most important thing to the people. If the source of food was affected, Tianshu City would not be far from internal strife. In addition, the monsters that had just been repelled made the residents of the Heaven's Wall City suddenly realize that the world-ending catastrophe was really coming. The atmosphere of fear and uneasiness began to spread in the Heaven's Wall City. Compared to the change of the city lord, the residents were more worried about whether the monsters would attack again. If the monster really came, how would they deal with it since they were unarmed? The residents of the Heaven's Wall City were in need of a psychological support. Otherwise, they would always feel anxious. Under such special circumstances, the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell began to spread their teachings to the people of the Heaven's Wall City. The idea of saving themselves and the world had attracted many residents of the Heaven's Wall City. Coupled with the threat of the monsters, many residents of the Heaven's Wall City had been forced to join the Alarm Bell Church. When they found out that killing monsters could increase their strength and that the more monsters they killed, the stronger they would become, many of the Heaven's Wall City's residents became eager to try. This was a shortcut to becoming a cultivator. Now that it was placed in front of them, who would be willing to miss it? In just a short period of time, the number of believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell had increased by several times. Due to the increase in the number of believers, the Church of the Alarm Bell finally had enough manpower to further strengthen its control over the Heaven's Wall City. The backbone of the Church of the Alarm Bell was very happy. After this step was completed, all believers and residents would work together, and they would definitely be able to fight against those terrifying monsters. What made the Church of the Alarm Bell's believers the most excited was that the mysterious bishop of the Church of the Alarm Bell had suddenly appeared on the command platform. The believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell cheered loudly as they looked at the bishop who was standing on the command platform and waving his hands in greeting. It was said that this hierarch was extremely powerful and had lived for thousands of years. He knew almost everything that had happened in the Heaven's Wall City. Other than that, there were many other rumors, such as the sect master being able to summon the wind and rain, being invulnerable, and communicating with the world's consciousness. With such a powerful technique, he was no different from a god. Regardless of whether these rumors were true or false, they were indeed of great help in gathering the hearts of the people. At least in the hearts of most believers, the hierarch was omnipotent. Because of the hierarch's appearance, the believers became full of fighting spirit, and their cheers resounded through the sky. In addition to the excited believers, there were also some people staring at the command platform with a dangerous light in their eyes. There were some of the Xianxia city lords remaining subordinates here, but they had hidden very well, so they had never been discovered. They hated the Church of the Alarm Bell to the core and wished that the Lord of the City of Heaven's Wall would bring his troops back to regain control of the city and kill all the rebels of the Church of the Alarm Bell. They still didn't know that the monsters that had died at the city gate were the soldiers led by the Lord of the Xianxia city. Although they had become more powerful, they still couldn't take back the Xianxia city. Instead, they were killed and fled under the leadership of the Xianxia city lord. In fact, even if they really defeated the Alarm Bell Church and took back the control of the city, the Lord of Xianxia city would not care about their past friendship. Instead, he would start a massacre regardless of whether it was friend or foe. There were also some gloomy gazes from the cultivators of Lusheng who were hiding in ambush. There was more than one group of cultivators in the Heaven's Wall City. Some of them tried to seize control of the city, while others chose to lurk in the dark for various reasons. However, with the outbreak of the dark wave, they could no longer continue to keep a low profile. They began to ponder about obtaining greater power to facilitate their future actions. The most ideal and energy-saving way was naturally to control the Alarm Bell Church and make the bishop his puppet. It was just that the Church of the Alarm Bell was not weak to begin with, and when ordinary residents could also level up by killing monsters, they would become even more difficult to provoke. It was almost impossible to control the Alarm Bell Church now, so joining them was a good choice. Of course, before that, the cultivators in Lusheng would still try. If it really didn't work, they would choose the second best method. Other than those with ill intentions, there were also some backbones of the Church of the Alarm who felt that something was wrong. In the past few days, the hierarch had rarely appeared in public, especially on such a public occasion. It could be considered his first time. The backbones of the church were not used to this. It was not that they doubted Yuju's identity, but they felt that as the church master stepped forward, they were under a lot of pressure. Ji Yu was frowning. He felt that Lit's appearance was a little rushed. However, he thought that it was normal for him to come out to calm people down. As the Church of the Alarm Bell took control of the Heaven's Wall City, it was time for the big boss, Lit, who had been hiding behind the scenes, to step up to the stage. How could Ji Yu know that the master of the Alarm Bell Church was actually cultivator Lu Cheng in disguise? On the high platform, Yuju, who had disguised himself as Lit, was full of smiles as he looked down at the dense crowd. At that moment, he was still unaware that his appearance had already attracted the attention of many enemies. Of course, it didn't matter even if he knew. To him, he couldn't wait for the enemy to appear so that he could fight to his heart's content. Very quickly, Yuju knew that his wish had come true. When he left the platform and was about to return to the city lord's mansion, he was unexpectedly attacked by the enemy. It was obvious that the enemy had come up with this idea at the last minute. When Yuju appeared, they had secretly mobilized people to track him. When Yuju returned, there were only a dozen or so believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell with him, and there were no cultivators. Under the sudden attack, the church's believers in charge of guarding were caught off guard, and several of them were directly cut down. The remaining believers were not afraid. They protected Yuju with all their might, trying to cover his escape. Yuju's entire body was trembling, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Although the believers tried their best to cover the retreat, how could he leave? Instead, he picked up a sword and roared as he charged at the enemy. There were dozens of enemies involved in the attack. They had the advantage in numbers. In addition, there were cultivators among them, so the success rate of the operation was high. However, he did not expect Yuju to be so fierce. He waved his saber and chopped the attackers into pieces. Even the enemy cultivators were not his match. The information is wrong. How can this guy be so fierce? And he's a cultivator. The ambusher was shocked and furious. They had attacked together, but they could not even defeat Yuju. How could they fight Yuju? In addition, the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell had come to help, so the ambusher had no choice but to retreat. However, he didn't expect that all his escape routes would be blocked. The ambusher fought as he retreated, and finally, he was driven to a suspended platform. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the ambushers all jumped into the lake. In the end, they either fell to their deaths or were swallowed by the strange fish in the lake. The attackers all died, and their identities were quickly revealed. They were all loyal to the previous city lord. The backbone of the Church of the Alarm, such as Bone, who had rushed over after hearing the news, looked furious and expressed that they had to be dealt with strictly. Even if the attacker was dead, their family members must be arrested and expelled to avoid bringing danger to the Heaven's Wall City. After the discussion ended, someone quickly took care of the matter. At the same time, a few cultivators were left behind to protect Yuju. The Bone remained with the guards. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Yuju, "Cult Master, when did you become a cultivator?" Yuju glanced at the Bone and knew that he was suspicious. He explained with a smile, "It's earlier than you've guessed. As for why I didn't tell you, it was to prevent something like today from happening." After hearing Yuju's explanation, the Bone was silent for a few moments before nodding its head lightly. 2536 The Gathering of Heroes 1 Yuju's expression did not change, but he was sneering in his heart when he saw how worried Ji was. This guy was quite clever. He had just come into contact with him and had already discovered the abnormality in his body. After all, Bone was Lither's confidant and had been in contact with him for a long time. He naturally knew Lither well. If there was something wrong, he would notice it. Although Yuju's disguise was almost flawless, it was still a little lacking for someone close to Ji. This feeling could not be simulated because it originated from someone else. He could not control it and could only think of ways to confuse and interfere. In fact, the Bone was not sure what was wrong with Lit. He just had a strange feeling that Lit was different from before. Was it his temperament, his gaze, his aura, or his spiritual fluctuations? However, when he looked at it carefully, there didn't seem to be any problems. At this moment, the Bone had not realized that it was because of his doubts that Yuju had remembered him. It was fine if that Bone behaved obediently, but if he dared to do anything that threatened her, Yuju would deal with him first. Even if that Bone had followed Tang Zhen to save him, it would not affect Yuju's operation. This was because the plan could not afford to fail. Compared to the benefits of the entire war zone, the life of a small native cultivator was insignificant. Because of the assassination of the hierarch, the atmosphere in the Heaven's Wall City became even more tense, and the residents in the city felt that they were in danger. The Church of the Alarm Bell's believers received orders and began to investigate the city, looking for possible hidden dangers. The hidden enemy naturally did not dare to surrender. Therefore, in the process of investigation, the two sides once again broke out into a battle. Fortunately, the scale was not particularly large. Some innocent people were implicated and lost their lives in vain, but no one cared. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City were frightened and wanted to escape from the city. However, when they thought of the terrifying environment outside, they gritted their teeth and chose to endure. To them, the Heaven's Wall City was a safe haven that could resist the attacks of terrifying monsters. If he left rashly, not only would it be difficult to return, but he might also die outside. When faced with a special environment, ordinary people simply had no ability to change it. They could only choose to silently endure it. In the forest outside Tianshu City, a burst of rapid footsteps sounded, and then a large black shadow appeared. These were the soldiers of the Magic Legion who had failed to attack the Heaven's Wall City and had chosen to escape in the end. Compared to their previous ferocity and violence, they were obviously in a sorry state at the moment. He originally thought that he could easily take down the Heaven's Wall City with his demonized strength, but he did not expect to encounter the desperate resistance of the Church of the Alarm Bell. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and the Sky Market City Master led the escape, leading to a crushing defeat. Due to the stimulation of their failure, the demonized soldiers became increasingly violent. They kept growling to vent the anger in their hearts. But at this moment, there was the sound of footsteps in the forest. The Tianshu City Lord, who was covered in mud and seaweed, appeared in front of the demonized soldiers with a gloomy face. He looked around with a cold gaze. He roared at the demonized soldiers in a low voice, venting his dissatisfaction and reprimanding them for not fighting to the death. In the face of the Tianshu city lord's reprimand, the demonized soldiers were so angry that their eyes turned red. They growled to vent their dissatisfaction. Roar! Another demonized general stood out and growled at the Sky Void City Master, indicating that he was responsible for the failure. If it wasn't for the Sky Market City Lord leading the escape, the current situation wouldn't have happened. At least, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The Sky Market City Lord felt humiliated after being retorted by the demonized general. He let out a roar and charged at the demonized general. The demonized general was not to be outdone and immediately fought with the Lord of the Tianshu city. However, its strength was not as high as the Lord of the Tianshu city, so it soon fell into a disadvantage. The Sky Market City Lord roared with pride as he waved his pitch-black sharp claws and stabbed them toward the demonized general's heart. But at this moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar behind him. Immediately after, a long spear flew out from behind him and pierced through the middle of his back. Hee. The Sky Market City Master roared in pain. His face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone had attacked him from behind. Just as he struggled to turn around to see who was ambushing him, a dozen more spears flew over and landed on his back. The roars of a group of demonized soldiers, which contained a strong killing intent, were all directed at the city lord of Tianshu City. The lord of Tianshu City became flustered. He really couldn't understand why the demonized soldiers dared to attack him. However, he knew that if he hesitated any longer, he would be killed by the rebelling magic soldiers. After realizing this, the Tianshu City Lord no longer hesitated. He let go of the demonized general in his hand and ran into the depths of the forest. However, before he left, he still left behind a roar to express that he would definitely take revenge. His roar was very loud, but he ran very quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When the demonized soldiers saw this, they looked at each other and let out low, mocking roars. He was clearly far ahead in terms of strength, but he was so scared that he ran away again. This Sky Market City Master was really trash. The demonized soldiers felt extremely aggrieved at the thought of their comrades, heavy casualties under his command. They always felt that their comrades' deaths were not worth it. Now that the Sky Market City Lord had escaped and was no longer under his control, the demonized soldiers felt even more delighted. Roar! A group of demonized soldiers were talking to each other, discussing how to increase the number of soldiers before continuing to attack the city of Scorpio. When they were demonized, they had already received the corresponding knowledge inheritance and understood that they were contagious. As long as they wanted to, they could infect ordinary people and animals at any time, turning them into monsters that were exactly the same as themselves. Previously, the leader of Sky Market City was anxious to take revenge, so he didn't develop his subordinates. Now that they were short of manpower, the number of demonized monsters naturally had to increase. After some discussion, the demonized soldiers turned around and advanced in the opposite direction of the Heaven's Wall City. The Heaven's Wall City would definitely not be conquered, but if they attacked the small villages and towns, they would definitely have rich gains. When they had gathered enough people, they would definitely make a comeback and launch another attack on Tianshu City. After the group of demonized monsters left, a group of Lu Cheng cultivators in dark green armor walked out from the forest not far away. They had seen the infighting between the demonized monsters, but they did not interfere. I estimate that it won't take long for these demonized monsters to launch an attack on Tianshu City, and the scale will be very large. Since that's the case, we don't need to rush to attack, we just need to wait and see. The cultivator who spoke had fair skin and his facial features looked like they had been carefully sculpted. When he spoke, he even had a faint confident smile on his face. What he didn't know was that not far away from him, there were also two groups of cultivators from Lu Cheng. They watched the infighting of the demonized monsters and the appearance of the cultivators in green armor, but they didn't do anything. Obviously, there was more than one group of cultivators in Lusheng who wanted to benefit from the fight between the Sandpiper and Clam. They were all trying to get the most benefits with the smallest price. Further away, a group of cultivators from Lu Cheng wore a strange badge with words that only they could understand. The fourth battle area, 2537. The Bone's suspicion, 1. Although Ali's life was saved, her body was very weak. After Tang Zhen thought about it, he still sent her home to recuperate. Ali's weakness was only temporary, and she would recover in no time. The blood essence solution flowing in her body was extremely beneficial to Ellie. Not only could it help her recover quickly, but it could also allow her to level up. After she recovered from her injuries, Tang Zhen could start the next step of the plan and let Ali take over the position of the leader of the Alarm Bell Church. Yu Ju, who had disguised himself as Lithe, would be free and would not be restricted like now. Tang Zhen would not let Yu Ju continue to impersonate him. If the other party was not willing to say anything, it would not be in his interest and would easily arouse the suspicion of others. No matter how good Yu Ju's disguise was, he was still an imposter, and it was hard to guarantee that he would not be seen through. As for Ali's loyalty, there was basically no problem. After experiencing Tang Zhen's favor and Lit's shock, the little girl had already followed Tang Zhen's words. After he was done with Ellie's matter, Tang Zhen heard about Yu Ju's attack, but he was not surprised. This was something that he had expected. Tang Zhen was looking forward to this happening a few more times so that Yu Ju would have a reason to escape. The Heaven's Wall City was in chaos because of the start of the cleaning operation. Tang Zhen held a special order token and no one dared to stop and question him. When he arrived at the city lord's mansion, Tang Zhen met the Jiyu who was in charge of the guards. However, the other party had a worried look on his face. After seeing Tang Zhen, that bone first bowed and greeted him. Soon after, he revealed an expression of hesitating to speak. "What do you want?" Tang Zhen asked as his eyes slightly narrowed. "Sir Tang Zhen, I wonder if there are any side effects to using the blood essence to advance to a cultivator." "There are some side effects. For example, there will be some changes in my personality." As the saying went, all medicine was 30% poisonous. The monster's blood essence was actually a kind of medicine. After being forcibly absorbed, the remaining poison would affect the mind. Of course, this effect is only temporary. It won't take long for him to return to normal. Tang Zhen spoke frankly with assurance. In reality, he was speaking nonsense and the content was half true and half false. That bone, however, revealed an expression of sudden understanding. It was as if the doubt that he had in his heart had been answered by Tang Zhen's explanation. "Thank you for your answer, sir." The bone bowed in thanks, his expression relieved. Tang Zhen threw down these words before turning around and leaving. His expression was as calm as water. He naturally saw the suspicion of the bone, but he didn't take it to heart. If the bone continued to investigate, it would mean that it wouldn't live long. After entering the city lord's mansion, the bustling construction site came into view. The outbreak of the dark wave proved the authenticity of the prophecy, and the believers' enthusiasm for work also erupted. They had to rely on their own efforts to protect their homes and save the world. In order to do this, a good weapon was necessary. After seeing the power of the cannons, the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell had a dream, which was to arm the Heaven's Wall City with guns and cannons. At that time, no matter how many monsters came, they would only need to use artillery to deal with them, and they would definitely be defeated. There was nothing wrong with the Church of the Alarm's believers, thinking. Under normal circumstances, even the most ferocious monsters would not be able to resist the dense bombardment of cannons. However, as a monster's strength increased, even if a normal cannon could cause damage, it would become less and less damaging. At this time, he had to find a way to upgrade his weapon and increase the lethality of his weapon. Only then could he continue to maintain his advantage. It might be difficult for the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell to do this, but it was very easy for the cultivators in Lusheng City. Moreover, with the change of the rules, the natives would also have the opportunity to improve their strength, instead of being like pitiful creatures that could be crushed by the monsters and cultivators. As the cannons were deployed, the defensive firepower of the Heaven's Wall City became stronger and stronger. Even the mountains on both sides of the city began to transport cannons. As for weapons like firearms, there were much fewer of them. Clearly, in the eyes of the Church of the Alarm, the power of cannons was more intoxicating. As for weapons, like firearms, they could be replaced with weapons like bows and crossbows. At most, some firearms could be specially manufactured to kill special targets. Although the believers had never come into contact with the war in the technology plane, their understanding of war was basically the same. Of course, the most important reason was that time was too tight. Otherwise, the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell would definitely have a large number of guns and weapons in their hands. Under the guidance of the believers, Tang Zhen saw Yu Ju and found that he was enjoying a delicious meal. There were many good things left in the city lord's mansion. In addition to all kinds of materials, there was no lack of good food. Yu Ju, who had the power to not waste food due to expiration, immediately ordered a table of sumptuous food to be prepared, which was called a banquet to suppress the shock. The followers naturally didn't dare to disobey their hierarch's request. With an order, the best chefs in the Heaven's Wall City were immediately summoned. After learning that the most powerful person in the Heaven's Wall City wanted to have a good meal, the group of chefs did not dare to be negligent. They used all their skills to prepare a sumptuous feast for Yuju. When Tang Zhen arrived, the food and wine had just been served. Yuju was sitting on a chair without a care for his image, holding a pot of wine and drinking it wildly. After seeing Tang Zhen, Yuju waved his hand and invited Tang Zhen to enjoy it with him. Although he didn't need food to replenish his energy, the desire for good food was extremely difficult to abandon. Even Tang Zhen, who was the creator, would definitely not miss the opportunity to taste good food. After sitting on the chair, Tang Zhen lifted his wine cup and sniffed it. After which, he drank it in one gulp. Looking at Yuju, who was gobbling down the food, Tang Zhen said in a faint tone, "For the time being, you'll have to go around the city more often and get closer to the believers. At the same time, you'll have to bring Ali with you." When Yuju heard this, he looked at Tang Zhen and drank a cup of wine. Then, he let out a chuckle. "From what you're saying, you're planning to use me as bait to fish out all the hidden big fish, right?" After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Yuju immediately understood his intentions and asked with a faint smile. "You can understand it that way. Of course, if you're afraid of being eliminated, you can choose not to do so." As Tang Zhen spoke, he stared at Yuju with a smile on his face. "Afraid? Haha, what a joke." Yuju laughed coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "You're just a mere native. Do you think I'll put you in my eyes? It's not that I'm looking down on them, but even if I, Yuju, am eliminated, I will definitely be defeated by the cultivators of Lusheng, not by these native cultivators." Yuju's tone was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. In a one-on-one fight, almost no native cultivators in Tianshu City were his match. Even for cultivators in Lusheng, they had to be at the elite level to pose a threat to him. "I know what you're capable of, that's why I used you as bait. Of course, it's only a few times. Soon, you'll be seriously injured and killed in the ambush. Before you die, you will appoint Ali as your successor to continue leading the Church of the Alarm Bell and let the believers wait for your return." "I understand. While I'm fishing, I'll push Ali to the front stage and let the Church of the Alarm know of her existence. When the time is right, even if there are no enemies to ambush me, you will find a way to kill me in public, right?" "That's right. What do you think?" Yuju nodded with a smile, indicating that there was no problem. Then, the two of them raised their glasses and drank. Just as Tang Zhen and Yuju were discussing the next step of the plan, Ji Yu, who was guarding the city lord's mansion, suddenly received a note. When he saw the contents of the note, the bone trembled and revealed a shocked expression. After silently putting away the paper, the skeleton looked around and quickly left the city lord's mansion. He rushed straight to the underground city. 2538 Lid reincarnated in another body. 1. The entrance to the Heaven's Wall City's underground city was now heavily guarded to prevent monsters from appearing. The formation of the underground city originated from a terrifying demon bug thousands of years ago. Now that the demon tide had broken out, who knew if the demon bug would appear again? Only by taking preventive measures could one deal with the danger calmly and avoid greater losses. After seeing the bone, there were believers who stopped and checked it immediately. However, after seeing the pass, they immediately chose to let it through. Due to secrecy, the Church of the Alarm Bell had always been operating underground. Although they had a large number of believers, they did not know each other. The followers of the Church of the Alarm Bell could not recognize all the leaders. The means of identification were identity cards made with a special process. Seeing the token was like seeing the person, it was equivalent to proof of identity. This method had a huge drawback. If the enemy held an identity card and pretended to be a believer, it would be difficult to find out in a short time. Especially in such a chaotic situation, there was no time to verify the authenticity of the identity card and confirm whether the holder was compatible with the identity card. The Church of the Alarm Bell had already discovered the problem, but they did not have the ability to solve it at the moment. Only after they had completely controlled the Heaven's Wall City would they have the time to clean up and investigate. After passing the checkpoint, the bone continued to move forward, and the route it took became more and more remote. After walking for an unknown distance, a pool of water appeared in the cave ahead, blocking the way forward. The bone did not stop and continued to walk. Soon, its body was submerged in the water. After swimming for some distance, a light appeared in front of him. It turned out to be something similar to a crystal ore, emitting a faint light. There was a hole at the side. After entering it, a space appeared in front of him. The area of this space was extremely large, and there was a milky white glowing material on the stone walls, which illuminated the cave as bright as day. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge skeleton, which was probably dozens of meters long. The skeleton had already turned into stone, and there was no trace of flesh on the surface. It was also emitting a white light. This was the creator of the underground city, the magic bug that appeared out of thin air. The underground city that had many passages was actually the remains of this magic bug after eating. Fortunately, the demonic insects were unwilling to get close to the surface, and the caves they created were deep underground. Otherwise, the underground city would have been filled with the lake water of the sky market. However, such a powerful monster had now turned into a pile of bones and was hidden deep underground. The treasures here alone were enough to tempt countless people. In the entire Heaven's Wall city, only 2 people knew about this place. One was that Gu, and the other was Lithe. The reason why Gu had been shocked when he received the note was because the note had mentioned this. This secret location was only known to him and Lithe, but Lithe was in the mayor's mansion, so why would he send him a note like this? Thinking back to the suspicious things about Lit, the bone immediately realized that something big might have happened. That was why he was so anxious and couldn't wait to leave the city lord's mansion and come to the place where the remains of the magic bug were. This was because in this secret place, there were not only the remains of the magic bug, but also another set of remains. The remains also belonged to Lit. After he discovered this secret cave, he died here in an accident. There was a special mucus left in the dead magic bug's body, which had an extremely magical anti-corrosion effect. Even after so many years, Lit's body was still vivid. After reincarnating, Lithe brought the bone back to this place and sealed the body in a special coffin. There was a runic magic circle on the outside of the coffin, which had the function of keeping the corpse and sealing it. Its purpose was to prevent the corpse from rushing out of the coffin after it turned into a corpse. Compared to the remains in the secret chamber, this one hidden deep in the dungeon was Lither's true trump card. It was just that ever since the last time he entered, the bone never came back. He even thought that he would never have the chance to enter this place in his life. However, he had never expected that he would re-enter this place at this very moment. Moreover, he was alone. The bone had an ominous premonition. When he saw the runes on the coffin, his expression became more and more serious. He slowly moved forward and wiped the dust off the coffin's surface. A line of shining runes appeared in front of him. Seeing the glowing runes, the bone heart knew that it was time to open the coffin. He took a deep breath and continued to tap on the rune in the order he had set. As the last finger fell, the coffin made the sound of gears moving, and the tightly closed coffin was slowly opened. A tall and muscular figure wearing black leather armor was revealed. When the coffin was opened, the other party suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at the bone, his eyes emotionless. "Sect Master," the figure asked carefully, his expression nervous, as if he was afraid of an accident. "It's me," the tall man replied. His voice was very hoarse, perhaps because he had not spoken for a long time. "How did this happen?" Gu asked in shock. At the same time, he stepped forward to help him up, but was rejected by the tall man with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry about me, let me get used to this body first. After all, I haven't used it in a long time." The tall man sighed and turned to look at Gu, who was standing beside him, and nodded gently. "You've done well, but I still have to confirm whether you were followed when you came here." The bone shook its head, indicating that it had hidden and stopped a few times along the way. At the same time, it had carefully observed to make sure that no one was following it. "That's good. I can tell you now that I've been killed by someone. The person who killed me was Tang Zhen." The muscular man, Lit, said in a cold voice. "How is that possible? Why would they want to kill you?" Even though he had already guessed that Li Te had reincarnated in another body, that Gu still did not dare to believe that this matter was done by Tang Zhen. Although Gu Xin had only been in contact with Tang Zhen for a short period of time, he had left behind a very deep impression in his heart. He felt that the other party would not be so rash. However, it was undeniable that Lither had come back to life, so Bone had no choice but to believe it. When he heard the question, Rit laughed coldly. Those damn cultivators of Lusheng, they're all so cunning. The reason they killed me was naturally to seize control of Heaven's Wall City. After they killed me, they immediately disguised themselves as me and deceived you and the other believers. The bone was enlightened. No wonder he had a strange feeling earlier. There was something strange about Rit. Although he knew the truth, he didn't know why, but the bone felt very uncomfortable. Before this incident, that Ji had never thought that his cooperation with Lu Cheng's cultivators would be so short. He clearly possessed many trump cards. Why did Tang Zhen still impatiently act? Could it be that there was some hidden matter that he did not know about? The bone sneaked a glance at Lirt, who stood up from the coffin. Although he was Lirt's trusted aide, he didn't completely believe Lirt's words. This cult master, who had lived for thousands of years, was extremely scheming and had also done many shameful things. Although he had his reasons, it couldn't cover up his dark nature. It could only be said that he had no choice but to do it, but it definitely couldn't be said to be an act of justice. 2539 Lit's transformation. 1. The bone didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. The already chaotic Heaven's Wall City would become even more chaotic. Although he was a cultivator envied by mortals, he was only an insignificant character in this chaotic world. A sense of powerlessness rose in the bone's heart. The identity of a cultivator that he had been so proud of in the past was actually nothing. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to be like the believers who died in battle at the city gate, dying quietly and being forgotten. Throwing away the random thoughts in his mind, Bone asked Live, the cultivators of the Tower City have harmed you and seized control of the Heaven's Wall City. What are you going to do? This was the question that Ji was most concerned about. According to Lit's style of doing things, Tianshu City would probably be in a mess. No one would be willing to let a force that had been in operation for many years be snatched away, especially under such special circumstances. The control of the Church of the Alarm Bell was even more important. As the backbone of the Church of the Alarm Bell, Na Ji would not allow such a thing to happen. The control of the Heaven's Wall City was seized by the cultivators in the city, which was a fatal threat to him. In order to eliminate the hidden danger, Tang Zhen might attack him at any time. After all, he was leader's trusted aide and was considered the most unstable hidden danger. Therefore, in order to ensure his own safety, he had to think of a way to regain control. Then, he had to think of a way to kill Tang Zhen. When he heard the bone's question, Live's expression darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The bone was shocked. At this moment, Live gave off a very dangerous feeling. Don't worry, I'll make the cultivators of Lusheng pay the price. I'll turn them into ashes along with those damn monsters. If necessary, even if the Heaven's Wall City has to be destroyed, I will do it. When Rit spoke, his clenched fist made a crisp sound, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Ji was shocked. He knew Lit's character too well. He could be said to be a man of his word. It was not a problem to deal with the cultivators in Lu City, and it was even more natural to kill monsters. But why did he destroy the Heaven's Wall City? This was his home. He had lived here for more than 200 years, and the descendants of his family had all lived in this city. If the Heaven's Wall City was destroyed, what would happen to his family's descendants? Would he just watch them die? Although cultivators were heartless and cold, they also had to distinguish who they were dealing with. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. It was also impossible for Lit to watch the younger generation of his family be destroyed. Na Ji also had a dream, which was to establish a cultivation family. Among his descendants, there were indeed a few talented ones. If his dreams were to be shattered because of Lit, then Ji would not be able to accept it. Nothing was more important than Lit's matter. In the Church of the Alarm Bell, Lit had always been a man of his word. This was leader. He always had some special means to make people submit to his will. The bone pondered, but did not show it on the surface, in case Rit found out what it was thinking. Li Te didn't pay attention to that bone. At this moment, he was immersed in hatred, pondering how he could find Tang Zhen to take revenge. You should immediately return to the city. Don't let Tang Zhen discover any abnormalities. Then, secretly contact the core members of the center and find an opportunity to gather them together. When the time is right, leave a mark on the stone wall of the city lord's mansion. I'll tell you the meeting place after I see it. The dark wave has already broken out, so we must regain control as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. After arranging the plan in a few words, he urged the bone to act as soon as possible. Cult Master, what should you do? If you're targeted by the cultivators of Lu Cheng again, won't it be very dangerous? Although Li's body was strong, he was only an ordinary person. If he were to encounter Lu Cheng's cultivator, he wouldn't be a match at all. Ji Yu said this out of concern and had no ill intentions. However, Lit's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and it was unknown what he had done. Is a cultivator that great? Hee, to tell you the truth, I'm also a cultivator now. Rit said in a cold voice. There was a hint of resentment in his voice, as well as the arrogance of a villain who had achieved success. As if he realized that his attitude was wrong, Li quickly put on a bright smile and told Ji Yu to be careful. He seemed to want to use this method to show his concern for his subordinates, but he didn't know that his fickleness had already raised the vigilance of that bone. As an old man who had followed Lit for many years, Nekomata had noticed that every time Lit was reborn, his personality would become weirder and weirder. This time, it wasn't a rebirth, but a reincarnation in another body. However, his personality had become more irritable. At the same time, he also had a feeling that Rit had become very unfamiliar, especially when he was close to him. He gave off a very cold and uncomfortable feeling. This special situation was mainly due to the body that Lit had used. Because it had been in the coffin for a long time, the body had reached the level of a monster. Even without Litt's soul, the corpse could become a soulless zombie monster with strong combat power. Now that he was using this body, he would naturally be affected by the negative energy, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Lit, who had reincarnated in a corpse, was actually a special monster. However, because of the infusion of his soul, he had hidden his identity as a monster. There were pros and cons to this situation. The good thing was that Lit's combat power had been greatly improved, and ordinary cultivators were no match for him at all. The bad thing was that due to the influence of the dead body, the dark emotions that were originally hidden by Lit could no longer be suppressed. It was a very painful thing for Lithe to disguise himself as he used to. Another flaw was that Lithe had become very bloodthirsty. When he looked at the bone, his eyes would always be on his neck. There was a desire in his heart. He wanted to take a bite and suck all the blood from the bone. It was this greedy look that made Ji Yu feel very uneasy. It was as if he was facing a ferocious beast and he was its prey. I'll go and execute the plan now. Cult Master, please take care of yourself and don't act rashly. Before the bone left, it had specially warned Lit to show its loyalty. Right nodded, but when he looked at him carefully, there was a trace of impatience in his eyes. After the bone left, Rit snorted coldly and grinned. I'm so hungry, and it's so hard to hold it in. If I didn't need that guy to do something, I would have sucked his blood dry. Lit stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. It was more than a foot long and looked like a poisonous snake. Speaking of the taste of blood, Ali's is still more delicious. If I'm not wrong, Tang Zhen will definitely not let her die. The blood essence solution that I concocted would definitely be re-injected into Ali's body to save her life. Since that's the case, I'll recycle the blood essence solution. No one can take away anything that belongs to me. After saying this, Rit let out a proud laugh. He turned around and took out a set of armor and weapons from the bottom of the coffin. Then, he quietly returned to the Heaven's Wall City. 2540 The bone surrenders. 1. The bone was filled with worry as it headed straight for the city lord's mansion. At this moment, he was constantly thinking about the task that Lit had given him. How should he do the research? This matter seemed easy, but it was not easy to do. It was far from as simple as secretly informing them. The Church of the Alarm Bell's believers didn't have a high sense of acknowledgement for their religious leader. They even regarded him as a dispensable existence. As a legend of the Church of the Alarm Bell, he only needed to be a totem quietly. He didn't need to show up and give orders. The reason for this was that in order to maintain a sense of mystery, Rit rarely came into contact with his believers. It had been the same for so many years, and the number of believers who had seen Lit's true appearance could be counted on one hand. As time went by, the hierarch's sense of majesty had gradually faded. To ordinary believers, the hierarch's existence was dispensable. If you don't believe it, just look at the previous defense battle. The hierarch didn't participate in the whole process, but the believers still fought to the death and resisted the monster's attack. They were able to do this all because of their strong beliefs, trying to save themselves and the world. Since he could do it without a cult master, what was the use of having an unfamiliar cult master? It was equivalent to putting shackles on himself for no reason. There were even those with ill intentions who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to obtain more power and benefits. The sudden appearance of the Church of the Alarm Bell's bishop was obviously their biggest obstacle. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy to win over the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell and help Lid regain the position of the bishop. The Bone made a list of all the core members of the Church of the Alarm, analyzing who would help and who would stand by and do nothing. Before he knew it, the Bone had already returned to the city lord's mansion. After checking his surroundings and making sure that no one was paying attention to him, the Bone returned to the area he was in charge of defending. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he heard footsteps coming from behind him, heading straight for his position. When he saw who it was, the Bone's heart beat wildly. The newcomers were Tang Zhen and Yu, who was pretending to be the sect master. They stood not far away, staring at the Bone. A feeling rose in Ji Yuxin's heart after seeing Tang Zhen and his partner. The other party should have come for him. Although he felt a little weak in his heart, he still braced himself and bowed to Tang Zhen and Yu. Cult Master and Sir Tang Zhen, may I know where the two of you are going? We're not going anywhere, we're here to find you, Yu said with a smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The Bone panicked even more, but he remained calm on the surface. At the same time, he pretended to be puzzled and asked, I wonder what you two want from me. Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. Look at how scared you are. As Yu spoke, he slowly walked to the Bone and patted it on the shoulder. This seemed intimate, but it made Gu's heart beat wildly. At the same time, he had a bad feeling. I just want to know, where did you go just now? Remember to tell me the truth and don't lie to me. Yu's tone was very calm when he spoke, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, Ji felt a strong sense of threat. He even had a feeling that his whereabouts might have fallen into Yu's surveillance. How is this possible? I was clearly observing. No one was following me at all. The Bone felt increasingly uneasy. He glanced at Yu and realized that she was looking at him with a faint smile. Although his expression was kind, the Bone could see the coldness hidden in his eyes, as well as a faint mockery. It was as if he was watching a clown performing a poor performance, and he was the clown. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, but the Bone knew that he could not reveal his whereabouts. If he admitted it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The problem was that since he had already aroused Tang Zhen's suspicion, what was the point of him denying it? It was nothing more than saving Lid but sacrificing himself in the end. I wasn't feeling well just now, so I found a place to rest, the Bone answered while gritting his teeth. Oh, really? Yu laughed like a fox. He circled the Bone, but his smile gradually turned cold. But why did I hear that you went to the underground city, and to a very hidden place? Is someone else lying to me or are you lying to me? This is really a headache. Yu's tone was exaggerated, and so was his expression. He looked at the Bone helplessly. When the Bone heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He was sure that his whereabouts had been exposed. Although he didn't know how Yu found out, Ji didn't dare to take any chances. His only hope now was that Lit's existence had not been exposed. With a dry laugh, the Bone said to Yu, Cult Master must be joking. How could I go to the underground city? Someone must be talking nonsense. Hehehehehehehe. Yu's laughter came and went. It was filled with mockery and a faint killing intent. The Bone felt bitter in his heart. He knew that it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. If there were no accidents, he would probably die here today. Just as he was quietly sighing in his heart, Tang Zhen, who was standing by the side, suddenly opened his mouth. However, his tone was similarly ice cold. Do you know why I'm talking nonsense with you? I just want to give you a chance. Don't become a burial object for Lit. I remember that your family is also here. If you want them to suffer with you, no one will stop you. I'm sure you already know that Lit was killed. As for the reason, it was because he wanted to kill me first. There's another thing that I still want to tell you. It might not be related to you, but I do. Lit became a cultivator because he caught Ali and drained her blood to make a so-called potion. Fortunately, I saved her in time and barely managed to save her life. You might think that this has nothing to do with you, but let me tell you, Ali is a loyal believer like you, but Rit did not hesitate to harm her. Being loyal to such a leader is definitely the greatest tragedy. If you continue to be stubborn, you might end up like Ellie. Tang Zhen shook his head and slowly walked forward as he looked at Gu's grave expression. If I'm not wrong, you went to the underground city to see Lit. For him to be able to come back to life so quickly, he must have used the remains of his previous life. This method seemed magical, but it had a huge drawback. Any cultivator who did this would become very bloodthirsty. You were able to come back alive because you still have some value. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back at all. You would have become live's food. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Gu's face turned deathly pale. He really did not dare to believe that Tang Zhen would describe the scene so clearly. It was as if he had personally witnessed the scene. Thinking back to the scene, the way Rit looked at him was indeed terrifying, as if he was staring at his prey. Now, tell me your choice. Will you protect the Heaven's Wall City and your family with me? Or do you want to follow that madman, Lit, and turn the Heaven's Wall City into real ruins? Ji Yu smiled bitterly. He knew that he had to make a choice. If he continued to follow Lithe, he would die without a doubt. A few seconds later, Ji Yu let out a dejected smile and bowed to Tang Zhen and the other man. I chose to follow you for the sake of my family. At the same time, I also hope to protect the Heaven's Wall City and prevent it from being turned into ruins by the demon wave. 2541 evil guests at the door. 1. Wen Yuju, who was standing at the side, saw this. A hint of disappointment appeared on his face. He pointed at the bone and said, "You know how to judge the situation, you're smart." The bone forced a smile, but he felt relieved. He was not a fool. From Yuju's words, he knew that the other party had already made preparations. If he refused to cooperate, Yuju would make a move and send him into the cycle of reincarnation. The question was, did reincarnation really exist in this world? The bone was uncertain. Although Lithe and the Wise Ones existed, it didn't mean anything. At most, it was a special case. Tang Zhen did not allow the bone to think too much. Regardless of the secret skill he had used or the means Yuju had used, he could only confirm where the bone had gone and see some blurry fragments. As for what exactly had happened, he still needed the bone to explain it in person, and then he could analyze and judge. Late asked me to contact the members of the church and choose a secret location to meet up secretly. He wanted to discuss how to deal with you. There was no need for Tang Zhen to ask. That Ji Yu kept the long story short and described the scene of the underground cave meeting. It's as I expected. Tang Zhen nodded his head. The content of what Lit had described was similar to what he had guessed. If you were Lit, what would you be doing now? Tang Zhen had a thoughtful expression on his face. He furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before asking Yuju. Me, of course, I'll fill my stomach first. It's very uncomfortable not to eat for 100 years. Yuju seemed to have thought of something as he spoke with a face full of emotion. At the same time, he revealed an expression that he could not bear to recall the past. Filling my stomach, I know where we should go now. Tang Zhen had already walked into the distance as he spoke. Clearly, he was about to leave the city governor's mansion. Let's go. Let's go and watch the fun. Maybe you'll see your former boss. Yuju always looked as if he would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Coupled with his lazy tone, it made people feel like he was asking for a beating. The bone didn't dare to attack and just followed behind silently. It was obviously in a complicated mood. In the dim house, there were 2 injured people lying on the ground. The one outside was Ergo, and the one inside was Ali. Ergo's injuries weren't fatal, and with his meticulous care, he was no longer in danger. Because he had swallowed the blood essence solution that Tang Zhen had brought back, he could already feel the existence of heaven and earth energy. He could be considered to have officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. Ergo was overjoyed as he thanked Tang Zhen profusely. After all, this was something he had been dreaming of. However, Tang Zhen told Ergo that this blood essence solution was made from Ellie's blood and that if he wanted to thank her, he should go to Ellie. Dog 2 was shocked. He didn't expect the medicine he drank to have such a history. However, he quickly came back to his senses and promised to take good care of Ali. What he didn't know was that as the rules of the world changed, one could also obtain the opportunity to become a cultivator by killing monsters. The problem was that the monsters were too powerful for ordinary people. How many people could kill them? Swallowing the blood essence solution could eliminate the danger and even stimulate some of his innate abilities. Both Ali and Lit had proven this point, so even though this method was wasteful, it also had corresponding benefits. As for Ali's mother, she looked relieved, but also pained. When Ali went missing, her mother thought that her daughter died in the war and cried for a long time. In this family, Ali was the pillar. If she died, the family would not be far from collapsing. In the end, Just as Ali's mother was in extreme grief, Tang Zhen sent Ali back. Although she was in a weak state, it was much better than death. After all, as long as he was alive, he would have infinite hope. According to Tang Zhen's request, Ali's mother started to take care of the two patients. Fortunately, the two were weak, so it wasn't troublesome to take care of them. She was cooking. The Heaven's Wall City was rich in a type of ore that was divided into yin and yang, like magnets. When these ores were stacked together, they would produce enough heat to cook food. This was the main ingredient used by the residents of the Heaven's Wall City to cook food, not wood or coal. This also prevented many dangers from occurring. Ali's mother was currently using a stone stove to cook fish soup made from mosses and lake fish. This kind of food was extremely fresh and tender. It was a very famous delicacy in the Heaven's Wall City and had always been known for its rich nutrition. Normally, Ali's mother wouldn't have the money to buy such food, and even if she wanted to, no one would sell it to her. However, due to the previous arrangements, Ali's house had received a pile of food, most of which were good tonics. Ali's twin brother was sitting at the side, his eyes staring at the stone pot, drooling. "This is the food I prepared for your sister. You two can only have it after she has finished eating." Hearing their mother's warning, the two little fellows pouted their lips in grievance, but they also knew to give in to their sister. After putting the food in a bowl made of shells, Ali's mother brought one for Ergo, then another for her daughter. Ali's complexion was much better now. She took the food her mother handed over and took a sip with a wooden spoon. "Thank you, Mom. Your food is delicious." Ali smiled sweetly and thanked her mother. She didn't want her to worry about her. Seeing her daughter being so sensible, Ali's mother's eyes became wet again, and she quickly turned around to not let her daughter see. At this moment, there was the sound of footsteps at the door, followed by a light knock. "Who is it?" Ali's mother was confused and nervous, not knowing if she should open the door. At this time, the Heaven's Wall City was in chaos. From time to time, there would be battles, and the ordinary residents were also affected. Those city foxes and rats even took advantage of the situation and committed many evil deeds, causing many residents of the Heaven's Wall City to suffer. If the Church of the Warning Bells believers ran into them, they could help to expel and punish them, but if they didn't, they could only admit that they were unlucky. The most hateful thing was that these bandits not only robbed, but sometimes they also killed the victims' families. It was really crazy. Ali's mother was worried about running into bandits, so when she asked, she picked up a bone knife. The main body of the bone knife was the rib of a wild beast he had picked up in the forest. It was as warm as jade, and he didn't know what material it was made of. Perhaps it had been used for too long, so it had been molded into jade and had a special appearance. There were grooves carved on the ribs, and fragments similar to obsidian were embedded in them, which were firmly glued together by gum. It looked like a monster's jawbone, full of sharp teeth. If it were to hit the body, it would cause serious damage. Seeing Ali's mother's actions, Dog 2 stood up and reached for the sword beside it. Who knew that just as his fingers touched the handle of the knife, he heard a muffled bang, and the door was kicked open violently. Ali's mother was shocked. She subconsciously swung her knife and charged at the figure at the door. Having lost her husband and having to raise 3 children, this seemingly weak woman actually had a fierce nature. In order to protect her child, she would not hesitate to kill people to protect her family. The knife landed on the other party's neck, but it did not feel like it was cutting through flesh. Instead, there was a rebound, as if it had cut into rubber. The figure laughed coldly and kicked Ali's mother. After flying back a few meters, she slammed into the stone wall. 2542 Let's Revenge 1 Ali's mother was just an ordinary person. After receiving such a heavy blow, she immediately spat out blood and fell down the stone wall. She tried to struggle after landing on the ground, but she couldn't stand up at all. Because of a heavy blow, her internal organs were shattered and shifted. If he didn't receive immediate treatment, he would probably die soon. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the room. Ali's soup bowl fell to the ground and she cried out, "Mom!" He wanted to go forward to check, but his weak body did not allow him to, and he almost fainted. Ergo, who was the closest to the door, had already attacked without hesitation. Compared to Ali's mother's weakness, his attack was fast and ruthless. Now that he had become a cultivator, his attack power was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. The strength of this blade was enough to cut a person in half. However, in the face of Ergu's attack, the figure opposite him did not dodge. Instead, he extended his arm to block. Clang, clang, sparks flew. The full-powered strike from Buttface's saber was easily blocked by the opponent. It didn't cause any damage at all. Seeing this, Go was shocked. He already had some understanding of his own strength, but he didn't expect his opponent's defense to be so strong. After confirming that the other party's strength was far beyond his own, Go did not dare to be careless. He began to retreat, ready to figure out the other party's background. However, his opponent's speed was far faster than he had imagined. Just as he was retreating, the figure suddenly rushed forward. Before Go could react, it was as if a car had crashed into his body, and he had no way of dodging. Buttface groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was also knocked against the wall. In the blink of an eye, 2 people were injured in the house, leaving Allie and her twin brother. The 2 little fellows had long been scared silly. At this moment, their eyes were wide open, and they wanted to cry but did not dare to. They were so scared that their bodies kept trembling. "Who are you?" Even though the situation was extremely dangerous, Allie was extremely calm. She stared at the figure in the dark and asked in a calm tone. "I think I should be able to guess it. After all, there's a special connection between you and me, my little Allie." The figure in the dark spoke in a calm tone, seemingly without any emotion. The coldness in that voice made people shiver. "Do I know you? It's you, Rit." Allie's voice was filled with shock. There was no respect in her voice when she mentioned this name, only disgust. Clearly, after what had happened, Allie had seen through the lies of Rit and hated him to the core. Hearing Allie's answer, the figure in the shadows chuckled and took a step forward. "You're indeed a smart little girl. You've guessed the correct answer in a short time. But there's no reward." As he took a step forward, the figure appeared under the light, but it was a face that Allie found unfamiliar. He was taller and stronger than Lit, and he gave off a cold feeling, as if he was a corpse or wax figure. At the same time, there was a strange stench that spread in all directions, like a dead fish that had been frozen for many years. Although he looked unfamiliar, Allie was sure that he was probably Lit. This was because Ellie knew very well that the original Lit had been killed by Tang Zhen. The Lit who appeared in front of her now was actually reborn through the means of reincarnation. Before she was hurt by Lit, Allie only had admiration and envy for his ability to regrow. However, at this moment, there was a sense of fear in Ellie's heart. She felt that she was facing a terrifying monster. If he was not a monster, how could he be reborn again and become an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? Especially after being hurt by him and now coming to hurt her family, Ellie's ruthlessness towards Lit had accumulated to the limit. She glared at Lit with a murderous glint in her eyes, and ice crystals began to appear on the surface of her body. Lirt did not notice this. He was very satisfied with the deterrence he created. This was something he had never experienced in the past few years. "As a neighbor, you're actually very annoying because I find you very smart and always accidentally know things you shouldn't know." This made me feel very awkward, but it was also a good thing. Being a little smarter was much better than doing nothing. That's why I introduced you to the Church of the Alarm Bell. I originally wanted to train you well, hoping that one day you would become my right and left arm. However, no one would have thought that you would accept Cultivator Lu Cheng's transformation and become a cultivator. This might be a casual action by Tang Zhen. However, it has an extremely important meaning to both you and me. The blood in your body happens to be the main ingredient for the awakening potion. It is very important to me. Therefore, I can only sacrifice you to achieve a greater goal. This is a supreme honor for you, because your sacrifice can be exchanged for the happiness of more people. How great is this? Perhaps you don't know this, but when I'm prepared to sacrifice you, it means that I'll protect your family. I'll do everything I can to help them survive this catastrophe. Consider it my compensation to you. But what I didn't expect was that the moment my experiment succeeded, the damn Lu Cheng cultivator appeared in front of me. I've underestimated Lu Cheng's cultivator. I will never let that damn Tang Zhen go. Because they killed me and then saved you. In the end, they pretended to be me and took control of the city. They're all demons, and the catastrophe came because of them. If this city falls into their hands, all the residents will die. When Rit spoke, his expression was unusually ferocious. He seemed to need a channel to vent his anger, and Allie and the others were good listeners. Allie shook her head and said in a cold voice, "I only know one thing. You wanted to kill me and hurt my family. I desperately pursued wealth and power just to protect my family and protect them from harm. However, not only did you hurt me, but you also hurt my family. So, to me, you are the real enemy. I don't care about anything else, but if you want to hurt my family, you'll have to step over my dead body." As Ali spoke, the cold air around her body became thicker and thicker, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The two little fellows felt that something was wrong, especially when they realized that the cold air came from their sister. They were so scared that they hugged each other and shivered. Lit's reaction was a little slow. His body was a zombie, so it was unusually cold and slippery. He was very slow in sensing temperature. Hearing Ali's warning, Rit smiled sarcastically and said in a disdainful tone, "You dare to talk to me like this? Sure enough, you will be contaminated by cultivators of Lu Cheng and become so disgusting. Since you care so much about your family, I'll let you see with your own eyes how your family dies in front of you and experience that kind of heart-piercing pain. This is the punishment for a traitor." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward the two little fellows, his black nails as sharp as knives. "Don't!" Ali's mother shouted, trying to stop Lit's attack. However, she was heavily injured and could only watch as Lit charged at her child. "Damn bastard, get lost!" At this critical moment, a sharp scream was heard. Then, a petite figure appeared in front of Lit. The cold air spread and shocked Lit. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt his body freeze. A ball of cold air came from the opposite side and fell on his chest. Then, it actually penetrated his body and froze from his chest to his back. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and a hole was blasted in the frozen area of Rit's body. Chapter 2543 You Die. Live 1. The attacker was Ali, who had mutated due to the stimulation. At this time, her appearance had changed greatly. Her entire body was covered in a deep blue light, emitting an ice-cold fluorescent light. The ice crystals on her body were like diamonds, giving off a dazzling light, making Ali look like a fairy. There was something like mist under her feet, which dragged her up half a meter from the ground, replacing her feet to walk. At this moment, Ellie was as cold as ice, giving off a feeling that strangers should not approach her. Compared to before, she was like a completely different person. This is really surprising. Looking down at the hole in his chest, Rit's eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't understand how Ali, who was so weak just a moment ago, became so fierce. Even though his body was invulnerable, it was frozen and shattered by the cold air, and a hole was dug out. At this moment, Lit felt like Ali was an ice mountain. If she wanted to, she could freeze people into popsicles at any time. How could an ordinary little girl possess such a terrifying ability? Could it be that she had awakened some kind of innate ability like him? The possibility of this was extremely high. After all, a similar situation had happened to him before, and he had awakened the ability to control the remains. What a lucky girl, so lucky that I'm jealous. Rit laughed as he punched at Ali's head. If someone else had suffered such an injury, they would have died on the spot, but it was different for Lit. Even if the head of this body was cut off, it would not affect his movement. After all, he was only a controller, and this body was just an empty shell. They knew no pain and were invulnerable. Ordinary people were no match for them. Ali's freezing ability was powerful, but it was only effective against normal creatures. Rit was almost unaffected and could fight back at any time. Seeing that Lirt was about to attack, Ali's body suddenly turned into blue smoke, and Lirt's punch missed. Seeing this, Lirt's pupils contracted, and he had a bad feeling. This is an energy-type technique. Why would it appear on you? You're obviously made of flesh and blood. You're so powerful. Rit roared in a low voice, his tone filled with shock and envy. If they were to compare their awakenings, Ali's talent was clearly better. The already twisted Lirt cried out that it was unfair. Why couldn't such a good thing happen to him? However, he was still in the middle of a battle and had no time to think about other things. Seeing that his first attack had missed, Rit immediately launched a second wave of attacks. Who would have thought that halfway through, Rit would suddenly change direction and go straight for the two little guys beside him. The two little guys were already scared out of their wits. They did not dodge at all when they saw Lit coming straight at them. Looking at the two little guys, faces filled with fear, Lit laughed coldly in his heart. He was unusually excited. Instead of attacking Ellie, it would be better to deal with her family and make them suffer more. The main reason was that he was sure Ali wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. When the time comes, as expected, just as Lit changed his target, he heard a scream from behind him. Ali had already rushed over to save him. Go to hell, he kicked out and landed on Ellie's chest. Then, there was the sound of ice crystal shattering. Just like Lit, there was a hole in Ali's chest, too. It was a horrible sight. But even so, Ali still gritted her teeth and stared at Lit. The next moment, Ali's body turned illusory again, about to dissipate into energy. As long as she changed her form, the damage from physical attacks would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to lock onto her. A cold glint flashed in Lith's eyes as he charged at the two kids again, his fist sweeping out. If they were hit, the two little fellows would immediately turn into rotten meat. If you don't want your little brother to die, then you'll have to take a look. Before he could finish, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Ali. She protected her younger brother and took the hit from Lither's fist. At the same time, she hugged Lither's arm with both hands, and the bone-chilling cold kept coming. PFF'd. A mouthful of blue liquid spurted out from Ali's mouth, and her face started to turn paler. Although she blocked Lith's attack, Ali was already heavily injured. At the same time, she also used an injury for injury method to cripple one of Lith's arms. However, Lit still had an arm. He was not afraid of pain, so he could still fight. Little Ali, go to hell. It won't be long before your family will be with you. Of course, before sending them off, I'll treat them well and make sure that your family will not die in peace. Rit laughed evilly like a devil. Ali's eyes were still cold, but she protected her brother with all her might and looked at Lit with a mocking gaze. She did have the right to look down on Lit, the leader of the Church of Alarm, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, for using such despicable means to fight. As expected of an old cunning fox, the more he lived, the more shameless he became, and the more unscrupulous he was. Lit did not care. As long as he could achieve his goal, he would do anything. For example, cooperating with the Lu Cheng cultivators and taking into account his hatred for them, such a thing should not have happened. However, Lit did it, and he even took the initiative to cooperate with Lu Cheng, which was beyond everyone's expectations. However, just as the cooperation between the two sides was on the right track, Lit began to regret it and was ready to find a way to kill Tang Zhen. If Tang Zhen was a step late, he would be chased by Lit and his situation would become extremely dangerous. Tang Zhen made the first move, but the unlucky one was Lit. The first to strike was the stronger one, and the second to strike would suffer. As for what he did, Rit didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead, he was secretly pleased. So what if it had an energy-formed body? It had still been defeated by him and was about to be killed by him. When Li Te thought of this, he couldn't help but feel proud. He even thought of Tang Zhen and fantasized about killing all the cultivators in the building. In the middle of a life-and-death battle, he still had the mind to think about these things. It could be seen that there was something wrong with Lit's brain. However, this abnormality was actually the most normal thing. Although a cultivator's life was long, they had to withstand the invasion of the Heart's Devil. If they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Rit thought that he had been reincarnated for thousands of years, but in fact, he had been haunted by his inner demons for a long time. He just didn't realize it. In addition, every time he reincarnated, he would devour the soul of the body's original owner. Just when Leader thought Ellie was dead for sure and Ellie thought she would not be able to escape, an angry roar came from behind. His soul was poisoned, and since he wasn't a cultivator, he didn't know how to cure it. As a result, his symptoms became more and more serious. The fickleness of his emotions, the cunningness, and the treachery were just his appearance. In reality, he was filled with the desire to destroy and wanted to destroy everything. Just when Leader thought Ellie was dead for sure and Ellie thought she would not be able to escape, an angry roar came from behind them. Nobody knew when Buttface had stood up from the ground. However, his appearance had changed greatly. He now looked like a monster with sharp horns. By the time Lit felt that something was wrong, Ergo had already swung his sword and cut off his neck. A head flew up and rolled on the ground with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 2544 Cooked 1. Although his head was cut off, Lirt didn't die. The head on the ground turned over and was pushed up by the tongue. It then looked at Ergo with cold eyes. Hee hee, to think that there would be such an unforeseen event. I was too careless, hee hee. Lit's tone was filled with regret, as if he regretted not killing Ergo earlier, which resulted in his own sneak attack. His current state was really extremely awkward. Ali, who had just escaped death, also reacted. She carried her brother and dodged to the side. The headless corpse rushed forward mechanically. Without the control of the head, the body's movements became extremely ridiculous. After it rushed to the wall, it immediately waved its fists and smashed it. Even when he tripped, he continued to hit him like a madman. Looking at his own ugly state, Rid laughed coldly, but he couldn't do anything. Although he had lived for thousands of years, he had been confined to the Heaven's Wall City and had always been an ordinary person. Although he was much more powerful than others, there was a limit. If he was an experienced cultivator, Ali, or Go, and the others would have died long ago. The most frightening thing about Lit was his identity as the leader of the Church of Alarm. If he lost that identity, he would be nothing. After cutting off Live's head, Dog 2 was like a deflated ball, lying limply on the ground. His horns and scales quickly disappeared under his skin, and his tattered clothes hung on his body, making him look extremely disheveled. However, Go's face was full of smiles. Not only had he activated a special ability, but he had also saved the siblings. However, his body had become even weaker. He could faint at any moment, or even lose his life. Just as Dog 2's consciousness started to blur, Ali walked over and placed her arm by Dog 2's mouth. As the cool liquid flowed into his mouth, Go regained his consciousness. The taste in his mouth was familiar. This smell is definitely blood essence solution. Brother Dog was stunned at first, then he looked at Ali, who was in front of him. He saw that her arm had been cut open, and light blue blood was flowing out. Clearly, Ellie knew the use of her blood and was using this method to save Go, to repay him for saving her life. After understanding the situation, Dog 2 immediately shut his mouth. He knew that Ali was also heavily injured. Although what she did helped him, it would hurt him, and it might even endanger his life. Go couldn't afford to be rescued like this. Don't worry about me. Go and see your mother. Her injuries are more serious than mine. Ali stood up and was ready to check on her mother's condition. However, she had only taken a few steps before she fell to the ground, her breathing extremely weak. The two little guys at the side finally cried out loud. One of them crawled towards his sister, and the other ran towards his mother, crying their hearts out. When Lit saw this scene, he laughed proudly and his huge head kept shaking. Ha ha ha, you idiots are all heavily injured and will die soon. Without the care of the adults, these two annoying little fellows would not live for long. Also, this city filled with trash was originally the holy land of our race. You descendants of the slave race have no right to occupy this place. Even if the cultivators and monsters don't kill you, I won't let you go. Sooner or later, I'll wipe you all out. Lit's voice was vicious and it echoed in the room. The two little fellows who were crawling on their mother and sister suddenly had the courage to grab the soup pot beside them and smash it on the head on the ground. Lit couldn't dodge and was drenched in the soup, with leaves all over his face. After being stunned for a moment, Rit suddenly exploded and started scolding the two little guys. You two damn little animals, how dare you treat me like this? Do you believe that I won't skin you and break your bones one by one? Fuck. Lit cursed loudly, his tone extremely vicious. He no longer had the demeanor of a cult master, and was more like a shrew cursing in the street. I'll beat you to death, you bad guy. One of Ali's younger brothers shouted as he lifted a basin and placed it on his head. Lit's voice came from the basin, but it was much softer, but he was still cursing. However, the two little fellows were holding a stick and constantly hitting the big basin, as loud as gongs. After knocking for a while, Live's voice gradually weakened until there was no sound. The two little fellows looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Then, they walked to the front of the stove and activated the stone used for cooking. They placed the boiling stone pot on top of it and filled it with clear water. The entire process was done with great skill. The children of the poor took care of the household early. The two little fellows did a lot of housework on a daily basis, so this small matter was not difficult for them at all. While boiling the water, the two little fellows were still knocking on the basin, as if to vent their anger. It didn't take long for the water in the stone pot to boil. The two little fellows then carefully lifted the basin. Under the basin, Lit's eyes were bloodshot and he looked like he was about to explode. When he saw the two little fellows, he was about to continue cursing when he saw a stick being thrust at him. Ka, Lit bit down and bared his teeth like a mad dog, trying to vent his anger. The two little guys grabbed a stick and lifted Lit's head, walking to the stone pot at the side. Lit was so angry that he bit the stick and refused to let go. Just like that, he was lifted above the soup pot by the two little fellows. By the time he realized something was wrong, the two little guys had already let go of his hands, and Liv's head fell directly into the soup pot. In the boiling hot water, Lit cursed loudly, but it was of no use. Even the zombie's head couldn't withstand the boiling water. It didn't take long for Liv's head to be cooked. Lit, who had come to take revenge, never dreamed that he would encounter such an encounter. First, his head was cut off, and then he was cooked by two harmless naughty children. It seems like we're too late. Three figures appeared at the door. When they saw the situation in the room, Yuju chuckled. It's not too late. They can still be saved. As Tang Zhen spoke, he walked into the house and started to check on Ali and the others' injuries. Everyone's injuries were fatal, but with Tang Zhen here, it shouldn't be a problem to keep their lives. Furthermore, Ellie and Ergo had gained a blessing in disguise and had both awakened their special innate abilities. He wondered why this would happen. Looking at their race, it didn't seem to have anything to do with their natural abilities. Perhaps there were some rules of the world involved. The skeleton followed behind and looked at the headless body on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Not long ago, Lit was still ambitious and wanted to take revenge on Tang Zhen. In the end, he was beheaded in the blink of an eye. The situation changed so quickly that the bone was caught off guard. Yuju walked in front of the stone pot and looked at the rolling head inside with great interest. Little guy, did you do this? Yuju's current appearance was exactly the same as Lit's, so the two little fellows naturally recognized him. We did it, brother Lit. This bad guy hurt mom, sister, and Uncle Ergo. With someone backing them up, the two little guys immediately gained courage and pointed at Lit in the pot. Good job. Yuju gave the little fellow a thumbs up and praised him. Brother Lit, who is this bad guy? Why does sister call him Lit? A little fellow asked Yuju, but he didn't know that the Lit in front of him was a fake, and the real Lit had been stewed by them. This guy, look at him, he looks like a human, but he's actually an animal. Yuju explained. Looking at the ground full of wolves, he added another sentence. That's right, it's an animal. 2545 Preparing for battle. 1. Sir Tang Zhen, is called Master Gauntlet dead? That bone walked forward and helped Ali's mother up before carefully asking Tang Zhen. For the sake of his family, Bone had drawn a clear line between himself and Lit, but he was very concerned about his life. In fact, he had an idea in his heart, and that was to hope that Lit would die quickly, so that he would feel less guilty. If there was a need, he wouldn't mind helping out and sending Lither to hell. This was a very strange phenomenon. Betrayers would often be very cruel to their former companions to prove that they were not wrong. Based on your understanding of Lit, do you think he would die so easily? Tang Zhen shook his head. Although the known remains of Lit had been destroyed, who knew if he had any other means? Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this persistent fellow would suddenly appear. However, as Tang Zhen's deployment was gradually completed, the threat of Lit became smaller and smaller. Even if he appeared again, it would not have much of an impact on Tang Zhen. Bone's expression was gloomy. Although he wanted to hear the news of Rit's death, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Bring the injured back to the city lord's mansion to recuperate. At the same time, let Ellie show her face more often, so that when you were attacked and passed down your position, it would not feel too abrupt. Tang Zhen said to Yuju with a smile. After that, he instructed the silent GU to find some believers to help. It didn't take long for a group of believers to arrive. They carried things that looked like stretchers and sent all the injured to the city lord's mansion. As for Lit's body, it had been directly burned to the ground, not even a bone was left. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Tang Zhen and Yuju started to get busy. What they had to do now was to increase the strength of their followers as much as possible. It was easy to do things with power in one's hands. With Yuju's order, all the residents of the Heaven's Wall city were mobilized, and they officially entered a state of war. All the residents of the Heaven's Wall city had to accept any recruitment arrangements unconditionally. At the same time, they had to take on the tasks of guarding the city and logistics. After this order was issued, it caused a big commotion in the Heaven's Wall city. Although everyone knew that the demon wave was coming, they didn't expect it to have such a big impact on them. In fact, the majority of the residents held the idea of waiting and watching. They didn't really realize how terrifying this catastrophe was. They couldn't be blamed for this. After all, their knowledge was limited, so it was normal that they couldn't sense the danger. As for the Church of the Alarm Bells believers, although they knew that the catastrophe was coming, they had never really experienced that kind of despair and powerlessness. They also did not know what they were about to face. Perhaps in the entire Heaven's Wall city, only Lit truly understood the terror of the catastrophe, because he had personally experienced it. Although they were against orders, no one dared to disobey. It should be known that the believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell were merciless when dealing with rebels. According to the thoughts of the believers, they had to ensure the absolute authority of the Church of the Alarm Bell, and they were not allowed to resist. As long as they disobeyed orders, there was no need to save them. They could just kill them and save some resources. The seemingly cruel rules and concepts were actually from life's experience and passed on to the Church of the Alarm Bell's believers. It was because of this strict rule that the Church of the Alarm Bell was able to completely control the Heaven's Wall city in a short time. The entire Heaven's Wall city was mobilized. Groups of men took tools and began to transform the Heaven's Wall city according to the drawings. The Heaven's Wall city had a long history and was originally a military fortress. However, due to various reasons, many places had been destroyed. With his current defensive measures, he could not stop the monsters at all. He had to level up immediately. The first place to be transformed was naturally the bridge to the outside world. It could allow the residents of the Heaven's Wall city to go out, but it could also allow enemies from the outside to enter. According to Tang Zhen's orders, the manufacturing factory allocated a batch of explosives and then moved them to the long bridge. With a loud noise, the bridge, which had a history of more than 1,000 years, broke from the center. Countless residents of the Heaven's Wall city witnessed this scene. They were shocked by the power of the explosives, but at the same time, they were extremely heartbroken by the destruction of the long bridge. The beautiful scenery of the long bridge across the clear water in autumn might never be seen again, and would only be left in his memory. Through the explosion of the bridge, the residents of the Heaven's Wall city realized that the situation might be far more serious than they had imagined. In addition to blowing up the bridge, various underwater obstacles were also set up in the lakes around the Heaven's Wall city to prevent enemies from diving in. At the bottom of the water around the Heaven's Wall city, there were many dam-like things that separated the Heaven's Wall city from the lake. However, with the years of disrepair and the deliberate destruction of the fishermen, those underwater dams had long disappeared. Now that it was being repaired, it would definitely not be able to restore it to its original scale. Firstly, time was limited, and secondly, they lacked sufficient materials. During the construction process, they also encountered a large number of underwater monsters, which were obviously mutated fish after being infected. All kinds of problems made the repair work more and more difficult, and the progress was very slow. It might not even be completed before the next monster attack. Tang Zhen didn't really mind it. One must know that the Heavenly Strength Lake was an excellent defensive barrier. Adding some more obstacles now would only be adding flowers to a brocade. If he wanted to improve his defense, he still had to think of ways to improve his weapons and equipment as well as training his members. As long as he completed these 2 points, he could basically guarantee that he would not have to worry about the early stages. There were hundreds of thousands of Heaven's Wall city's residents. Even if they lined up to be killed by monsters, it would still take a certain amount of time. This was the main reason why Tang Zhen was fighting for control of the city. Controlling the city was equivalent to having a large number of cannon fodder. Although it sounded cruel, it was the truth. Being cannon fodder was also a kind of fortune. At the very least, they would have the opportunity to become stronger and have a higher chance of survival. When they were armed and had the ability to fight against monsters, it was hard to say who would kill who. Moreover, when the natives hunted monsters, their strength would also increase. As long as they made reasonable arrangements and survived the early difficulties, the strength of the natives would become stronger and stronger. Compared to the previous catastrophe, the natives of this generation were obviously much luckier. With the destruction of the long bridge, the work of setting up obstacles in the lake began, and the transformation of the Heaven's Wall city itself was also in progress. The 2 nearby mountains originally had 2 ways of travel, one by boat and one by the underground city. After Tang Zhen's inspection, he ordered people to build dozens of ropeways for the rapid transmission of items. Batches of resources were transported over, and cannons began to appear on the 2 peaks. Small trebuchets and other equipment also appeared on the platforms. Once the war began, the 2 mountains would assist the main city in attacking the monsters. Due to the lack of weapons and equipment, the manufacturing factory was already operating at full capacity. Even so, it was still unable to meet the demand. As a last resort, they could only build a new manufacturing factory. In addition to manufacturing guns and weapons, they were also responsible for manufacturing runic airships. In addition to these things, the work of food storage was also in full swing, and it was regarded as a top priority. The food consumption of hundreds of thousands of people was terrifying, and the food reserves in the Heaven's Wall City could only last for less than 10 days. If they could not solve this problem, the Heaven's Wall City would collapse on its own without the monsters attacking. 2546 The competition between cultivators in Lucheng. 1. There were many things that needed to be prepared in advance. If they had to wait until the end to think of a solution, they would definitely taste the bitter fruit of slacking. Especially food, which was of utmost importance. The hungry residents of the Heaven's Wall City couldn't hold on for long. If they used force to suppress them, it would lead to more dangerous situations. At that time, not to mention fighting monsters, even self-defense would be very difficult, and the early stage of the operation would be in vain. Therefore, when the defense was in progress, the food storage had been carried out at the same time, taking priority over other matters. There used to be crops outside Tianshu City, but they were not ripe yet. In the past, there would be nearby villages and towns selling rice, but now the channels were cut off. With the outbreak of the demon wave, it was estimated that demons would run rampant outside, so how could they provide food? After all was said and done, he still had to think of a way. Tang Zhen looked at the information in his hand. There was the food storage situation of the Heaven's Wall City as well as the detailed information of the nearby materials. After he finished reading, Tang Zhen frowned. He realized that the situation was far worse than he had expected. The current Heaven's Wall City lacked a long-term food source. If they didn't find a solution now, it would become more and more difficult to solve in the future. No one could say when the calamity would end, so they had to make long-term preparations. If it were the natives, they would definitely be stumped by this matter. How could they solve the food problem of hundreds of thousands of residents in a day? Others might not be able to do it, but it did not mean that Tang Zhen could not. He had all kinds of knowledge and skills. When he was fighting in the Tarobo galaxy, he had also received the stored memories of countless Tarobo people. This knowledge was sealed and could be used at any time. There was a lot of knowledge that could be put to use. After becoming a creator, he had a clearer understanding of the nature of all things. The knowledge of the world of artisans was specifically targeted at the current situation. Moreover, with Tang Zhen's current cultivation, he was completely capable of operating it with ease. Therefore, when the food crisis in Tianyang City was placed in front of him, several ideas immediately emerged in Tang Zhen's mind. After considering the existing conditions, he finally chose one of them. Modify plants to the point that they are on the edge of extinction and become a new source of food. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen immediately began to act. Due to the control of the city, a laboratory that belonged solely to Tang Zhen was built with an order. Piles of experimental materials were sent in. The accumulation of the alarm bell church and the city lord's mansion had saved Tang Zhen a lot of time. The required materials had basically been found. Such a smooth start made Tang Zhen even more confident. He purified and mixed all kinds of materials to make something similar to a catalyst, and then put it aside for later use. The runic magic circle was indispensable. Without it, the modification experiment could not be carried out at all. Moreover, it had to be a special array, which needed to be modified from time to time to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment. This required a Grandmaster level attainment in runic magic circles. Just this point alone was enough to make countless people flinch. The drawing of the runic magic circle was the most troublesome. In order to speed up the process, Tang Zhen had pulled Yuju over. Yuju obviously did not like this job, but he knew the importance of this matter, so he chose to cooperate obediently. Tang Zhen had seen many cultivators in Lusheng, but there were only a few who could match him in runic magic circles. Yuju was one of them, and it was clear that he was not an ordinary cultivator. Since this fellow was unwilling to reveal his origin, Tang Zhen did not pursue the matter. After all, this competition had nothing to do with his original identity. Ali, Ji Yu, and the others also had the chance to watch, but they were confused from the beginning to the end. They couldn't understand what Tang Zhen was doing. While drawing the runic magic circle, Tang Zhen also personally went to the forest outside Tianshu City to collect plants and find suitable transformation objects. Everything had a source, and food couldn't appear out of thin air. Even if the creator's method was used, it was actually transformed by the power of the source. During the process of gathering the plants, Tang Zhen could clearly feel a kind of evil energy rippling in the forest. It was because of this energy that animals and plants began to transform rapidly, eventually becoming terrifying monsters. The closer they got to the city, the lower the concentration of the energy. After entering the city, the energy would disappear without a trace. This was clearly the game rules at work. If one did not want to become a monster, entering a crowded city was the best choice. On the long bridge that had been blown up, people appeared one after another. They were all villagers from nearby Sky Void City. Because of the monsters, many villages had been destroyed, and those who could escape here were all survivors. They were begging on the broken bridge and the lakeshore, hoping to enter the Heaven's Wall City. Some impatient people even jumped into the lake. As a result, they were surrounded by man-eating fish as soon as they entered the lake, and their bodies were destroyed in a moment. The survivors were frightened and didn't dare to enter the water again. They could only plead loudly. They were lucky that the Heaven's Wall City was short of manpower and needed to understand the situation outside, so these survivors were rescued. The Church of the Alarm Bells believers paddled their ships and transported them back to the Heaven's Wall City. They would later be quarantined and examined before becoming one of the members fighting against the monster. Yuju would also be in charge of the investigation. It was impossible for the cultivators of Lu City to sneak into the Heaven's Wall City using this method. Everything was ready, and the experiment officially began. After being busy for 3 days and 3 nights, Tang Zhen finally completed the experiment. Dozens of test subjects were placed into the runic magic circle and began the final catalytic work. Yuju clicked his tongue in wonder. He had never seen such a technique from the world of the creator. Tang Zhen, who finally had some free time, took the time to look at the ranking list, but discovered that his ranking was already too tragic to look at. The demon wave allowed the cultivators of Lusheng City to not have to worry about finding monsters, so their ranking naturally rose rapidly. However, at the same time, the elimination rate of the Lu Cheng cultivators also began to soar. So far, there were nearly 10 million cultivators who had been eliminated. This was a terrifying number. Under normal circumstances, tens of millions of elite cultivators in Lusheng could destroy countless worlds. However, in this competition, they became insignificant and would be eliminated for various reasons. Being eliminated didn't mean that he was weak. To be able to persist until now, it could only be said that he was lucky. In addition to the changes in the ranking and the number of eliminations, the big map also changed. The cultivators of Lusheng, who originally hid the map like Tang Zhen, began to publish the map for a fee. The original intention of hiding the map was to not reveal the distribution of the monsters. However, now that the monsters were everywhere, there was no need to hide anymore. The area of the map was too large, and if he wanted to get all of them, he would need to spend a lot of points. Tang Zhen didn't have that many points. He had only collected the maps of the nearby areas. Soon after, he discovered that there were also some information marked on these maps, the area outside the city. Remember not to bring too many people with you, or you'll be attacked by demonic chi easily. Monsters are contagious and can be leveled up. Remember not to let monsters enter the town. A monster has occupied the village and transformed it into a base camp. The scale of the base camp is growing. Groups and groups of information indicated that the outside world was becoming extremely dangerous, and the situation was getting more and more severe. Just as Tang Zhen was browsing through the information, Yuju suddenly appeared and brought bad news to Tang Zhen. In the forest of the Heaven's Wall City, many cultivators from the towers had appeared. They had gathered together and were specifically targeting and killing the cultivators from the 5th battle area and the Sacred Dragon battle area. More than a dozen cultivators from the 5th battle area were intercepted. After a fierce battle, only one person was lucky enough to escape and was saved by me. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard the entire story. He secretly thought that this group of people were indeed sinister. They knew that they couldn't defeat the Tianshu city head-on, so they simply intercepted the reinforcements and waited until they had enough strength to launch an attack on the Tianshu city. How could Tang Zhen allow them to do as they wished? He immediately decided to launch a counterattack. Otherwise, this group of people would become even more arrogant. 2547 Air Strike 1. After knowing that there were cultivators from Lu Cheng blocking the road outside Tianshu city, Tang Zhen immediately made up his mind and prepared to return the favor. Yuju had the same thought. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave, he would have personally met these people who were blocking his way. They even dared to stop the cultivators from the 5th battle area. Who gave them the courage? However, on second thought, so what if it was the 5th battle area? They all had the same starting point. If he had the chance, he would even dare to kill the cultivators from the 1st battle area. We don't have the advantage if we attack from the ground. So, the best way is to attack from the sky. Tang Zhen made a suggestion and prepared to use the runic airship. Even though the cultivators in Lusheng City had been increasing in level due to the demonic wave, none of them could fly. A transportation tool like the runic airship had a great advantage in the early stages. It was an absolute weapon of war. Let me deal with the enemies outside the city. You continue to guard the city lord's mansion. No one can leave this place. Yuju felt a little regretful, but he did not say anything. There were plenty of opportunities to fight, so there was no need to rush. Be careful. I heard from the survivor that he saw Lu Cheng with the badge of the 4th battle area. If that's the case, this matter should be led by them. Otherwise, a group of Lu Cheng cultivators from a low-level battle zone would never easily become our enemy. Tang Zhen nodded. If the cultivators from the 4th battle area were really involved, he would have to be more careful. After discussing with Yuju, Tang Zhen immediately went to the manufacturing factory and gathered a batch of bombs to send to the runic airship. Then, he called Ali to join them. The little girl had awakened her race's innate talent and possessed abnormal hearing. She could provide assistance to Tang Zhen during battle. After hearing Tang Zhen's call, Ali immediately rushed over even though she was still seriously injured. When he saw Ali, she was covered in a long black robe. Her pretty face was as pale as snow, and her small body seemed like it could be blown over by a gust of wind. A cold air surrounded her, and she would shiver in the cold within a few seconds. Because of the cold air, no one stayed around Ali, making her seem even more lonely. I need you to use your hearing to help me lock onto the hidden enemy so that it'll be easier for me to strike accurately. They're all cultivators of Lusheng, so it'll be a huge burden on your body if you want to do this. If you can't handle it, you can tell me directly. Don't force yourself. Tang Zhen warned Ali. If he wanted to make the cultivators of Lu Cheng who were blocking the way fear them, he had to beat them up so that they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Precise attacks were especially necessary. Okay, I got it. Ali nodded. Her voice was extremely cold, clearly affected by the mutation. Her energy-based body was probably another natural talent, but why did she awaken two completely unrelated natural talents? Tang Zhen had a guess that this was very likely an ability of Ellie's race in her previous life. Due to the change in the world's rules, it was directly activated. However, Tang Zhen did not dare to be certain of the truth. He kept this matter in mind. If he had the time, he would investigate it thoroughly. After all the supplies had been transported, Tang Zhen, Ali, Bone, and a few believers of the Church of the Alarm boarded the runic airship. According to the information we received, the enemy is entrenched on the road. About 10 kilometers away from the Heaven's Wall City and specializes in killing passing cultivators. Our mission is to launch an attack from the air and teach these enemies a hard lesson. Tang Zhen briefly introduced the mission and did not reveal too much information. This was because it was useless to tell them. It didn't take long for the runic airship to leave the Heaven's Wall City and fly at high speed in the sky. Tang Zhen stood on the observation platform of the runic airship. When he saw Ali standing quietly at the side, he waved his hand and called her over. You should have seen a rifle before. It's pretty powerful. The one I'm holding is a special sniper rifle that can shoot more accurately and further. As Tang Zhen spoke, he passed a sniper rifle to Ali and told her how to operate it. Your hearing talent is very strong. Coupled with the angle of view from above and the sniper rifle in your hand, you can completely cause more damage to the enemy. Tang Zhen really missed the machine guns made by the Holy Dragon City. If they used those things to sweep the ground, they would definitely not leave any survivors. It was a pity that his storage equipment had been sealed, and he could not use his creator's ability. Otherwise, why would he have to waste so much effort? If that was the case, this competition would not be fair. It would even be extremely disadvantageous to Tang Zhen. The things he had, others might also have. The things he did not have, others might also have. If they were to compare Tang Zhen from the 5th battle region with the top 3 battle regions, he would most likely be crushed mercilessly. Ali listened to Tang Zhen's explanation seriously and then nodded, indicating that she understood how to do it. Tang Zhen chuckled when he heard this. With Ali's intelligence, she could indeed grasp it very easily. It was just that this kind of thing was easy to learn but difficult to master, and it required a very high level of talent. Not everyone had the talent of a sharpshooter. At this moment, a monster appeared in the open space between the mountains. It was tearing the body of a wild beast with its head lowered. "Do you see that monster? Kill it." Tang Zhen pointed at the monster and ordered Ali. Ali, however, did not hesitate at all. She raised her gun and aimed at the monster below. With a muffled sound, the monster's head flew off. Seeing the power of the weapon, Ji Yu and the others were so scared that they sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought to themselves that if they were hit, they would probably lose their lives in an instant. Tang Zhen's face was filled with joy. The first shot was already so accurate. It seemed like this weapon was very suitable for Ali. "You should practice more in the future. You don't have to worry about the consumption of bullets. You can have as many of these things as you want." When Tang Zhen said this, he turned to look at the bone and the few believers, encouraging them to practice more. In the Holy Dragon battle zone, all king-ranked cultivators would carry firearms. After reasonable modifications and upgrades, the power of firearms would actually be very impressive. Before they knew it, the runic airship had already arrived at its destination. The Heaven's Wall City was surrounded by forests, but the terrain here was much flatter, and there were also fields of crops as far as the eye could see. This place was the main grain-producing area of the Heaven's Wall City. If he had passed by here in the past, he would have seen countless farmers working in the fields. However, with the outbreak of the dark wave, the farmers in the fields had disappeared, and many fields had been destroyed by monsters. The enemy had chosen to set up an ambush here because the ambushed would have nowhere to hide and would eventually be killed. After killing the cultivators heading to the Heaven's Wall City, there would be a lot of spoils of war, many of which were good. With the accumulation of time and effort, the harvest would be very impressive. The most important point was that this would weaken the strength of the Heaven's Wall City, making it impossible for them to get timely reinforcements. As long as the time was right, they could launch an attack on Tianshu City and seize control of the city. As for the revenge of the Heaven's Wall City, it was also expected. In fact, the fish that escaped the net were deliberately released. If the Heaven's Wall City dared to send troops, they would fall into a trap and would be guaranteed to never return. It was just that the enemy would never dream that Tang Zhen had a runic airship and would launch an attack from the sky. Just as the enemy was waiting in ambush, the runic airship quietly arrived. After confirming the enemy's hiding position, the anger of the 5th battle area fell from the sky. Before the enemies in the fields could react, they were enveloped by the flames of the bomb, and several cultivators in Lusheng City were eliminated. By the time they discovered the runic airship in the air, a new attack had already arrived. In the raging flames, several cultivators of Lusheng City were killed. The enemies on the ground were extremely frustrated. If it was before their strength was sealed, any one of them could easily destroy the runic airship. However, at this moment, he was being chased around like a stray dog. It was extremely embarrassing. 2548 Attack on the return journey. 1. The cultivators in the building city were only a portion of the enemies. The rest of the enemies were in the forest, ready to ambush the reinforcements from the Heaven's Wall City. Although it was only a portion of the enemy, there were more than 50 of them. How many were there in total? There were so many cultivators in the city, but they didn't dare to attack Tianshu City. Obviously, they knew that they were not the same as before and had to act cautiously. After being bombarded by the runic airships, the enemies immediately scattered and fled in all directions, never gathering together in the process of escaping. Lu Cheng's cultivators had rich combat experience, and they were the same when dealing with air raids. In the process of escaping, they even ignited withered grass as fuel. For a moment, thick smoke billowed, and the objects on the ground were hidden, making it very difficult to observe. Tang Zhen, Ali, and the others each held a rifle in their hands and continuously fired at the figure in the smoke. As for whether the bullet was fatal, it was still unknown because most cultivators in Lu Cheng wore armor. Even though his top-tier armor would be sealed and confiscated during the teleportation, his defense was still not to be underestimated. He had just hit a few enemies when he suffered a counterattack from the ground. The enemy used an unknown weapon that could produce strange rockets that would explode upon hitting the target. The bottom of the runic airship had been blown up. The damaged area was the size of a basin and had a burning effect. It was obvious that the enemy was not passively taking the attacks, but had means of counterattacking. If the key positions of the runic airship were hit a few more times, it was very likely that it would directly fall, increase the altitude of the runic airship. Their weapons can't fly too high, but our attack won't be affected. As Tang Zhen spoke, he casually picked up a bomb and threw it at a big tree below. How dare you ambush me? Do you really think I didn't see where you were hiding? With a loud explosion, the tree's branches were blown off, and the leaves flew all over the sky. Two figures flew out. Before their bodies even landed on the ground, they had already turned into white light and disappeared. After a bomb finished off two hidden enemies, Tang Zhen continued to raise his gun and aim, firing one shot after another. The skeleton was in charge of driving the runic airship. As for the few Church of the Alarm followers who followed, they were throwing bombs down. Occasionally, he would listen to Tang Zhen and Ali's commands and throw it towards the designated position with an excited expression on his face. This was the first time they had participated in such a battle. They used the runic airships to take advantage of the air and then used the bombs to blow up the enemy. It was simply like bullying. The enemies on the ground were beaten to the point where they had no power to fight back. Even if they could fight back, the damage caused would be very limited. On the other hand, after the enemy's position was exposed, they would immediately be attacked from the air and be blown to pieces in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing enemies had disappeared. Sir Tang Zhen, should we continue to pursue? Ji Yu and the others asked. From their looks, it was obvious that they wanted more. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Let's return to the Heaven's Wall City now. Tang Zhen watched the enemy enter the forest and ordered them to return immediately. A faint feeling of unease rose in his heart. As long as such a feeling appeared, something would definitely happen. The senses of a creator towards blessings and disasters were sometimes very accurate. They went back the way they came, and not long after, Ali suddenly gave them a warning. There are many enemies hiding in the forest ahead. Just as Ali's alarm went off, a huge fireball suddenly rose up in the forest below them. The fireball had a diameter of more than half a meter, and its speed was astonishing. It shot straight at the runic airship. Not good. Quickly dodge, Tang Zhen loudly said. At the same time, he rushed to the control panel and pulled a handle. The runic airship, which had been traveling at a constant speed, suddenly turned to travel horizontally, avoiding the attack of the fireball by a hair's breadth. There's an ambush. Prepare for battle. As Tang Zhen spoke, he had already picked up two bombs from the basket and threw them at the place where the fireball had risen. He saw some figures moving below him. At the same time, there was a special machine that looked like a catapult used for siege. While blocking the reinforcements, they also made siege weapons. It seems that they are determined to take down the Heaven's Wall City. Tang Zhen coldly snorted and threw out a few more bombs while searching for other enemies. As the bomb landed, the specially made catapult was destroyed, but no one was hurt. It turned out that after the attack failed, the enemy had already given up on the catapults because they had guessed that Tang Zhen would counterattack. As the ground exploded, fireballs also shot out from the forest in other directions. Fireballs crisscrossed in the air, all locked onto the runic airship. Once hit, it was estimated that it would be torn to pieces in an instant. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Tang Zhen controlled the airship and dodged nimbly. The problem was that the runic airship's mobility was very poor. Even if Tang Zhen's operation was extremely flexible, the tail of the runic airship was still hit by a fireball. Flames immediately rose from the runic dirigible. Because it was flying, the flames burned very quickly. The situation was very critical. If the flames were allowed to continue burning, the runic airship would soon crash. But at this moment, Ali suddenly stood up and instantly switched to her cold form. Her body could be seen floating out. She raised her hand and pointed at the place where the flames were burning. A layer of frost immediately enveloped the charred area. The raging flames were instantly extinguished. Seeing this, Bone and the others roared in excitement. The way they looked at Ellie had changed. This little girl who was originally unknown had become so powerful. It was simply beyond their imagination. Well done, Tang Zhen praised. At the same time, he changed his direction and headed straight for the place where the enemy was hiding. Before they even reached their destination, a few bombs whirled out and accurately landed on the enemy's location. There was a violent explosion, and broken bones and wood flew in all directions. This time, none of the enemies escaped. Tang Zhen, however, was slightly stunned. This was because he discovered that the ones who were killed weren't Lusheng cultivators, but very ordinary natives. Judging from the appearance of one of the corpses, it was clear that he was a farmer in the field. It was obvious that the enemy had gathered a group of survivors to assist in the battle. Although they didn't kill Lu Cheng, they could take out an enemy catapult and reduce the threat. After getting rid of one catapult, Tang Zhen immediately turned around and went straight to the location of 3 catapults. The enemy below seemed to be a little flustered, and it was obvious that they had lost their pillow when they attacked. The trajectory of the fireball was very different from that of the runic airship. "Ali, lock onto the enemy in black armor and be fast." Tang Zhen found a suspicious target and immediately ordered Ali to attack. The other party also quickly raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger at the suspicious target. The enemy on the ground was commanding the farmer and did not see Ali lock onto him. In the end, the bullet hit his head and split it into pieces. This was a genuine cultivator of Lusheng City. After he was killed, a large pile of items dropped from the white light. What were they? Of the 4 trebuchets that attacked the runic airship, only one was left. The threat had been minimized. Seeing this, the enemy below immediately increased the speed of their attacks. Clearly, they had not given up. Tang Zhen had also locked onto the other party. He controlled the runic airship and headed straight for his position. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a huge figure suddenly soared into the sky from the forest not far behind them and attacked the runic airship. 2549 Snatching a dragon. The thing that had suddenly appeared was actually a black dragon that was over 15 meters long. Its entire body was covered in thick scales. A black dragon of this size could only be considered a small to medium-sized dragon. However, in this environment, it possessed destructive power that could not be underestimated. Behind the black dragon stood a cultivator of Lusheng City. He was carrying a special wooden basket filled with round ore balls, which were very heavy. The cultivator of Lusheng City held the reins in one hand and picked up a black stone ball with the other 3 hands, throwing it at the runic airship. A believer couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the shoulder, turning into a bloody mess. The other 2 stone balls whizzed past and were dodged by the crowd, but they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. One shouldn't look down on the stone that was polished from this ore. After being thrown out by the cultivators of Lu Cheng, its power was no less than that of a cannonball. Ali saw this and immediately turned her gun. Before the second wave of rock balls came, she quickly pulled the trigger. The cultivator from Lusheng reacted quickly and jumped off the back of the black dragon, dodging the incoming bullet. Then, he scuttled up again, holding 3 stone balls in his hand, and threw them over again. Bang bang bang. 3 holes appeared on the runic airship's surface. Fortunately, the passengers inside were not injured, but the runic airship was still damaged. As they did not have any armor, the runic airship could not withstand the attack of the rock balls. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. The black dragon roared, and its huge claws suddenly grabbed the top of the runic airship, trying to tear it in half. "Bone, you drive the runic airship." Tang Zhen growled and jumped out of the runic airship. He grabbed a protruding object and hung it outside. Below them was the sky, and once they fell, they would be eliminated. Tang Zhen raised his arm as the assembled firearm he carried opened fire. Bullets continuously shot towards Heilong's abdomen. Although the black dragon's scales were as hard as steel, it still couldn't withstand the attack of the armor-piercing bullet. In an instant, it was beaten into a bloody mess, and the black dragon roared in pain. "Bastard!" The cultivator controlling the black dragon roared in anger. He quickly grabbed 2 ore balls and threw them at Tang Zhen. It wasn't easy to obtain this black dragon. It would undoubtedly be a huge loss if it was killed by Tang Zhen. Even if they did not destroy the runic airships, they had to ensure the black dragon's safety. Otherwise, their actions would not be worth it. Seeing the other party's attack coming, Tang Zhen turned the muzzle and a wave of bullets poured out. The Lu Cheng cultivator used the same old trick and dodged again. However, he didn't expect Tang Zhen to jump up and directly jump to the top of the runic airship. When the black dragon saw this, it extended a claw and grabbed at Tang Zhen. It wished for nothing more than to tear him into pieces. "Animal!" Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He drew his long sword and swept it horizontally, nearly cutting the black dragon's claw into 2. The black dragon wailed in pain, and its other claw was about to let go of the runic airship. It was obvious that it was scared of Tang Zhen's beating. "You want to run? Have you asked for my permission?" Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he had already soared into the air. He extended his hand and grabbed the metal chain on the black dragon's neck. After which, he jumped onto the black dragon's back. Seeing Tang Zhen appear in front of him, the Lu Cheng cultivator was shocked. However, he quickly grinned and threw out 3 stone balls. Tang Zhen brandished his long sword and sent the incoming rock balls flying. At the same time, he took out a pistol from his storage equipment and aimed it at the enemy before firing. The Lu Cheng cultivator reacted quickly and dodged quickly. Then, he raised his hand and shot out a few stone balls. After throwing out the rock ball, he didn't care whether it hit Tang Zhen or not as he stretched out his hand and suddenly pulled at his waist. A long whip as thin and long as a willow branch appeared in his hand, bringing with it a silver light. This long whip weapon was soft yet tough. It circled around the other party's body, and sometimes it would be like a spirit snake that constantly stretched out, making it impossible to guard against. It looked weak, but in reality, it was very powerful. If an ordinary person were to be brushed by it, they would probably be directly split into two. This kind of weapon was very powerful in a group battle, but it was also difficult to defend against in a one-on-one battle. Tang Zhen didn't dare to be careless. This kind of weapon was, indeed, rare. The main reason was that this Lu Cheng cultivator actually came from the 4th battle area. Tang Zhen was able to confirm this because there were 2 badges on the other party's armor. The words, 4th battle area, and the force that the other party belonged to were clearly written on them, so it's Lu Sheng cultivators from the 4th battle area. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually directly showed your camp, Tang Zhen muttered in his heart. However, after thinking about it, he realized that there was no harm in doing so. The 4th battle area itself was a very strong protection that was enough to scare off a group of cultivators from Lusheng City who were not confident enough. Everyone knew that the higher the ranking of the battle zone, the stronger the comprehensive strength. The Lu Cheng cultivators were not weak either. Although everyone was at the same starting line when competing, their experience and awareness could not be tied. When they encountered cultivators from the high-level battlefields, most of them would choose to stay away from them. At the same time, with this identity, they could also recruit cultivators from some low-level battlefields. Everyone could work together and benefit from each other. In this competition, the cultivators of Lusheng City in each battle zone did not have to fight to the death. They could also cooperate with each other and share the final fruits of victory. Of course, when sharing the benefits, one had to be clear about the priority. The low-level battlefields were just like drinking soup. The cultivators from the 4th battle area had used their identity to recruit a group of cultivators who were willing to cooperate with them. As for the last advantage, it was convenient for cultivators in Lusheng to identify each other in the same battle area, thus avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings. In order to do this, one must have enough confidence, unlike the cultivators in some low-level battlefields who were all secretive. This was the first time Tang Zhen had encountered Lu Cheng's cultivators from the first 4 battle zones. Naturally, he had to compare himself with them. However, after exchanging blows with them, he discovered that their opponents were not as strong as he had imagined. On second thought, this was actually normal. The difference in strength between the 4th and 5th battle groups shouldn't be too big. To be able to rank high, it was actually more of luck. The cultivators in each battle area were divided into different levels. Tang Zhen was the lord of the 5th battle area and belonged to the top level of cultivators. The Lu Cheng cultivator he was fighting against was just an ordinary member of the 4th battle area. There was a huge gap between them. The other party had clearly sensed the gap between him and Tang Zhen. The two of them had only exchanged a few blows and were already beginning to be unable to hold on. He was anxious to escape. If he continued to hesitate, there was a high possibility that he would be eliminated by Tang Zhen. As he waved the whip in his hand, he pulled the mechanism on the wooden box behind him. Then, he suddenly bent down. A pile of stone balls shot out and smashed towards Tang Zhen's face. Clearly, this was a trap that had been set up long ago. When Tang Zhen dodged, the cultivator from Lusheng City jumped down from the back of the black dragon. He couldn't care less about the black dragon now, and his own life was more important. In a situation where his strength was sealed, falling from a height of several hundred meters would definitely result in him being eliminated. The other party obviously wouldn't seek death. As he jumped down from the black dragon's back, he spread out a pair of wings on his lower arms to help him glide and slow down. Obviously, this was a backup plan in case of an accident. It was similar to a parachute, but he didn't expect to use it for escape. The other party's gliding speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown hundreds of meters away. When Tang Zhen saw the other party fleeing, he subconsciously wanted to open fire. In the end, he discovered that the assembled gun was already out of bullets. His only spare weapon had already been used in the battle just now, and it was too late to reload it. "You're lucky, kid." Tang Zhen extended his hand and pulled on the black dragon's reins as he spoke. Since this fellow had fallen into his hands, he would display his greatest value no matter what. 2550 Triumphant Return. 1. After seeing the original pilot leave and Tang Zhen trying to control itself, the black dragon instantly became incomparably irritable. It continuously rolled its body in an attempt to escape from Tang Zhen. He rolled at an accelerated speed and continuously swung his body. He even spun like a top, but he was unable to shake off Tang Zhen. The black dragon's face was ferocious. It was no longer as obedient as it was before. It was like a well-bred animal. Tang Zhen was clearly aware that the enemy had used some kind of secret technique in order to make the unruly black dragon submit to him. However, when the enemy escaped, he had already deactivated the controlling secret technique, causing the black dragon to lose control. That was why it was so intense. To this black dragon, whether it was the cultivator who controlled it or Tang Zhen who shot and injured it, none of them were good things. It only had a single thought now. It wanted to get rid of Tang Zhen and then swallow him in one gulp. It was a great humiliation for the dragon race to be controlled as they wished. The black dragon's anger had been suppressed by the spell technique, and now it was finally released. It was like a volcano that could not be contained. Clearly, the enemy was aware of this point. Therefore, they had used the black dragon's fury to scheme against Tang Zhen. Even if they could not kill him, they would still be able to bring him great trouble. Tang Zhen had naturally guessed this. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. When the other party was controlling the black dragon, he wasn't even his match, so what could the black dragon that had escaped do to him? "Bastard, if you don't behave, I'll kill you with one strike." Tang Zhen coldly snorted as he loudly roared at the black dragon. In nature, the strong preyed on the weak. Such a brutal and fierce dragon race creature was not without opponents and natural enemies. As long as one was stronger and more brutal than them, it would be enough to subdue these behemoths. Tang Zhen was using spiritual voice transmission. It was different from using language. This method could complete communication between different races. The black dragon naturally understood Tang Zhen's warning. A trace of brutal aura flashed within its bulging eyes as its body's movements became increasingly intense. Clearly, it did not place Tang Zhen's words in its eyes. It still attempted to throw him down before chewing him into pieces. "You're so stubborn. It seems like you really don't want to live." Tang Zhen let out a low roar. The longsword in his hand was aimed at Fei Long's neck as it ruthlessly swept over. The purple sword was extremely sharp, and it could cut through iron like mud. The hard scales that the black dragon had formed from devouring minerals were also unable to resist the sword's cutting. With a soft "pu" sound, the long sword cut through the black dragon's scales, and stinky blood spurted out. The body of the longsword was only 1.2 to 1.3 meters long. However, the sword chi could be extended by 10 times. If Tang Zhen was willing, he could completely behead the black dragon with this sword. He kept his life because the monster was still useful. The black dragon wailed. Tang Zhen's sword attack had nearly taken his life. At the same time, it had also made the black dragon clearly realize that the person on his back would really kill him. At the same time that it felt fear, an even stronger sense of unwillingness came over it. The black dragon really did not want to be controlled by someone again after just getting rid of slavery. However, in the face of an expert, he had no choice but to yield. "I'll give you one more chance. If you still don't behave, I'll kill you with one strike." Tang Zhen once again gave a warning. If the black dragon continued to be stubborn, he would really kill him. Although he was currently lacking in resources and this black dragon could provide him with quite a bit of help, Tang Zhen would definitely not allow it to return if it insisted on not obeying him. If he fell into the enemy's hands again, wouldn't he just be causing trouble for himself? It was best to kill him directly. After that, he would strip off the black dragon's skin, make it into armor, and distribute it. This would definitely increase the combat power of the church's believers. The black dragon sensed Tang Zhen's killing intent. A mournful wail was emitted from its throat before it finally stopped struggling. "You're tactful." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He turned his head to look at the runic dirigible not far away and indicated for Bone and the rest to follow him. Bone and the others who were controlling the airship heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Their faces were filled with relief. When he looked at the enemies on the ground again, they had long disappeared. It was obvious that after confirming that the ambush had failed, the enemy had retreated from the battlefield in time to avoid more losses. As for the enemy's trebuchets, they were left on the spot, allowing Tang Zhen and the others to see them clearly. The craftsmanship was not complicated, but the power was very impressive. It could attack the runic airships in the air from bottom to top, and the lethality was definitely impressive. This weapon is not bad. Hang it up with a rope and transport it to the Heaven's Wall City for replication. Tang Zhen instructed, after which, he commanded the Black Dragon to fly up once again and began to search the sky. He was now certain that the enemy was definitely observing him from a distance and not really fleeing. Tang Zhen was actually very vigilant against this group of enemies that suddenly appeared. First, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Second, the cultivators from the 4th battle area were also involved. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers. When a group of cultivators from all the major battlefields gathered together, they were definitely a force that could not be underestimated. After being attacked, the other party immediately responded. They first estimated the return route of the runic airship and then sent people to ambush it. To be able to do this, not only did it require precise analysis ability, but it also required enough manpower to command. Being spied on by such a group of enemies caused Tang Zhen to feel extremely uncomfortable. It could even be said that he was walking on thin ice. He circled around in the sky and did not discover any traces of the enemy. However, it was also within Tang Zhen's expectations. If he was easily discovered, it would prove that the enemy was nothing much. Tang Zhen would not need to worry anymore. It didn't take long for Ji Yu and the others to lift the stone catapults and follow Tang Zhen, who was riding the Black Dragon, back to the Heaven's Wall City. Under a rock wall somewhere in the forest, more than 30 cultivators of Lusheng City gathered together and watched the runic airship in the sky gradually fly away. The cultivator from Lu Cheng who had been riding the Black Dragon was also in the crowd, but his expression was unusually gloomy. One could tell from his appearance that he clearly felt extremely unwilling in his heart after being defeated by Tang Zhen. It's not a shameful thing for you to be defeated by your opponent, because his strength far exceeds yours. If I'm not wrong, the other party should be a creator-level powerhouse. In the 5th battle area, he is most likely a lord-level figure. The one who spoke was a handsome young man. His appearance was no different from that of a human, but there was a lightning pattern between his eyebrows. After hearing the handsome young man's analysis, the Lu Cheng cultivator nodded. Although he still looked unwilling, he was much better than before. The experience and knowledge of a master of creation was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. If Tang Zhen was really a master of creation, it was not an injustice for him to be defeated. Although he said that, the humiliation in his heart could not be dispelled, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The reason for this was because he was from the 4th battle zone, and the opponent who defeated him was from a lower-level battle zone. It seemed that fame and fortune were the most tiring. Even the cultivators of Lusheng were not immune to it. The cultivators of the building beside him all had different expressions, and it was obvious that they were more shocked. They didn't expect the cultivator who controlled the Heaven's Wall City to be from the 5th battle area, and he was a creator. To them, no matter if it was the 4th or 5th battle area, they were both unreachable existences. Now that they were involved in the battle between the two sides, they didn't know whether it was right or wrong. 2551 Discussing the deployment. 1 The cliffs of the Heaven's Wall City were now full of guards. Any slight movement would immediately be discovered by the believers on duty. Through the observation of the telescope, suspicious shadows could be seen flickering in and out of the forest by the lake from time to time. These were originally wild beasts in the forest, but after being invaded by the demonic chi, they had become fierce and bloodthirsty demons. Because of the existence of the Heaven's Wall Lake, these demonic creatures couldn't get close. At the same time, they could feel the danger and didn't dare to approach the Heaven's Wall City. At most, they would spy on him in the dark, looking for an opportunity to strike, acting sneaky. The church's believers, who were originally nervous, had now slightly relaxed their tense nerves. They were no longer as tense as they were before, as if they were facing a great enemy. When Tang Zhen appeared riding on the Black Dragon, it once again caused panic among the Church of Alarm's believers. The muffled sound of the horn could be heard from far away. It was the first time for the residents of the Heaven's Wall City to see a dragon, but it didn't stop them from knowing about this terrifying creature. Both the artistes and the wise men of the Heaven's Wall City described the dragon clan as terrifying and greedy monsters. Once it appeared in front of the world, it often represented a disaster. Seeing the winged lizard approaching the Heaven's Wall city, the nervous believers immediately raised their guns and weapons, ready to kill the dragon. No matter what, they couldn't let the monsters get close to the Heaven's Wall city, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the believers saw the runic airship and Tang Zhen on the back of the black dragon. "It's His Excellency Tang Zhen, he's one of us." The nervous believers finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was followed by a wave of tsunami-like cheers. Tang Zhen was able to subdue a monster from the legends. This was undoubtedly a heroic feat. Under countless gazes, the black dragon and the runic airship landed on the mountain peak at the same time. This revenge operation had been successfully completed. He had to select specialized personnel to take care of the black dragon. This thing still had great use, so he had to take good care of it. After that, Tang Zhen went to meet Yuju. As the situation became more and more critical, his side should also take the initiative. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the city lord's mansion and meet Yuju, who was contacting his companions. After seeing Tang Zhen, Yuju's expression was slightly unhappy. Tang Zhen could tell with a single glance that this fellow was definitely angry that he didn't have the chance to fight. The scene of him riding the black dragon back must have been seen by Yuju. Some people like to fight, and they would feel uncomfortable if they didn't fight. Yuju was such a person. "This black dragon is my spoil of war. I took it from Lu Cheng from the 4th battle area. Unfortunately, that guy ran away very fast and didn't have the chance to get more information." Tang Zhen briefly explained the situation to Yuju. The main purpose of this was to allow the other party to obtain more information in a timely manner. On the battlefield of life and death, a small mistake could cause fatal losses. Yuju was in the same camp as him and bore an important responsibility. Naturally, he had to share the information with him. As expected, there are people from the 4th battle area. As for why they didn't attack the city, it's obvious that they don't have the confidence to win. Yuju said coldly, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. These cultivators from the 4th battle area had aroused his desire to fight, and he couldn't wait to fight. That's right, their target is the Heaven's Wall city. We must be vigilant and not let them succeed. Tang Zhen was clearly aware of the value of the Heaven's Wall city. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort to seize control of the city. These hundreds of thousands of residents and tens of thousands of believers were the greatest trump card in his hands. It was also because Tang Zhen was in control of the Heaven's Wall city that the enemies did not dare to attack rashly. Instead, they started to block the road and rob. The enemy knew very well that if they were to face them head-on, they would not be able to resist the human wave tactic. Even if Tang Zhen used human lives, he could also forcefully pile them to death. Yet, they did not have any other methods. However, outside Tianshu City, the enemy's advantage was obvious. If Tang Zhen acted rashly, he would only suffer. The enemy has blocked the main passage to enter and exit the Heaven's Wall city. This matter must be resolved, otherwise we will become a source of water and will be trapped to death by the enemy sooner or later. Therefore, I suggest that from now on, we patrol the Heaven's Wall city's surroundings regularly to ensure smooth traffic. Since the enemy is entrenched in the forest and has the advantage of the ground, we will control the sky. Once you find any trace of the enemy, attack with full force until they don't dare to show their faces. Tang Zhen explained his plan. At the same time, he looked at Yuju, wanting to hear his opinion. In the current Heaven's Wall city, only Yuju was qualified to discuss and study with him. As for Ji and the other native cultivators, they couldn't participate at all. I agree with your plan, but if you want it to be carried out smoothly, you must meet a few conditions. Someone must be in charge of this matter, and it must be either you or me. It can't be handed over to the natives. One runic airship was not enough. They had to speed up the production of new airships and increase their firepower at the same time. It was not enough to only have runic airships. It was better to add some mobility troops so that they could act together with the runic airships. This way, they could strike the enemy more effectively. Of course, we must update the map to inform the cultivators in the 5th battle area about the enemy's blockade in time to prevent them from being ambushed again. Tang Zhen nodded his head. Yuju's words made sense. As for the problems you mentioned, there are actually solutions to them. Someone needs to be in charge of the air patrol, and the best person is naturally you. Our original plan was to let you be attacked and killed, then hand over the position to Ali. There's no need for that now. You can just push Ali to the front and let her take over your duties in the name of training the next successor. For the believers, the leader was dispensable, and maybe Ali would be more popular. After that, you can return to your original appearance and be in charge of patrolling outside Tianshu City. You can only show up when there is a need. I'm in charge of solving the food problem in the Heaven's Wall City. Now that it's a critical period, I don't have time to care about other things. As for the airship manufacturing you mentioned, it's currently in the final stage. Since it's in a hurry to use, then you and I can only work a little harder and work overtime to complete the final process. There's also the black dragon that I brought back. I'll modify it when I have time to create a batch of flying war beasts. Yu Ju smiled. He naturally understood what Tang Zhen meant. That black dragon would never have imagined that he would be captured and used as a reproductive machine. As Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he suddenly recalled something and asked Yu Ju, I wonder how strong the cultivator from Lusheng City who was lucky enough to escape is. Can he provide any help? Yu Ju nodded and said in a calm tone, the injury is a small problem. It can be solved by swallowing blood essence. Although his level is not as good as yours or mine, it is still reasonable. If that's the case, then let him stay by your side. He'll be a helper when you encounter danger. In addition, I will inform the manufacturing factory to produce a batch of special weapons, such as powerful combustion bombs. Since this forest is the enemy's hidden barrier, then we might as well just erase it directly to avoid any dirty things. Yu Ju nodded again. It was just destroying a forest. It was nothing. Since it could cause damage to the enemy, he would do it even if Tang Zhen did not mention it. Yu Ju's eyes were filled with anticipation. After the forest was destroyed, the enemy would probably be so angry that smoke would come out of their 7 orifices, right? 2552 News from afar. 1. After returning to his laboratory, Tang Zhen looked at the catalytic device and found that everything was normal. The creation orbs were suspended in the air, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary on the surface. However, earth-shattering changes were happening inside. A day in the outside world might be a year in the creation sphere, and a century might even pass in the high-level creation sphere. Something that could catch Tang Zhen's eye and was determined to obtain would definitely be extraordinary. Tang Zhen calculated the time. The creation sphere would be able to be used in about 2 days. Whether the food crisis of the Heaven's Wall City could be solved or not, he had to wait until the creation ball was open to know the specific results. Tang Zhen was very confident. However, no one could guarantee that he would succeed until the last moment. Being overconfident might not be a good thing. Now that his cultivation was sealed, who knew if it would affect the experiment? He checked the amount of blood essence he had consumed during the experiment. The blood essence accumulated in the Heaven's Wall City was almost used up. If he wanted to continue the experiment, he had to find a way to obtain more blood essence. This was not a problem. It would probably not take long for the monsters to come like a tide. At that time, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them, so he naturally wouldn't have to worry about the source of blood essence. The next task was what he had promised Yu Ju, which was to cultivate a batch of special war beasts as soon as possible to serve as the auxiliary troops of the runic airships. There were many similar species, such as giant hunting falcons, small wyverns, or griffins. Each of them met the requirements. If their strength wasn't sealed, the masters of creation could create the war beasts they needed with a single thought. Even if there were tens of thousands of them, it wouldn't be a problem. As long as there was enough divine source, it could even fill the entire world. However, under the current circumstances, Tang Zhen could only use the skills he had mastered to complete this slightly complicated task. This process also required the use of an artisan's skill, which was also Tang Zhen's unique secret technique. If he had handed it to Yu Ju, he would definitely not have been able to do it. This was also the reason why Yu Ju sighed. He had thought that everyone's ability to create things had been sealed, but he did not expect Tang Zhen to have such a special method. To the other cultivators of Lusheng, it was too unfair. However, this was Tang Zhen's ability and it was not considered a violation of the rules. Moreover, there were countless elites among the cultivators in Lucheng. Who could guarantee that others didn't have similar means? After the inspection, Tang Zhen started to work. He picked out the materials from the material warehouse and began to mix them quickly. Bottles of colorful medicinal liquids were produced. After the production was completed, Tang Zhen kept it in his storage space and headed to the zoo in the city lord's mansion. The timid city lord of Tianshu City had built a zoo on the top of the mountain, in which many wild beasts were kept for his daily viewing. There were once believers who wanted to kill them and eat their meat, but they were stopped by Tang Zhen because these beasts were still useful. When he arrived at his destination, he saw the black dragon lying on the ground, looking drowsy. The black dragon had been wounded all over in the previous battle, and it was now slowly recovering. A fear flashed across the black dragon's eyes after seeing Tang Zhen. It uneasily moved its body. Tang Zhen walked in front of the black dragon and communicated with it through his mental energy. It seemed like they were discussing something. The black dragon's expression was one of resistance. It kept shaking its head, looking very aggrieved. Tang Zhen's expression was dark and solemn as he slowly pulled out his longsword. The sword glint was 10 feet in size. "Au!" The black dragon wailed and obediently opened its mouth when it saw the sword. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction. He took out a large bottle of medicine and poured it into the black dragon's mouth. Not long after he swallowed the potion, the black dragon's eyes turned red, and he panted heavily. Tang Zhen faintly smiled when he saw this. After which, he walked into the cage with the wild beasts and fed the medicine to the female wild beasts. Perhaps the potion had a special attraction, as the wild beasts would immediately consume it after discovering it. Not long after, this wild beast also became restless and kept growling. "It's almost time, let's get to work." Tang Zhen turned his head around. He looked at the black dragon, whose eyes were spitting flames, and gently waved his hand. The black dragon, which was originally the size of a small mountain, suddenly shrank rapidly and finally became the size of a cow or a horse. This special technique was unique to the dragon race. Of course, in most cases, dragons would rarely shrink their bodies. To the dragon race, the bigger the body, the stronger the power. Shrinking the body was equivalent to insulting oneself. However, when the body was driven by some kind of desire, this was nothing. At this time, the black dragon's eyes were only focused on the female beasts who were as restless as it was. Soon, a series of low roars could be heard from the beast cage, and they didn't stop from morning to night. Tang Zhen observed for a while. After confirming that there were no problems, he returned to the laboratory and began to prepare for the training of the warbeast. Dragons were lascivious by nature, but what was amazing was that there was no reproductive isolation. After copulating with ordinary creatures, they would always give birth to all kinds of offspring. However, it would take a long time for her to give birth and grow into adulthood. Tang Zhen didn't have that much time. Therefore, he decided to use the creation sphere to speed up the war beast's breeding process. This method was actually a gamble. There was a possibility of success, but there was also a high chance of failure. Tang Zhen could only rely on his own experience to lower the chances of failure as much as possible. Other than that, he was helpless. It might sound a little unsatisfactory, but just based on what Tang Zhen had done, it was enough to make mortals see it as a miracle. He had an advantage that other cultivators did not have. On the way back to the laboratory, Tang Zhen's face suddenly revealed a happy expression because he had received a message from his clone. The clone was much luckier than him. He had already met up with tens of thousands of cultivators in the Holy Dragon Warzone and was attacking a large city. There was an outbreak of demonic chi near the city, and the monsters rushed into the city and spread wildly. The city residents turned into ferocious monsters overnight. Millions of monsters were a serious threat to the cultivators in Lusheng, but they also represented a great opportunity. The cultivators in the nearby cities gathered and formed groups of various sizes, launching attacks on the city one after another. Because the distance between the two sides was too far, the clone decided not to meet up with Tang Zhen and instead took down a piece of territory by himself. After reading the message sent by his clone, Tang Zhen had already confirmed one point. His method of seizing control of the city was correct. Perhaps the competition in the middle and later stages would occur between cities with the goal of destroying the enemy's city. Tang Zhen was unable to determine the future situation. However, protecting his own territory and eliminating the enemies as much as possible was definitely an indispensable step. After summarizing his situation and writing it on the map, Tang Zhen chose to update the map and set it so that only his clone had the right to view it. In this way, it could play a role of confidentiality and prevent the enemy from knowing. Tang Zhen expressed his support for the clone's idea and said that they could join forces with the other battle zones, but not the 5th battle zone. In the competition this time, Tang Zhen represented the 5th battle area while his clone represented the Sacred Dragon battle area. Because of Tang Zhen, both parties had the opportunity to cooperate. However, they had to distinguish the primary and secondary. With the strength of the Holy Dragon battle area, it was almost impossible to cooperate with the fifth battle area on equal footing. Therefore, unless necessary, the Holy Dragon battle zone would not choose to cooperate with the fifth battle zone, lest others think that they were taking advantage of the fifth battle zone. Tang Zhen continued with his work after he ended the conversation with his clone. He felt a sense of urgency after learning about the situation in the outside world. This competition would definitely not be easy. The current calm was just a preparation period for the cultivators in Luchang. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a tsunami-like explosion would occur, causing the cultivators of Lusheng City to fall into true despair. 2553 An old acquaintance comes. 1. The 100-beast garden of the city lord's mansion was unusually lively today, and roars constantly spread out. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City who passed by all had strange expressions on their faces. After hearing the news, they all revealed wretched smiles. After a whole day, the roars stopped, and the diligent black dragon stopped working. Then, it collapsed in the beast cage. The black dragon, who had always been known for its strength, was now like a pool of mud, as if it was about to die. He was like a wild dog in the middle of the night, lying on the ground with his tongue hanging out and panting heavily. Not bad. The black dragon was startled by the sudden voice. To the black dragon, the person who spoke was a complete demon. It was because of this human that the black dragon understood that some sports could really take a dragon's life. If it had a choice, it would definitely not want to experience this feeling, because the black dragon had already realized that Yu Sheng might not even be interested in female dragons. At this moment, when he heard Tang Zhen's voice, the black dragon had a feeling that a great disaster was imminent. He wanted to get up and escape, but his legs were so soft that he did not have the slightest strength. In the end, he could only helplessly accept his fate and close his eyes tightly. Tang Zhen laughed softly when he saw the black dragon's hopeless expression. He did not continue to provoke this fellow. The next step would be to see the results of his labor. If he couldn't satisfy Tang Zhen, then the black dragon would definitely have to continue to work hard in the following days. The black dragon's fate had already been decided the moment Tang Zhen had captured it. Although it would not lose its life, it would still need to put in a lot of effort. Tang Zhen walked around the cage and checked the condition of the wild beasts. He then nodded his head in satisfaction and confirmed that the black dragon had already done its best. The black dragon didn't see this scene, or it would have burst into tears and rejoiced that it had escaped. Soon after, Tang Zhen summoned a group of believers and directed them to move the beast cage. He was prepared to start the next step of the work. Although they didn't understand Tang Zhen's purpose in transporting these beasts, the believers obediently followed his orders. This was because Tang Zhen had quite a high authority in the Heaven's Wall City. With his frequent appearances during this period of time, almost all the residents of the Heaven's Wall City knew Tang Zhen. At the same time, they also knew that he was a person with real power in the Heaven's Wall City. In such a chaotic situation, such a big shot would often hold the power to kill, making people feel both respect and fear. Offending a figure like him was simply courting death. If Tang Zhen was willing, he could take a person's life in many ways. Tang Zhen was very satisfied with this. He didn't care if he was good or evil in the eyes of the Heaven's Wall City's residents. It was fine as long as they were obedient. After bringing the unconscious beast back to the laboratory, Tang Zhen continued to be busy to the extent that he forgot to eat and sleep. Tang Zhen was the only one who could do the rest of the work. After all, he was the only one in the Heaven's Wall City who had mastered the artisan skill. Due to his strength being sealed, Tang Zhen's work was slightly strenuous. However, it was fortunate that his energy was almost infinite, which made up for the disadvantage of his lack of strength. Yuju had come once during this period. His original intention was to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to rush the runic airship. However, when he saw that Tang Zhen was so busy that his feet were smoking, he quietly retreated. Tang Zhen is working so hard. The two of us won't be able to watch the show. We'll work hard later and strive to finish it within a day. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the cultivator from Lusheng who followed Yuju nodded his head with a matter-of-fact expression. In the process of seizing the Heaven's Wall City, Tang Zhen was the main participant. However, the next beneficiary would be all the cultivators in the Lusheng of the 5th battle area. It could be said that every cultivator in the building city of the 5th battle area was the owner of the Heaven's Wall City. After entering the city, they had the obligation to run and build this place. Their efforts would not be in vain. After the competition ended, the cornerstone platform would definitely give the cultivators in Lusheng corresponding rewards. However, if they slacked off, the cornerstone platform would also punish them. The slots to participate in the competition were so precious, and every participant should do their best. However, Yu Ju was an exception. From the beginning to the end, he had a perfunctory attitude, as if he did not care about the results of the 5th battle group at all. He had followed Tang Zhen to the Heaven's Wall City because Tang Zhen had saved him, not for the glory of the 5th battle area. However, at this moment, Yu Ju's expression became very serious. Those who knew him knew that this meant that he was starting to get serious. Yu Ju's strength wasn't weaker than Tang Zhen's, and she was a member of a special race. When she got serious, Yu Ju would definitely be very terrifying. Of course, this was a good thing. At the very least, he could share some of Tang Zhen's burden and no longer need to shoulder the entire plan. Tang Zhen didn't know that Yu Ju had come, but he was focused on his own work. By the time he finished all his work, another day and night had passed. When he walked out of the laboratory, Tang Zhen found that the sunlight was a little glaring and slightly different from usual. Abnormal weather often meant the beginning of a change, or perhaps a new wave of calamity was brewing. Tang Zhen didn't mind. In any case, the situation would only become worse and worse until he couldn't even breathe. Because of the full preparation for the war, the Heaven's Wall City had become very noisy, completely without the quiet atmosphere of the past. Yet, Tang Zhen felt extremely good. He could sense a kind of persistence and struggle towards life from this noisy atmosphere. The arrival of the catastrophe made the residents of the Heaven's Wall City at a loss, afraid that they would encounter a disaster. The timely appearance of the Church of the Alarm Bell and Tang Zhen allowed the bewildered and helpless residents of the Heaven's Wall City to see hope. Anyone who wanted to live would subconsciously obey orders. Even if there were some people who did not obey the management, they could not cause much trouble. The moment they jumped out was often their last public appearance. Don't ever feel the darkness. If you don't do this, you'll be the one dying. Just as Tang Zhen was looking around, a runic airship slowly approached the forest outside Tianshu City. However, this time, it was not one but 3 runic airships. 2 of them were obviously just completed. As expected, there was strength in numbers. The runic airships, which originally needed some time to be completed, were put into use so quickly. Compared to the runic airships made by Tang Zhen, these 2 runic airships were larger in size and had more firepower. They could be called armed airships. One didn't need to look closely to know that this was the patrol team led by Yu Ju. After completing their patrol of the Heaven's Wall City, they were returning to the Heaven's Wall City to rest. This type of patrol might not be effective, but it was a very powerful deterrent to the enemy. In addition to the patrol airships, the Heaven's Wall City's cannons were also aimed at the dense forest. Don't think that the quality of the cannons in the manufacturing factory was poor. In fact, special rune cannons had been deployed, which could fire dozens of miles. As long as the runic airship gave a signal, the artillery fire would arrive and send the enemy to hell. This was also the reason why the enemy did not dare to act rashly. After the transformation, the Heaven's Wall City was an indestructible war fortress. Launching an attack rashly was bound to be the outcome of being smashed to pieces. Tang Zhen only took a few glances before retracting his attention. With Yu Ju in charge of this matter, there should not be any problems. Tang Zhen couldn't see through Yu Ju, but he definitely had great abilities. Tang Zhen sat on the platform of the attic to rest for a while before returning to the laboratory and preparing to continue his experiment. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he saw a tall woman in a purple-red leather armor in the spacious garden below, staring at him. When her eyes met with Tang Zhen's, that lady faintly smiled, causing the flowers in the surroundings to lose their luster. 2554 The first batch of reinforcements. 1. For cultivators, most of the people they knew in their long lives were just passerby on the journey. They had met for various reasons and separated for various reasons. After a long time, they had long become accustomed to it. It was often said that cultivators were emotionless, but in reality, they did not dare to fall in love, or else they would continue to suffer the pain of separation. However, there were some people who would quietly appear in their lives and then leave without a sound. When one had already forgotten about the other party, he would suddenly appear in front of one. Looking at the familiar face, it was as if yesterday had suddenly reappeared. Sir Tang Zhen, long time no see. The lady below laughed softly as she stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. So it's you, Sir Luffy. I didn't think we'd meet here. It's really unexpected, Tang Zhen replied with a smile. After which, he leapt and landed in the garden. Luo Fei smiled, adding 30% charm to her 70% heroic spirit. The female cultivator in front of him had once participated in the trial competition of the 5th battle area with Tang Zhen. Later on, Tang Zhen had helped to save her younger brother, which led to a series of events. For example, the agreement on the Fate Island. It had been a long time, but Tang Zhen still had not fulfilled it. After all, this agreement had a forced nature. Tang Zhen had no choice but to agree at that time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave the Fate Island. After he advanced to the creator level, he didn't need to be as nervous as he was in the past, afraid that the other party would suddenly come to him. Of course, the main reason was that Tang Zhen had too many things to do and simply did not have the time to care about other things. How did you appear here? Were you also teleported here? Tang Zhen was indeed curious in his heart. After all, this world was extremely large and there were many cultivators in Lu City being teleported. The cornerstone platform had calculated everything. It would definitely avoid the situation of cultivators gathering in the same battle zone and maintain fairness as much as possible. Of course, there was another possibility. The participants were not very strong, so they were teleported collectively. This situation was very common in the low-level battlefields. There were even tens of thousands of cultivators in Lu Cheng who were teleported at the same time. They were probably in the low-level battlefields that were ranked very low. The cultivators in our territory are considered lucky. Many of them were teleported to the inland sea. Compared to the vast land, it's actually easier to find people on the sea. Tang Zhen nodded. Cultivators had all kinds of means and their vision was far superior to ordinary people. It wasn't difficult for them to communicate with each other. We'll use a special communication device to gather together and then hunt for monsters in the inland sea. Later on, we found your shared map and knew that you were nearby. In addition, we shouldn't stay in the inland sea for long, so we decided to go to the Heaven's Wall City. When I was about to reach Heaven's Wall City, I saw your updated map and knew that there were enemies waiting outside. We only had a few dozen people and didn't dare to act rashly. Just as we were in a difficult situation, we happened to encounter your runic airship. Under the protection of the runic airships, we successfully entered the Heaven's Wall City. We did not find any traces of the enemy. Luo Fei told him about her experience during this period of time. It could be said that there was no danger, and no loss of personnel. Tang Zhen nodded and said, the Heaven's Wall City is in need of manpower. You've come at the right time. You've simply sent charcoal in the snow. The sudden arrival of Luo Fei's group had undoubtedly greatly reduced Tang Zhen's pressure. Hence, he had said such a thing. The presence of these cultivators in the buildings could ensure the stability of the Heaven's Wall City and prevent the cultivators in the buildings from destroying it. This was also a good start. It was estimated that in the following days, more and more cultivators would arrive at the Heaven's Wall City. If Sir Tang Zhen has any orders, please feel free to ask. The cultivators in the Immortal Spirit territory and I will unconditionally listen to your command. Luo Fei's words clearly acknowledged Tang Zhen's leadership position. No matter how many cultivators arrived in the Heaven's Wall City in the future, Tang Zhen would be the leader. She had made a decision so early because Luo Fei had absolute trust in Tang Zhen. In her heart, Tang Zhen was a legendary figure. When he first met Tang Zhen, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't big. In fact, it was even inferior to his own. But even so, he still overcame all difficulties and stood out among countless elites. After that, he accepted his commission and headed to the true immortal plane. Not only did he save his younger brother, but he also left behind a legend. According to his younger brother, even after many years, the legend of Tang Zhen was still widely spread in the true immortal plane. In the days that followed, Luo Fei heard news about Tang Zhen and the cracked territory from time to time. She knew that both he and the territory were developing rapidly. The latest news was that Tang Zhen had completed a secret mission. It was said that many masters of creation had participated in it. Ali didn't know what mission it was, but according to her father, it was related to a super plane. Super planes were rare, and it was estimated that after this competition was over, the 5th battle area would launch an invasion of the super planes. Such a big incident actually happened because of Tang Zhen. This made Luo Fei sigh and she was even more certain that Tang Zhen was extraordinary. Therefore, after seeing Tang Zhen, Luo Fei immediately expressed her attitude and followed Tang Zhen's lead. The purpose of doing this was to obtain better results under Tang Zhen's leadership. Luo Fei took the initiative to express her goodwill. Tang Zhen naturally had to express his gratitude. With a group of supporters, his idea could be carried out more smoothly. After asking Luo Fei about the information she had, Tang Zhen asked her to arrange the cultivators under her while he returned to the laboratory to check the catalytic progress of the creation ball. When he walked to the runic magic circle, he could see that the creation balls had stopped operating, indicating that the catalysis work had ended. The finished creation ball looked like an ordinary crystal ball without any special features. It was impossible to determine the specific situation inside through a superficial observation. Even a grandmaster artisan couldn't do that. Tang Zhen did not waste any time. After keeping these creation spheres, he headed to the highest point of the city lord's mansion. When he encountered believers of the church along the way, they would bow to him with a very respectful attitude. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen's accumulated reputation in the Heaven's Wall City had already surpassed Yu Ju's disguise as the church master of the alarm bell. If this situation continued, even if Lirt reappeared, no one would care about him. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the highest point of the mountain peak. He was standing at the edge of a deep emerald green pool. There were fish swimming in the pond. Their bodies were huge and multicolored, they were only there for viewing. There were a few unique buildings beside the pond, which were obviously a scenic spot of the city lord's mansion, but they were now in ruins. Tang Zhen sized up the surrounding environment. After confirming that it met the requirements, he took out an creation ball and threw it into the deep pool. The creation ball dragged an arc of light and fell into the deep pool, falling rapidly toward the bottom of the pool. The moment it touched the bottom of the pool, the creation ball suddenly exploded. Then, the entire deep pool was like a boiling pot, and the water was lifted up dozens of meters high. This was the scene caused by the massive amount of gas. It was like a thunderclap that turned the entire deep pool upside down. The creature in the water was unlucky. It fell back into the water in a daze, only to find a pile of things it had never seen before in the pool. They looked like huge tree roots, densely occupying the entire deep pool, and then extending along the stone walls of the deep pool. The water in the pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it was quickly replenished because there was a huge spring in the pool, which just happened to make up for the consumption. The plants that absorbed the spring water looked like blood vessels and meridians that spread in all directions. When they touched a tree, these vine-like plants would quickly wrap around it, and their roots would penetrate deep into the bark. In a very short time, the trees became a part of the vines, and they became one with each other. The mountaintop was huge, but the vines still covered the entire mountaintop in less than half a day. Then, the vines drooped down toward the surrounding cliffs. At this rate, they would probably cover the entire Heaven's Wall City. 2555 Yu Ju, unwilling to admit defeat. 1. The strange vines that suddenly appeared had spread and surrounded the entire city, shocking the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. They looked at the plants that they had never seen before and thought that some kind of monster had attacked them. They were so scared that their faces turned as white as snow. Attention all residents, there are no monsters attacking us. Very quickly, there were believers shouting along the street, warning the residents not to make a fuss. The strange vines that suddenly appeared were just Tang Zhen's experiments. The purpose of the experiment was to benefit the Heaven's Wall City and solve the food crisis. After understanding the whole story, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City calmed down. Their original fear had turned into curiosity. They tried to get as close as possible to the vines, wanting to see how these strange things could solve the food crisis. They soon discovered that almost all the plants in the Heaven's Wall City were connected to this vine. They were connected by roots or wrapped around each other, forming a whole. It could be said that from this moment on, there would only be one plant in the Heaven's Wall City, and that was the special vine that Tang Zhen had cultivated. After all the plants were connected, new plants appeared. Each plant had a flower blooming on it, and the color was incomparably gorgeous. The only difference was that the smaller plants had small flowers and the larger plants had big flowers. In a short time, the Heaven's Wall City had become a sea of flowers. There was no need for a gentle breeze to blow, and one could smell waves of fragrance, making one feel relaxed and happy. When they saw the flowers that could be seen everywhere, an intelligent person had already thought that Tang Zhen was preparing to use the fruits of these plants as food. The question that followed was, if all the plants in the Heaven's Wall City were covered in fruits, how long would they last? With a population of hundreds of thousands, even if food was supplied in a fixed amount, the daily consumption would still be up to 100 tons. However, on second thought, it was not impossible. Judging from the growth rate of the vines, he knew that they were definitely not ordinary things. At the same time, its production and growth cycle could not be estimated in normal ways. For example, if it ripened once a month, it could produce millions of caddies at a time, which would definitely alleviate the food crisis. After realizing this, the residents were filled with anticipation. They were eager to understand this magical plant and see what kind of surprises it would bring. In the following period of time, many of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City, who had nothing to do, began to focus on the plants. They wanted to see when they would bear fruit. The believers of the Church of the Alarm Bell were dispatched one after another, constantly patrolling both inside and outside of Tianshu City. Once they found someone destroying plants, they would not hesitate to punish them severely. The armed airship slowly landed. When the hatch opened, Yuju stepped out. Yuju's expression did not change as he looked at the Heaven's Wall City, which had changed greatly. However, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. This Tang Zhen is indeed not a simple person. To the masters of creation, such plants weren't rare, and many planes had similar existences. In some planes, there was even a situation where there was only one plant on the land, which covered the entire land. If the creator needed it, he could create similar plants with just a thought. The problem was that everyone's cultivation had been sealed, and they couldn't use the power of the creator, making the originally simple matter complicated. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen had used another method to complete something that was almost impossible. Yuju had always been proud. However, at this moment, he had to admit that Tang Zhen had done an amazing thing. If it was him, he would definitely be at his wit's end. Even if he could think of a solution, it would definitely not be as perfect as what Tang Zhen had done. This was obviously a new path, but he didn't know if low-level cultivators could master it. If they could, it would be equivalent to giving low-level cultivators the power of the creator. If it could be promoted, the faction it belonged to would definitely soar to the sky and far surpass the forces of the same level. For example, resources could be created in this way, and there was no need to obtain them through plain invasion. If Tang Zhen really mastered this ability and promoted it in his territory, then the future cracked territory would definitely stand out in the 5th battle area. Yuju sighed, but that was all. He preferred to obtain everything he wanted through plundering. It was more direct and straightforward. The method used by Tang Zhen also required various precious materials. At the very beginning, they still needed to plunder to accumulate their initial capital. However, one thing was certain. Maintaining a good relationship with Tang Zhen and his territory was definitely beneficial. Take this time to rest. Also, hurry up the manufacturing factory. When can the incendiary bomb be produced? After seeing Tang Zhen continue to transform the Heaven's Wall City according to his own ideas, Yuju's desire to win rose. He felt that he was not weaker than others. Now that his fighting spirit had been provoked, how could he let Tang Zhen take the lead? Yuju could not contribute much to solve the food problem, but he had absolute confidence in fighting. Yuju was invincible in the 9 Serenities territory. This alone was enough to prove her strength. The title of Divine General was a term used in the circle of the Masters of Creation. According to their strength, they were divided into 9 levels. Yuju was a 9-star Divine General, and he was just a step away from becoming a mid-level deity, or a God King, which was the level of a native deity. After completing the promotion, one could nurture a god in the God Kingdom and establish their own God Court. The strength of a 9-star was indeed not weak. No wonder Yuju was so unwilling to admit defeat. He was obviously very confident. Only cultivators below the level of Divine General were allowed to participate in the Battle Zone ranking competition. Yuju was just a step away from exceeding the standard. Such a powerful cultivator would not be interested in such a competition. Yuju's previous performance had also proved that he did not care about the ranking of the 5th battle area at all. However, Yuju had joined them. What was his motive? As Nether9 was deep in thought, some of the believers had already rushed to the manufacturing factory. In the short time that they followed Nether9, the believers had already become obedient. Firstly, it was because of the sect master's orders, which required them to listen to Yuju's commands. Secondly, Yuju's strength was indeed powerful, which made these believers admire him. As for Yuju's character, he had already announced that he was going into seclusion, and had Ali and Tang Zhen take charge of various matters. Although this matter was a little abrupt, the believers did not care about it as they deliberately diluted the influence of the hierarch. Lirt's original confidants were calm from the beginning to the end. No one dared to jump out and question him, especially when his number one confidant had surrendered. It didn't take long for a believer to come and report that a batch of specially made incendiary bombs had been completed. Yu Ju, who had received the news, immediately led his men to the manufacturing factory, full of fighting spirit. During this period, Yu Ju met Luo Fei and the others. After a simple exchange of words, half of the cultivators in the immortal spirit territory joined the patrol team. At present, the enemies that the Heaven's Wall City was facing were mainly cultivators of Lusheng. If the two sides were forced to fight at close range, ordinary believers would not be a match for them. The addition of the cultivators of Lu Cheng, such as Luo Fei, completely solved this problem, and the patrol team had the ability to attack from above. It was only a matter of time before the level of the participants increased. Compared to the other regions, the Heaven's Wall City had already entered the stage of confrontation between the cultivators in the city. Of course, this situation would not last long. When the demonic wave really broke out, the cultivators outside Tianshu City would certainly not dare to stay in the outside world. The cultivators in the Heaven's Wall City didn't panic at all. On the contrary, the cultivators outside the city were on tenterhooks at all times. Once a large number of monsters attacked, with monsters in front and the Heaven's Wall City behind, the enemy's situation would become extremely difficult. By then, the enemy would either have to compromise and cooperate with the 5th battle area, or retreat from the city and find a safe place to stay. It was simply a delusional idea to hide in the forest and continue to waste time with the Heaven's Wall City. 2556 Solving the food crisis. 1. The state of the vine's growth was completely in line with his expectations. In fact, it was even better than he had expected. The reason for this was that the energy concentration in this world was extremely high, far beyond the environment inside the creation ball. If there were no accidents, it would not take long for them to harvest the fruits in batches. After completing his observation of the vines, Tang Zhen turned around and headed to the Heavenly Pearl Lake because he had yet to complete his task. He had cultivated many creation spheres, and there were all kinds of plants in them to alleviate the food crisis of the Heaven's Wall City. The vine was only one of them. It was currently under observation, and whether it could survive was not guaranteed. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the bottom of Tianshu City and walk straight to the city gate. Due to the previous battle, the city gate was still filled with the pungent smell of the monster's blood. On the huge platform in front of the city gate, low walls were built, and fully armed believers guarded it day and night. If there was a need, the heavy metal city gate could be closed at any time, completely cutting off the passage in and out. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, the believers at the city gate continuously saluted and greeted him. Their eyes were filled with respect and gratitude. They had naturally seen the changes in the city earlier. When they heard that all of this was Tang Zhen's handiwork, they could not help but feel a sense of respect in their hearts. For these ordinary people, such a magical method was simply not something that could be done by human strength. In a world where monsters were rampant, a powerhouse who had magical means and belonged to the same camp as himself would naturally be supported and followed by the people. Tang Zhen returned the greeting with a smile. Soon after, he slowly walked to the end of the broken bridge under the accompaniment of a few believers. The traces of the last battle were still there, and blood stained the stone slabs of the bridge. In the clear and deep bitter water, dark figures could be seen flashing by from time to time. Those are eels that grow in the lake. Because they were contaminated by demonic chi, they became terrifying monsters that can bite off a person's leg with one bite. The believer beside him said. A look of fear flashed across his face, and at the same time, he felt that it was a pity. It was indeed a heartache that such a fat fish could not be used as food. If I'm bitten, will I become a monster? Tang Zhen looked at the strange figure under the water and asked the believer. The main reason for demonization is that demonic chi enters the body. If you can clean the wound and get rid of the demonic chi in time, you can guarantee that you won't become a monster. The city's wise men have already gathered together and are developing a medicine to resist the demonic chi. It is said that they have already achieved initial results. Don't underestimate the intelligence of the natives. In this short period of time, they had already figured out the reason for the appearance of the monsters and tried to find a way to solve it. Tang Zhen knew about this matter. He even knew that there were a bunch of demonized monsters that were captured at the place where the wise man was researching. In order to prevent any accidents, the cave was strictly guarded. Once there was any danger, the entire cave would be blown up. Even if they had to sacrifice the wise ones, they couldn't let the monsters come out. Otherwise, the Heaven's Wall City would be destroyed. Sir Tang Zhen, do you think that these wild flowers will really bear fruit? A believer asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with anticipation. It shouldn't be a problem. You'll probably see the fruit appear in 2 days. That's good, that's good. This way, we don't have to worry about the child starving. That believer's face was full of smiles as he bowed to Tang Zhen. The worry between his brows seemed to have dissipated a lot. When the believer beside him saw this, he smiled and explained to Tang Zhen, his family raised 7 children, but the food they were given was not enough. The children couldn't fill their stomachs and were so hungry that they cried all day. But now, with enough food, everyone could calm down and defend their homeland. In the end, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I reckon that it wouldn't have been long before a tragedy happened in the Heaven's Wall City. In the case of unbearable hunger, the residents would lose their minds, and the entire city would become hell. Compared to the residents of other cities, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were already lucky enough. This was because they had met Tang Zhen, and they themselves had great value. In order to win this game, Tang Zhen would definitely think of ways to save the lives of the residents and complete some things that the natives couldn't do. It might sound cruel, but that was the truth. The natives of this world were nothing more than props made of flesh and blood. They were destined to suffer through painful reincarnations again and again. Under the gazes of his believers, Tang Zhen took out an creation ball and threw it into the lake in front of him. Just like before, the creation ball drew an arc and fell directly into the lake. In the calm lake, a huge water pillar shot up into the sky, and countless tiny seeds rippled with the water. Just like the vines from before, this type of aquatic plant also had an extremely fast growth rate. In fact, in the creation ball, the plants grew at this speed, and it did not change in the outside world. After they burst out of the creation ball, these tiny seeds immediately took root and sprouted, dyeing the lake water emerald green. The area of the plants continued to expand, and their leaves covered the lake water. Flowers the size of human heads bloomed, and things that looked like cattail leaves grew. As the plants continued to grow, the cattail stalks turned into corn cobs, covered with corn-like fruits. The fruit was still young and unripe. It might take some time for it to be practical. If it was just the speed of growth, it was not a big deal. What was really shocking was the speed at which this plant spread. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City could clearly see the changes on the lake's surface. After the green appeared, it began to spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for it to cover the surface of the lake around the broken bridge, and then it spread in all directions. A similar scene had just occurred in the Heaven's Wall City, but it didn't take long for a similar scene to appear at the Heaven's Wall Lake. Because of their previous experience, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had already become immune to it. Although they were still extremely shocked, they didn't make a big fuss. They just silently looked at the changes on the surface of the lake. They looked at the rich fruits that were like corn cobs, and their eyes flashed with hope. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the fruits of the vines in this kind of corn-like food would appear on the dining table of the Heaven's Wall City's residents. The excited residents didn't know that this plant full of flowers and fruits was actually a very fierce plant with a function similar to that of a wormgrass. The leaves floating on the surface of the water could stick to animals and insects that fell on it and then slowly digest them. There were countless tentacles growing under the leaves. Once an underwater creature passed by, it would be entangled and trapped by the tentacles. The monsters in the lake were unlucky. They had nowhere to run and would jump out of the lake from time to time, but they still fell into the water. The surface of the lake was also like a boiling pot, and traces of strange fish could be seen everywhere, making it seem unusually lively. However, as time passed, the number of monsters appearing decreased, and the entire lake was covered in grass and flowers. Those monsters that made people pale had become nutrients for the growth of plants. The Tianwang Lake, which was once rich in aquatic products, had now become clean. 2557 The depressed enemy 1. The Heaven's Wall Lake, which was covered by gorgeous flowers, and the Heaven's Wall City, which was also full of flowers, formed a thick and colorful painting. It was true that such a beautiful scene could only be seen in a picture. It was like a paradise on earth. As expected of Sir Tang Zhen, You always do things unexpectedly and your methods are so brilliant that it makes people sigh in admiration. The food consumption of hundreds of thousands of people is definitely a super problem, but I didn't expect you to solve it so easily. There was a soft applause behind him, and Luffy's voice was heard, her tone full of undisguised admiration. Of course, it's easy for you. If I were to do this, I would definitely be at my wit's end. Luo Fei really admired Tang Zhen. If there was a chance, she would definitely not be stingy with her praise. Although he couldn't avoid the suspicion of bootlicking, the situation was indeed like that. Food was the most important thing to the people. Tang Zhen had solved the food crisis, which was equivalent to ensuring the stability of the Heaven's Wall City. Since the natives could level up by killing monsters, this meant that as long as they could get through the initial difficulties, the strength of Heaven Need City would become stronger and stronger. This was definitely good news for the cultivators in Lusheng City of the 5th Battle Area. As long as they reached the Heaven's Wall City, they would have a backer. Lu Cheng's cultivators were strong in individual combat, but in this environment where monsters ran rampant, they had to rely on the strength of a group. After all, the competition this time was prepared for the group battle, and the final competition would be the battle zone rankings. In such an environment, a safe and suitable rear base was particularly important. Just like the city tower, the cultivators could rest and recuperate, and they could participate in the war together. Tang Zhen revealed a smile and nodded to Luo Fei. He thought for a moment before asking, "Sir Murphy, I wonder if you've counted the total number of participants in the 5th Battle Area?" Tang Zhen only had a rough estimate of the number of cultivators in Lusheng City, but he didn't have accurate data. Without any hesitation, she answered, "From what I know, in this battle zone ranking battle, all 500 territories from the 5th Battle Zone will be participating. Some territories sent thousands of cultivators, and some only sent one person, such as your cracked territory. Of course, your case is a special case. You're probably the only territory with only one participant. According to my estimation, the total number of participants in the 5th Battle Area should have exceeded 150,000, but it will definitely not exceed 200,000. Tang Zhen nodded. According to his estimation, the number of competitors should be around 100 million. The number of cultivators in each city should be around 50,000, and around 100. The total number of soldiers in the 3,000 battlefields had exceeded 100 million. It was a terrifying number. However, after this period of time, he realized that he had miscalculated. The number of cultivators in Lusheng that the major battlefields had sent was far more than that. Some Lusheng in the low-level battlefields simply used the human wave tactic and sent tens of thousands of cultivators. Of course, during the settlement, too many people would definitely affect the data. However, if one were to calculate carefully, they would still gain more benefits. The other battlefields were not the only ones doing so. Even the Sacred Dragon battlefield had sent nearly 200,000 cultivators from Lu Cheng. They were all elite selected from the various Lu Cheng battlefields. In that case, there would be at least 500 million cultivators participating in the competition, or even double that number. The number of people would not affect Tang Zhen's plan. However, the number of enemies fighting for the Heaven's Wall City would increase. The following situation may be very serious. I have a task for you. I wonder if you can complete it. Tang Zhen muttered to himself for a while before speaking to Luo Fei. No matter what the task is, you can arrange it. I will do my best to complete it, Luo Fei said without the slightest hesitation. Just like what she had promised earlier, she would completely listen to Tang Zhen's commands. The food problem has been solved, but the crisis still exists. Perhaps after a while, the Heaven's Wall City will be attacked by both cultivators and monsters. Although there were hundreds of thousands of residents in the Heaven's Wall City, and their weapons and equipment were still acceptable, the number of cultivators in the Tower City was obviously insufficient. The situation is getting more and more urgent. We can't wait passively for the cultivators of Lusheng to come. We have to take the initiative to bring them back. Therefore, I plan to update the map and inform the nearby cultivators to mark their respective locations. You will be in charge of leading the runic airships to the marked locations and bringing them all to the Heaven's Wall City. After listening to Tang Zhen's explanation of the mission, Luo Fei gently nodded, indicating that there were no problems. This task wasn't very risky. It could also gather a large number of cultivators in the city and use a snowball effect to continuously improve the strength of the Heaven's Wall City. Don't worry, sir. I'll complete the mission. The two of them had a good personal relationship, but when it came to missions, they would never be ambiguous. I'll take you to the manufacturing plant. Runic airships are being manufactured there. You can modify them according to your needs. Alright, please. In the forest outside Tianshu City, a group of cultivators from Lucheng gathered on a huge tree crown, blocking the view from the sky. Just a few minutes ago, 2 runic airships had flown over their heads and dropped a bomb at the same time. This was a probing attack, only to beat the grass and alert the snake. Knowing the intention of the armed airships, the enemies hiding below did not dare to act rashly, because they knew very well that someone was watching them from the sky. If he was not careful, he would expose himself and then suffer a disaster. The 2 cultivators of Lusheng City were injured by the bomb and were wrapped in flames. In order not to expose their hiding place, they gritted their teeth and persevered until the runic airship left. By the time they were rescued by their companions, the 2 cultivators of Lusheng were already on the verge of death and had almost been eliminated. These damn bastards. They're using this method to force us out of the forest. One of the cultivators from Lucheng cursed with a depressed look on his face. He then looked at his companion, who also had a gloomy expression. The weapons created by the Heaven's Wall City were simply their nemesis, making their days more and more difficult to endure. While the runic airships were patrolling, they would drop burning bombs from time to time, causing the forest to burn continuously, and thick smoke to rise into the sky. In addition to the combustion bombs, the runic airship was also equipped with a spraying device that constantly sprayed a special medicinal liquid during its journey. This medicinal liquid was extremely vicious. As long as a leaf came into contact with a drop of it, it would wither and fall off in an extremely short period of time. The dense canopy was the best natural cover. As long as one hid below, they could avoid the detection from the sky. However, with the spraying of the special medicinal liquid, the route that the runic airship had passed through had now become a withered scene. When the liquid touched the skin, it would also cause a fatal threat. Dozens of farmers who were caught had been poisoned to death. Compared to bombs, this liquid medicine was actually more vicious. It was meant to completely destroy the forest. At the same time, according to Yuju's request, the route of the runic airships, medicinal liquid spraying was in the shape of a grid, dividing the forest into regions. The green forest was under heavy surveillance and would be attacked by bombs and poison from time to time. Once they discovered the enemy's tracks, they could easily complete the lock-on and use the advantage of high altitude to kill the enemy. In addition to bombs and poison, the believers would also shoot and fire randomly, causing chaos in the forest and the surviving animals to escape. Due to the restriction of the rules, the cultivators of Lucheng had to eat. The source of food had to be considered. However, with the patrol team's efforts, the animals in the forest were either demonized or ran away. Even the plants were infected with poison. Unknowingly, the source of food had become a big problem. The lowest level of the cultivators who participated in the competition was king level. Normally, they didn't need to eat. But now, their stomachs were growling from hunger. It was simply miserable. 2,558 luring monsters to attack the City 1 in the forest outside Tianshu City. There were nearly 1,000 cultivators from different battlefields. Because the cultivators of Lusheng in the 4th battle area had taken the lead, the cultivators of Lusheng in the other battle areas had gathered together. They acted as one, and their goal was to seize control of the Heaven's Wall City. While they gathered the cultivators in Lusheng, they also gathered some of the natives who were lucky enough to escape from the attack on their village, as well as the escaped mountain bandits who were originally entrenched in the forest. They originally wanted to take refuge in the Heaven's Wall City, but they were captured by the cultivators of the Tower City and used as slaves and cannon fodder. Although there were 2,000 to 3,000 of them, their combat power was limited. They were just a motley crew. This kind of temporarily formed team was good for guerrilla warfare, but it was not enough to attack a city. The Heaven's Wall City was heavily guarded, and there were tens of thousands of soldiers guarding it. It was simply a fool's dream to expect this group of miscellaneous troops to take down the Heaven's Wall City. Even though there were thousands of cultivators in the building city, which was dozens of times more than the cultivators in the Heaven's Wall City, it was useless. As the saying went, times had changed. The cultivators of Lusheng City with their strength sealed were likely to be killed by a low-level monster. Facing the Heaven's Wall City, which had tens of thousands of defenders equipped with guns and runic airships and had the highest commander as a cultivator, they really had no chance of winning. In fact, from the very beginning, the cultivators outside the city had no intention of attacking by force. Instead, they were waiting to reap the benefits. Whether it was the attack of the monsters or the problems of the Heaven's Wall city itself, they would all cause the city to fall in the disaster. As long as they followed behind the monsters and took the opportunity to snatch the city when the city was broken, they would be able to occupy the Heaven's Wall city without any effort. The plan was not bad, and the success rate was high. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The Heaven's Wall city's strength had increased at a rapid rate, far exceeding the normal speed. If there were no accidents, even if monsters attacked, the Heaven's Wall city would be safe. The previous monster attack had already proven this point. More than 3,000 powerful monsters, almost as strong as cultivators, were blocked at the city gate, unable to advance an inch. At that time, the strength of the Heaven's Wall city was still weak, and their unity was not strong. But even so, they still accomplished something that was almost impossible. While guarding the city, the believers also gained a lot. Many residents of the Heaven's Wall city benefited from the disaster and inexplicably embarked on the road of cultivation. As a result, the strength of the Heaven's Wall city had increased again. If the monster from before attacked again, it would definitely be impossible for them to escape unscathed. It was very likely that they would be wiped out. The strength of the Heaven's Wall city was getting stronger and stronger, and the number of monsters was increasing. On the contrary, they were caught in the middle, and it was getting more and more awkward. We can't go on like this. We have to change the current situation, or we will be eliminated sooner or later. The one who spoke was a cultivator with white hair all over his face. He came from a battle zone that was ranked in the 2000s. When he was teleported, he was with hundreds of companions. However, they were unlucky. They had inexplicably encountered a strange poisonous insect and were chased for dozens of kilometers. This was clearly the Cornerstone platform's deliberate arrangement as the first wave of elimination. If one's luck was bad, they would be eliminated. It was not easy to get rid of the poisonous insects' attacks, but the team was reduced by a third, all eliminated by the poisonous insects' attacks. They participated in the competition with ambition and tried to get good results, but they were hit in the head right at the beginning. One could imagine how depressed they were. In the following time, they wandered around and looked for opportunities. Their strength had improved, but the accidental reduction of personnel had never stopped. Later, due to an accident, the team was divided into 3 groups. One of them wandered near the Heaven's Wall city and naturally set their eyes on this city. However, he didn't expect that the Heaven's Wall city was already under Tang Zhen's control. The entire Heaven's Wall city's defense was impenetrable, and it was impossible to sneak in or attack. Just as they were about to leave, cultivators from the 4th battle area, Lu Cheng, appeared and asked them to join the cooperative organization. For Lu Cheng cultivators in the lower battle zones, the 4th battle zone was too high for them to reach. If it wasn't for this competition, they wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with it. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to contact him and asked to cooperate to take down the Heaven's Wall city, this was a good thing that he could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, after a simple discussion, the group of white-haired cultivators chose to join the battle. Then, they followed the command of the cultivators from the 4th battle area and intercepted the reinforcements from the 5th battle area. Who would have thought that the interception only succeeded once, and then they were immediately counterattacked by the Heaven's Wall city, and they were blown up by the runic airships. More than a dozen Lu Cheng cultivators were eliminated without any chance to fight back, which made them feel extremely depressed. What the fuck, is flying in the sky something great? I could fly in the past too. They were cursing non-stop, but in fact, they were envious, jealous, and hateful. They had been beaten up so badly that they could not fight back with just a runic airship. He wanted to build one himself to fight against the Tianshu city, but he found that he lacked both materials and time. It didn't take long for the Heaven's Wall city to begin their revenge. The number of runic airships increased from 1 to 3, and the firepower they carried became stronger and stronger. They patrolled every now and then, bombarding and spreading poison from time to time, causing the cultivators hiding in the forest to suffer unspeakably. The Heaven's Wall city was so unscrupulous, but the cultivators in the tower city of the 4th battle area didn't make any moves. This made the white-haired cultivators who chose to cooperate start to question the strength of the 4th battle area. Just as they were whispering to each other, a figure hurried over from not far away. It was also a low-level cultivator who had chosen to cooperate with the 4th battle area. Different from the white-haired cultivator, this Lu Cheng was a loyal fan of the 4th battle area. I've just received an order. Everyone, get ready for battle and launch an attack on Tianshu City." Upon hearing this news, the depressed white-haired cultivators were all overjoyed. They were not afraid of battle, but they were afraid of being ridden on top of their heads and unable to fight back. Now that they heard that they were going to launch a counterattack, they were all extremely excited. They couldn't wait to kill their way into the Heaven's Wall City and have a good time. "Then tell us quickly, how are we going to prepare, when will the battle begin, and how many of us will be participating in the battle?" Although they were excited, the white-haired cultivators remained calm. They were ready to figure out the specific situation before deciding whether to participate in the battle. After all, according to the analysis of the current situation, they did not have the advantage. If they fought with the Heaven's Wall City, they would definitely lose. "What, are you afraid?" The cultivator from Lu Cheng sneered and looked at the white-haired cultivator who raised the question. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the white-haired cultivator's distrust of the fourth battle area, so he said in a slightly mocking tone, "Stop farting here, what does this have to do with being afraid?" The white-haired cultivator rebuked coldly, "Don't tell me that when you participate in a battle, you will not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Anything and just attack. Who gave you the confidence? My question is reasonable, but you're showing this attitude. Do you have a problem with us?" As the white-haired cultivator questioned him, his companion stood up and looked at the messenger coldly. The messenger coldly snorted, but he knew what was important and what was not. If he caused a dispute, he would definitely be punished. "I don't mind telling you. While you were running around, the cultivators of the fourth battle area had already started their operation. They gathered the nearby monsters together. There were about 60,000 to 70,000 of them, and they would soon arrive at the Heaven's Wall City. Our mission is to cooperate with the monsters to attack the city and occupy it after the city is broken." 2559 Yuju's Bewitchment. 1. Yuju stood on the observation deck of the armed airship with his hands behind his back. His eyes were locked on the distance, and his expression was slightly serious. He discovered that at the end of his line of sight, violent dark energy covered the sky and the sun, causing strange phenomena to appear in the sky. Yuju was certain that a large number of monsters had gathered there, or that a powerful monster had appeared. No matter what the situation was, it was not good news. Send out a warning immediately. Fire 3 signal flares. Yuju did not even turn his head as he gave the order to his team members. The believers standing behind him were surprised because the 3 signal flares represented the highest alert level. However, at this moment, there was no unexpected situation at all. Why did the commander do this? On the battlefield, you need to make a judgment based on all kinds of information, and not completely rely on your eyes. What the eyes see might not be real, not to mention that when you see the enemy will also see you. In that case, you'll be in a very passive position. Yuju smiled and said in a calm tone. The believer didn't dare to delay. He immediately took out the signal flare and shot 3 in the sky to ensure that the Heaven's Wall City could see it. "Sir, the alarm has been issued. What should we do next?" After firing the signal flare, the believer walked behind Yuju and asked softly. 2 choices. Yuju turned around and looked at the believers behind him. He then swept his gaze over the other team members and raised his voice. "The first choice is to immediately retreat to the Heaven's Wall City and wait for the enemy to attack our home. The second option is to actively seek out the enemy, figure out their origins and numbers, and then fight them." Yuju's eyes flashed, and his aura suddenly changed. He was like a peerless weapon that had been unsheathed, exuding a heart-palpitating aura. Other than that, there was also an undisguised desire to fight, as well as a little greed. Why should we let our enemies come to our door? Why can't we treat them as prey and become their nightmare? No one noticed the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. The believers stared at Yuju without blinking, their eyes turning as red as blood. At the same time, there were also blood vessels that spread out from the eye, making these believers look extremely ferocious. Yuju chuckled coldly as a green glow appeared on his face. A cold wind blew around his body, and he had the aura of an emperor descending. This was his true appearance. As a member of the 9 Nethers, he was of the same origin as the spiritual ghosts. Due to Yuju's influence, the greed and killing intent of these believers had been magnified infinitely, and they had all become his puppets. Of course, this state was not permanent. Yuju only needed a single thought to remove this state of control. The alarm has been issued. We can fight without restraint in the following time. Thinking about it carefully, I'm really looking forward to it. A strange and sinister laughter came from the armed airship. It then left the patrol route and rushed forward like an arrow. On the green and flat field, a large number of dense black shadows appeared, pushing forward like a tide. The unripe crops were trampled and trampled on, no longer able to be harvested. The culprit who had stepped on the crops had once cultivated on this land, but now he was dragging his rotten body and destroying the crops that were as important as his life. The demonized farmers didn't care about this at all. They only had a desire for flesh and blood now, and they kept roaring because of hunger. There was no need to hide from the monsters anymore because he had already become a monster. This feeling of being fearless was far more comfortable than he had imagined. A wild beast suddenly jumped out of the grass. It looked at the group of monsters that were rushing over and was so scared that it trembled all over. When it finally realized the danger and was ready to turn around and escape, the monsters that had gone crazy from hunger had already rushed up. The wild beast wailed and was nailed to the ground by the demonized farmer's dung fork before being torn into countless pieces by the sharp claws. Damned fool, hurry up and advance. Among the huge group of monsters, a general on a warhorse reprimanded loudly, constantly waving the sword in his hand. They came from a nearby town and were currently soldiers of the Empire. Just 2 days ago, these soldiers were still defending their homeland against the attacks of monsters. In the end, they were outnumbered and eventually defeated by the monster, becoming its food. When the monster was only halfway through its meal, rolling devil chi erupted from the ground, and these soldiers who had died on the battlefield were instantly transformed into fierce monsters. Compared to the normal monsters, the soldiers that were missing flesh and blood were obviously more ferocious. The general who died in battle gained great power and became the leader. He then attacked and infected everywhere, increasing the number of monsters. Not long after that, the monster army ran into a group of cultivators, and a chase began. The cultivators of Lu City maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far from these monsters. It was obvious that they wanted to bring the monsters to the Heaven's Wall City. Seeing that they had completed more than half of the task, the cultivators in charge of luring the monsters smiled smugly. Soon, it won't be long before the Heaven's Wall City becomes our territory. After we receive the supplies in the city, we'll make some slight modifications and it'll become our territory. Those Lusheng cultivators in the 5th battle area are no match for us. Don't look at how arrogant they are now, they're destined to work for nothing. A cultivator from Lu Cheng said with a smile. He looked at the forest in front of him with a trace of pride in his eyes. As long as they passed through this forest, they would be able to reach the Heaven's Wall City and their mission would be completed. However, at this moment, he saw a black shadow appear in the sky above the forest, followed by a flash of light. Boom, he seemed to have heard a loud bang and felt his body shake. Then, he saw his hands and feet flying in the air before he finally turned into a ball of white light. I'm not willing to accept this, Yingluo. The moment he was eliminated, the cultivator from Lu City was filled with regret because he no longer had the chance to set foot in Heaven's Wall City. Enemy attack. Looking at their companions that were blown to pieces in the runic airships that were firing again, the cultivators of Lusheng City who were luring the monsters immediately realized that something was wrong. As the cannonballs whizzed toward them, the cultivators of Lusheng City dodged in a hurry, afraid that they would be hit by the cannonballs. The cannonballs landed in the group of monsters behind them. More than a dozen demonized farmers carrying sickles and shovels were hit and directly turned into a pile of rotten meat. It wasn't just cannonballs that flew over, there were also whistling bullets. A few red-eyed believers looked down from above and kept pulling the trigger. The specially made runic bullets were fast and far. Once hit, even if one didn't die, they would be seriously injured. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were luring the monsters couldn't retreat, or they would be torn to pieces by the monsters. Similarly, they couldn't escape to the left and right, which would ruin their plan. In desperation, these cultivators of Lusheng could only charge forward, and the distance between them and the runic airship was getting closer and closer. When Yuju, who was in charge of watching the battle and commanding, saw this, he pulled out a javelin from a wooden bucket at the side and threw it at the enemy. Below, One of the cultivators of Lu Cheng was unable to dodge in time and was nailed to the ground by the spear, falling into a state of near death. Before his companions could rescue him, the monster behind him had already rushed up and taken away the last bit of the enemy's HP. The Lu Cheng cultivators turned into white light and disappeared. The scattered energy was absorbed by the monster, making them roar in excitement. When the monsters realized the benefits of killing cultivators of Lu Cheng, they would become greedier and take the initiative to find and kill them. 2560 Waiting in a strict formation. 1. The monsters who had obtained the benefits became even crazier. They stepped out of the crowd and chased after the cultivators in Lu Cheng with all their might. Even with the runic airships above them, they were unable to stop these monsters. In their eyes, there was only prey. With the rune airships blocking the way and the monsters chasing after them, the enemy's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Don't care about anything, charge, charge, charge. The cultivators of some buildings roared, their faces filled with malevolence. One runic airship was definitely not enough to stop all the cultivators in Lusheng. Therefore, as long as they could rush through the blockade line, they would have a chance of survival. The cultivators were experienced and naturally knew what to do. When the order was given, they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. This was a gamble to see who had better luck. The believers on the runic airships were shooting and intercepting with all their might. Their eyes were filled with madness, and they did not know fatigue at all. Under Yuju's control, their strength and reaction speed had reached their limits. At this moment, they were overdrawing their vitality. Of course, this kind of exhaustion wasn't that scary. He estimated that after this battle, he would lose 3 to 5 years of his life. It sounded a little unfair, but in Yuju's opinion, this was already a very benevolent and fair matter. After killing monsters and cultivators, these believers would also gain benefits, so it was impossible to judge whether it was a loss or a gain. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng's cultivators rushed to the bottom of the runic airships, and the bombs fell like rain. You damn bastard, when I find the chance, I will definitely not spare you. A cultivator of Lu Cheng was exhausted. He had finally broken through the blockade, but he had to face an explosion. With no other choice, he could only dodge around in the flames, his body covered in dust and black smoke, looking extremely miserable. I'm not willing to accept this, Yingluo, one of the cultivators suddenly stopped and growled. Then, he half knelt on the ground with a dejected look. He only had a sliver of health left, and it was destined that he would not be able to escape successfully. He had originally wanted to show off in the competition, but he had suffered a heavy blow. When he thought about how he, a Law King, had been eliminated by the most ordinary bomb, he felt both laughed and aggrieved. However, as cultivators of Lusheng, they had a deep understanding of the nature of war. As long as they participated in it, there would be casualties at any time. There was no need to complain, he could only say that he was unlucky. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, a bomb fell and blew the cultivator into pieces. As he turned into a white light and disappeared, the items he had collected were also scattered by the shock wave. When the enemy saw this, he was anxious and angry, but there was nothing he could do. In a battle, they had no right to criticize their opponent. Their life and death could only be left to fate. As a result, when he looked up at the sky, he found that the runic airship was also retreating at high speed. It was obvious that it was determined to annihilate them all. Bastard, enough is enough. It's simply wishful thinking if you want to exterminate us. After I survive this, I'll definitely pay you back 10 times, 100 times over. Seeing this, the cultivators on the ground gritted their teeth in anger and cursed. Unfortunately, the enemy's scolding did not kill them, and they had to continue running for their lives. A new round of bombardment began, and the ground was in chaos. From time to time, cultivators from Lu Cheng would be killed and eliminated. The monsters also rushed up. Since the runic airships had locked onto the cultivators of the Lusheng, the monsters did not suffer much damage. Before they knew it, they were already close to the edge of the forest. The surviving cultivators of Lusheng City charged into the forest like arrows. Change your target and start intercepting the monsters. Fire all your ammunition and return to Heaven's Wall City. Yuju gave the order. He then sneered and jumped down from the runic dirigible. The cultivators on the ground couldn't be attacked after entering the forest, so there was no need to waste ammunition. As for Yuju, he was prepared to do one thing. Perhaps it was because of his race's innate ability, but Yuju's body seemed to have lost its weight as he fell to the ground. While he was still in midair, Yuzhu locked onto a cultivator from Lu Cheng, a sinister smile on his face. In the next moment, Yuzhu charged straight at the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. The running enemy seemed to have sensed something and turned back to look, only to see a figure in the air crash into him and suddenly explode into black mist. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was enveloped by the black mist. He opened his mouth and struggled. A few seconds later, the black mist disappeared and the cultivator stopped struggling. Hee, I can't believe there's a reward for killing cultivators from other battlefields. I like this rule. The Lu Cheng cultivator opened his mouth and said. The voice belonged to Yuzhu, and there was a deep sense of surprise in his tone. Not long ago, there was no reward for killing Lu Cheng's cultivator. He didn't expect that the rules would change so soon. The purpose of the cornerstone platform was to force the cultivators of Lu Cheng to have a reason to fight. Yuzhu licked his lips as he looked at the back of the enemies who had swarmed into the forest. He sneered and chased after them. If he had not deliberately created chaos, Yuzhu would not have had the chance to sneak into the enemy camp and find the location of the enemy's base. When Yuzhu heard that Lu Sheng cultivators from the 4th battle area were involved, he had already made up his mind to make them his hunting targets. He had been looking for an opportunity to strike. Tang Zhen had snatched a dragon from the 4th battle zone, but Yuzhu wanted the heads of the other party. The more he harvested, the better. When the 3 signal flares rose into the sky, the alarm in the Heaven's Wall City had already sounded. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City, who were responsible for the battle, quickly rushed to their respective posts. Although they didn't see any signs of the enemy, no one dared to let their guard down. After all, the enemy they were facing was not a normal creature. Under the command of the officers, everything was in order. In just half an hour, they had entered a state of combat. What exactly happened? Do you have any detailed information? Tang Zhen asked in a deep voice. As Yuzhu was not here, he was given the task of commanding. According to the report of the returning runic airship, the runic airship under the command of His Excellency Yuzhu sent out an alarm signal. Then, it suddenly left the team and headed straight for the plains ahead. When the 2 runic airships returned, His Excellency Yuzhu still had not returned. However, there were faint sounds of explosions coming from the direction of the plains. Tang Zhen nodded his head after hearing the believer's introduction. He knew Yuzhu very well and knew that he would not call the police for no reason. The monsters must have appeared and were approaching the Heaven's Wall City. A battle would soon begin. As for Yuzhu's abnormal behavior, it was also understandable. He was taking the initiative to attack and wanted to see how strong the enemy was. Tang Zhen wasn't worried about Yuzhu's safety. This cultivator from the territory of Tartarus was far more powerful than he had imagined. In the past, due to the restriction of information channels, Tang Zhen was unable to know more about Yuzhu. Now, Tang Zhen knew a lot of stories about him from Luo Fei. This fellow's strength far exceeded his own. He was only a step away from becoming a god king. At the same time, he was also an extremely crazy fellow. Back then, because of the death of his companion, Yuzhu had snuck into the other world alone and carried out his revenge silently. After nearly 50 years, a high martial realm with 10 billion lives was turned into a scorched ghost land by Yuzhu. In the end, no living beings existed. If such a terrifying person were to sneak into the enemy's camp, it would be the beginning of a nightmare. 2561 Why should we fight? Tang Zhen was very clear that the time to test the results of his hard work had finally arrived. This was only the beginning. In the days to come, danger might come one after another, making it hard for people to breathe. If they could survive, their future would be smooth. If they couldn't, the Heaven's Wall City might become a ruin. The cruel scene of a city being destroyed and people being killed must not happen again. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City did not wish to see it, and Tang Zhen similarly did not wish to see it. Pass on my orders. All the combatants, reserve members, and logistics personnel are to be in position and ready for orders. All the weapons and ammunition stored in the manufacturing factories would be transported to the various positions. At the same time, they would also need to increase the production as much as possible. People could rest, but the production line couldn't stop. If there was a problem, they had to find a way to solve it. From now on, Tianshu City would enter a state of martial law, and any unrelated personnel would be strictly prohibited from going out to the streets. If there are any disobedient or suspicious people, you can kill them directly, but it is strictly forbidden to treat human lives like grass. Tang Zhen immediately issued an order after looking at the map. The Heaven's Wall City entered a battle-ready state. On the battle platforms around the Heaven's Wall City, all the cannons began to be loaded, and the soldiers were also checking the ammunition and weapons. Their emotions were tense and complicated. Some of the residents' hands and feet were trembling, and they were in a trance from time to time. They were clearly worried that the monsters would break through the city and harm their families. At the same time, he was also looking forward to killing monsters and becoming a real cultivator. Many of the believers who had participated in the battle at the city gate had become cultivators, and their strength and speed had been greatly improved. Even a coward who secretly shot a sneak attack now had abilities far beyond ordinary people and had become a cultivator that people respected. The believers were both envious and jealous. They hated themselves for not participating in that battle and then having the chance to obtain extraordinary power. However, when they thought of the mountains of corpses, the believers felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them, and they became less confident. On the battlefield, weapons had no eyes. Who could guarantee that they would be the lucky ones and not become a cold corpse? Compared to the temptation of becoming a cultivator, perhaps being able to live and think was the greatest happiness. Touching the cold weapons in their hands and looking at the forest in front of them, the believers who were still in the discussion with the doctors all lost interest in talking. No matter where they went, there was only silence. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. As for the ordinary residents of the Heaven's Wall City, they were sitting restlessly at home, their faces full of confusion and panic. They didn't dare to go out, as it was easy to lose their lives. The patrolling believers wouldn't show any mercy and would only silently raise their knives. If he stayed at home, he was worried that the monsters would break through the city gate and block him at home. At the same time, they were also worried about their families who had participated in the war. They were afraid that they would meet with an accident and never be able to return home. That kind of complicated and flustered feeling was simply a kind of torture. With the arrival of the war, the atmosphere in the Heaven's Wall City became more and more solemn, as if the end of the world was coming. In the silent wait, a runic airship slowly appeared, immediately attracting everyone's attention. This was the armed airship commanded by Yuju. It had left on its own and had suddenly returned. This abnormal situation caused everyone's expression to turn grave, their hearts in their throats. Through the telescope, they found that the believers on the armed airships were in a daze. This abnormal situation made people more and more nervous. Be on high alert. If you find anything abnormal, subdue it immediately. The officer in charge of ground command reminded, for fear that the runic airship would be controlled by the enemy and then sneak into the Heaven's Wall City. There were only a few enemies, so he didn't need to worry too much. The Heaven's Wall City had hundreds of thousands of residents, so they were definitely not afraid in terms of numbers. The problem was that the runic dirigible carried a large amount of ammunition. Once it was detonated, the consequences would be unimaginable. It didn't take long for the runic airship to arrive at the parking platform and land slowly under everyone's gaze. Everything was the same as usual. The operation was smooth and stable, and there were no bombs being thrown from above. However, when they saw the believers getting off the airship, they immediately realized that their previous worries were not without reason. The operators of the runic airship had dark green skin and emitted a gloomy and cold aura. They were like puppets. After completing their task, they suddenly fell to the ground at the same time. What's going on? The believers, who had been prepared to take action once an accident happened, were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Tang Zhen walked forward to check on the believers' condition and found that they had overexerted themselves. That was why they had suddenly fainted. The abnormal condition of their bodies proved that they had been controlled by a secret technique before, blocking their body's protective function. And thus, they did not know fatigue or pain. Although their bodies had suffered serious damage, their gains were equally great. God knew how many monsters these guys had killed. Now, their bodies were so full of energy that they were about to explode. After their injuries recovered, the strength of these believers would increase by several times, and they would have great power that far exceeded that of mortals. This must be Yuju's doing. Since he had not appeared, it meant that he was still in the forest. They could either kill monsters to improve their strength, or they could sneak into the enemy camp and carry out a wave of assassination operations. With Yuju's style of doing things, the latter was more likely. Tang Zhen retracted his thoughts and said to everyone, "Everyone, don't worry. We just need to bring them to rest. I believe that it won't be long before another group of powerful cultivators will appear in the Heaven's Wall City. Everyone immediately understood what was going on when they heard Tang Zhen's words. They all revealed envious expressions. It turned out that while they were waiting, someone had already fought the monster in advance and obtained great benefits. If it were him, it would be a great thing. At least he would have a higher chance of survival in this chaotic world. Soon, medical staff surrounded them and carried all the believers away to the hospital for treatment. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the runic airship and jumped to the highest point. He looked at the surrounding residents of the Heaven's Wall City. His expression was serious, and he said in a powerful tone, "It's only a matter of time before the tide of monsters appears, and war is absolutely inevitable." This was a disaster that was destined to cause countless people to lose their lives and break many families. No one wants to encounter misfortune, but we don't have the ability to control our fate. The only thing we can do is to do our best to protect ourselves and our families. There's one thing that I'm sure everyone already knows even if I don't say it. Once you successfully kill a monster, you'll receive a reward from heaven. It will allow you to transcend mortality and become a true cultivator. You will have the power to protect yourself and your loved ones. The opportunity is right in front of you. As long as you fight bravely, you will become stronger and stronger, so strong that monsters will tremble because of you and become your targets. When Tang Zhen spoke, he deliberately used the power to bewitch people's hearts, so that the audience would be affected unknowingly. His method of hypnotizing was similar to Yuju's method of control, but it was more secretive. It was precisely because his cultivation was sealed that he used such a method. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would only need a single thought to turn the entire city's residents into puppets. As expected, after Tang Zhen's speech, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City immediately became excited. They were indeed worried day and night, and their hearts were also filled with desire. Currently, with Tang Zhen's guidance, the residents had already started to go crazy. Their minds were filled with thoughts of fighting the monster and obtaining the opportunity to change their fate. "Destroy the monsters and protect our home." A believer suddenly opened his mouth and shouted while waving his rifle. His face was full of fighting spirit. "Destroy the monsters and protect our home." When the other believers heard this, they couldn't help but shout. They were so excited that their faces were red, and they felt full of energy. The roars of the Heaven's Wall City's residents also came from all directions, and the waves of sound waves soared into the sky. The haze that shrouded the Heaven's Wall City seemed to have been completely dispersed. 2562 The monster is here. 1. It didn't take long for a restless sound to come from the dense forest ahead. Brothers, the monster is here. There was no need for a special reminder. The believers already knew that the monsters were coming. On the top battle platform, the cannons had already let out a roar. The Heaven's Wall City's terrain was quite high. A few specially made rune cannons could send the cannonballs far away. Cannonballs whizzed out one after another, causing people to cover their ears subconsciously. They had to wait for a while before they could hear the loud sounds coming from the forest in the distance. These specialized weapons could bombard monsters from a distance, but they needed to be guided when attacking, otherwise it would just be a waste of ammunition. The runic airship was in charge of guiding the monsters. It was hanging high in the air, keeping pace with the tide of monsters. Through this method, the believers could intuitively understand the location of the monsters and be ready to attack and fight in time. The speed of the monsters was very fast. Although the rune cannons bombarded and intercepted them, the damage done to the monsters was not obvious. At the end of the day, it was still because the firepower density was not high enough. If 10,000 cannons fired at the same time, the entire forest could be overturned. Nothing could be forced. To be able to reach this stage was already a very difficult thing. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen controlling the Heaven's Wall City and the original city lord ruling it, it would have been in chaos. The other party's experience, ability, and understanding of this disaster were far from being comparable to Tang Zhen's. The continuous sounds of cannons made the residents of the Heaven's Wall City more and more nervous. They silently looked ahead, waiting for the order to attack. Just as everyone was staring at the sky, a few fireballs suddenly popped out of the forest and went straight for the runic airship. The fireballs were fast and rapid. The runic airship could not dodge in time and was hit in the vital parts by the fireballs. The damaged runic airship could not fly steadily. It tried to return with black smoke trailing behind it, but it fell from the sky after flying for a short while. When the residents of the Heaven's Wall City saw this, they cried out in surprise one by one, their faces full of regret and worry. Everyone knew what would happen if they fell from a high altitude, and the possibility of survival for the patrol members was very low. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would still have to face the monsters that were following closely. It was definitely a miracle to be able to return alive. This was a good thing done by the enemy cultivators. They attacked at the critical moment and directly destroyed a runic airship. Tang Zhen expressionlessly looked at the thick smoke floating up from the forest. He turned his head and gave the order. The cannons locked onto the area where the fireball had risen. At the same time, they switched to artillery shells with strong burning effects to set the forest in that area on fire to kill the enemies and stop the monsters. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already made up his mind. As long as the enemy dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely use all his firepower to welcome them. Compared to the monsters, the enemies hiding in the forest were actually more dangerous and annoying. If he had a choice, Tang Zhen would prioritize killing them, even if he had to pay a certain price. As the cannons fired, clouds of thick smoke began to rise from the forest in the distance, and the flames spread in all directions. The forest's existence had more advantages than disadvantages, but Tang Zhen would rather destroy it than provide convenience to the enemy. In fact, Tang Zhen was very clear that this kind of revengeful attack was useless. After the enemy destroyed the runic airship, they must have quickly moved away. The main purpose of firing the cannons was to let the residents of the Heaven's Wall City see that someone would remember their sacrifices. At this moment, Tang Zhen could already faintly hear the roar of the monster. He could even smell a faint fishy stench. 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, the mayfly monster finally approached the Heaven's Wall City. In the forest by the river, countless black shadows suddenly appeared. They were separated by the flower-filled Tiangong Lake, and they kept howling excitedly. These monsters were wearing tattered clothes and holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Because of the invasion of the demonic qi, they had long been unrecognizable. After becoming a monster, their own kind was included in their diet. Although their wisdom was still there, it had long been distorted. Greedily sniffing the smell of food coming from the Heaven's Wall City, the monsters could no longer suppress the desire in their hearts and roared as they rushed forward. Countless monsters swarmed onto the long bridge, making it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Some monsters even rushed into the lake, trying to get close to the Heaven's Wall City by swimming. The advantage of the Heaven's Wall City was revealed. Unless the monsters had wings, they could not easily rely on it. There was no need for Tang Zhen's command. The cannons had already locked onto the long bridge in the lakeside forest, constantly letting out rumbling sounds. The solid cannonballs landed on the bridge as if they had hit mud. A group of monsters was smashed into meat paste, but they were quickly replaced by new monsters. There were a lot of cannonballs, but there were even more monsters. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already covered a distance of 400 to 500 meters. Facing the broken bridge, the monsters jumped up one after another. Some fell into the lake halfway, while some successfully jumped onto the other bridge. This scene of jumping and running made people's scalps numb and a strong sense of tension rose in their hearts. Facing the swarm of monsters, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had no time to think about anything else. They just kept firing, trying to stop the monsters as much as possible. Due to time constraints, the Heaven's Wall City had only produced a little more than 100 cannons. Facing the flood of monsters, they were still somewhat lacking. When the monster finally reached the firing range of the guns, a sound like popping beans appeared, making the rumbling sounds of the cannons no longer monotonous. The gunners, who had been waiting for a long time, gritted their teeth and pulled the triggers. They wished they could replace the bullets and penetrate the monster's body. There were about 2,000 guns produced by the overtime. Although the firing speed and accuracy were average, it was more than enough to seal the bridge. The dense barrage of bullets landed on the bridge, knocking the monsters to the ground. Unfortunately, they could not kill them in one hit. Whether it was defense or vitality, these monsters were far superior to ordinary people. Unless a shot hit a vital point, there was no way to kill them. However, after being injured, the monster's movement would definitely be affected, and its movement speed would be greatly reduced. In addition to the cannons and firearms, crossbows, javelins, and other weapons such as stones were falling like rain. Many of the monsters had their heads broken and bleeding. They looked like hedgehogs with arrows sticking out of them, and they kept roaring in anger. A weapon like a bow and arrow had limited damage against targets wearing armor. Some monsters were still alive even after being shot dozens of times. Unknowingly, the monsters were getting closer and closer to the Heaven's Wall City. When looking down from above, they could see the monsters everywhere. They launched their attacks fearlessly, and the residents of the Heaven's Wall City desperately tried to stop them. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of smoke and blood. Seeing that the monster only needed to cross one more broken bridge to reach the bottom of the Heaven's Wall City, Tang Zhen ordered again to spray a substance similar to kerosene at the broken bridge. This oil was specially collected and mixed. Once it touched the body, it would be as difficult to remove as glue. Groups of monsters were huddled together, their faces drenched in fuel. As a torch fell, a blazing flame immediately soared into the sky. The monster was burning so badly that it was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. The nauseating smell of burning flesh made the people of the Heaven's Wall City vomit again and again. 2563 The unlucky ambusher. 1. The monster's flesh and blood contained poison, and the residents of the Heaven's Wall City who inhaled the poisonous smoke quickly had adverse reactions. They bent over and vomited uncontrollably, and the ground was covered with sour and smelly filth. All those who feel unwell immediately pick the plants and chew them. It can relieve the symptoms of vomiting. Tang Zhen's voice rang out. After the believers beside him heard it, they hurriedly passed down the order. The vomited believers did not have time to think about how the grass could stop vomiting. They tore the grass and stuffed it into their mouths. Why is it this smell? Feeling the refreshing taste in their mouths, the believers were stunned at the same time. How could the grass taste like this? As he chewed, it was refreshing and the nauseating feeling disappeared instantly. At the same time, he felt refreshed, as if his fatigue had disappeared. The believers' eyes lit up. The more they chewed, the more they felt that it tasted good. They actually had a feeling of not wanting to spit it out. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City didn't know that this plant that Tang Zhen had modified wasn't just a fast and high-yield plant. At the same time, it was also a medicinal herb that had a special poison. After taking it, it has the effect of anesthesia and pain relief. Long-term consumption will also cause addiction. It is a special medicinal material. Adding this attribute to the modified plants was in consideration of the fact that after the war began, medicinal herbs would become very precious, even scarier than food. Often, a not-so-serious illness could easily cost a person's life due to the lack of medical care and medicine. After this special vine appeared, any resident of the Heaven's Wall City could pick it at any time and use it as a medicinal herb. It could be said that a special plant had solved two major problems and its value was immeasurable. After solving the problem of the poisonous smoke, the believers immediately increased the speed of their attack, all of them looking like they were gritting their teeth. Due to the height advantage, the monsters found it difficult to hurt the defenders. They tried to climb up the stone wall, but the stone wall was deliberately polished and could not be held. The monster bared its teeth and roared, but it was useless. Instead, it was smashed into the monster's face. The believers, who had run out of arrows, began to throw stones at the monsters below, causing them to roar. Some of the monsters were smashed and bleeding. They roared and picked up the stones on the ground, throwing them back at the top. The battle platform at the bottom of the Heaven's Wall City was more than 30 meters above the ground. The monster had infinite strength and actually threw the stone up. A believer was struck in the head when he peeked out to observe and fell without a sound. As soon as the corpse fell to the ground, it was drowned by the monsters and disappeared without a trace in an instant. This was the first believer to die in the defensive battle, and it was without a complete body. When the other monsters saw this, they immediately became excited, thinking that they had found a way to fight back. They grabbed the stones on the ground or anything that could be thrown and threw them at the platform above. These monsters were extremely powerful, and many believers were injured by them. The angry believers immediately ignited the bomb and threw it down, blowing up the monster's flesh and blood. Although there were heavy casualties, they still could not stop the charge of these monsters. They used an extremely short time to rush over the broken bridge and climb up the square in front of the city gate. There was only one gate in front of the monster. As long as the gate was destroyed, they could enter the Heaven's Wall City. If the monsters entered the city, it would be the beginning of the disaster. Once the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were infected in large numbers, the entire city would fall. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let the monsters enter the city gate. The fuel in the container was thrown down one after another, and flames rose up into the sky. In such a critical situation, he could only use such a method that would harm both himself and the enemy. Otherwise, he would not be able to stop the crazy monsters. The burning flames continued to dance, and the first level of the fighting platform was searing with heat waves, making it hard for people to breathe. The believers had no choice but to retreat quickly because they could not stay in their battle positions. The burning flames were effective. The monsters that rushed to the city gate were burned and wailed in pain. Even jumping into the water was useless. The burning bones in the square made the flames even more ferocious, and at the same time, it also prevented other monsters from approaching. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City desperately attacked and tried to kill more monsters. Up until now, the benefits of killing monsters had begun to show. Some of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City felt their bodies heat up, and there was an additional energy in their bodies that they could use at will. Is this the feeling of becoming a cultivator? It's so good. The residents whose bodies had mutated had similar thoughts. They were extremely excited. As expected, after killing monsters, one will obtain extraordinary power, and it's unbelievably strong. The sudden increase in power made the believers extremely confident, as if they could collapse a mountain with one punch. Of course, this was only an illusion. If he really did this, he would definitely end up with broken bones. The excitement spread, and the believers were filled with fighting spirit. They tried to kill more monsters to gain more power. No one noticed that just as the battle was getting more and more intense, a group of sneaky figures slowly approached from the forest at the edge of the lake. They chose a location and quickly assembled the items on their backs. Soon, they became something similar to rocket launchers. 3 thick cylinders were aimed at the Heaven's Wall City. This item was covered in runes, clearly the work of a master. After the assembly was completed, a faint light immediately flashed and circulated. A cultivator in charge of the Tower City sneered after locking onto the battle platform of the Heaven's Wall City. Launch immediately, and then execute the next step of the plan. As the order was given, cultivators from Lu Cheng came up and installed the activation device as if they were completing a puzzle. Shua shua shua, a buzzing sound rang out, and a dangerous aura spread out. The cultivators in the nearby Lusheng all retreated. Swish, a rocket suddenly left the launcher and headed straight for the Heaven's Wall City. In just a few seconds, a loud noise came from the Heaven's Wall City. A platform about 60 meters above the ground was already covered in flames. Well done. Seeing the success of the sneak attack, the cultivators of Lusheng City were overjoyed and immediately prepared for the next attack. However, the Heaven's Wall City's reaction was extremely fast. Before the second rocket was launched, a cannonball had already been fired. The 2 cultivators of Lusheng City were hit and didn't even have time to dodge. They turned into white light and were eliminated. Hurry up and launch. Otherwise, we're all going to die here. Soon, the second rocket left the launcher and headed straight for the Heaven's Wall City's gate. There was another loud explosion, and the city gate was distorted by the explosion, but it was not blown open. It turned out that the city had already prepared huge rocks, and when the city gate closed, they immediately blocked the hole. Fortunately, there were these huge rocks. Otherwise, the city gate would have been broken by the fire arrows. After being attacked again, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were furious and turned their muzzles to counterattack. Hurry up. Fire the last rocket and retreat immediately. The leader of the cultivators growled as he looked at the cannonballs flying towards him, feeling as if they would hit his head in the next moment. After a while, the third rocket left the launcher. However, it collided with a cannonball the moment it took off. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames enveloped the nearby forest. The cultivators who had not yet escaped were affected and directly turned into white light and disappeared. 2564 The rules of change again. 1. Due to the special competition rules, the strength of the cultivators in Lu City was greatly limited. They could move mountains and fill the sea with a wave of their hands, but now they were as fragile as ants. He was extremely depressed, but he had no choice. The destructive power of hundreds of millions of elite cultivators at their peak was simply unimaginable. What kind of world would be able to withstand their existence? It was necessary to seal one's strength. Otherwise, once the competition began, the world they were in would be shattered. Under the heavy restrictions, the cultivators of Lusheng were walking on thin ice. Even masters of creation could die on the battlefield at any time. The enemy cultivator who had launched the sneak attack on the Heavenly Oyster Lake had never thought that he would die in such an aggrieved manner. After being hit by the artillery shell and then being affected by the explosion, none of the members survived. If he had known earlier, he would not have accepted the mission or chosen a more hidden location. Seeing the explosion at the lakeside, the believers cheered loudly. Only Tang Zhen had a surprised expression. What's going on? Was it not cultivator Lu Cheng who sneaked and attacked just now, but some special monster? Just now, Tang Zhen had personally controlled the cannon and used an extremely short time to complete the calculation. Only then did he manage to intercept and detonate the enemy's rocket in the air. However, he soon felt more than 10 streams of energy surge over and enter his body. This was the reward for killing the enemy. Tang Zhen was naturally clear about this. However, why would it appear at this moment? A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that his attack just now had killed a group of monsters? However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was not right. Not to mention that the energy value was far beyond the standard of killing monsters. This rocket-like weapon could not have been made by monsters. If the monster had such an ability, even if Tang Zhen built the Heaven's Wall city into an iron wall, he would not be able to withstand a few attacks from the monster. Since he was not a monster, he could only be an enemy cultivator. It was obvious that the rules had changed again. There would also be a reward for killing an enemy cultivator. This made Tang Zhen's heart beat wildly. If this was the case, the battle between the cultivators in the city would become more frequent and intense. Obviously, after the foreshadowing, the real competition had begun, and it had become extremely cruel. Since they could level up by killing the enemy cultivators, many cultivators in Lusheng City would change their hunting targets. After all, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder Yu Ju left so suddenly. He must have noticed the change in the rules, so he entered the forest to hunt down the hidden enemy cultivators. After understanding the cause and effect, Tang Zhen retracted his attention and continued to stare at the monster below. Since the start of the battle, a large number of monsters had been killed, but there were still countless monsters left. The total number of monsters attacking the city was close to 100,000. The scene of them attacking at the same time was truly frightening. The water on the bridge was filled with monsters. Even with the lake as a barrier, the lake was still filled with monsters. They could not get onto the stone bridge, so they could only approach it through the water. These black shadows were swimming in the water like ferocious water beasts, constantly surging toward the Heaven's Wall city. It was just that in the process of swimming, monsters would suddenly sink from time to time, causing the flowers on the lake to tremble continuously. After struggling for a while, the lake returned to its calm state, and the monster was nowhere to be found. Some of the monsters were freed and turned around to escape in horror. However, it did not take long for them to be pulled back into the water again. After seeing the scene in the lake, the monsters that had yet to enter the water immediately realized that there was definitely a monster in the lake. Looking at the sea of flowers that covered the entire Sky Whisker Lake, the monsters that had wanted to swim closer gave up on the idea. They did not want to become food for other monsters. It was impossible to guarantee that different monsters could live in harmony. For example, some monsters that were transformed from animals and plants liked to eat demonized humans. There were still some demons with low intelligence who didn't realize the existence of danger. After failing to cross the stone bridge, they couldn't wait to jump into the Sky Ruins Lake. The hunting in the lake did not stop. Perhaps it was because of the sudden increase in nutrients, the color of the flowers became more and more demonic, and at the same time, a strange fragrance floated in the air. It was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring monsters that entered by mistake, dragging them to the bottom of the water as fertilizer. At the edge of the forest by the Heaven's Wall Lake, the monster leader, who was several meters tall, had a grave expression. It did not expect the Heaven's Wall city to be so difficult to fight. Up until now, their side had paid a heavy price, but they still hadn't managed to enter the Heaven's Wall city. Although the city gate was severely damaged and the battle platform below was destroyed, it was due to the infighting between the cultivators and had nothing to do with the monster attack. If this situation continued, even if they could break into the Heaven's Wall city, their own casualties would be extremely terrifying. Of course, there was also the possibility that the monster army would return in defeat and countless monsters would die here. However, faced with the temptation of a city full of food, even the rational monster leader could not control the greed in its heart. Therefore, even if they suffered heavy casualties, they still continued to give orders to attack, hoping to find an opportunity to break through the city. In the monster leader's mind, it was still thinking about how to break through the city. The problem was that it could not think of a good plan in a short time when facing the turtle shell-like Heaven's Wall City. However, at this moment, the monster leader suddenly felt an unusual aura that flashed past the group of monsters in front of it. He was definitely not a monster, but more like a cultivator. The monster leader was secretly shocked. Before it could figure out why a cultivator had mixed in with the group, it realized that the other party had already rushed up the stone bridge and was heading straight for the Heaven's Wall City. The monster leader was filled with doubts. It immediately locked onto the other party, only to discover that it was a cultivator disguised as a monster. The other party's main body was similar to a monster's. If it wasn't for his sharp senses, he would have been deceived. "What are you doing, disguising yourself?" The confused monster leader watched as the cultivator jumped from the stone bridge and got closer and closer to the Heaven's Wall City. The gap between the broken bridge was easily crossed, unlike other monsters that had to use all their strength to cross it. After a few jumps, Liu Cheng, who had disguised himself as a monster, stepped onto the square. The flames were still burning. Any monster that rushed into the square would be heavily watched, and stones and spears would fall down like rain. This cultivator didn't care at all because something similar to a protective shield popped out from the surface of his body and blocked the attack that landed on him. Normal monsters did not have such means. This alone had completely exposed his identity. However, at this moment, the square was filled with thick smoke and monsters running everywhere. Who would care about such a small anomaly? The disguised cultivator was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through the chaotic square and rushed to the deformed city gate. The previous attack by the enemy cultivators did not blast open the city gate. They wanted to launch another attack, but they did not expect to be successfully intercepted by Tang Zhen. The twisted city gate looked fragile, but it was still very strong. The monsters could not open it even after a long time. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who had disguised themselves as monsters, approached the city gate. They waved their hands and took out a large mass of items from their storage equipment, directly placing them on the city gate. He sneered and activated the runic magic circle on it. The cultivator who had disguised himself as a monster retreated quickly. He retreated against the tide of monsters and ran away with all his might. 2565 Fearless 1 Tang Zhen's expression was solemn. While he was commanding the battle, he was also on guard against another sneak attack from the enemy. The sneak attack that had just happened allowed Tang Zhen to confirm the enemy's intentions. He would definitely not miss this good opportunity. They would think of ways to destroy the city and help the monsters attack the Heaven's Wall City. Their ultimate goal was to let the monsters enter the city. As for what the enemy cultivators would do after the monsters invaded the Heaven's Wall City, Tang Zhen could only guess. It was precisely because he had guessed the enemy's plan that Tang Zhen realized how ruthless this group of competitors were. They clearly wanted to use the monsters as a source of infection and infect the hundreds of thousands of residents in the Heaven's Wall City into monsters. Then, they would raise them and slowly kill them. The Heaven's Wall City was a natural cage. It was difficult for enemies to break in after sealing the door, and it was difficult to escape after being reared. After all the monsters were killed, not only would they gain a level increase, but they would also gain a complete fortress base. As for Tang Zhen and the other Lusheng cultivators, they had already become a stumbling block for the enemy cultivators and had to be removed. That cultivator who was going against the flow was too abnormal. Tang Zhen instantly locked onto him. After he confirmed the other party's identity, Tang Zhen's eyes immediately turned sharp. From the looks of it, they had just retreated from the city gate and were preparing to return to the shore. Taking such a big risk to rush to the city gate, they obviously had bad intentions. Not good, the city gate is in danger. Tang Zhen thought of a possibility. He did not hesitate to leap and descend along the cliff toward the city gate. The height of tens of meters forced Tang Zhen to pause twice in midair. Only then did he avoid being smashed into a meat patty when he landed. A few monsters discovered Tang Zhen and roared as they tried to approach him. However, they were cut into two by Tang Zhen's sword. He turned around and looked at the city gate. Indeed, an item had been placed there, and there were runes constantly flashing on it. "You want to blow up the city gate? Dream on." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He flicked his hand and threw out a chain that wrapped around the bomb like a spiritual snake. "Rise." Following Tang Zhen's low roar, the metal chain immediately tightened and pulled the bomb down. He estimated that it weighed about 500 caddies and was tightly wrapped in an outer shell. This was a specially made bomb, and it was already counting down. Once it exploded, the damaged city gate would definitely be blown to pieces. Tang Zhen pulled the chain and his body spun on the spot. He actually picked up the bomb. When the iron chain swung, it created a gust of wind, and the surrounding monsters were affected. They were either blown to the side or directly smashed away. It seemed like a simple operation, but without terrifying power, it would be impossible to do this. However, in the blink of an eye, an empty space appeared in the square. The monsters were forced to the side and roared angrily at Tang Zhen in unison. However, they were unable to get close to Tang Zhen. They could only vent the raging anger in their hearts through such a method. The residents watching the battle from above were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do when they saw Tang Zhen displaying his might. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Zhen suddenly let go of the bomb. Then, the bomb dragged the chain and flew toward the stone bridge in the distance. The bomb drew an arc in the air and landed heavily on the crowded stone bridge, making a muffled sound. A few monsters were hit, and turned into a pile of rotten meat. The enemy cultivator, who was going against the flow, suddenly saw an item appear in front of him. When he saw what it was, he was immediately shocked. Looking at the countdown on the bomb, the cultivator turned pale and jumped off the bridge without hesitation. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the monster. It roared and intercepted him, missing the best opportunity to escape. The enemy cultivator was so angry that he was about to go crazy, but he couldn't get rid of it in a short time. In the end, he could only roar at the sky, as if he was endlessly depressed. With a loud bang, the stone bridge was engulfed in flames. The fire dragon spread along the bridge and drowned the enemy cultivator and the monster. Crushed stones and monster corpses flew all over the sky. The remnants of the ancient stone bridge completely disappeared in the explosion. After the smoke dispersed, what appeared in front of them was a muddy lake and the remains of the stone bridge. In the lake mixed with blood, water, and mud, countless monster corpses floated. Many of the monsters were not completely dead and were constantly struggling and wriggling. Even the monsters would be shocked by such a tragic scene. As for the residents of the Heaven's Wall City who had witnessed the entire process, they were already dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they began to shout excitedly. There were also residents who felt chills all over their bodies. They secretly wondered what kind of consequences would there be if the bomb were to be detonated at the city gate. The city gate would definitely be blown up, and the monsters would swarm in and kill their way into the Heaven's Wall City. To the enemies outside, the Heaven's Wall City was an iron wall. But if the battle happened inside, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. Although all the entrances and exits on the first floor were sealed for safety reasons, it could only slow down the monsters' attack speed. With the abilities of these monsters, they could definitely break through the blocked passage and wreak havoc in the Heaven's Wall City. Fortunately, Tang Zhen acted in time and removed this terrifying danger. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. At the same time that they were exclaiming how lucky they were, the gazes that the city's defending residents looked at Tang Zhen with were already filled with gratitude and respect. Under such circumstances, who would have been able to discover the danger in time and then descend from the sky without any regard for their own safety, landing at the city gate where the monster was? How many people had the power to throw a huge bomb and kill a large number of monsters? If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. He would not even have the courage to try. The more he thought about it, the more respect he felt. When they recalled Tang Zhen's earlier actions, the residents guarding the city suddenly realized that they would not have been able to persist until now if it was not for Tang Zhen. Everyone, hurry up and protect Sir Tang Zhen's safety. Suddenly, someone shouted. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and realized that Tang Zhen was still at the city gate and was surrounded by monsters. Quickly throw the rope down and pull Sir Tang Zhen up. Immediately intercept those monsters. We can't let them get close to His Excellency Tang Zhen. However, you must be careful when you attack. You must not accidentally injure His Excellency. Concentrate all your firepower on the broken bridge. We can't let any other monsters come over. A series of roars came from the platform. The residents of the city were ready to carry out the rescue operation. They had to ensure that Tang Zhen returned safely. Who would have thought that at this moment, Tang Zhen would suddenly brandish his long sword and directly charge into the group of monsters? There was a rope thrown down from above, but Tang Zhen simply ignored it. Instead, he slashed the monster leader, killing the monsters until their flesh and blood flew. However, in the blink of an eye, the monsters surrounding Tang Zhen were cleared. Although there were many monsters in the surroundings, they were not his opponent at all. Looking down from above, one could see Tang Zhen standing in the middle with a sword in his hand. The corpses of monsters were scattered all around him, forming a blood-red ring shape. Although this scene was bloody, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City cheered loudly again, their faces full of respect. The monsters that were surrounding the area let out low roars and became even crazier. Tang Zhen's actions had completely infuriated these monsters. The monster was able to sense a dense energy fluctuation from Tang Zhen's body. It was as obvious as a lighthouse in the night. The monsters were clear in their hearts that as long as they devoured Tang Zhen, their strength would increase rapidly. In the face of such temptation, the crazy and irrational monster would naturally fight to be the first to rush forward. It did not even consider whether it was a match for Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was not afraid in the slightest as he once again charged towards the monster. The longsword in his hand flew like a rainbow as he once again killed the monster until it turned into a river of blood. 2566 Yu9's beheading operation. 1. In the forest outside Xianxia City, a group of cultivators stood on top of the trees, staring at the battlefield in front of them. After seeing Tang Zhen throw the bomb away and the long bridge being destroyed, the cultivators' expressions gradually turned gloomy. Trash, a cultivator from Lusheng who looked like a lizard said in a cold voice. He was obviously talking about his companion who had been killed in the explosion. The moment he said that, he was immediately retorted, "Even you might not succeed. The cultivators of the 5th battle area are not simple. How could they be defeated so easily?" The cultivator who spoke must have been from the same battlefield as the one who planted the bomb. When he heard someone slandering his companion, he immediately retorted, "That's because you're useless. Others can't do what they don't need." The cultivators of Lusheng beside them didn't say anything. They knew that there was conflict between the cultivators of Lusheng from these two battlefields and didn't want to get involved in their dispute. "All right, shut your mouths, or get lost." The handsome leader of the cultivators of the 4th battle area stopped the quarrel with a calm tone. His expression was very calm, as if he was not surprised that the plan had failed. The two cultivators from Lu Cheng who were quarreling shut their mouths. This leader came from the 4th battle area and they did not dare to disobey his orders. To these low-level cultivators, the 4th and 5th battle areas were existences that they could not fight against. The leader of the cultivators had the same thought. He had absolute confidence in facing Lu Cheng's cultivators in the low-level battlefields because the gap between the high-level battlefields and the low-level battlefields was not something that could be pulled together after sealing his strength. Whether it was knowledge or quality, they were not on the same level. They could even reach the level of crushing. Not to mention that the enemy they were facing now was from the equally powerful 5th battle area, and it was said that he was a legendary lord. The failure of the operation seemed to be expected. Even though he was from the 4th battle area, the leader of the cultivators didn't have much of a sense of superiority when facing the enemies from the 5th battle area. Even though it was ranked higher, it didn't mean anything. It was very likely that after this competition, the rankings of the two battlefields would exchange. Therefore, when dealing with the Heaven's Wall City, every step would be very cautious. After all, looking at the current situation, the 5th battle area did have the advantage. If they didn't do it well, they would be wiped out. They couldn't afford to gamble on the rankings. What should we do? If this situation continues, the monsters will definitely not be able to break into the Heaven's Wall City. If we continue to fight, the monster army will suffer too many losses and will not be able to recover in a short time. A cultivator said, representing the thoughts of everyone present. If that was the case, all their efforts would have been in vain. The number of monsters is far greater than you can imagine. According to the information I just received, the Heaven's Wall City Lord has found reinforcements and is heading straight for the Heaven's Wall City. It was said that the Empire's regular army had received a letter from the City Lord of Tianshu City and rushed over to help, but they were transformed into monsters by Devil Chi on the way. The Lord of Tianshu City was defeated during the siege, and then he encountered the rebellion of his subordinates. However, he did not expect to encounter the Empire's regular army in the process of escaping. Although they had become demonized monsters, they still knew how to think. They knew that Heaven's Wall City was a target that they must take down. It won't be long before the army of monsters arrive. Their combat power is far superior to this motley crowd. When that time comes, the real war will come. The leader of the cultivators slowly explained to everyone in a calm and confident tone. Everyone was stunned when they heard this news. They had not expected more monsters to attack them from behind. However, it would be more and more difficult to take over the Heaven's Wall city. How would they regain control of the city from the monsters? Leader, where did you get this information? Why is it so detailed? Behind the leader of the cultivators, a cultivator from Lucheng asked with a puzzled expression. The other cultivators also had similar doubts. After all, the information that the leader had just said was too accurate, which gave them a very strange feeling, as if it had been provided by the city lord of Tianshu. Now that someone had asked, they naturally wanted to hear the reason and see if they could imitate him. The leader of the cultivators sneered and said to the cultivator who raised the question, "This matter is confidential. You don't have the right to know. Do you need me to remind you of such a simple reason?" The cultivator who was reprimanded lowered his head and remained silent. The other cultivators also obediently shut their mouths. They were all from the low-level battlefields and could only bear the scolding from the leader of the cultivators of the 4th battle area. It was important to have a good relationship, not only for the ranking in the competition, but also for cooperation after the competition. Of course, the so-called cooperation was what the low-level cultivators in the 4th battle area said. In the eyes of the cultivators in the 4th battle area, this was actually a kind of charity. They could be servants during the competition, but after the competition ended, what was there to cooperate with? From the beginning, the two sides had an unequal relationship of cooperation. Everyone was very clear in their hearts, but no one pointed it out. The dirty work was done by the cultivators in the lower battle area. As for the cultivators in the 4th battle area, Lu Cheng had the most resources in his hands and always hid behind the scenes to command. If they felt that it was unfair, they could choose to withdraw at any time. However, in this special environment, cultivators really didn't have much choice. No one noticed that a dark green light flashed in the eyes of Lu Cheng's cultivator who was being scolded. He quietly approached the leader of the cultivators, and just as the other party was speaking with fervor and assurance, he suddenly launched an attack. The leader of the cultivators was caught off guard and was hit in his vital parts. He was only a hair's breadth away from being eliminated. The sudden turn of events shocked the surrounding cultivators, and they all rushed forward to help. The cultivator who launched the sneak attack laughed eerily. He didn't pay any attention to the attacks coming from all directions. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the leader of the cultivators who was terrified. The elites of the 4th battle area are only so-so. As he laughed, a huge beast leg bone appeared in his hand, and he smashed it down. "Bastard, you are a spy from the 5th battle area." Looking at the other party's ferocious face, the leader of the cultivators suddenly came to a realization and roared in anger. "You're right, but you still have to die. Remember, the one who will kill you is Lord Yuju from the 5th battle area." Before he could finish his sentence, the huge leg bone had already smashed into the head of the leader of the cultivators, smashing his head into his body. The leader of the cultivators, who only had a trace of health left, let out a low roar of unwillingness before turning into a white light and disappearing. The dropped items fell to the ground. Yuju reached out and grabbed a few of them. The attacks from all directions arrived at the same time. Yuju dodged, but he still suffered a blow. However, he didn't care at all. He waved the huge leg bone in his hand and chased after the cultivator who had just hit him. The cultivator from Lusheng dodged in fear, but he was locked on by Yuju until his body exploded. Such a crazy and brutal attitude made the cultivators of Lusheng shiver in fear. They felt like they were fighting with an irrational madman. This kind of enemy was very terrifying. If you couldn't kill him, you would suffer crazy revenge. Yuju looked crazy, but he was constantly looking for an opportunity to escape. When the enemy's encirclement slipped, Yuju seized the opportunity and rushed out. "Just wait and see. If you continue to be the lackeys of the 4th battle area, I will kill you all." Leaving behind a sinister sneer, Yuju entered the forest and disappeared in an instant. The cultivators of Lu City looked at each other with gloomy expressions, but none of them dared to pursue. 2567 A temporary victory. 1. The hostile cultivators outside Tianshu City were all led by the cultivators of the 4th battle area, and a cultivator from Lu Cheng was responsible for leading a team. Every team had a different mission. The team in front of them was responsible for destroying the city gate and helping the monsters to kill their way into the Heaven's Wall city. He had a backup plan, but after the leader was killed by Yuju, the backup plan could no longer be implemented. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were deeply shocked. They didn't expect the cultivators of the 5th battle area to be so fierce that they even dared to assassinate their leader. The powerful leader had been eliminated so easily. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Then, he left calmly. And even issued a warning. He was simply too arrogant. The cultivators had thought that the 4th battle zone was stronger than the 5th battle zone, but it seemed like that might not be the case. The fact that they were unable to keep the enemy alive might have shown their incapability, but it also showed the strength of the 5th battle area. The most crucial point was that the 5th battle area had an obvious advantage. Not only did they control the Heaven's Wall City, but there would also be a large number of reinforcements coming later. Even if they were to intercept and ambush them, how effective would they be? Would the cultivators in the Heaven's Wall City really not counterattack? Under such circumstances, it seemed to be the wisest choice to cooperate with the 5th battle area. This thought flashed through their minds, but was quickly suppressed. No one dared to say it out loud. This kind of behavior was equivalent to betrayal and was unforgivable. It was best not to do it. If the cultivators of the 4th battle area knew about this, they would not only take revenge during the competition, but also cause trouble after the competition. Although the cornerstone platform would not allow the 4th battle area to bully others, who could guarantee that there would be no contact between the two sides? At that time, he would only need to make things difficult for her, and it would be enough for him to drink a pot of wine. That was really not worth it. However, after this incident, the cultivators had an idea in their hearts. They couldn't betray the army easily, but the cultivators in the same battle zone had more choices. What right did they have to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Others to join the 4th battle area. This was only an individual's choice and not the decision of the cornerstone platform. Following different powerhouses to gain more benefits was the wisest way. After a short discussion, they reached a conclusion. If I'm not wrong, this cultivator's goal is to kill the cultivators in the 4th battle area. We must report the assassination of our leader to the cultivators in the 4th battle area as soon as possible without any hesitation. After making up their mind, the cultivators immediately retreated to avoid any more mishaps. Right after the team retreated, a figure slowly appeared, the corners of his mouth revealing a trace of an evil smile. That figure was Yuju. However, she was already in a semi-transparent state, making it difficult to detect her presence. As he continued to hunt and level up, Yuju could already use his innate ability for a short period of time. This made him feel like a fish in water. The Heaven's Wall City is fully prepared and under Tang Zhen's command, the monsters can't attack. There are more and more residents who have become cultivators. Even if they are in urgent need of manpower, it shouldn't be a problem. Since that's the case, I won't return to the city for the time being and will kill to my heart's content first. The 4th battle area is only so-so. I wonder what level the cultivators in the top 3 battle areas are at. Yuju's eyes were filled with anticipation. After letting out 2 strange laughs, he disappeared like smoke. At the Heaven's Wall City's gate, Tang Zhen's entire body was covered in blood, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was fighting a group of monsters alone, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually killed all the monsters in the square. The entire battle left the audience dumbfounded. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City continued to cheer loudly. At the same time, they desperately attacked the broken bridge to prevent other monsters from coming to reinforce and cause harm to Tang Zhen. The square was already filled with the remains of the monsters. The blood and water had all gathered together and were flowing into the lake from the edge of the broken bridge and the sinkhole. Tang Zhen revealed a satisfied smile as he sensed his rapidly increasing strength. As expected, this kind of feeling was the most comfortable. Since that was the case, he would continue to kill. Otherwise, he would be wasting such a good opportunity. After this thought appeared in his heart, Tang Zhen wanted to cross the broken bridge and continue to fight the monster. Sir Tang Zhen, please return immediately. Do not take any risks. An urgent call came from the platform behind him, causing Tang Zhen to stop his steps. Yes, he was the commander of the city of Scorpio, and he had an extremely important responsibility. If they were really in danger or even eliminated, it was possible that the Heaven's Wall City would completely fall. Tang Zhen was naturally clear about which was more important. After thinking about this, Tang Zhen suppressed his desire to fight. He extended his hand and pulled the rope that he had thrown down before returning to the fighting platform. Send out the runic airships and bomb the monsters by the lake, especially the monster that seems to be the leader. Tang Zhen was convinced that the monster army had a leader. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, first capture the king. There was absolutely no mistake in killing him. Tang Zhen did not care about how many monsters he killed. His priority was to ensure the safety of the Heaven's Wall City. It would be best if he could force the monsters to retreat. The high-intensity battle had been going on for a long time, and the people and horses were exhausted. Their ammunition and supplies were basically used up. If they were to continue fighting, they would have to use rocks as weapons or fight the monsters in close combat. After receiving Tang Zhen's order, the runic airship immediately took off and flew towards the lake. If it was not necessary, Tang Zhen would not mobilize the runic airships because the enemy cultivators already had air defense weapons, which was a serious threat to the runic airships. However, if it was near the Heaven's Wall City, there should be no problem as long as he was careful. It didn't take long for the cultivators on the runic dirigible to find their target and lock onto the leader of the monster army. The other party was 5 to 6 meters tall, standing like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was difficult not to notice them. The bombs were thrown down one after another, and the flames soared into the sky. The cannons on the city wall also followed up with their attacks. The monster leader was disoriented by the explosion and had to turn around to escape to avoid being blown to pieces. With the retreat of the monster leader, the attacking monsters lost their restraints and immediately became chaotic. Most of the commander-level monsters had the special ability to command and control monsters that did not have discipline. Without the leader's restraint, the monster was like a pile of loose sand, only able to act based on its desires and instincts. To the residents of the Heaven's Wall City, this was an extremely good thing, because the originally crazy attack of the monster army had suddenly weakened by several levels. Some of the monsters turned around and ran towards the forest. It was obvious that their fear had triumphed over their greed, and they knew that they would die if they continued to advance. Compared to the difficulty of attacking, retreating was obviously much easier. The originally crowded stone bridge also began to become sparser. More and more monsters fell into the lake. Perhaps it was the stimulation of the flesh and blood, but the plants in the water also became crazy. The tentacles that grew behind the leaves actually emerged from the water. They kept tearing and twining around the monster's body, dragging it into the water. The leaves covered the surface of the lake, and it was a mess. Countless monsters were swallowed by the surging waves. When the residents of the city saw this, they immediately increased the speed of their attacks. They would definitely not let go of this opportunity to beat the dog while it was down. The monster was beaten until it wailed and ran away even faster, like the receding tide on the coast, leaving behind countless broken bodies and remains. When the last monster entered the forest, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City finally heaved a sigh of relief and let out excited roars. The monster has been defeated. We've won. Excited roars rose one after another, circling the sky above the Heaven's Wall City. It took a long time for them to calm down. 2,568 temporary calmness. One after a short cheer, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City immediately started to clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded. Due to the surprise attack of the enemy cultivators, a battle platform was destroyed, and hundreds of residents of the Heaven's Wall City died on the spot. In addition, there were many injured people who had been treated in time. However, due to the limited medical resources, whether they could survive or not was entirely up to luck. Fortunately, because of Tang Zhen's reminder, the residents knew that there were medicinal herbs all over the mountains and plains. Hence, the treatment became more relaxed and rough. He grabbed a handful of wild grass and smashed it, applied it on the wound, boiled a pot of grass juice, and poured it directly into his mouth. The injured man gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to live, he had to take medicine. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. However, the injured man soon discovered that his injuries were rapidly improving, and the pain was getting weaker and weaker. At this time, the outside of the city was in chaos. Because of the bombs and cannons, the battlefield scene was extremely tragic. The damaged city gate did not open because it had been completely deformed by the previous bombing. It was impossible to open it smoothly. Since it wasn't easy to open, then they might as well not open it. On the contrary, they had to seal it even tighter so that the enemy couldn't open it. In order to facilitate access, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had built special ladders that were connected to the ground from a platform that was dozens of meters high. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City followed the temporary passageway and began to clean up the chaotic battlefield. There were corpses and remains everywhere, covering the entire ground. There was almost no place to stand. The pungent smell of blood made the residents vomit. For the residents of the Heaven's Wall City, who had come into contact with this environment for the first time, this was simply a kind of torture. Most of the remains were monsters, and only a few of them were residents of the Heaven's Wall city who had died in battle. Upon seeing this scene, the residents secretly sighed in their hearts. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, they might have been among the corpses on the ground. In the face of these powerful monsters, ordinary people were no match for them at all. They would inevitably be killed until their blood flowed like a river. "Boss, what should we do with these corpses?" Although they were disgusted to death, no one dared to disobey. They only wanted to finish the work quickly. "The higher-ups have already ordered us to transport the corpses of these monsters to the top of the mountain and throw them into the deep pool to use as fertilizer. As for those who fell into the lake, there's no need to pay attention to them. They'll end up as fertilizer too." Hearing his companion's question, the older resident of the Heaven's Wall city replied, but a touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. In the previous battle, his brother had unfortunately died, and his body had not been found yet. Although he knew that life and death were unpredictable on the battlefield, it was hard to accept it in a short time when it happened to his family and friends. The young residents of the Heaven's Wall city didn't feel so sad. Instead, they were surprised. "Are you kidding me? If we use the corpses of these monsters as fertilizer, can the fruits still be eaten?" "What's going on?" the young man asked. He obviously couldn't accept this answer. The food he ate actually used the monster's corpse as fertilizer. The middle-aged man sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "You're so picky because you've never been hungry before. If you really go crazy from hunger, you'll even eat monster meat." Hearing this, the young man quickly shook his head and said, "Impossible. Even if I starve to death, I will never eat the flesh of a monster." His words were firm and decisive, and the middle-aged man did not refute them. Perhaps when the other party reached his age, he would not say such words. Most of the residents were silent. After all, such an environment was not suitable for conversation, not to mention the monster could return at any time. Large baskets filled with disgusting minced meat were thrown down and then transported to the deep pool at the top of the mountain. This strange scene looked extremely evil, but its real purpose was to save more people. There were some things that could not be looked at on the surface, but had to be understood in depth. In fact, if it wasn't for the special announcement, the frightened residents of Xianxia City would have regarded this strange vine as a terrible monster. Other than the residents who were cleaning up the battlefield, many people went into the forest to try and clear out the remaining monsters. Blindly hiding in the city was not a foolproof plan. He had to let the residents of the Heaven's Wall city face the monsters and increase their courage. When the time was right, Tang Zhen would take the initiative to attack and clear all the monsters nearby. This was a necessary step. Otherwise, if the monsters were allowed to roam freely, the living space in the Heaven's Wall city would become smaller and smaller. Active attacks and cleanups were the strongest defensive methods, which were very suitable for the Heaven's Wall city at this time. If it were any other place, they might not be able to bear such war losses and eventually cause their own strength to weaken. However, the Heaven's Wall city was different. As long as the cultivators in the city continued to gather, they would become stronger and stronger. Perhaps nothing could be seen now, but in the middle and late stages, the advantage of the Heaven's Wall city would become more and more obvious. Tang Zhen had played a huge role. In the eyes of Yu Ju, Luo Fei, and the others, he was actually more suitable to be in charge of logistics. Providing the resources needed for war and allowing the soldiers to fight without restraint was far more meritorious than killing the enemy on the battlefield. Tang Zhen also had such thoughts. Personal interests were insignificant in a war. If there was a need, he would be very happy to stay in the rear. The premise was that there would be a reward for doing so, and he would be recognized by the cornerstone platform. He would not do something that would not benefit him. After arranging for people to repair the city gate and the battle platform, Tang Zhen returned to the laboratory because the catalysis of the war beasts had reached a critical moment. Relying on their geographical advantage, the Heaven's Wall city had won this war, but it didn't mean that they would win in the future. The enemy's strength would become stronger and stronger. If they could not quickly improve their own strength, the city would be broken into sooner or later. Therefore, not only did they have to carry out their previous plan, but they also had to level it up to ensure that they could suppress the monsters. Food security was basically not a problem. The next thing to do was to upgrade their weapons and equipment and improve their personal strength. After returning to the laboratory, Tang Zhen checked the catalytic device and confirmed that it was working normally. Compared to plants, animal catalysis was more complicated and had a higher chance of failure. The dragon clan was a high-level creature. The offspring of the dragon clan with other creatures often could not live normally. To Tang Zhen, this wasn't a difficult matter. Not only could he guarantee the survival rate, but he had also added insect genes into the creation ball. As for what kind of monster would be created, they had to wait until the catalysis was completed. Even Tang Zhen was unable to know the result in advance. He looked at the timer and saw that the catalytic work would be completed in a few hours. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. He could use this time to organize his thoughts and figure out what he should do next. Compared to other cultivators, Tang Zhen preferred to collect information from various dimensions. He was involved in all aspects. This was merely a hobby. However, it was able to provide Tang Zhen with a lot of help at times. For example, the creation skill of the artisan plane allowed Tang Zhen to easily solve the headache-inducing problem. The other cultivators in Lusheng couldn't do it. If this problem was solved, the Heaven's Wall City could be defended. There was no need to worry about internal strife due to food problems. As for weapons and equipment, Lu Cheng's cultivators didn't have much need for them. They all had their own weapons and armors, and they would only look for other weapons if they had no choice. If necessary, Lu Cheng cultivators could also use their own abilities to make some weapons that could terrorize the natives. For example, the trebuchets used to attack the runic airships and the runic rockets used to bombard the city gates were all weapons made by local cultivators. It was definitely more than enough to kill enemies on the battlefield. However, they all had a habit of disdaining the weapons of the natives. They thought that this was a war between cultivators in the city and the natives were not qualified to participate. Tang Zhen wanted to do the exact opposite. This was because from his past experience, if the natives made good use of it, they would often obtain an unexpected good effect. 2569 Warbeasts 1 Tang Zhen had analyzed the changes in the rules and discovered that as time passed, the living environment would become increasingly harsh. The monsters appeared in groups without any pattern at all. No matter if they were out of the cities or mountains, they could be seen everywhere. According to the information he had obtained, many cities had become the lairs of monsters, and there were very few cities that had not fallen. On this point, Tang Zhen was indeed very lucky. The monsters did not rush into the Heaven's Wall City. This prevented the possibility of being infected and falling into the city. The natives who were originally plagued with disasters had now turned over a new leaf and become the darling of their mothers. No matter if it was killing monsters or cultivators, they could obtain rewards of strength improvement and become powerful cultivators. He didn't need to be helpless in the face of the catastrophe like in the past. Instead, he had the qualifications to resist. What was worrying was that if this situation continued, the cultivators of Lusheng City would likely become the prey and be hunted by monsters and natives. The conflict between the cultivators in Lucheng was getting more and more intense. Those who did not belong to the same battlefront would be rewarded after killing them. This was only the beginning. After a while, there might be more outrageous situations. It was similar to rearing venomous insects, where they would hunt and kill each other until the final king of venomous insects was chosen. If he didn't want to be eliminated, he could only work hard to become stronger and then kill everyone. Kill all the monsters, including all the cultivators in the building, until he was the only one left. Tang Zhen was unable to accurately judge the future situation. He could only manage the Heaven's Wall City as much as possible and make it stronger. No matter what the future situation was, as long as Tianshu City was under the control of the 5th battle area, Tang Zhen would definitely not suffer a loss. It wasn't that Tang Zhen was selfless, but that the nature of this competition was different. It was destined to not be a stage for one to display one's strength. No matter how strong a person was, they could only show off in the early stages. When there was a collision in the later stages, who could fight against them alone? To dare to fight against an entire battle zone alone was definitely an overestimation of one's own strength. Tang Zhen's participation in this competition was originally an arrangement of the cornerstone platform. It looked more like a mission. As for why he was called out by the cornerstone platform, perhaps it was because he fancied Tang Zhen's ability and knew that he was especially good at tormenting. Looking at the history of Tang Zhen's rise, he was indeed very good at creating miracles. He had repeatedly escaped from desperate situations and obtained sufficient benefits. If Tang Zhen was able to maintain his luck and continue to torment himself in this competition, he might be able to bring about an unexpected surprise. The role that Tang Zhen was playing was like the cornerstone platform betting. It would be best if he could make a comeback, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Tang Zhen's focus was on participation. If he had a choice, he would rather obtain a good result in the Sacred Dragon battle zone. Of course, he would not be perfunctory. Whenever he could give it his all, he would definitely not fall behind. A soft sound was heard. It turned out that the time set by the catalytic array had run out, waking Tang Zhen from his state of contemplation. Tang Zhen glanced at the creation sphere before putting it away and heading to the 100 Beast Garden in the City Lord's mansion. In the 100 Beast Garden, the Black Dragon looked very satisfied because it had just enjoyed a big meal of monsters. Although there was an unpleasant smell of gunpowder, the Black Dragon didn't care. When it was hungry, it could even swallow magma, so it wouldn't care about the smell of barbecue. The monster's flesh and blood were very nourishing. The Black Dragon felt that the essence that it had lost earlier could be quickly replenished. The most exciting thing was that there was still a lot of flesh and blood left, which had already piled up into a small mountain. The Black Dragon was actually very confused. Why had there suddenly been so many monsters? Almost everywhere, this situation was extremely abnormal. The Black Dragon had lived for several hundred years, but this was the first time it had encountered such a thing. When the battle started, the Black Dragon really wanted to join in and get a few monsters to satisfy its hunger. Unfortunately, he was trapped and his physical strength could not keep up, so he could only watch the show. And NBSP, these low-life bugs were very understanding and knew what they wanted. After the battle ended, they would immediately send food to their door. The Black Dragon secretly thanked the ancestor god. Fortunately, this world had undergone tremendous changes. Otherwise, it would not have had the opportunity to taste such a sumptuous feast. The Black Dragon, who had just finished his meal, was about to have a good sleep when his eyes suddenly widened like a startled rabbit. It writhed uneasily and looked towards the 100 Beast Garden's entrance, because a familiar aura was approaching. The owner of this aura terrified the Black Dragon. It was this despicable human who had beaten it up and then forced it to drink some strange potion. Evil and despicable human, what is he doing here again? The Black Dragon wanted to escape, but its neck was firmly bound by the runic chains, and it could not leave its original spot. What should I do? I'm panicking. Unable to escape, the Black Dragon could only hide its head and pretend that it had not seen the despicable human. As the footsteps approached, it felt as if they were knocking on its heart, causing the Black Dragon to panic more and more. You didn't see me, Yingluo, the Black Dragon prayed in its heart, but it was to no avail, because the footsteps suddenly stopped in front of it. We're finished, Yingluo, the Black Dragon wailed in its heart. It knew that it had been targeted by that human, and there was no way it could escape. Just as the Black Dragon's thoughts were running wild, it suddenly heard the evil human speak, and the content made it shiver. He's recovering well. He can go back to work in 2 days. The Black Dragon was stunned. Continue to work. However, in the blink of an eye, the Black Dragon understood what it meant and began to shiver involuntarily. Evil and despicable human, you're really not a good thing. You're actually making me feel scared. When the Black Dragon thought of this, he suddenly felt that his life was filled with darkness. He felt that he had lost all face for the dragon race. Tang Zhen had no interest in paying attention to the dejected Black Dragon. The reason he had captured this fellow was to let it reproduce. Otherwise, the Black Dragon would have been in a pot of soup, its skin made into armor, and its bones made into a weapon. Under the Black Dragon's fearful gaze, Tang Zhen walked to the construction site beside the 100 Beast Garden, took out an creation ball, and threw it on the ground. Pa! With a slight cracking sound, a warm gust of wind suddenly appeared, blowing the leaves. The worker looking after the 100 Beast Garden was alarmed and subconsciously turned his head to look. In the end, he saw a large group of strange creatures suddenly appear on the originally empty grass. They were twice the size of warhorses, covered in black and bright shells, and their slender abdomens were covered in fine and dense scales. It had a single horn on its head and a pair of bat-like wings on its back. When it was kept away, it looked like an extra-large insect. The pair of sickle-like forelimbs looked extremely sharp and could easily cut a person's body into two. These monsters exuded an aura that was very similar to the Black Dragon's, causing one to feel a sense of fear. The staff members were shocked. They could swear to the heavens that they had never seen such a monster. Just as he was about to issue a warning, he saw Tang Zhen standing at the side with a calm expression. The worker heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Since Tang Zhen was here, it meant that there would not be any problems. And NBSP, this person wasn't simple. He personally captured a black dragon, so why would he be afraid of some weird bugs? In the end, this thought had just appeared when he saw Tang Zhen wave his hand at the empty ground. Immediately following that, a wave of strange wild wind assaulted him. On the grass that was full of strange insects, another group of monsters emerged. They looked like large crabs with wings, which was extremely strange. 2570 The depressed black dragon. 1. The current beast garden should be called the insect garden, because there were no wild beasts here. Instead, there were strange-looking big insects everywhere. Their black shells and shiny scales made it clear that these bugs were not to be trifled with. Compared to the monsters outside the city, these bugs were obviously more powerful because they were bigger and had stronger defense. In the world of monsters, strength, speed, and defense were the only things that mattered. Whoever was better would be the boss. The most important thing was that these bugs had the ability to fly, which was enough to crush most of the monsters. If the monsters attacking the city could fly, it would be even more difficult to defend the Heaven's Wall city. Even if they could defend the city, they would have to pay a heavy price. Fortunately, these aren't monsters. Otherwise, we'd be in deep trouble. A worker of the beast garden muttered to himself. His face was filled with joy, and at the same time, there was a sliver of anticipation in his eyes. If he could control such a giant worm, he would be able to fly freely in the sky and then kill the monsters on the ground. Just thinking about that exciting scene made one excited. It was a pity that he could only remain in the city and look after the wild beasts in the 100-beast garden. He had no chance to participate in the battle. Just as the workers were fantasizing, they heard Tang Zhen suddenly say, "Send someone to inform that Ji and have him choose a few hundred strong and healthy soldiers to try and control these war beasts." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, the 100-beast garden worker was slightly stunned. Soon after, his eyes lit up. The war beasts that Tang Zhen had mentioned should be these malevolent-looking bugs. Moreover, they did not have an owner yet, so these insects are called war beasts and can be controlled. They are like war horses. The workers were extremely excited. Soon, someone took the initiative to come to Tang Zhen and boldly stated his request. "Sir Tang Zhen, we're all good at raising animals and we're more professional than others. Since you want to find someone to control these war beasts, then can you let us try? Maybe you will be satisfied. Now that the disaster has arrived, we also want to go to the battlefield and kill monsters to protect our homeland." These workers spoke earnestly and had determined expressions on their faces. It was obvious that this was not a spontaneous idea. Tang Zhen's gaze swept over these workers. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as he nodded with an approving expression. "Your courage is commendable. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's agreement, the workers excitedly thanked him again and again. Then, they asked about the information of these war beasts in a low voice. This was a creature bred by the creation ball. There were too many random and accidental factors. Tang Zhen actually didn't know much about it. He could only tell these excited workers that although the war beasts looked very fierce, they were actually very gentle. However, in battle, these war beasts would become very fierce, and it was very likely that they would have some special innate abilities. In short, they had to slowly observe everything by themselves. There was not much Tang Zhen could do to help. The believers weren't disappointed that they didn't get the answer they wanted from Tang Zhen. Instead, they gathered together to discuss. It was not easy to get the opportunity to ride a war beast, so the workers really didn't have much desire. Some of the more impatient workers had already impatiently approached these strange insects, trying to study their habits and preferences. At the same time, some people rushed to report this good news to the others because they knew how important this matter was to the Heaven's Wall city. In the face of the sudden calamity, the residents of the Heaven's Wall city had learned to unite. They knew that only by working together could they survive this calamity. The 100-beast gardens workers weren't boasting. They only used a very short time to successfully approach these strange insects. It didn't take long for Ji to rush over with his men. When he saw the strange bugs on the grass, his face was also filled with shock. If Tang Zhen and the others weren't here, they would have thought that the monsters had rushed into the Heaven's Wall city and would have unsheathed their swords without hesitation. Although they were sure that there was no danger, everyone was still very cautious. They were afraid that these fierce-looking insects would rush up and bite them in two. "Sir Tang Zhen, what are these things?" That bone walked up and asked carefully. He was also extremely curious. This is a war beast that I've specially cultivated. In the future, there will be more war beasts appearing to patrol the sky and attack the enemy. What you need to do now is to arrange for enough people to train and strive to be able to control the warbeast to fight as soon as possible. That bone hurriedly nodded, indicating that it would do its best to complete the task. At this moment, that bone was different from the past. At the beginning, he was under pressure and had no choice but to submit. However, after seeing the efforts of the cultivators in Lu Cheng and the ferocity of the monsters, the bone suddenly came to a realization. If they followed Lit, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City would have no chance of winning against such a terrifying catastrophe. On the contrary, the cultivators of Lu Cheng had amazing means, just like the war beast in front of them, which was always so unexpected. Therefore, the key point was that under the command of cultivator Lu Cheng, they already had strong strength and successfully defeated the monster's attack twice. That bone was already convinced. It had confirmed that only by following Tang Zhen and the cultivators in the Tower City could the Heaven's Wall City survive this calamity. The reason was simple. Since Lu Cheng could destroy the world, he could also save it. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. Compared to others, I actually have more trust in your ability. Tang Zhen used an indifferent tone to encourage that Ji, increasing his confidence and drive. As expected, that bone was extremely excited. He continuously expressed to Tang Zhen that he would definitely do his best to complete the mission. Tang Zhen threw out the remaining few creation balls. In the end, a bunch of strange big insects appeared. The shape of each one was dumbfounded. If one had to find a word to describe these insects, perhaps it would be best to jumble them together. This was because these insects were like organs taken from different creatures and then randomly pieced together. Compared to the Heaven's Wall City's residents, who were all shocked, the one who was truly shocked was the black dragon, who was secretly observing from the side. Seeing a group of insects with the same aura as him but with all kinds of strange appearances appear in front of him, the black-clothed dragon felt that his soul had been attacked. For some reason, the black dragon had an urge to vomit blood. Damn, despicable, shameless, brutal human, does he know what he's doing? The black dragon roared silently in its heart. It had never dreamed that such a strange thing would happen to it. This was a disgrace to itself and the entire dragon race. It would never admit that these ugly bugs were its descendants even if it was beaten to death. It was a pity that his body was bound. Otherwise, the black dragon would have rushed to the front of these bugs and killed them all with its claws. Don't be impulsive. There's a chance, but there might not be a chance. The black dragon swore in its heart and told itself that it must learn to endure. If that despicable human found out that something was wrong, he would definitely continue to persecute it. When I'm free from the devil's grasp, I must let this despicable human know what the consequences are for offending me. When he thought of this, the black dragon laughed heartily, as happy as a child. After which, the black dragon discovered that Tang Zhen was currently looking at him. A faint smile was revealed on the corner of his mouth. The black dragon was terrified and immediately retracted its head, acting like a dead dog. 2571 An unexpected visitor. 1. The news that Tang Zhen had successfully bred a warbeast was quickly spread to the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. For a time, there was a lot of discussion. The reason why it was known was very simple. During driving training, it was inevitable to fly into the sky and spin a few rounds. This was seen by many residents, and they couldn't wait to tell others. The news spread quickly. After knowing that these strange big insects were not monsters, but their own war beasts, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were relieved. They really didn't have any effective means to deal with the monsters in the sky. They were lacking in both experience and weapons. However, with these war beasts, even if flying monsters appeared again, the Heaven's Wall City would have a way to deal with them. Luo Fei also came with her men and picked 10 cultivators to teach and command the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. For cultivators of Lusheng, controlling such insect mounts was not difficult at all. They easily controlled the giant insect war beasts and flew around in the sky above the Heaven's Wall City, attracting countless envious eyes. It didn't take long for the residents to control their war beasts and carefully fly at a low altitude. From time to time, there would be cries of alarm. To the residents of the Heaven's Wall City, this kind of flying experience was simply extremely exciting. Tang Zhen had handed the saddle and weapons used by the war beasts to Luo Fei. With her experience and knowledge, she should be able to easily solve this problem. The runic airship modification work is about to be completed, said Sophie. I've also received the location marked by the cultivators of the 5th battle area. We'll be ready to go and meet them soon. She mentioned her mission and said that she was working hard to complete it. You can also hand this matter over to someone else. After all, it's not too difficult. Any cultivator from Lu Cheng can do it. In the time to come, I'm preparing to continue increasing the strength of the natives and train them into powerful fighters. Although the development potential of the natives is limited compared to the cultivators in the city, if they use weapons to make up for it, they are still a force to be reckoned with. Sophie nodded in agreement. She had personally participated in the battle to defend the city and found that the resident's will was as strong as stone. He could not leave the line of fire with light injuries, and even if his companions died in battle, he could endure the sadness in his heart and continue fighting. This was because they knew that there was no way out. They were the last line of defense to protect their homeland. Now that Tang Zhen had helped them to increase their strength, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had no reason not to continue to become stronger. You mean, you want me to be your assistant? Luo Fei asked Tang Zhen. There was a smile in her eyes and a faint trace of charm. Not as my assistant, but to research and discuss together. There's a saying in my hometown, one man has 3 sides. I wonder if you can understand it. Luo Fei nodded as if she understood, but from the look in her eyes, it was obvious that she did not know what hero meant. Tang Zhen smiled but didn't say anything. Different races had different cultural inheritances. There was no need to force others to understand. There wasn't even a need to explain. I'm preparing to build a production line. I have the blueprint and the materials. I just need a group of people who can help me build it. With you, me, and a few cultivators from Lu Cheng, we should be able to complete it in a day. Tang Zhen was preparing to create a production line for rifles to produce old-fashioned bolt rifles for the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. If it was refined and combined with a runic magic circle, it could pose a threat to the Lord Cultivator. This kind of weapon could be used for a long time, and when it could no longer threaten the enemy, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City would presumably have a strong strength. As for why the cultivators from Lu Cheng had to take action, it was because they had enough experience and could understand Tang Zhen's request. Moreover, they could execute it perfectly. The requirements for the craft were high, and the deadline was very tight. Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. That was why Tang Zhen had his eyes on Luo Fei. If he didn't use such a good helper, was he going to keep her for himself? Tang Zhen had too many things to do. He wished for nothing more than to create a few more clones and wished for more people to come and help. While the two were talking, a soldier suddenly came to report that a large group of people of unknown origin had appeared by the lake. There were at least a few hundred people. Based on his observations, he could confirm that the other party was a cultivator and definitely not an ordinary native. Tang Zhen was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that the cultivators in the 4th battle area couldn't be patient and wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Heaven's Wall City? Follow me. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. He called Luo Fei and walked in front of the black dragon. With a light wave of his hand, the rune chains opened automatically, and the black dragon roared and stood up from the ground. Tang Zhen pulled Luo Fei and directly landed on the back of the black dragon. He growled at the black dragon that was shaking its head. Fly up quickly. If you don't listen, I'll cut off your head with my sword. The black dragon's entire body trembled when it heard this. It hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up obediently, afraid that Tang Zhen would really beat it. Although the dragon clan's defense was strong, it was only effective against ordinary creatures. When faced with the strange strength and divine weapons of cultivators, the dragon clan would still avoid them like the plague. After all, both of them were transcendents and could easily hurt each other. This was also the reason why the black dragon was so obedient after being subdued. Seeing Tang Zhen and Luo Fei ride the black dragon and rise into the sky, the Lu Cheng cultivator controlling the giant insect beast immediately followed behind without any orders. As these giant insect war beasts were the offspring of the black dragon, they spontaneously followed the black dragon when they were flying, just like the little beasts following their mother beast. The black dragon felt extremely disgusted in its heart. If Tang Zhen wasn't standing on its back, it would definitely turn around and bite these ugly monsters to death. Even if it was true, it was all the fault of the despicable human on its back. The black dragon flew to the sky above the Heaven's Wall City with a heart filled with anger and grievance. Soon after, it flew straight to the lakeside under Tang Zhen's control. Looking down from above, he saw a large group of cultivators wearing all kinds of armors gathered by the lake. They were obviously from different races. "It's cultivator Lu Cheng," Luo Fei reminded from behind. She seemed to be afraid that Tang Zhen couldn't hear her and deliberately pulled the distance between them. At the same time, Luo Fei stretched out her hand and wrapped it around Tang Zhen's waist, as if she was afraid of falling down. Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to care about anything else. Instead, he stared at the cultivators of Lusheng on the lakeside, wanting to figure out their background. Looking at the other party's unconcealed attitude, he probably didn't come to fight, but had other purposes. While Tang Zhen was observing the other party, the cultivators on the ground also looked up at the sky. They were clearly observing the group of war beasts led by the Black Dragon. At this time of the day, where transportation was basically by foot, being able to control a large group of flying mounts was undoubtedly an enviable thing. This alone was enough to prove the strength of Tianwang City. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. After confirming that the other party was not here to fight, Tang Zhen slightly relaxed his vigilance and controlled the Black Dragon to land on the broken bridge by the lake. The broken bridge was a few dozen meters away from the shore. This distance was enough to ensure his safety. Even if a cannon was fired, it wouldn't hit him. This was Tang Zhen's territory. He was absolutely not afraid of anyone if they were to really fight. Just as Tang Zhen jumped down from the Black Dragon's back and was prepared to negotiate with the other party, a person suddenly stepped out from the crowd and waved his arm at Tang Zhen. "Your Excellency Tang Zhen, I'm a MUGA. Do you still remember me?" A young cultivator shouted with an excited expression on his face, as if he had finally found an organization. 2572 The cultivators seeking shelter in the Heaven's Wall City, 1 Amuka. Tang Zhen heard the other party's greeting and looked at the other party's appearance. His heart once again relaxed. That's right, it was Amuka, the Realm Lord cultivator from Sky Cover territory. When he was in Sky Cover territory, he had been provoked by this kid, so he had taken advantage of the situation and captured him as a guide. He didn't want to hurt him, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. He had already let him go when they were close to the dangerous area. They were all in the same war zone, and if it wasn't a life-and-death enmity, no one would be so ruthless. As a result, when he came out, Tang Zhen met a MUGA's grandfather. The other party had deliberately left behind a consciousness embodiment to wait for him. Although he was a God King level expert, the other party did not make things difficult for Tang Zhen. He only hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to give Amuka a certain amount of care after meeting him in the competition. The other party was not forcing him. Tang Zhen also agreed without much thought. After all, this world was so big, and the chances of both parties meeting were extremely slim. Who would have thought that not long after, both sides would actually meet in this arena? It was simply a shocking coincidence. Tang Zhen even suspected that Muga's grandfather had left some kind of trick on him. Otherwise, how could he have found him so coincidentally? Of course, these thoughts only flashed in his mind for a moment before they were suppressed by Tang Zhen. No matter what, the other party was still a cultivator from the 5th battle area and belonged to their own camp. What he had to do was to welcome them with a smile. After all, in addition to Amuka, there were a large number of cultivators from Lu Cheng watching him. "Amuka, how did you find this place?" Tang Zhen's face revealed just the right amount of surprise as he loudly asked Amugia. At the same time, he glanced at the cultivators beside him. Tang Zhen wanted to determine the identity of the cultivators around Amugia and figure out whether they were cultivators from the same battle zone or had come here with Amugia. In the end, without waiting for Tang Zhen to ask, Amugia took the initiative to reveal the identity of the Lu Cheng cultivator beside him, thus dispelling Tang Zhen's doubts. Although this guy was conceited and lacked the calmness of a real cultivator, he was never muddle-headed when he really did things. Amugia knew that the Heaven's Wall City had just experienced a great battle. The sudden appearance of his group would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. At this time, he naturally had to reveal his identity to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Not to mention, he was going to the Heaven's Wall City, so he had to be more proactive. "Sir Tang Zhen, the cultivators with me are all from the 5th battle area. We met by chance on the way here, and our identities have been confirmed. Everyone has seen the information you left behind through the map sharing, so they rushed here. In addition, there are some cultivators from other battlefields who are ready to cooperate with us, but they didn't follow us." When Amugia spoke, He gave Tang Zhen a meaningful glance to show that he did not deceive him. Tang Zhen secretly laughed in his heart. This muga was indeed a little interesting. Could it be that he thought that Tang Zhen was not one of the suspects? Fortunately, Tang Zhen wasn't that cautious. He knew that the cultivators from the other battlefields wouldn't dare to impersonate them. That wouldn't be entering the enemy's territory, but would be courting death. Those who dared to come to the Heaven's Wall City were definitely cultivators from the 5th battle area. Even the cultivators from other battle areas who were ready to cooperate with the 5th battle area didn't dare to appear at this time to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The smile on Tang Zhen's face grew wider and wider following the muga's introduction. It could be felt even from a distance. I am Tang Zhen from the 5th battle area, the cracked territory. Welcome to the Heaven's Wall City. As Tang Zhen spoke, he raised his fist and knocked on his chest. This was the greeting etiquette between cultivators in Lusheng. When the cultivators on the opposite side saw this, they saluted Tang Zhen back at the same time. Their deep-in-the-bone proficiency showed that they were all well-deserved cultivators of Lusheng. When they acted alone, the cultivators of Lucheng were like dragons. No matter what harsh environment they were in, they could survive tenaciously. As for the continuous eliminations, they were just necessary steps. It was just a competition of luck and opportunity. Being eliminated in advance was definitely not because of their strength, but rather because of bad luck. However, in the middle and late stages, it would be a competition of true strength. At that time, it would be a huge wave washing out the sand and picking out the true strong. The more powerful the warzone and cultivators were, the more advantageous they would be at this time. Therefore, the competition in the later stages would only be held in the top 100 warzones. The low-level battlefields would either be eliminated or become vassals to high-level monsters and participate in the competition as mercenaries. When the cultivators in the city gathered together, they would become an indestructible fortress. The more cultivators gathered in the city, the stronger the fortress would be. This fortress was actually a city, a cornerstone platform. It was because of their existence that cultivators in the city could move unhindered in the myriad world. The 5th battle area, Tianmo Territories cultivator, greets Sir Tang Zhen. The 5th battle area, Ancient Plains Wanku, greets Your Excellency Tang Zhen. The cultivators from the 5th battle area, Eternal Flame Territory, greet Your Excellency Tang Zhen. The 5th battle region, Sky Cover Territories cultivators, greets Sir Tang Zhen. The cultivators in Lusheng reported their territories one after another. On one hand, it was to clarify their identity, and on the other hand, it was to return the greeting to Tang Zhen. For most of the cultivators in Lusheng, it was their first time encountering such a competition, and it was also their first time cooperating with so many cultivators from the same battlefield. There was a trace of apprehension in his heart, but even more so, he was looking forward to it. He hoped that he could use this stage to make a name for himself in this competition. It was for this reason that when Wuxia and the other Lucheng cultivators looked at Tang Zhen, their eyes were filled with envy. What Tang Zhen did not know was that he had once again become famous. He first shared the map and used this method to communicate with the cultivators in the 5th battle area. It was for this reason that many cultivators in Lucheng knew his name. Lucheng's cultivators who didn't know Tang Zhen secretly remembered this name in their hearts, while those who knew Tang Zhen couldn't help but sigh. It had been a long time since Tang Zhen had created the record and created the cracked territory. Tang Zhen had not appeared in the rumors for a long time. There were countless experts in Lu City. Although Tang Zhen's performance back then was amazing, it could only be considered as a flash in the pan. Compared to past achievements, the lords of the territories were more concerned about the development of the cracked territory. If the development was good, there was a possibility of cooperation. If it was ordinary, there was no need to keep paying attention. When it came to territory development and personal interests, no lord would act on impulse. In the end, not long ago, news suddenly spread in the 5th battle district that a cultivator had accidentally entered the god kingdom of a native god king. This cultivator was Tang Zhen. It was rumored that not only did he successfully obtain the divine source, but he also managed to get the remains of the god king out, and his original god kingdom collapsed. Some people sighed at Tang Zhen's good luck to actually encounter such a thing. Why couldn't they encounter such a good thing? Even if it was a heavily injured and sleeping god king whose strength was far from what it used to be, as long as they entered the other party's god kingdom, they would be at the other party's mercy. To be able to walk out alive and even destroy the entire god's kingdom, No matter what the specific process was, it was definitely a legendary experience. 2573 Another wave of enemies. 1A native divine kingdom was not worth making a fuss over. How could there be only one tower world destroyed? The most crucial point was that as the news of the divine kingdom's destruction was leaked, news of the super plane quickly spread. After hearing the news, even the God King level experts were moved because the super plane had a special meaning to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. From the low energy plane to the high energy plane, the higher the level of the plane, the rarer it would be. Take the high energy plane for example, sometimes there would not be one in hundreds of years. As for the super plane, it was like a gem in the sand of the Ganges River. One should not deliberately search for it, because it was impossible to find it. It could be said that every time a super plane appeared, it was an extremely coincidental coincidence. Looking at the entire tower world, the number of times it appeared could be counted with one's fingers. Every time a super plane appeared, a new batch of God Kings would be born in the Lusheng world. The two were closely related. As for why this was the case and what the super planes were hiding, those who knew would never say anything. Perhaps there was some taboo that could cause adverse effects to himself. Otherwise, why would a God King be so secretive about it? However, there was still some information about the super planes through certain special channels, but it was difficult to distinguish between the truth and the lies. It was said that everything in the super plane had a spirit, and even a blade of grass had unfathomable power. It was also said that the super plane was full of traps and opportunities. It looked like a small area, but in reality, it was filled with thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. It was rumored that a cultivator had brought out a box from the super plane. Inside the box was a mountain villa and a river, constantly performing the changes of the world. When the items that were tied up with ropes were placed inside and taken out after a while, they had already experienced thousands of years of wind and frost. Obviously, this was a time artifact, and if used well, it would definitely bring unexpected benefits. There were also many natural treasures that could be seen everywhere in the super plane. A seemingly unremarkable fruit could very likely be a treasure that could make people rise to the heavens in a single step. For the 9-star divine general level cultivators, the super plane was related to their advancement. However, they often waited for many years and still couldn't get the relevant information. Now that the news about the super plane had suddenly spread, these cultivators were extremely excited, including Yuju. However, the information Yuju had was limited. He only knew that the super plane had appeared, but he did not know that it was related to Tang Zhen. Otherwise, with his character, he would have grabbed Tang Zhen and asked him about the super plane. One had to know that Tang Zhen was the main participant of this incident. He definitely knew some secret information and even held important clues about the super plane. Tang Zhen, who held a precious treasure in his hand, naturally attracted the attention of many people. The reason why Muga's grandfather was waiting was probably related to this matter. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen knew about it or not, at the very least, he had to forge a good relationship with him. Who knew when he might be able to use it? As the two sides confirmed their identities, the tense atmosphere dissipated. The cannoneers who had locked onto the lakeshore could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that these cultivators were enemies and they would be forced to fire their cannons, which would then accidentally injure Tang Zhen and the others. After this period of contact, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had already treated Tang Zhen as their backbone and protected him everywhere. The next thing he had to do was to figure out how to enter the Heaven's Wall City. The distance of the broken bridge was too wide, and even Lu Cheng's cultivators couldn't cross it. If they chose to walk on the water, they would be attacked by the plants in the lake. Perhaps it was because they had devoured too much flesh and blood, but the plants in the lake had already mutated, becoming more and more brutal and greedy. The smooth tentacles that were originally hidden under the water had now turned purplish-red and were covered with sharp spikes. They went from passively waiting for their prey to actively attack. Once a person or animal passed by the lake, these tentacles would shoot out of the water, wrap around the prey, and drag them to the bottom of the lake. The spike could secrete poison, and once it trapped its prey, it would quickly inject the poison into the prey's body. Even monsters with strong physical bodies could not last more than 10 seconds. They would then lose control of their bodies until they completely lost consciousness. It was shocking to evolve in such a short time. However, these plants came from the creation sphere, so it was normal for them to evolve quickly. Moreover, this kind of evolution was an uncontrollable state. It would change according to the changes in the outside world. Even Tang Zhen was unable to determine what it would eventually become. In fact, Tang Zhen did not intend to interfere regardless of the extent to which this plant had evolved. As long as it could help him, he was eager for these plants to become stronger. The eyesight of Amuka and the others was extraordinary. They had discovered the danger in the lake as soon as they arrived. Therefore, they wisely stayed by the lake and would not easily take the risk. Since Tang Zhen was the landlord, he would hand this matter over to him. He would just follow the arrangements. In the following time, the runic airship started and transported the cultivators of Lusheng back to the Heaven's Wall City. At the same time, a runic airship was sent out to contact the cultivators who were trying to follow the 5th battle area and take them back to the Heaven's Wall City to rest. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting wood. There was no need to rush to kill monsters. As long as he waited in the Sky Market City, the monsters would automatically come to his door. If he still focused on himself and ignored the improvement of his overall strength, then it wouldn't take long for him to face the end of elimination. What Tang Zhen didn't expect was that the runic airship that picked them up returned with bad news. An army of at least 100,000 monsters was slowly approaching the Heaven's Wall City and would arrive soon. Different from the bandit-like monsters from before, the formation of this monster army was unusually neat. One look and you could tell that it was a well-trained regular army. Even if they were infected by the devil chi and turned into ferocious monsters, they still maintained military discipline. It was worth noting that there were many huge monsters in the monster army, and they were responsible for clearing the way in the forest. They were at least 10 meters tall, like a moving hill, and their thick scales were almost unafraid of any attack. Wherever these monsters passed, the dense forest was razed to the ground, and they were heading straight for the Heaven's Wall City. Although the Heaven's Wall City was heavily guarded, it seemed to be somewhat powerless in the face of such a huge monster. Even the Heaven's Wall Lake might not be able to stop it. The ordinary demonized soldiers had also become more and more ferocious due to the corrosion of the demonic chi. Their muscles and scales had grown together with their armor, and ordinary arrows could not penetrate them at all. Not only were the soldiers affected by the demonic chi, but even the weapons carried by the army had also undergone an incredible change. Ballistae, siege chariots, catapults, and other weapons all seemed to have a life of their own, appearing extremely sinister. Take the mounted crossbow for example. It looked like the head of a skinned giant beast with sharp fangs in its mouth. When it attacked, its sharp teeth, which were stained with highly toxic mucus, kept spurting out like a machine gun. Its range also reached a distance of 1,000 meters. After spitting out a mouthful of teeth, this strange ballista would need to be fed. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, new teeth would quickly grow out. It was conceivable that when this kind of mounted crossbow launched an attack on Tianshu City, it would be a terrible scene. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City, who originally had the terrain advantage, would be in a very dangerous situation. Once they were hit by the poisonous fangs, it would be difficult for them to escape death. 2,574 city mobilization won. The weapons and equipment of the Empire's regular army were not something that the local forces could compare to. At the very least, they were better than the guards of Heaven's Wall City. They carried a large number of heavy weapons and never found it troublesome to travel. In a normal army operation, the auxiliary troops were several times more than the combat soldiers. Their task was to transport provisions and supplies, and their combat power could only be said to be average. However, when the mutation occurred, these auxiliary troops also became extremely fierce, their combat strength far surpassing the regular army before the mutation. The ballistae were not the only thing that had mutated. Heavy weapons such as catapults had also undergone incredible changes. Normal catapults used ropes and heavy objects to throw cannonballs, so the shooting range was not very far. However, the mutated trebuchets had an extremely long range and even more terrifying attack power. The mutated catapults had also turned into monsters of flesh and blood. The auxiliary soldiers in charge of transportation had become one with the catapults. From the drawings in the intelligence report, the trebuchets looked like deformed skeleton monsters, holding strange meatballs in their hands. When it was fired, the catapult would make a strange sound and swing its arm to throw the meatball. No one knew what kind of killing effect the meatball had, but it was definitely not something good. Once it hit one's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. In addition, there were also heavy armored cavalrymen, who were riding warhorses that had also mutated. They were slowly advancing in a neat square formation. The seemingly slow march was actually an accumulation of momentum. If they encountered an enemy, they would instantly turn into lightning and thunder. However, against the Heaven's Wall City, these heavy armored cavalries with strong defense were of no use. However, if it was used as a blockade line, it would definitely be an iron wall. Without paying a heavy price, it would be impossible to break through it. As for the infantry and archers, they had also been strengthened, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they could fight against 10 people alone. In such a short time, the patrol team had only collected this much information, and they had risked their lives to obtain it. In order to get this information, the runic airship was almost shot down by the cultivators of Lusheng, and the whole process was extremely dangerous. After gathering enough information, the runic airship left quickly. However, the information it brought back was enough to raise everyone's vigilance. The arrival of a new crisis caused the atmosphere in the Heaven's Wall City to become tense again. Everyone felt a strong sense of urgency. In a short period of time, there were 2 consecutive monster attacks. Although the Heaven's Wall City won each time, they also paid a heavy price. The death toll of the Heaven's Wall City had already exceeded 1,000, and the supplies they had stored up had also been greatly consumed. If another large-scale battle were to occur, it was unknown if they would be able to withstand it. War was all about consumption. At this time, the Heaven's Wall City had already reached the end of its rope, and it was completely using all the strength of the city. In the face of this life or death problem, even if they really couldn't handle it, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had to clench their teeth and endure it. A weak display would only make the enemy even crazier and more insatiable. An incomparably greedy monster would never give you a chance to breathe. It would devour its prey until not even dregs were left. The Heaven's Wall City once again entered a state of war. Although the residents were extremely depressed, they had no choice. With the sudden arrival of the catastrophe, it was not easy to survive. Since one wanted to live, one had to endure all kinds of torture. Although it looked extremely painful, compared to those who were struggling on the line of death, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were much luckier. At least they didn't turn into monsters, and they didn't lose their families. When monsters attacked, they could fight against them with a united will. The fortune within the misfortune was that there were nearly 1,000 cultivators from the Tower City joining the Heaven's Wall City. This made Tang Zhen even more confident. The combat power of the cultivators in the Tower City far exceeded that of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. When the crisis came, they could definitely turn the tide. Tang Zhen didn't treat himself as the city lord. Instead, he gave every cultivator in the city a chance to participate and let them participate in the defense work. He announced to the cultivators, telling them to show off their abilities and come up with a solution to deal with this crisis. Although the cultivators didn't say anything about Tang Zhen's attitude, they were very satisfied in their hearts. Although Tang Zhen's reputation was well known and he had taken over the Heaven's Wall City, it did not mean that everyone would acknowledge his leadership. Yu and Luo Fei acknowledged Tang Zhen, but that didn't mean that the other cultivators agreed. Although they didn't say it out loud, they definitely had their own thoughts. In order to conquer these rebellious cultivators, one had to have a stunning performance that made people feel that they were far inferior. Some things needed to wait for an opportunity. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. He even wished that more outstanding cultivators would appear to help him share the pressure. As for the cultivators who had just arrived, in Lusheng, they were very calm and didn't seem to be worried about the monsters at all. To these cultivators, whether the Heaven's Wall City could be defended or not didn't have much of an impact on them. If the monsters destroyed the Heaven's Wall City, the cultivators in the building would lose some servants at most, but they would have a place to kill monsters at will. The cultivators of Lusheng in the 5th battle area had the same problem as the cultivators in other Lusheng, which was that they didn't take the natives seriously. In this aspect, Tang Zhen appeared to be very different. Different from the other cultivators, Tang Zhen valued the potential of the natives more. As long as they were given enough opportunities, they might bring unexpected surprises. It would take some time for the monster army to attack. Tang Zhen was prepared to use this time to cultivate another batch of war beasts. If they continued to use their air superiority to attack the monsters from above, it might even affect the outcome of the entire war. The Black Dragon originally thought that it had escaped a calamity, but it did not expect to be targeted by Tang Zhen again. It could only curse the despicable humans in its heart while working hard to reproduce. Tang Zhen, Luo Fei, and the others started to manufacture firearms. They wanted to try their best to produce a batch of weapons before the monster army arrived. Through this defensive battle, the power of firearms had been proven. Especially to ordinary residents, it was a godly weapon to kill monsters. They didn't need to aim at all. All they needed to do was to aim at the monster below and pull the trigger. The densely packed monsters would take the initiative to hit the bullets and then lose their lives in confusion. After confirming the power of firearms, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City urgently needed a large number of firearms to fight against more and more monsters. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City quickly took action, repairing the areas that had been damaged by the war and moving all kinds of weapons that were needed for defense. They wanted to bring every stone to the battlefield. The weapons used in the previous battle had all been recovered and repaired. Because the project was too large, all the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had been mobilized. Men, women, old, and young, everyone came to the streets and busied themselves. 2,575 danger lurking in every corner. 1. The lack of weapon materials was still a headache. Most of the metal materials in the Heaven's Wall City's storage were used to make guns and cannons, and the stock was getting smaller and smaller. For example, the underground tomb that was previously discovered had basically been emptied out after a period of moving. The remaining metal materials were all shockingly large, and it was impossible to complete cutting and moving them in a short time. With no other choice, he could only choose to give up. The two mountains near the Heaven's Wall City did have iron ore, but the primitive mining efficiency was too low to meet the needs of weapons. Perhaps after a while, the metal materials would be completely used up, and the weapons could no longer be produced. Of course, this matter would be left to Tang Zhen to worry about. With the methods he had, he would be able to find a solution to the problem. They couldn't count on Tang Zhen for everything. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City felt that they should also do their part. After all, they were protecting their homes and couldn't let the cultivators in the building do all the work. The enthusiasm of the Heaven's Wall City was inspired. They worked even harder and tried to solve the problem. Since he lacked the metal needed to make weapons, he would look for other methods to see if they could replace metal. The first material that he thought of was naturally the stones that were the most abundant in the Heaven's Wall City. Moreover, the use of stones as weapons had never stopped since ancient times. Ordinary stones definitely wouldn't work, but a special stone similar to obsidian was developed by the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. The most amazing thing about this kind of stone was that after being roasted at high temperature and poured with water, it would explode into a triangular stone strip as thick as a thumb. Using this characteristic, it made stone mining very simple. All they needed to do was to use fire to heat it up. After some polishing, it could be made into a perfect arrow that looked similar to the armor-piercing arrow. After tying the arrow to a wooden stick with a straw rope and then dipping it in glue, a special arrow was made. It could be placed on a special ballista and shoot dozens of arrows at once to attack groups of monsters. It could also be fired through a special crossbow, but compared to a mounted crossbow, the lethality was obviously much lower. This type of arrow could save enough metal materials and could maintain its lethality against monsters. It could even penetrate the scales of monsters. Due to the lack of materials, the residents of Bamboo City tried to use the bones of monsters to make weapons. A material like bone had long been used by people. It could be said to be the most primitive weapon material. The bones of these monsters were different. They had properties that other bones could not compare to, and their toughness and hardness were very good. In the absence of materials, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City naturally would not waste these bones. The monsters that were killed were once again smashed into pieces. Bone arrows, javelins, and some other random weapons were continuously created by the skilled residents of the Heaven's Wall City. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City used their own methods to silently provide support, and the cultivators in the Tower City were not idle either. The existence of the runic airships and flying beasts allowed them to think of a way to deal with the monster army. Even if they could not successfully intercept it, they could still cause losses. In other words, it was an opportunity to increase his level. These cultivators of Lusheng City took the initiative to apply, hoping to obtain a runic airship or a few beheading airships to investigate and harass the enemy. The number of runic airships in Heaven's Wall City was limited. One of them had crashed earlier, so the cultivators in Heaven's Wall City were asking for too much. Tang Zhen didn't refuse directly. Instead, he sent out a few runic airships to carry out the investigation and harassment mission against the monster army. This way, they would be able to buy enough time to complete all the preparations before the monster army arrived. The new cultivators of Lusheng could join the battle, but they didn't have the right to control it. After all, there were only a few runic airships. Who should they use them for? If he really wanted a runic airship, he would build it with them and modify and design it according to his own ideas. Cultivators from different races and territories had their own specialties. If they could be used on the runic airships, it might bring people unexpected surprises. Just as the entire city was mobilized, an accident suddenly occurred on a mountain peak on the side of the Heaven's Wall city. In the narrow cave, there were many places that were pitch black. From time to time, he could see specks of fluorescent light, like the eyes of a monster. Due to some special reasons, there were many residents on the peaks on both sides of the mountain. Their main task was to mine and plant. At the same time, they were also expanding the space inside the mountain and increasing the living area of the Heaven's Wall city. However, due to the dirty and messy environment after mining, there were all kinds of dangers, so it was not suitable for living. As the monsters attacked Xianxia city again and again, wisps of evil aura slowly appeared in the dark mine caves on both sides of the mountains. The demonic chi would appear and find suitable targets to infect. The rats, snakes, and insects in the mine would be the first to be attacked. They were infected by the demonic chi and turned into strange things, lurking in the darkness. Because of the environment, no one had discovered these monsters immediately, which gave them enough time to grow. Unknowingly, more and more monsters appeared, and they became restless. In the middle of the night, a sneaky figure appeared and was looking for something in the mine. When the monsters encountered them, they all hid to the side, as if they were very afraid. He was holding an ancient map in his hand, constantly searching in the mine, and muttering to himself. "This is the place, why can't I find it?" It seemed to be because of anxiousness. The eyes that were emitting a dim light flickered, like a light bulb with an unstable current that could go out at any time. After growling a few words, the figure closed his mouth, as if he was trying to calm the anger in his heart. "Something's wrong. This body's condition is getting worse and worse. It's irascible and can't be suppressed at all. I don't have much time left. I have to find the core control room as soon as possible and try to activate the heavenly divine weapon Bayan." When the figure said this, a deep hatred flashed in his eyes, almost materializing. "Tang Zhen, Ali and that bone Kasaya. He, just you wait. It won't be long before I punish you." When this figure spoke, he was like a night owl, exuding a sinister aura. He looked at the map again and walked along the mine for a distance. Suddenly, a strange symbol appeared on the rock wall in front of him. The figure tilted his head and stared at the symbol. After a while, he let out a sickly laugh. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why I couldn't find the sign at the intersection after searching for so many years." Even if he had lived for thousands of years, he was still immortal. How could he see the marks left by cultivators? How laughable and pathetic. After mumbling a few words in a sickly manner, the figure walked to the front of the rock wall and reached out to press on the symbol. Ka. The sound of gears turning could be heard. Then, a black hole appeared in the rock wall, and behind it was a long and narrow passage. Without any hesitation, the figure entered and the passage slowly closed. No one noticed that when midnight arrived, the eyes of the super statue on the mountain to the left of the Heaven's Wall city seemed to move slightly. 2576 Ambush in the forest. 1. It was a good thing that the cultivators in the city took the initiative to attack. Not only could they attack the monsters, but they could also collect a lot of information. It was only after a fight that he could figure out the enemy's specific strength and then formulate a targeted plan. According to Tang Zhen's request, Xianxia City had sent out believers to follow the operation. Their main task was to deliver intelligence. These believers were also very diligent. When the operation began, the battle reports from the front line were continuously sent back to the Heaven's Wall city. According to the information, Lu Cheng chose a canyon to ambush and bombarded the enemy with boulders and explosives. Primitive means of attack did not mean that they were ineffective. The key was how to operate it, using a stone canyon to destroy an army made of steel chariots. Similar cases were common. Due to time constraints and various restrictions, the cultivators in Lusheng City didn't have many means to use. Once it was used, even if it couldn't defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, it could at least cause them to suffer heavy injuries. As the saying goes, it's better to break one finger than to injure 10. After the Lu Cheng cultivators analyzed, they locked onto the heavy cavalry of the demonized army. For one, the formation of the heavy cavalrymen was more concentrated, and it was difficult for them to move in the narrow forest, making it easy for them to be ambushed and killed by the cultivators of Lucheng. As for the second reason, it was because the heavy cavalry was extremely fast. If they were not killed, they would easily be chased by the enemy when they retreated. By eliminating the heavy cavalry, not only could they deal a heavy blow to the enemy, but they could also ensure that they could retreat safely. There were less than 200 Lu Chengshos who participated in the operation. Each of them was an elite and would not delay their tasks. Although there were only 100 or so people, they were comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. After waiting for about half a day, the army of monsters finally entered the ambush circle. As demonized army used to be regular troops, they would always have vanguards to scout the route in case of being ambushed by the enemy. Even though they had been demonized into monsters, they still maintained this habit. Before the demonized army arrived, the reconnaissance vanguards had already appeared on the high ground of the valley on both sides. After the mutation, these reconnaissance vanguards had become slender and strong, and their original abilities had been strengthened. There was a tough short membrane between the arm and the body. When jumping down from a high place, it could carry out a short distance sliding. In order to facilitate reconnaissance, the reconnaissance vanguards had also developed abilities similar to chameleons, which could change in a very short time and integrate into the surrounding natural environment. The main target of these reconnaissance vanguards was the valley where the Lucheng cultivators had prepared for the ambush. After all, the geographical environment of this area was the most ideal, and they could get twice the result with half the effort. However, the cultivators in Lusheng City were very experienced and far from being comparable to the demonized soldiers. Therefore, when the scouting vanguards arrived, they did not find anything unusual at all. After the scouting vanguards left, the cultivators of Lucheng appeared one after another. No one knew where they were hiding, so they were not discovered. The cultivators of Lucheng moved quickly. In a very short time, they had completed their pre-arranged deployment. Everything was ready, and then they quietly waited for the enemy to enter the ambush. It didn't take long for a huge vibration to sound in the forest. The trees that had grown for many years were broken and pushed down, and then thrown into the forest on both sides. This was how the demonized army advanced. As the main obstacle, the forest was severely damaged wherever they passed by. It was actually excusable for the demonized monsters to be so brutal, because the crazy thoughts lingered in their minds, and they needed a channel to vent. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for him to completely collapse and lose control. As the sound got closer, a group of giant monsters appeared in front of them. They looked like enlarged black gorillas, covered in scales and muscles. These giant monsters were the strongmen of the army. They were much taller than ordinary soldiers and specialized in some special work. When they were attacked by the demonic chi, the bodies of these huge men in the army grew rapidly, directly turning into behemoths that were more than 10 meters tall. They dragged weapons made of round wood and walked at the front of the army, forcibly opening up a passage in the forest to make it convenient for the army behind to advance. After the giant monsters passed, it was time for the demonized soldiers to form groups. Their bodies were ferocious and strong, and at the same time, they had the unique temperament of a soldier. Any one of them could easily destroy an ordinary village. In fact, many villages had been destroyed by the demonized army. The villagers, cows and horses were used as food and carried by the auxiliary soldiers. The army of nearly 400,000 left clear traces in the forest. Even from a very far distance, one could see the demonic chi soaring into the sky. Even the experienced cultivators in Lusheng City were shocked by the scale of the demonized army and knew that they had underestimated the enemy. The monsters catalyzed by the competition were meant to deal with the cultivators in the city. It was impossible for them to defeat an army of monsters with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. All the cultivators were wondering if the Heaven's Wall City could defend against so many terrifying monsters. There was no time to think about it, because the monsters had already entered the ambush circle, and the plan was half successful. As the scouting vanguards didn't send any warning, the demonized army just passed by the valley without knowing that they were in danger. The trolls passed by, followed by a group of infantrymen. Before the heavy cavalry passed by, everything was calm. When the heavy cavalrymen passed by, there was a sudden loud noise, and huge rocks rolled down from both sides of the valley. The stones blocked the way out on both sides, and the heavy armored cavalrymen immediately broke into a riot. The cultivators of Lusheng who had been waiting for a long time acted at the same time, throwing the bombs and burning bombs that they had prepared. The heavy armored cavalrymen were in a mess. They kept running around in the flames of the lightning, trying to break out of the ambush. Due to the transformation of devil chi, the bodies of the heavy armored cavalrymen and their mounts had become one, making them somewhat similar to the centaurs. This made the cavalrymen extremely agile. The warhorses were like their legs, and they could gallop freely on the battlefield. After the warhorses were frightened, they immediately ran around the valley in a panic. The knights on top of them were also affected and could not control the movements of the warhorses. The heavy armored cavalrymen kept falling to the ground as they ran around, and the number of casualties increased rapidly. The continuous bombardment of bombs turned the entire valley into a sea of fire. For cultivators in Lusheng, it was a piece of cake to make explosives with various materials. Because there were only a few people, they had prepared a large number of bombs and incendiary bombs, which were indeed effective. The valley was in chaos while the demonized army outside the valley was also affected. When the heavy cavalries were ambushed, the commander-in-chief of the demonized corps was driven furious as he ordered to launch a counterattack at once. With an order, countless demonized soldiers rushed up the mountains on both sides to find the cultivators of Lusheng who had ambushed them. The giant monsters even rushed to the collapsed mountain rocks. While clearing the obstacles, they also picked up the rocks and threw them at the mountains on both sides. These giant monsters were like moving trebuchets. The flying giant rocks smashed the trees in the forest, breaking them. The rumbling sound was endless. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were ambushing saw that the situation was not good and immediately chose to retreat from the battlefield. They followed the passage they had chosen in advance and went straight to Heaven's Wall City. 2577 A bountiful harvest when the cultivators of Lusheng City retreated from the battlefield, but the demonized monsters did not give up. Following the command of the commander, 3,000 demonized infantrymen chased after them. However, he didn't expect to fall into the trap of the Lu Cheng cultivators. They couldn't fight against an army of hundreds of thousands of monsters, but they were confident that they could win against the scattered pursuers. Of course, apart from this, they also had to put on a show to lure the monsters away from the main group. After leaving the ambush area for some distance, Lu Cheng's cultivators began to take action and began to counter-kill the demonized monsters behind them. Even though there was a huge difference in strength between the enemy and themselves, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were not afraid. Instead, they felt their blood boiling. It had been a long time since the cultivators of Lusheng City had participated in this kind of battle. Perhaps they recalled their past experiences, and they felt a little emotional. Although he was weak and struggling on the edge of life and death every moment, his days were extremely fulfilling. The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately entered battle mode and began to kill the monsters. In fact, before the ambush, Lu Cheng had already set up many traps to kill the monsters again. In the forest, a group of demonized soldiers held long spears and ran quickly through the overgrown forest. In front of him was a cultivator from Lu Cheng, who was running forward under the cover of the trees. The demonized soldiers' robust bodies were enough to support a long run, and their endurance was shockingly strong. However, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were faster. The demonized soldiers chased after them for a long time, but there was still a distance between them. The more this was the case, the more the demonized soldiers pursued, as if they had a kind of morbid persistence. This had nothing to do with orders, but if he didn't kill and devour the target, he would feel like he was going crazy. The cultivator from Lusheng seemed to have sensed something, so he remained calm and unhurried, in case the demonized soldiers gave up on the pursuit. Fortunately, the monster's persistence was far beyond what he could see. Even if he deliberately increased his speed, the demonized soldiers did not give up on chasing him. Unknowingly, they had already entered an ambush. When they passed by a large tree, a demonized soldier tripped and pulled a tree vine hidden under the grass. Not good, there's a trap. The demonized soldiers reacted quickly and immediately warned their companions, but it was too late. In the whistling wind, several vines fell one after another, and the heavy sharp wooden stakes tied below them smashed down like pendulum. A few demonized soldiers could not dodge in time and were pierced by the sharp wooden stakes. They let out painful roars. As for cultivator Lu Cheng, who was being chased by the monster, he suddenly turned around and took out a modified heavy rifle. As the gunshots continued, the monsters that did not step on the traps were hit in their vital parts and fell to the ground after a few struggles. After emptying his gun, the Lu Cheng cultivator charged forward with his saber and started fighting. The remaining monsters, the hunter and the prey, quickly exchanged their identities. It was only when the demonized soldiers engaged in close combat that they realized in shock that they were no match for the Lu Cheng cultivators. The previous constant escape was only to lure him into the trap, it was simply extremely cunning. The demonized soldiers who were deceived were shocked and angry. At the same time, they felt a burst of fear. They thought that they were invincible, but they didn't expect the cultivators in Lu Cheng to be even more powerful. It didn't take long for the battle to end. After killing all the monsters, the Lu Cheng cultivator gained a level up and his face was full of joy. "Brother, how's the harvest?" A voice suddenly came from the side. Then, a Lu Cheng cultivator with blood on his face walked out of the forest not far away. There was a ring of tree vines around his neck, which were covered with monster ears, representing his harvest just now. As for the blood on his face, it was the blood from the heart of the target he had killed. He would apply a blood mark on his face every time he killed one. "Not bad, I killed 11. Even though he knew that the other party had killed more than him, the cultivator still stubbornly replied and continued to look for new targets. The reason for this was because they didn't belong to the same territory. Although there were no conflicts, there was still some hidden competition. Seeing others stronger than themselves, they couldn't help but feel unconvinced and try to surpass the other party. Of course, this kind of competition was open and above board. No dirty and despicable means would be used. Otherwise, even the cultivators in Lusheng would look down on such behavior. Similar situations kept happening in the forest. More than 3,000 demonized soldiers were killed by more than 100 cultivators. The cultivators in Lu Cheng were very satisfied. After all, the more monsters they killed, the faster they would level up. As the seals were removed, he would become stronger and stronger. When that time came, he would be able to challenge monsters of higher levels and obtain more rewards. If one's strength increased slowly in the early stages, one could forget about making up for it in the later stages, because there was no chance at all. If one did not work hard enough, they would be eliminated very quickly. After taking care of all the pursuers, the Lu Cheng cultivators chose a new location and prepared to start another round of ambush and killing. In addition to killing monsters to level up, they also needed to delay the speed of the demonized army. Since they had accepted the mission, they would definitely not be perfunctory. In the Heaven's Wall City, Tang Zhen continued to busy himself with his work after reading the battle report that had just been sent. The situation was getting more and more urgent, and he had to speed up. He couldn't afford to slack off. With the cooperation of many cultivators, the rifle production line had been completed, and a large number of people were nervously installing and debugging it. The cultivators of Lusheng City easily solved the problems that the natives had, many of which were unheard of. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City had long heard that the cultivators of the Heaven's Wall City came from beyond the sky, and it seemed that it was true. Fortunately, no one cared about these things, or rather, they didn't dare to investigate further. As long as they could keep their lives by following the cultivators of Lu Cheng, who would care where they came from? There was strength in numbers, and it didn't take long for the entire production line to be installed. With a command, the assembly line immediately began production. After a simple demonstration by Tang Zhen and the rest, it was handed over to the residents of Sky Need City to operate. The production line designed by Tang Zhen was simple and fast to operate, but the power of the produced weapons wasn't weak. Compared to the original single-shot weapons, the production speed of the new guns was faster, and the bullet capacity was more than 30 rounds. Although its appearance was rather cumbersome, it was not a flaw at all because it was only used to defend a city. Due to the improvement of firearms, the consumption of bullets had greatly increased, so the manufacturing task was handed over to the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. Once again, they were mobilized to take on different tasks and contribute to the defense of the Heaven's Wall City. Whether they were willing or not, they had to do it, or they would be severely punished. On this point, the believers of the church in the trade would not show any mercy. They believed that since they had saved the Heaven's Wall City, the residents who had benefited must repay them. Of course, that was all there was to it. There were not many excessive requests, or else it would be the source of chaos. With the entire city mobilized, weapons and equipment were produced continuously, and then there was a race against time for training. At this time, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City still didn't know that the danger they were facing was far more than this. Not only was there an army of monsters rapidly approaching, but the giant statue that had been standing next to them for many years had also entered a state of activation. 2578 The food crisis has been resolved. Sir Tang Zhen, the mountaintop city lord's manor's tree is already full of fruits. I wonder when we can pick them, a believer said to Tang Zhen. Perhaps it was because he was too excited, but there was still a trace of excitement on his face that had yet to fade. It was understandable that the other party had lost his composure, because the fruits all over the mountain had solved the urgent needs of Xianxia city. Oh, I wonder how does the fruit taste? Tang Zhen had just finished the work on his hands when he heard this good news. He could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. If the special plant he cultivated didn't bear fruit, it couldn't be considered a success. However, since it had already borne fruit, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if the fruit was poisonous, Tang Zhen could still extract it and turn it into harmless and delicious food. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the believer was stunned for a moment before he replied in a terrified tone, I was in a hurry to report this, so I didn't taste it. Why don't I go back now? There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll go there myself. Are you willing to come with me, Sir Luo Fei? As Tang Zhen spoke, he turned to look at Luo Fei who was standing not far away and made an inviting gesture. Luo Fei smiled and slowly came to Tang Zhen's side. The two of them walked toward the top of the mountain at the same time. Along the way, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City constantly saluted and greeted the two of them, their faces full of respect. The cultivators of Lusheng City used their powerful strength to completely conquer the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. Tang Zhen, in particular, was worshipped like a god by these residents. As for the cultivators in the other buildings, there was always a faint sense of distance between them and the residents. They were far inferior to Tang Zhen in this aspect. I can see that these natives are really grateful and revere you. They definitely don't fear your power. This is only natural. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid these residents would have long been dead. Looking at the residents of the Heaven's Wall City, Luo Fei said with a slightly emotional tone. She had been to many plains over the years and had seen many things, but she had rarely seen the natives show such respect to the cultivators of the Lu City. She had known Tang Zhen for a long time. She could feel that Tang Zhen was different from the other cultivators in Lusheng. His attitude towards the natives seemed to be far more friendly than the other cultivators. This might be related to Tang Zhen's background. According to Luo Fei's understanding, Tang Zhen came from an ordinary plain and was born from a grassroots family. Of course, this didn't mean that Tang Zhen was soft-hearted. When there was a need to use lightning-like methods, Tang Zhen was actually even more ruthless than others. I'm actually just giving appropriate guidance to help the Heaven's Wall City's residents live as much as possible. As for whether they can succeed in the end, it will depend on their individual efforts. Don't look down on these natives. If it wasn't for them, the Heaven's Wall City wouldn't have been able to defend and would have become the nest of monsters. Luo Fei nodded. Although she really wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen, why he was so insistent on guarding the Heaven's Wall City, she was still a little worried. For cultivators in Lusheng, the city was like a stable logistics base, which could make their movements more convenient. However, they would also have to put in more effort and suffer more attacks. Both cultivators and monsters would make them their primary targets. For example, although they had successfully repelled the monster siege twice, if they failed even once, all their previous efforts would be in vain. However, Tang Zhen had always been a reliable person. Since he was so insistent, he definitely had his reasons. The two of them talked as they walked, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the forest in the city lord's mansion was filled with bright red fruits, each of which was the size of a fist. The representatives of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City gathered under the tree. They stared at the fruit tree with a hint of passion in their eyes. This fruit was extremely magical. It had ripened in just a few days, and its growth rate was simply astonishing. The most important point was that if they maintained this speed, the Heaven's Wall City would no longer have to worry about food. The more he understood the meaning of having enough food, the more excited he was. When they saw Tang Zhen and Luo Fei walking over, a group of resident representatives hurriedly went forward to greet them. Their faces were filled with unconcealed joy. Sir Tang Zhen, do you think the fruits on this tree have ripened? Can we pick them? Although they could reach out and pluck the fruit, none of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City dared to do so. Instead, they patiently waited for Tang Zhen's instructions. If Tang Zhen said that these fruits couldn't be eaten, then the residents of the Heaven's Wall City would immediately take action and throw all these fruits into the lake. Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Let me take a look first. As Tang Zhen spoke, he extended his hand toward the fruit tree above his head and beckoned. Immediately after, a bright red fruit fell into his hand. The fruit was oval in shape, and it felt heavy to the touch. It also gave off a faint fragrance. The fruit was ripe in such a short time, so it probably didn't taste good. However, it didn't matter. As long as he filled his stomach, he didn't need to be too sweet. Under everyone's unblinking gaze, Tang Zhen broke the fruit into two. At the same time the juice splashed, a crisp sound was emitted. It gave Tang Zhen the feeling that it was like breaking open a raw sweet potato. After taking a bite, it was indeed similar to sweet potatoes, but it tasted better. As Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he heated up the half of the fruit in his hand. Very quickly, a rich fragrance drifted out. After smelling the smell, the surrounding resident representatives' eyes widened, and the anticipation in their eyes grew stronger. It's so fragrant. I didn't expect the fruit to be so delicious after being heated. Thank you, Your Excellency Tang Zhen, for creating such a magical food and solving the biggest crisis of the Heaven's Wall City. That's right, that's right. Sir Tang Zhen's contributions can't go unnoticed. He's simply the second parent of the hundreds of thousands of residents in the Heaven's Wall City. The higher-ups of these days, Market City, were getting more and more excited as they spoke, even shedding tears of gratitude, their appearances somewhat exaggerated. They were indeed excited. Of course, the main reason was that they wanted to take the opportunity to compliment Tang Zhen. There was a hint of mockery in Le Fei's eyes. These guys don't go to the battlefield during a battle, but they're putting on airs here. It's really disgusting. However, in order to maintain the stability of the Heaven's Wall City, the role of these resident representatives was indispensable. This was also the main reason why Tang Zhen kept them. Everyone, please have a taste of this fruit. After that, we will discuss how to harvest and store it. Tang Zhen broke off a piece of the fruit and put it in his mouth. He handed the rest to the resident representative. The other party quickly took it and ate it, revealing an expression of admiration. It's delicious. If we can use this fruit as food, it will be the Heaven's Wall City's people's good fortune. After another round of praise, the crowd began to discuss how to organize people to pick them and how to store them. The growth cycle of this fruit was extremely short, and the yield was very high, but if one were to eat this from morning to night, no one would be able to stand it. Moreover, there were also aquatic plants growing in the lake outside the city, which could also be used as food. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City had to consider how to properly store it so that it would not be wasted. Tang Zhen's suggestion was to slice these fruits and dry them, or directly stir up trouble and purify them into something similar to flour. Of course, he was only giving a suggestion. As for what to do next, that was something for the residents of the Heaven's Wall City to consider. 2579 The mutated aquatic plants. 1. With the order, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City once again moved out in groups, carrying wicker bags and wicker baskets to the city lord's mansion. The residents would pick all the fruits, some for consumption, and some for storage. In addition to the city lord's mansion, there were also a large number of fruits on the cliff. Even the leaves that were more than 10 centimeters tall were covered with mini red fruits. It could be said that all the plants in the Heaven's Wall City bore fruit. The only difference was the size of the fruit. The residents who participated in the harvesting were all excited. They had already experienced the harm of a food shortage, especially in families with many children. In order to last longer, the Heaven's Wall City had already started to limit the food supply. The food distributed every day was only enough to save their lives. But now, it was different. With the fruits all over the mountain, he no longer had to worry about his children waking up in the middle of the night hungry. While the residents were picking the fruits, large woks were set up and filled with washed fruits. As the sweet smell spread, the residents secretly swallowed their saliva and their stomachs made gru-gru sounds from time to time. Come, come, come. Everyone, take one, eat slowly, it's very hot. The resident in charge of cooking was sweating profusely, but he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. He felt full of energy. Someone took the fruits out of the pot and piled them on the table next to them. Then, they started to cook them in the next pot. When the residents who were working heard this, they couldn't wait to come over. They didn't care if the fruit was hot or not, they grabbed it and stuffed it into their mouths. Feeling the sweet smell, the residents' faces bloomed with joy. Even if it was scalding hot, they were determined not to spit it out. He had been worried that these high-yield fruits would not taste good, but as the fruit entered his mouth, those worries disappeared. The fruit could indeed be used as food, and the taste was quite good. It was far more delicious than the coarse grain distributed every day to resist hunger. The most worrying thing in their hearts had been solved, and the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were full of energy. They didn't need to be supervised when they worked. While the fruits were being picked, other work was also carried out, such as cutting the fruits into slices and drying them in the sun, or sending them into the cave to be sealed. After that, they would send people to guard the warehouse to prevent it from rotting and to replace the stock in time. These tasks were completed by professionals and didn't need the intervention of cultivators in Lu Cheng. He believed that no one would dare to play tricks in this kind of thing. The Heaven's Wall City once again became lively. Whether it was on the mountain peaks or on the surrounding cliffs, busy figures could be seen everywhere. Baskets of fragrant fruits were continuously transported into the city. Along the way, residents stood by the roadside and watched with happy smiles on their faces. In addition to the fruits produced by the special vines, it was also time to pick the aquatic plants in the Heavenly Pearl Lake. It was just that these aquatic plants had mutated and began to actively hunt for prey, making the lake that protected the Heaven's Wall City very dangerous. Under such circumstances, if one wanted to pick the fruits in the lake, they would have to bear a certain risk. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City saw this and were anxious. They couldn't bear to waste precious food like this. In fact, when the fruits of the vines were ripe, the fruits of the aquatic plants had also been ripe and covered the lake. The fruit looked like corn, full and strong. It was obviously a high-quality food. The better the appearance of the food, the more reluctant the people of the Heaven's Wall City were to part with it. Some of the residents tried to use tools to pick the fruits. They got long wooden sticks with sickles and bags tied to one end and carefully explored the lake. After the sickle touched the stem of the fruit, it pulled back with great force. The fruit's strength was cut off, and it fell into his pocket. By right, he should have been able to complete the harvesting of the fruit by retracting the wooden pole, but this was not the case. When the fruit was touched, tentacles would extend out of the lake, wrapping around the wooden stick and pulling it down. The resident of the experiment was caught off guard and was almost pulled into the lake. Fortunately, his companion was quick to catch him. Looking at the wooden stick that had been crushed by the tentacles, everyone was extremely shocked. If it had fallen into the lake, it would probably have been crushed into pieces. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and regret. How to pick the fruit in the lake had become a problem that had to be solved. Ordinary people had no way to deal with it and could only leave it to Lu Cheng's cultivators. In the end, they went around in circles and found Tang Zhen. As the creator of these superior plants, Tang Zhen understood the characteristics of the plants far better than others. It might be a little easier if he was the one to solve it. After Tang Zhen received the news, he immediately went to check it out. However, he discovered that the aquatic plants had completely lost control. Due to the influence of the demonic qi, they had become a special kind of half-monster, a double-edged sword that could hurt both the enemy and themselves. Fortunately, the most dangerous situation had not appeared so far. Tang Zhen also had enough opportunities to change the situation. However, Tang Zhen was not prepared to do this. Rather than wasting time and energy, it was better to allow the plants in the water to evolve freely. If it really turned into a monster, he would kill it and get a lot of points. Of course, before that, he had to solve the problem of food harvesting. If he only relied on those vine fruits, he could not completely solve the food crisis of the Heaven's Wall City. After arriving at the lakeside, Tang Zhen carefully observed for a while and discovered that the plants in the water were in a state of madness. As long as he approached the lake, he would be attacked by them. Under such circumstances, it was definitely impossible to carry out the normal harvest, and a slight carelessness would cost him his life. Tang Zhen stared at the lake and was silent for a moment. He suddenly waved his hand and a chain shot out. After the chain drilled into the lake, it directly wrapped around an aquatic plant and tied its roots tightly. The aquatic plant was stimulated and the tentacles under the leaves immediately wrapped around the chain. Soon after, Tang Zhen felt a huge force coming from the chain, trying to pull him into the lake. The other aquatic plants also began to tremble violently. They twisted their bodies and approached the plant that was bound by the chain. It turned out that in this short period of time, the aquatic plants had evolved rapidly and gained the ability to move in the water. If they continued to develop at this speed, it might not take long for them to be able to move on land. After observing for a while, Tang Zhen pulled the chain with all his might. A crash sound was heard as a huge aquatic plant was pulled onto the bridge. The plant looked like a mutated red octopus, with poisonous fangs all over its body. Perhaps it was because it had left the water, but the plant struggled very hard. Its huge leaves and tentacles trembled non-stop, as if it had been electrocuted. Tang Zhen took a long knife from the soldier's hand and slowly walked to the side of the aquatic plant. He raised his hand and slashed. A tentacle was cut off and it trembled a few times on the ground before it was grabbed by Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's face revealed a trace of surprise when he saw the traces of the broken part. Soon after, he actually did something that was unexpected. He actually stuffed the tentacle into his mouth, took a big bite, and then slowly chewed. The onlookers were dumbfounded, but no one dared to ask. They quietly looked at Tang Zhen with different expressions on their faces. Their feelings were unusually complicated. They invited Tang Zhen here in the hope that he could help solve the problem of picking the fruit. However, they did not expect Tang Zhen to treat aquatic plants as food. It was simply unexpected. 2580 The anomaly of the giant. Soldier God 1 Sir Tang Zhen, could it be that this thing can be eaten? The onlooking residents couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked in a surprised tone, their faces full of shock. They had originally thought that the aquatic plants were only edible with corn-like ears and fruits, and that their roots were just useless. After seeing Tang Zhen's actions, everyone was shocked to discover that their knowledge was still too little. It turned out that it was not only the fruits that could be eaten. The aquatic plants themselves were food ingredients, but their weakness was that they were very ugly. The problem was that the tentacle was full of sharp thorns, and it was obvious that it was extremely sharp. It also had paralyzing poison, so ordinary people would probably not be able to eat it. Tang Zhen seemed to be reminiscing. When he heard someone's question, he mused for a moment before saying, after this plant mutated, it's already very similar to a flesh and blood creature, and can be completely used as a meat dish. It just so happened that Heaven's Wall City lacked a source of meat. Now that they had this kind of mutated plant monster, they could use it to solve this problem. Of course, it needed to be processed before eating to remove the toxins inside. Whether it's the thorns on the surface of the plant or the poison contained in it, it's enough to cause serious damage to the consumer. When Tang Zhen spoke, he also slowly explained the process of dealing with it. Everyone nodded as they listened. After that, Tang Zhen got someone to bring pen and paper. He designed a special fishing tool and sent someone to the factory to immediately manufacture it. With the special fishing tools and the processing method provided by Tang Zhen, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City became very confident. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time, so the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had long been craving for it. They couldn't wait to get some monster meat to taste. It didn't take long for the 10 sets of tools to be completed and sent to the city gate. The 10 residents of the Heaven's Wall City cooperated with each other and threw a fishing net-like tool into the lake. After catching the plant monster in the water, they pulled it up to the shore together. The plant monster that was caught in the fishing net kept on writhing, but it was unable to break free from the special fishing net's restraint. In the end, it was forcefully pulled onto the bridge. Looking at the constantly wriggling plant monster, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were full of excitement. They picked up the large water bucket next to them and poured it into the monster. The water bucket was filled with boiling water. After it was poured on the plant monster, everyone immediately heard a strange squeak. Hearing this hair-raising sound, everyone's faces were filled with emotion, thinking that this plant had indeed become a spirit. It's fortunate that we have Sir Tang Zhen's guidance. Otherwise, we would really be helpless when facing such a monster. While the residents were talking excitedly, the plant monster had stopped struggling. Its red, spiky skin fell off, revealing a pile of white, fresh meat. The meat was extremely fresh and tender, like a skinned python, and the way it wriggled was slightly ferocious. After seeing this scene, for some unknown reason, everyone actually developed an appetite. This kind of food should be very delicious, right? Although the plant was peeled off by the hot water, it was still inedible and needed to be processed before it could be eaten. There were people in charge of this work. They put the plant monsters into baskets, then collected the peeled skin to refine poison. These poisons could be used to poison weapons. And because of their special paralyzing effect, they could definitely cause serious damage to monsters. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City cooperated with each other, and their movements became more and more skilled. Soon, the area near the city gate was cleaned up, revealing the muddy water. In the following time, the residents had to clean up the surrounding area of the city, leaving an empty water area. The purpose of this was to prevent the mutant plant monsters from invading the Heaven's Wall city and causing unnecessary damage. The possibility of such a situation happening was not high, but he still had to be careful. It must be known that it was absolutely easy for plant monsters covered in clusters to climb walls. Fortunately, when Tang Zhen was creating this plant, he had set it as an aquatic plant and it did not have the ability to survive out of water. Even if they were to evolve after being infected by the demonic qi, there would definitely be a certain limit. It was absolutely impossible to evolve without limit. Unless it was a legendary species that could break through the limits of life, it would face the end of extinction after evolving to a certain extent. The plant monsters could only stay on the shore for a short period of time, but they had to return to the water as soon as possible. This was the limitation of genes. Tang Zhen was very certain of this. In fact, when he was creating these plants, Tang Zhen had already considered the possibility of losing control. Hence, he had set an upper limit for the evolution of these plants. Otherwise, even without the need for monsters to attack the city, just these evolved super plants alone could turn the Heaven's Wall city into ruins. It didn't take long for a special type of meat to be served on the dining table of the Heaven's Wall city's residents. The meat was white and tender, and the texture was soft and chewy. It received unanimous praise from the diners. Some residents curiously asked about the origin of the meat. When they heard that it was the beautiful flowers and plants in the lake, they all showed an amazed expression. At first, he thought that the only edible plant in the lake was the corn. But now he found out that this plant could be eaten as a whole, and it was especially delicious. The poor residents were blessed with good food. Not only was food distributed regularly every day, but they could also eat meat every day. Before the catastrophe, the residents did not have such treatment, which made them have some strange thoughts. If the catastrophe lasted longer, or if the monsters were never destroyed, would they always get free food? There were many residents who had this idea. As long as they could fill their stomachs, they were willing to take the risk. Peace was precious, but if war could fill one's stomach, then it didn't matter even if the flames of war raged. With two inexhaustible sources of food, the food crisis of the Heaven's Wall city had been basically solved. Not to mention that as time passed, the number of people who needed to distribute food was likely to gradually decrease. The next step was to prepare the entire city for battle. They would wait for the monster army to arrive and then start another bloody battle. There was no way to avoid war. The only way was to respond actively and strive to kill the enemy while he lived. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, the giant stone sculpture on the left side of Tianzhu City would suddenly have an anomaly? Many of the Heaven's Wall city's residents said that they had seen the statue's eyes emit a red light with their own eyes. It was a very terrifying scene. At the same time, some residents said that they had seen the place where the statue touched the lake, and there were waves caused by the vibration. In addition, there were some strange sounds coming from the statue. He wondered if it was an illusion. After this news was known by Tang Zhen, it immediately raised his vigilance. Compared to the ordinary residents of the Heaven's Wall city, Tang Zhen knew more secrets. He knew that these two statues were not decorations, but super weapons called giant soldier gods. Just like the Heaven's Wall city, they came from a race that had been destroyed thousands of years ago. They were the true masters of the Heaven's Wall city. The past city lords of the Heaven's Wall city had tried to repair and control the giant soldier god, but none of them had succeeded. According to the legends, without the bloodline of the extinct race, they could find the entrance to the giant soldier gods and gain control of them. As time passed, the superweapon had become a statue, completely losing its former glory. Now that there was an anomaly coming from the inside of the statue, it could only mean that someone had found the entrance to the giant soldier god and was constantly trying to control it. 2581 An accident in the mine. The giant soldier god was a type of giant puppet. It might be mysterious to the natives, but it was nothing in the eyes of the cultivators in the city. Even a king-level cultivator could destroy it single-handedly, but in the eyes of a creator, it was nothing. However, things were different now. With their cultivation sealed, the ones who were reduced to ants were the cultivators of Lu City. Tang Zhen wasn't clear about the true power of the giant divine weapon. However, judging from its terrifying size, its destructive power must be quite terrifying. Tang Zhen had seen similar things more than once in the world of towers and other planes. He had even been chased by a giant puppet during a mission. If it was used in war, it would be almost invincible. If one wanted to destroy it, they would have to pay a heavy price. If it fell into the hands of the enemy and was used to deal with the Heaven's Wall City, it would definitely be considered a disaster. Tang Zhen did not hesitate after he realized this. He immediately headed to the location of the incident. For this operation, he also brought a team of cultivators from Lucheng, which showed that he attached great importance to this matter. After the cultivators of Lucheng learned about the process of the incident, they also looked solemn. Obviously, they also realized the danger of this matter. A weapon of war like the giant soldier god was equivalent to a nuclear bomb. It could not fall into the hands of the enemy no matter what. Even if Tang Zhen did not take action, they would definitely not stand idly by. The result of ignoring him was very likely to be reaping what they sowed. Between the Heaven's Wall City and the two mountains, in addition to the underground city's passage, there was also a ropeway to and from. However, most of the time, no one would use the ropeway, because it was too dangerous. Compared to the tall mountain peak, a distance of 1,000 meters wasn't too far. However, for travelers who used the ropeway, it was a very far and dangerous distance. If one were to slide from the peak to the foot of the mountain, an accident would happen if they were not careful. Those without courage would not dare to try. As for the rope used to build the ropeway, it was also an ancient relic, and the later generations had no ability to replicate it. Therefore, most of the time, ropeways were only used to transport goods, and pedestrians basically went back and forth through the underground city or by boat. Tang Zhen and the rest naturally did not need to go through such trouble. They only needed to take the runic airship and they could directly reach the peak of the mountain on the opposite side. Seeing Tang Zhen and the others getting off the airship, the officer in charge of the defense quickly came forward. After saluting and greeting them, he explained the specific situation. Although they had already understood the relevant information, Tang Zhen and the others still listened carefully to it once to avoid any omissions. It turned out that after discovering the statue's abnormality, some believers immediately began to investigate, but the result was nothing. It wasn't strange to return empty-handed, because in the past years, the successive city lords of the Heaven's Wall City had done this. They had sent people to investigate the statue countless times, and each time, they had made sufficient preparations, but they had never found anything. The only thing he could be sure of was that the statue was definitely not made of stone, but a special material that he had never seen before. This material was extremely tough. Even after thousands of years of erosion, only small cracks were left on the surface. There had been people who had tried to enter the statue from the outside by destroying it after a long and fruitless search. It was only when he tried to do so that he realized that no matter how he tried, he could not damage the statue at all. However, when he used extraordinary power to destroy it, he suffered a strong backlash, which led to disastrous consequences. Since similar things had happened several times, no one dared to destroy it violently. Instead, they looked for a more secure way. There were also people who speculated that there must be a secret entrance to the statue, but no one had ever discovered it. The most likely location of the entrance should be in the inner part of the mountain, in the mines that had existed for who knows how many years. In order to find the entrance to the giant soldier god, Tianshu City had issued a long-term reward. As long as someone found the hidden entrance, they would be given a generous reward. In addition, there were treasures left behind thousands of years ago in these mines. If they were lucky enough to find them, they could make a fortune. Over the long years, many people who wanted to get rich overnight took the risk to enter the mine to look for clues. However, the mine tunnels in the mountain were crisscrossed, and it was a mess. If there were no experienced miners to guide the way, there was a high chance that they would not be able to return. In the deep cave, there were countless bones buried, which had long rotted into mud. In the Heaven's Wall City, there was even a special profession that specialized in exploring the mine caves and searching for the relics of those who were unlucky. When they had received the warning, the Church of Alarm had organized a group of professionals to investigate the interior of the mountain. However, not long after they entered the mountain, they were suddenly attacked by monsters. Of the more than 20 believers who went to investigate, only 2 believers survived. The appearance of a monster in Sky Void City was definitely a big deal. It was so serious that it immediately alarmed all the higher-ups. After receiving the news, the Church of the Alarm Bells believers immediately took action and sealed off all the entrances to the mine. Although they did not have the ability to clear the monsters in the mine, they could ensure that the monsters would not be able to rush out of the mine and prevent them from causing greater harm. They then sought help from the main city, hoping that they could send cultivators to help and eliminate all the monsters as soon as possible. As long as these monsters were not eliminated, the Heaven's Wall City would not have a day of peace. Tang Zhen didn't dare to be careless. He led a group of cultivators to clear out the monsters. As for the other purpose, it was to find out the reason for the abnormality of the giant soldier god and see if he could control it. If he could gain control of this super weapon, he would not have to worry about the safety of the Heaven's Wall City. What monster could withstand a blow from a giant soldier god? However, this matter was very difficult. After all, the Sky Market City Lord had been searching for many years without success. It didn't make sense for him to find it the moment he came. Tang Zhen didn't have too much hope. The most important task now was to clean up the monsters. Although there were only about 20 cultivators in Lucheng, their combat power could not be underestimated. Each of them was like a monster reaper. With them in charge of cleaning up, it would not take long for the monsters in the mine to be cleared. As for the other mountain, Lucheng's cultivators had also been sent there with the same task. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the location. Tang Zhen and the others arrived at the entrance of a deep and serene mine. After firing out a phosphorus fireball for illumination, they entered the mine in turn. For the cultivators of Lusheng, the mine monsters were a piece of cake. Even if their strength was sealed, they were still confident. On the other hand, the church's follower who led the way was nervous. From time to time, he would try to eavesdrop, trying to find the hidden monster. The mine wasn't dark at all. Fluorescent mosses covered the damp rock walls, and from time to time, smoke-like fluorescent objects floated by. These fluorescent objects were called spirits by the miners. They liked to chase around living creatures and corpses, and from time to time, they would transform into all kinds of dead faces. It was said that they were formed by the souls of the dead. They had no consciousness and floated around in the mine all day long. The sudden appearance of a large number of spirit souls could only mean that there were corpses nearby or other living creatures. Before the church's followers who were leading the way could warn them, a group of monsters suddenly rushed out of the mine in front of them and headed straight for the cultivators in Lusheng. 2,582 unusual tracks. The monster in front of him looked like a giant rat, but it had a skull on its head. On the bodies of these monsters, simple armor woven from white bones hung, making them look like moving skeletons. The monster held a rusty pickaxe and shovel in its hands. With an aggressive look, it went straight for Zhen Tang and the others. All the cultivators looked at him with disdain and excitement. Bang! Some cultivators in the city flew up and kicked the monster at the front, sending it back to the rock wall. As if it was painted, a large flower of blood appeared on the wall, and there were still bits and pieces of flesh hanging on it. Can't even withstand a single blow. The cultivator of Lusheng snorted and waved his sharp iron rod like the wind in the group of monsters. Every time the club smashed out, there would be monsters whose bones were broken or directly exploded. There were broken limbs all over the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. The cultivators in Lusheng had long been accustomed to it. On the contrary, the believers who were responsible for leading the way couldn't stand the stimulation and ran to the side to vomit. No one would laugh at this believer. Not everyone was qualified to experience the trials of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The opportunity to participate in it was an opportunity in itself. After adapting to it, it would undergo a rebirth. Since the monster had already appeared, the next step was naturally to kill all the monsters until they were all killed. Tang Zhen ignored these little monsters. Instead, he directly passed through the group of monsters and headed toward the depths of the mine. During this time, some blind monsters tried to intercept them, but then a cold light flashed, and the monster's body was torn into pieces in an instant. Although the monster's scales were hard, they could not withstand the sharpness of the longsword at all. Taking the initiative to approach it would be courting death. Perhaps they had smelled the scent of death. The smoke-like souls gathered one after another, their blurry faces full of strange smiles. However, when they approached Tang Zhen, their spirit souls would subconsciously dodge because they were unable to withstand the terrifying killing aura from Tang Zhen. After moving forward for a distance, Tang Zhen encountered another group of monsters. Their upper bodies were skeletons while their lower bodies were filled with dense devil chi. They dragged the monsters and floated around in the mine. These monsters were very territorial and would not easily head to other places. However, when faced with intruders, they would act extremely crazily. The moment Tang Zhen approached, the monsters' gazes looked at him at the same time. Immediately after, they let out a series of howls. They threw pieces of metal ore over, which were obviously heavier than ordinary stones. When it was thrown out, it was like a small caliber cannonball, with a sharp whistling sound. After dropping the ore, the monsters raised their rusty spears and sabers and surrounded Tang Zhen. "You don't need to do anything, leave it to us." Tang Zhen was just about to attack when he heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from behind him. Immediately after, he saw several cultivators from the building appear at the same time. The way they looked at the monster was like a hungry wolf looking at its prey, shining with excitement. This was because there were too many wolves and too little meat. Even the low-level monsters were being fought over by the cultivators in Lucheng. According to Tang Zhen's understanding, the cultivators who arrived at Tianshu City later were all lower in level than him. This wasn't because they were lazy, but because they were unlucky. They didn't encounter many monsters to kill along the way. Therefore, after seeing the monster, the eyes of the cultivators in Lucheng turned red and they fought to attack it. When there were more wolves than meat, it was a competition of who was faster and who was thick-skinned enough. In addition, he also needed to pay attention to one thing. He needed to see if Tang Zhen would participate in the hunting and snatch the few resources. Therefore, they looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of nervousness and vigilance. Clearly, they were afraid that he would snatch it. After seeing the expressions of the cultivators, Tang Zhen couldn't help but laugh. Then, he waved his hand at the cultivators. "I don't want these monsters. I'll leave them to you. But you'd better be quick. Otherwise, if we encounter another monster, I won't leave any for you." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he once again forcefully broke through the blockade of the monster group and walked deeper into the mine. A trace of envy flashed in the eyes of the cultivators of Lusheng City when they saw this. Because of his higher level, Tang Zhen could completely charge into the no man's land alone without having to worry about encountering a large group of monsters. They didn't dare to do this. If they were to encounter a large group of monsters alone, they would most likely face elimination if they were trapped. He definitely couldn't be too reckless before his strength was weak. After his strength increased, he would be able to be as free and unrestrained as Tang Zhen. Not to mention the envy in the hearts of the cultivators in the city, Tang Zhen had already entered another fork. However, after advancing for a distance this time, the number of forks in front of him suddenly increased. At the same time, he also discovered that there was a special force in the mine that was quietly affecting the judgment of the people in the mine. If an ordinary person entered this section of the mine, they would be affected by a special force and gradually hallucinate and lose their way. The final outcome would be being trapped in the mine with no possibility of leaving. If it were cultivators, the influence would be greatly reduced. The stronger they were, the less affected they would be. At this moment, the dozen or so passageways that appeared before him didn't seem to be much different, but in reality, that wasn't the case. In Tang Zhen's eyes, the interior of the tunnel was filled with a black-colored viscous liquid. It would occasionally emit bubbles and emit a faint fishy smell. Regardless of whether the liquid was poisonous or not, the gas it emitted was enough to kill someone without them knowing it. The pile of decayed bones in the liquid was the most effective proof of the liquid. Clearly, they were all victims of this place. Tang Zhen was not affected. Instead, he frowned as he made his judgment. In the end, he chose a tunnel and advanced forward. This passage was very clean, and there were only a few skeletons on the black ground, but they had long since rotted. Although it still looked gloomy, this tunnel was obviously safer than the other tunnels. The correct path should be a smooth one. Only a trap for enemies and trespassers could be dangerous. If he followed this train of thought, Tang Zhen only needed to find a safe route and he would likely gain something. Of course, this was only a guess. As for whether it was correct or not, Tang Zhen did not dare to be certain. Tang Zhen had never expected that he would only encounter a few scattered monsters in the following period of time. It was not that the monsters had disappeared, but that there were basically no monsters in the route he had chosen. It seemed that the monsters would instinctively avoid these routes and would not approach them easily. Although it was a smooth journey, it was not an easy task to find the accurate route. Only cultivators like Tang Zhen could find the correct path among the complicated paths. A trace of joy was revealed at the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth as he continued to venture deeper. This was because he had suddenly made an unexpected discovery. A familiar aura had actually appeared in the complicated mine. It was from someone that Tang Zhen was familiar with. It was precisely because of this discovery that Tang Zhen became more and more certain in his heart that someone had indeed entered the giant soldier god and was trying to control it. He followed the aura and slowly searched. After a full 4 to 5 hours, Tang Zhen arrived at a deep and serene mine. There was only a pile of bones in the mine cave. It was just that the body was short and thick. It was completely different from the remains that Tang Zhen had seen earlier. According to the collected information, Tang Zhen could confirm that these skeletons were the true owners of the Heaven's Wall City. They were the race that had been annihilated by the catastrophe. As for the guy who sneaked into the giant soldier god, he should be the only survivor of the extinct race, Lit, who had not died after thousands of years of reincarnation. 2583 The core of the giant soldier god Lit's aura disappeared in the vicinity. This made Tang Zhen more certain that there was a big problem. With the rock wall in front of him, the gathering of the skeletons here seemed to prove this point. They must have been looking for something when they were alive, but they did not succeed. However, Tang Zhen did not discover anything when he carefully observed it. The rock wall in front of him was no different from the other places. Something's wrong, Yingluo. Tang Zhen was very confident that there would not be any problems with his judgment. The problem was with the rock wall. It seemed normal, but it was not. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he calmed his heart and slowly thought about it, attempting to find where he had overlooked. A rumor regarding the giant divine weapon flashed in Tang Zhen's mind. It was said that only the bloodline of the extinct race could find the real entrance of the giant soldier gods in the complicated mine. It was a pity that this mysterious race had already gone extinct from this world and no longer had any bloodline to pass down. It was for this reason that no one had ever discovered the real entrance in the past 1,000 years. Lit belonged to this mysterious race. For some unknown reason, he had been reincarnated for thousands of years. In the process of reincarnation, his body would definitely be constantly changing, and it would be impossible to maintain his original bloodline. Then the question was, how did he enter the giant soldier god? According to Tang Zhen's speculation, in the past years, Lit had not found the entrance to the giant soldier god, let alone control it. If he really did that, there would be no need for Rit to work with him at all. He wouldn't even need to establish the alarm bell church. As long as the Colossus was activated, no matter what kind of enemy it would be able to crush them directly. Then why did Lit's aura appear in the mine at this moment? And it was very likely that he had entered the giant soldier god. The only difference between him and the past was that he had become a cultivator and possessed extraordinary power. Therefore, only by becoming a cultivator and mastering extraordinary powers would one be able to discover and enter the giant soldier gods. He was a cultivator, but he had gained nothing. What was the reason for this? Therefore, the key to finding the giant divine weapon was not only to become a cultivator, but also to become the descendant of the extinct race. Tang Zhen came to a conclusion. In order to find the entrance to the giant soldier gods, what was needed was not the bloodline of the extinct race, but the special soul fluctuations of the race. When Lit had extraordinary power, combined with his unique soul fluctuations, he could find the entrance to the giant soldier god. Tang Zhen revealed a trace of a smile when he thought of this. It was always better to have no clue. Now that he had found the reason, the following things would be much easier. Tang Zhen was able to discover and lock onto Lit because he possessed an extremely powerful sea of spirit. The gap between the two of them was like the distance between the sky and the abyss. As for imitating Lit's soul fluctuations, it was a simple matter for the creator. After taking 2 steps forward, a wave of mental energy fluctuation that was completely similar to that of Lit's was emitted from Tang Zhen's body. If one were to rely on spiritual fluctuations to identify him, the current Tang Zhen was just like Lit. There was no difference at all. At this moment, he looked at the rock wall opposite him and saw that there was an additional special symbol that was flickering with a faint luster. I see. This symbol was actually a combination of words that represented a sentence. It was created by the race that had gone extinct. When Tang Zhen was in the City Lord's mansion, he had deciphered the ancient books that were left behind. Therefore, he was able to easily decipher the meaning of the symbols. He walked to the rock wall and pressed his hand on the uneven rock wall according to the symbol. He touched a button that was invisible to the naked eye. After gently pressing it, Tang Zhen's arm was inserted into the stone wall. It's done. While he was speaking, Tang Zhen took a step forward and entered a golden passage. The inside of the passage was covered with some kind of metal, and its surface was engraved with all kinds of patterns, which looked ancient and mysterious. A magnificent hall appeared in front of them after they walked a few hundred meters down the tunnel. In this hall, one could see countless gears and chains, as well as all kinds of parts engraved with runes. Every part here required special materials to make. Just by looking at the size and scale, it was obvious that countless manpower and resources had been invested. Weapons like the giant soldier gods had extremely terrifying destructive power and were not meant to be used against mortals. The purpose of making the giant soldier god was definitely to deal with extremely powerful enemies. Both the monsters and the cultivators seemed to meet this standard. Therefore, Tang Zhen guessed that the extinct race must have known some secret. That was why they had gathered the strength of their entire race to create such a terrifying weapon of war. The purpose of doing so was to ensure the continuation of the race in the event of a disaster. Although the thing was created, the race still ended up dying out. Even if the giant puppet was created, it could not change their fate. Tang Zhen had done some research on this giant puppet before. After taking a few glances, he understood the general structure of the giant divine weapon. Such a massive object was not something that could be controlled by a single person. If it could be controlled by a single person, the race that created it would not have suffered the tragic end of extinction. If even a giant soldier god could be controlled by a single person, the smaller version of the puppet would definitely be easier. If it could be equipped on a large scale, it could definitely fight against the cultivators and monsters in the building. Obviously, that race did not manage to do so and was subsequently exterminated. Only the Heaven's Wall City and the giant soldier gods that were left behind proved that they had once existed in this world. They slowly advanced inside the giant soldier god while searching for Lit's aura. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. After passing through a long and narrow passage, a hemispherical hall appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. 5 light clusters were floating in the air. Between the 5 balls of light, there were thin and long nerve-like lines connecting them. In one of the balls of light, one could faintly see the existence of a human figure. This was the core control area of the giant soldier god. As for the figure in the light, it was Lit who had entered the giant soldier god. This fellow had fallen into a coma and was completely unaware of Tang Zhen's arrival. Just by looking at his struggling and twitching appearance, one could tell that his situation was not very good. Tang Zhen gently shook his head when he saw this scene. He didn't know what kind of luck Lirt had, but he was able to reincarnate for thousands of years without dying. However, he was just an ordinary person from the beginning to the end. Perhaps his knowledge and talents were greater than ordinary people, but because he was not a cultivator, he was always limited to the circle of ordinary people and only knew a little about the cultivation world. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that Lither would make some mistakes and put himself in danger. If they were lucky, they might be able to turn danger into safety. However, if they were unlucky, they might lose their lives. Due to the influence of special opportunities, Lit could continuously revive from the dead. However, Tang Zhen believed that there must be a limit to this. Perhaps this time, it would be the end for Lit if he fell into Tang Zhen's hands. As for why Lit was like this, Tang Zhen was also very clear. He had overestimated himself and tried to control the giant soldier god, and it was from the position of the head. In the end, he fell into a deep coma after draining his sea of spirit, which led to some abnormalities in the giant soldier god. Tang Zhen didn't care about Li Tai's life or death. He had successfully found the control core of the giant soldier god, which was the biggest surprise. Tang Zhen didn't know what his ranking was, but he knew that once he controlled the giant divine weapon, the owner of the first place on the ranking list might change. 2584 Activating the giant soldier god. 1 Tang Zhen waved his hand at the ball of light. A chain flew out and wrapped around the curled up Lit. Bang! The body that was pulled out fell to the ground. It looked thin and shriveled, like a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if Tang Zhen didn't come, Lit wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Sooner or later, his mental energy would be sucked dry and he would die. Fortunately, Tang Zhen appeared in time. If he had waited until Lit died, it would have been difficult for Tang Zhen to find the entrance to the giant soldier gods. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly as he looked at the convulsing Lit. He threw a fireball at him. White flames burst forth from Lit's body. The flames had no temperature, but they were thousands of times more terrifying than ordinary flames. In less than half a minute, Lit's body turned into ashes, leaving only a thin layer of powder. With his sea of spirit drying up and his physical body destroyed, there was no possibility of reincarnation for Rit. Never in his wildest dreams would Lit have thought that he would die in such a muddled manner. Moreover, he would die in Tang Zhen's hands. In fact, Both parties were destined to fight to the death. As long as Lit was alive, he would cause trouble for Tang Zhen. The most important reason was that this guy knew the entrance to the giant soldier god. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Tang Zhen to keep him. After killing Lit, he was the only one in this world who could enter the giant soldier god. No matter what considerations he had, the giant soldier god could only be controlled by himself and absolutely could not fall into the hands of others. After dealing with Lit, Tang Zhen turned to look at the giant soldier god, studying how to control it smoothly. According to the normal operating process, the giant soldier god needed 5 controllers, each to control the brain and the 4 limbs. Tang Zhen wouldn't pilot the giant divine weapon with others. Instead, he was prepared to operate it alone. However, this way, the difficulty of the operation would increase by several times. The consumption of mental power would be several times more than the normal consumption, which was impossible for ordinary cultivators to bear. Tang Zhen didn't have a problem. As a master of creation, his sea of spirit was vast and boundless, more than enough to control the giant divine weapon. What he had to do now was to modify the giant soldier god, changing the original 5-person control system into a single-person control system. At the same time, he had to seize the time and try to successfully control this super war weapon before the army of monsters attacked. Tang Zhen decided on the plan and began to seriously study it. The extinct race that created the giant soldier gods was actually very impressive. They used almost primitive means to create legendary weapons of war. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape their predetermined fate. This was the sorrow of the weak. In this special world, the natives were living tools, existing for the competition between the cultivators in the city. No matter how far it developed, it was inevitable to bear the test of the catastrophe. Even if it could survive one by one, there was no guarantee that it could survive the next one. He threw away all the distracting thoughts and continued to study seriously. Although the core control system was complicated and precise, it also had to distinguish the object. For Tang Zhen, it was not difficult to figure out the structure of the giant soldier god. In just a few hours, Tang Zhen had already sorted out his thoughts and at the same time, formulated a set of transformation plans. After confirming that there were no problems, Tang Zhen immediately took action and rapidly carried out the modification. Fortunately, the race that had made the giant soldier gods no longer existed and could not see this scene at all. Otherwise, they would have been terrified and jumped out to stop it. The control core of the giant soldier god was as complex and precise as the human nerves. A slight mistake in the operation process could lead to the complete paralysis of the giant soldier god. Every time he repaired and maintained the colossus, he was extremely careful, for fear that there would be any problems. Not to mention, modifying the control core from 5 people to 1 person would increase the difficulty in many aspects. If anyone dared to say this at the beginning of the giant soldier god's creation, they would probably be regarded as a madman. Looking at Tang Zhen's appearance, he clearly had a relaxed expression. Where was the slightest bit of caution? This was the difference between cultivation and strength. The same thing was done by different people, and the degree of difficulty was completely different. Time slowly passed. After another 4 to 5 hours, Tang Zhen's modification had reached the final step. In his hand was a nerve-like wire with wriggling tentacles, which looked like some kind of creature. Tang Zhen's speed was as fast as lightning. He directly pressed it on the light cluster, completing the final step. The ball of light's brightness suddenly increased by several times. After violently flickering a few times, its original appearance rapidly changed. The balls of light that originally represented the 4 limbs began to slowly shrink until they completely disappeared. The halo that represented the head began to extend out to the 4 limbs, and finally turned into a standing human figure. Perfect. Tang Zhen snapped his fingers and revealed a trace of joy on his face. He originally thought that it would take a long time, but when he started, he realized that the creator had also realized the disadvantages of multiplayer operation and had the idea of modifying it to a single-player operation. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough time to realize this idea. Only a part of the modification was completed, and it was hidden in the complex control system. During the modification process, Tang Zhen had made use of the other party's thinking and his own design. Therefore, he was able to complete the modification in a very short time. After the modification was completed, Tang Zhen checked it again to confirm that there were no problems. Try to control it now. If there are no problems, then take the initiative to annihilate the Monsters. We can't wait to kill monsters and level up. After we kill this wave of monsters, the Heaven's Wall City will have enough time to accumulate strength and ensure that they are invincible. Now was not the time to keep a low profile. If there was a chance to kill everyone, he would not miss it. As he looked at the human-shaped light ball, Tang Zhen took a step forward and merged with it. The moment he entered the ball of light, Tang Zhen felt that his body had already melted and his spiritual energy was being crazily extracted. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their sea of spirit would be emptied in a short time and they would be no different from a vegetable. However, to Tang Zhen, this kind of extraction was insignificant. It was as though he had taken a ladle of water from the ocean. As his mental energy was extracted, the structure of the entire giant soldier god slowly appeared in Tang Zhen's consciousness. At this moment, Tang Zhen had a feeling that the giant divine weapon had already fused with him. It was as if he could control this super puppet with just a thought. Unfortunately, this was only an illusion. In order to fully activate the giant soldier god, all the key parts had to be activated. Only by completing this step could he try to control the giant soldier god and make it do the action he wanted. The first thing that was activated was the head. The moment the activation was completed, Tang Zhen immediately obtained the vision of the giant soldier god. Moreover, it was the kind that had a 360-degree vision with no blind spots. Through the perspective of the giant soldier god, one could clearly see the scenery of the city of Scorpio, as if it was right in front of them. This kind of feeling was very strange, but Tang Zhen was not unfamiliar with it. Before his cultivation was sealed, Tang Zhen's energy clone could reach a height of 10,000 zhong. The giant divine weapon could only be considered an infant in comparison. After activating the head, the activation of the four limbs became very easy. In just a few minutes, Tang Zhen had already completely controlled the giant soldier god. He tried to take a step forward and heard a rumbling sound behind him. It was the sound of rocks falling into the lake. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Heaven's Wall City's residents, the giant stone statue that had stood for thousands of years on the left mountain peak suddenly walked toward the lake. The residents of the Heaven's Wall City were on guard. Their cannons were locked on the giant soldier god, afraid that this giant object would suddenly launch an attack. With the size of the giant soldier god, it might only take one hit to cause serious damage to the Heaven's Wall City. Just as the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were in a panic, a familiar voice suddenly came from the mouth of the giant statue. I am Tang Zhen. I will be fighting the monster army. Everyone, do not act rashly. Continue to protect the Heaven's Wall City. After the order was given, the giant soldier god crossed the Tiangong Lake, and its mountain-like figure went straight into the distance. 2585 Let's harvest a wave. First one. As the giant soldier god slowly disappeared, the cultivators in the Heaven's Wall City were full of admiration and envy. This Tang Zhen's luck is so good that it makes people jealous. A cultivator from Lusheng said in a sour tone. Although he was in the same war zone as Tang Zhen, there was still competition between them. In the world of Lusheng, the strong were respected. Which territory would miss such an opportunity to show their strength? Seeing Tang Zhen's strength leading and occupying the Heaven's Wall City, how could the cultivators in the same battle zone not be jealous? After all, this was a real merit. When the post-war settlement was over, the cornerstone platform would definitely not miss out on it. Just by occupying the Tianshu city, it was enough to surpass the territories that were ranked at the bottom and be at the top of the rankings. They were already far ahead in the lead. Now that Tang Zhen was in control of the giant divine weapon, it was an almost invincible war weapon at the current stage. The distance between them and Tang Zhen had already become further and further. It was so far that it was almost impossible to catch up. Why don't we follow them and see if we can pick up any fish that slipped through the net when the battle starts? Some cultivators were unwilling to give up and suggested to their companions, trying to take advantage of the situation. I advise you to stay here obediently. Don't go over and join in the fun. If you encounter an accident and get eliminated, who will you talk to? His companion shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. This guy was really too greedy. He didn't even take a look at the time and actually dared to take advantage of the situation. If he angered Tang Zhen would only need to make a slip when the battle started and he would be able to eliminate the person who took advantage of the situation. If such a situation really happened, there would probably be no way to judge. After all, weapons had no eyes on the battlefield, and accidental injuries could happen from time to time. Even if the cornerstone platform enforced the law impartially and gave Tang Zhen a corresponding punishment, how could they make up for the loss of being eliminated in advance? If it wasn't necessary, he really shouldn't take this risk. Moreover, Tang Zhen had warned them not to follow Lu Chang. If they followed him without permission, they could not blame Tang Zhen if they were injured by mistake. Riding on the giant divine weapon, Tang Zhen quickly moved forward in the forest as if an earthquake had occurred. The giant soldier god's height was too much of an advantage. The trees in the forest barely reached the giant soldier god's knees. With every step he took, a huge footprint would appear in the forest, and countless trees would be broken. During the process of advancing, Tang Zhen continued to experiment so that he could control the giant divine weapon more skillfully. This would make the giant soldier god's movements more agile, allowing it to make more dexterous moves instead of being as clumsy as it was before. Of course, this was only Tang Zhen's own attempt. It didn't matter even if he didn't do this. Just the terrifying size of the giant divine weapon was enough to crush all the enemies. Tang Zhen looked into the distance and estimated the distance between him and the monster army. He also calculated the time when both parties would encounter each other. According to the information he had received earlier, the monster army was less than 100 miles away from the Heaven's Wall City. It would not take long for them to enter the forest near the Heaven's Wall City. However, because of the delay caused by the cultivators in the city, the speed of the monster army was affected, which gave more time for the Heaven's Wall City to prepare. He originally thought that a big battle was inevitable. In the end, Tang Zhen unexpectedly obtained a giant divine weapon. If a native cultivator had obtained a giant soldier god, they would have had to pay a great price to be able to control it. However, in Tang Zhen's hands, the situation was different. He did not need to rely on anyone's power to modify and drive the giant divine weapon. This was Tang Zhen's good fortune, and others could only be envious. Not to mention the fact that the appearance of the giant soldier god would affect the balance. There was no fairness to speak of on a real battlefield. Perhaps at the start of the competition, the cornerstone platform had made some balancing measures, but that was only limited to the beginning. After the competition began, no matter how far it developed, the cornerstone platform would not interfere. To emphasize fairness now would be the greatest injustice to the strong. In the process of advancing, Tang Zhen felt that there was a gaze peeking at him. When he followed the gaze, it turned out to be a group of cultivators standing in the forest. They were looking at the giant soldier god with shock and envy, but at the same time, they were also very confused, not understanding why the giant soldier god would suddenly move. It turned out that the statues on the two sides of the Heaven's Wall City were not just decorations, but real war puppets. They were all wise men who knew that the addition of superweapons like the giant soldier gods would have a huge impact on the battle. In the past, they had dared to covet Sky Market City. However, as the cultivators from the 5th battle area arrived one after another, the difficulty of capturing Sky Market City had increased several times. Now that there was a giant soldier god, the enemy cultivators felt a sense of despair in the face of this almost invincible war monster. Should we evacuate immediately? This way, we can reduce our losses. As this thought flashed through his mind, he was unable to suppress it. This thought was especially strong in the hearts of the low-level cultivators who had followed the 4th battle area to attack Sky Void City. They now had a feeling that they had made the wrong choice back then. It was not too late to regret it now. Just as they were pondering in their hearts, they found that the giant soldier god suddenly stopped and turned around. A chain hammer was thrown out and went straight to the cultivators of Lu Cheng at lightning speed. Run! We've been discovered. The cultivators of Lu Cheng cried out in alarm and immediately scattered to escape. However, there were still some unlucky ones who were hit by the hammers and instantly turned into white light and disappeared. They didn't have time to care about the casualties of their companions. The cultivators of Lusheng City fled for their lives. They didn't have the power to fight back against the weapons that were as big as houses. If their speed of escape was a little slower, the huge hammer would fall from the sky, and they would definitely die if they were hit. As the cultivators of Lusheng City ran away, they felt a great sense of humiliation. They felt like a group of bugs being chased and beaten. And that was indeed the case. Tang Zhen waved his huge chain hammer and continuously smashed it here and there. Following a series of loud rumbling sounds, huge pits appeared one after another in the dense forest. Although the cultivators of the buildings were fast, they could not compare to the giant soldier gods. They had just escaped one attack when the second wave of attacks followed. In the process of escaping, if the Lu Cheng cultivators were not careful, they would be smashed into pieces by the hammers. Cultivator from the 5th battle area, don't go too far. Otherwise, the 4th battle area will definitely take revenge. While they were running, a cultivator from Lu Cheng shouted angrily. From the badge on his body, he was obviously from the 4th battle area. Idiot, Tang Zhen sneered as he swung his hammer and smashed it towards the other party. So what if they were cultivators from the 4th battle area? As long as it was an enemy, he would not hold back. As long as he found an opportunity, he would hammer them to death without hesitation. Seeing the meteoric hammer smashing towards him, the Lu Cheng cultivator was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Tang Zhen wouldn't give him any face. Arrogant bastard. You will regret your actions. Seeing that his identity didn't scare Tang Zhen, the cultivator from the 4th battle area became angry from embarrassment. He swore that if he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. It was a pity that his strength had been sealed. Otherwise, he would show the cultivators in the 5th battle area that being one rank ahead was equal to crushing strength. Seeing that Tang Jing's attack was getting fiercer and fiercer, the leader of the 4th battle area left his men and fled without hesitation. Who knew that right at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky, heading straight for where he was. It was a huge sword, as big as a mountain, and it came down on him. The cultivators of the 4th battle area were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out. They wanted to escape again, but they found that there was no way to avoid it. After killing the cultivator as if he was swatting a fly, Tang Zhen slowly withdrew his sword. I even dared to kill the cultivators in Lusheng from the 1st battle area. Who do you think you are? 2586 Finding the monster army. Once seeing that their leader had been killed by Tang Zhen, the other cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran away. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be wiped out, and no one would be able to save them. Looking at the cultivators of Lusheng who were fleeing in panic, Tang Zhen didn't give chase as there was no need to. Don't chase a cornered enemy, the losses outweigh the gains. He believed that after this incident, the enemy cultivators would not dare to cause trouble again. They might even leave the Heaven's Wall City. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to look for new opportunities. Who knows, he might have the opportunity to occupy a city or a land. As the strength of the Heaven's Wall City continued to increase, the difficulty of snatching it would increase exponentially. With the current strength of the enemy cultivators, it was impossible for them to be a match. Under such circumstances, retreating from the Heaven's Wall City was undoubtedly a very wise choice. If they were to encounter a few more attacks from the giant soldier gods, even if they had 10 times the number of people, it would not be enough for Tang Zhen to kill. Of course, there was another possibility. The enemy cultivators would continue to plot against the Heaven's Wall City. If they succeeded, their gains would be more than 10 times as much as before. Putting everything else aside, just the giant soldier god alone was enough to tempt countless cultivators in Lusheng. It was believed that from the moment the giant soldier god appeared, some cultivators had already begun to plan and try to snatch the giant soldier god. Tang Zhen would definitely not be polite to such a person. As long as the other party dared to come, he could forget about leaving alive. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen was still able to sense the peeking eyes. However, compared to the previous unbridled gazes, he had now become exceptionally cautious. The peeping person was clearly afraid that Tang Zhen would discover him and slap him to death like a fly. That would simply be too stifling. Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about these sneaky fellows. Although he had sufficient mental energy to use, he could not waste it on such an enemy. It was as if a strong wind was blowing, scaring hundreds of beasts into fleeing. Tang Zhen finally arrived at the edge of the forest. His field of vision was wide, but there was no field, only desolation. According to the map, this place no longer belonged to the Heaven's Wall City, but to another city. According to the information they had received, the city had been surrounded by monsters, and the city's residents had suffered heavy casualties. Perhaps it would not take long for the city to be occupied by monsters, and the people in the city would either become food for the monsters or become a member of the monster army. In the early days when they were besieged by the monsters, the city had asked for help from the Heaven's Wall City, hoping that they could immediately send troops to support them. Unfortunately, the messenger did not reach the Heaven's Wall City at all. Instead, it was intercepted by the monster halfway and directly became its food. In fact, even if the messenger could arrive successfully, the Heaven's Wall City would definitely not send reinforcements, because they were traitors, and they could not even protect themselves. Tang Zhen continued to advance. At this moment, his vision was no longer limited and he could see extremely far away. Even so, there was still no sign of the monster army. It was obvious that they were still some distance away. The monster came late and Tang Zhen wanted to take the initiative to attack. If he just waited here, the monster might turn around and escape. It wasn't like monsters were brainless. When they found out that they couldn't fight against the enemy, they wouldn't rush to their deaths. However, before he left, Tang Zhen chose a forest. Then, he waved his big sword and cut down all the trees. These trees were straight and hard, more than 70 meters long, and they grew neatly on the edge of the forest. The giant soldier god's palm gently lifted, and all the branches were broken, turning into a smooth javelin. After collecting dozens of javelins, Tang Zhen placed them on his body and continued to move forward. On the plain, Tang Zhen encountered many low-level monsters in groups of 3 to 5. After they saw the giant soldier god, they were all scared witless. There were even some monsters that were paralyzed on the ground due to fear. They only dared to jump up from the ground while trembling after Tang Zhen was far away. Along the way, they also passed by some villages, but they had long been abandoned. From time to time, they could see scattered bones. Tang Zhen was used to seeing life and death. He had long become accustomed to it and knew that the future scene would be even more tragic. Compared to the number of natives, there were not many monsters. It might not even be 1 in 10,000. However, in terms of destructive power, even a dozen natives working together might not be a match for the monster. It was because of the monster's strength that the natives did not dare to fight against it. Every time the monster appeared, they would subconsciously choose to escape. This was a very stupid way of doing things, because monsters were everywhere. Even if they could escape for a while, they could not escape forever. Blindly avoiding and escaping would only make him die faster. At the same time, there were also natives who tried to resist, but they were too weak and lacked effective leadership. Naturally, they were no match for the monsters. Therefore, the residents of the Heaven's Wall City were very lucky. Because of the existence of the Alarm Bell Church, many of the residents of the Heaven's Wall City had a strong sense of crisis. They knew how terrifying the catastrophe was, so they had made preparations early on. In this regard, they far exceeded other cities. Unfortunately, the role of the Alarm Bell Church was limited. Although they let the residents know about the possible disaster, they did not have enough strength to resist it. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had appeared in the Heaven's Wall City at this time. While he had achieved his goal, he had also helped the residents of the Heaven's Wall City. Because of Tang Zhen's appearance, the Heaven's Wall City's residents had the ability to protect themselves and had even survived 2 monster attacks. All the residents of the Heaven's Wall City should be grateful to Tang Zhen for saving their lives. To the natives, death didn't mean the end, but the beginning of a new life. The so-called cycle of life and death did exist in this world, and Lid was the most typical example. As for the other natives, their memories had been erased during their reincarnation and they had no idea who they were in their previous lives. They were constantly playing a fresh role, being born and dying again and again. It was only because the cost of the soul was high that it was most cost-effective to recycle it. After becoming a cultivator, the natives would awaken some strange racial abilities. The real reason was that they belonged to the race in their previous life. If one were to think about it in this way, death was actually nothing. As the saying goes, the earlier one dies, the earlier one reincarnates. Living would instead cause one to suffer many tribulations. But then again, if he could take advantage of the opportunity of the catastrophe to become a cultivator, obtain great power and seek longevity, that would be a blessing and not a disaster. Unknowingly, the giant soldier god had already walked a long distance on the plain. Tang Zhen finally saw the demonic chi that was soaring into the sky. The monsters covered the land like a tide. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass would grow. The crops that were green and yellow had all become the monsters' food. Be it humans, animals, food, wild fruits, grass, or leaves, they were all food for the monsters. By relying on this destructive plundering method, the monster army could travel long distances without having to carry any logistics supplies. When the army of monsters passed by, even if the natives were lucky enough to escape, they would completely lose their source of food and suffer the double threat of hunger and fear. Moreover, the demonic chi would become abnormally dense wherever the monster passed. If one was not careful, They would be infected, and the plants would not be able to grow. This was a true catastrophe. Even if all the monsters were killed, the damaged world would still need decades to recover a trace of vitality. 2587 Advancing to rank 100. The giant soldier god's body was so conspicuous that it was still discovered by the monster even though it was very far away. Before the sentries could react, a giant monster in charge of clearing the way revealed a look of fear and roared at the sky. It warned the rear, reminding them that they had encountered a strong enemy and to be prepared for battle. However, just as it roared, a black shadow flashed in the distance. Then, a piece of wood was nailed to the ground, piercing through the giant monster's body. The giant monster that was impaled on the log struggled with all its might, causing dust to fly up as it wailed in pain. Although the wood was not as hard as the monster's scales, with the addition of speed and strength, the giant monster's body was no different from paper. The wood easily penetrated through it. Seeing that their companion was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the other giant monsters roared angrily to demonstrate their strength, looking at the giant soldier god in front of them with great vigilance. They tried to scare off the enemy with their roars, but it was to no avail, because the giant soldier gods were still approaching at a rapid speed. Seeing this, the roaring monsters immediately gathered into a defensive formation. Who knew that another black shadow would attack? It was also a smooth log, falling from the sky like javelins. The roaring giant monster was hit by the cover of wood, and like an insect on a stick, it struggled desperately to escape. The scene was simply too tragic to look at. Seeing this, the remaining giant monsters scattered in fear, afraid that they would also end up being pierced by the logs. The monsters that followed behind were at a loss. Some of them didn't even know what was going on. Then, the ground began to shake, and a series of rhythmic muffled sounds came from the distance, getting closer and closer to him. Soon, the monsters saw a huge figure suddenly appear, as if a mountain was pressing down. The giant monster, which was more than 10 meters tall, did not even reach the figure's feet. It was constantly trampled into meat patties by the huge feet. The giant soldier god trampled on the army of monsters at will. Wherever the number of monsters gathered was the place where the giant chain hammer would come. The monsters didn't have a chance to dodge at all and were instantly smashed into pieces. Not even a complete bone could be found. The originally crazy monsters were now like frightened livestock, fleeing in all directions across the vast plains. The monsters at the back saw this and immediately controlled the ballistae and catapults to attack, but when they landed on the giant soldier god, they had no effect at all. In the process of attacking, the commander of the monster army was also hit by the chain and turned into a pile of rotten meat. After realizing that their commander had died, the monster army scattered. They fought to escape for their lives, afraid that they would be smashed into meat patties if they were slow. The giant soldier god's speed was also raised to the extreme, like a rolling mountain, galloping on the plain. Under the stomping of the two huge feet, countless monsters were turned into meat paste. Under this impact, the army of monsters had long been defeated. Then, the giant soldier god pulled out its long sword and swept it at the monsters on the ground. Every wave of attack could take the lives of hundreds and thousands of monsters. During the harvesting process, surging energy continuously gushed into Tang Zhen's body. The seals that he had set up were also being opened continuously. Rank 20, rank 30, rank 50, it didn't take long for Tang Zhen to advance to the Lord rank and regain the ability to fly. Tang Zhen was not satisfied. He continued to brandish the longsword in his hand as he chased after those fleeing monsters. Even if the monsters ran for their lives and were so tired that they were about to vomit blood, the giant soldier gods only needed a few steps to catch up with them. As the monster roared in despair, the longsword swept out again and again. The ground was filled with minced meat and internal organs, mixed with mud and other things. Tang Zhen's level continued to increase, but the speed was slightly slower. The higher the level, the slower the speed of his increase. Tang Zhen was unconcerned. He continued to chase after the monsters and was not prepared to let any of them escape. The cultivators of Lu Cheng who were in charge of intercepting them arrived one after another. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had seen a giant soldier god in the Heaven's Wall City. They had thought it was a super sculpture, but it turned out to be a weapon of war. The army of monsters that gave people a headache was actually defeated in a short time and was now being harvested. Although they were envious, none of the cultivators dared to take advantage of the situation, lest they become the target of the harvest. After a long time, There were no more monsters running on the plain, only incomplete corpses. Because of the giant soldier god's trampling, the ground was in a mess. The overturned soil, grass, and corpses were mixed together, making it a completely hellish scene. The giant soldier god finally stopped killing. It stood quietly on the plain, as if it had fallen into a state of dormancy. But even so, no cultivators dared to approach the giant soldier god covered in blood and flesh, for fear that it would draw its sword and attack in the next moment. The giant soldier god stood still, not because there was a malfunction, but because Tang Zhen had already risen to level 100. According to the conversion of strength, Tang Zhen's current realm should be king-level cultivator. He had already completely transcended the mortal realm. He checked Lu Cheng's cultivator ranking and found that he was already in the first place, far ahead of the second place. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Although it might not be able to last forever, it was enough to shock countless cultivators in the city. He believed that from this moment on, Tang Zhen's name would spread far and wide, and he would be known by all the cultivators in the 3,000 battlefields. The gains of this battle were far beyond imagination, but the price was equally great. The giant divine weapon that had been in disrepair for many years had already reached its limit after this battle. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for it to become a real statue, never to step onto the battlefield again. Tang Zhen didn't care much. Being able to use the giant divine weapon to take the lead was already a very rare thing. Even if he wanted to use it to kill everyone, the cornerstone platform would definitely not allow it. The time limit of use should be a backup plan left behind. In this battle, even if Tang Zhen advanced to the king level in advance, it would not affect the overall situation. Tang Zhen would also not deliberately force it. The problem he was thinking about now was to harvest as many monsters as possible before the giant divine weapon was scrapped. Even though he was a king-level cultivator, he could not achieve the efficiency of the giant soldier god. This was the advantage of its huge size. After taking a look at the map, Tang Zhen ignored the spectating cultivators and directly turned around to walk into the distance. He was going to the next city to kill more monsters. He would not stop until the giant soldier god was scrapped. Seeing that the giant soldier god had gone far away, the cultivators of Lusheng who were watching the battle heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on their bodies was not small. They were afraid that the giant soldier god would lock onto them and then use that giant sword to smash them into meat paste. At this moment, everyone had guessed that the pilot of the giant soldier god must be a cultivator from the 5th battle area. Otherwise, the enemy would not let them go at all when they were faced with the rich points. Yu Ju, who was watching the battle, thought that the giant soldier god was Tang Zhen. In the entire Heaven's Wall city, only Tang Zhen had such an ability. After discovering this secret, Yu Ju felt a faint sense of dejection. He didn't expect that he, a 9-star divine general, couldn't compare to Tang Zhen, a rookie who had just become a creator. This made him feel like he had lost face. After this battle, Tang Zhen would definitely be ranked first on the rankings. The gap between the two of them was already growing larger and larger. While Yu Ju was envious of Tang Zhen's good luck, he was also unwilling to admit defeat. While the cultivators in the other buildings were picking up their spoils, he had already strode into the distance. There was no reason why he could not do what Tang Zhen could do. At this moment, Yu Ju had already regarded Tang Zhen as a competitor and vowed to compete for the top spot in the ranking. 2588 The city is about to be broken. Walking on the barren land, the atmosphere of despair became more and more intense, as if there was no more hope in the world. Life was completely gone, and death was the eternal theme. Along the way of the monster army, countless bones and remains were abandoned. The villages that were well known by chickens and dogs were directly razed to the ground. In the middle of the scorched earth, a giant soldier god as tall as a mountain was slowly moving forward. When the giant foot landed on the ground, it made a dull sound. Compared to the speed of the wind in the previous battle, the giant soldier god's steps were obviously heavy. Only Tang Zhen knew that the giant soldier god's condition was getting worse and worse. If someone else were to control it, the giant soldier god would not be able to move at all. Even Tang Zhen himself had to be extremely careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. According to the map, the distance between the two cities is not far. After crossing the mountain in front, we should be able to reach the city surrounded by monsters. In the process of controlling it, Tang Zhen sensed the hazy consciousness of the giant divine weapon and understood its simple thoughts. A weapon of war like this should fall on the battlefield with a bang. This was also the ideal destination in the heart of the giant soldier gods. Being paralyzed in a nameless place, becoming a pile of scrap metal that could no longer be activated, this was the real tragedy. After estimating the time and distance, Tang Zhen continued to advance. After crossing the mountain range in front, he finally saw the city marked on the map. Countless monsters surrounded the city, and the surrounding plants had been gnawed away, leaving only a piece of charred land. Because of the large number of monsters, the demonic chi soared into the sky, and the smoke made the scene even more evil. The sky above the city was covered by thick dark clouds, and there was no sunlight at all. The black mist was like cotton, constantly falling into the city. This was one of the demonic creatures' means of attack. When they gathered together, the demonic chi could spontaneously gather into a cloud of demonic chi. When the demonic clouds had accumulated to a certain density, they could condense into floccules and continuously scatter in the areas where living beings gathered. Under the influence of the demonic chi, the usually friendly neighbors could suddenly turn into ferocious monsters under unexpected circumstances. In fact, during this period of time, there would be residents who would turn into monsters from time to time, and then cause tragic bloodshed. Not only did the soldiers have to fight the monsters outside the city, but they also had to clear out the monsters inside the city. It was already a miracle that they were able to hold on until now without falling. In addition to the defending army, there were also a large number of native cultivators and Lusheng cultivators who participated in the battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. However, as time passed, the situation became more and more unfavorable. The soldiers knew that if there were no more reinforcements, the city would fall sooner or later. But now, there were monsters everywhere, and everyone was busy with their own affairs, so how could they send reinforcements? Although he knew that the chances were slim, he still held onto a glimmer of hope and hoped for a miracle to happen. On the broken city wall, the city guards stared at the monsters below, their faces covered in blood and dust were numb. He couldn't remember how long he had been on the city wall, but he knew that he had never left since the monsters started attacking the city. The crazed monsters attacked again and again, and the city guards fought back with all their might. Blood flowed like a river from the top and bottom of the city walls. The soldiers guarding the city were constantly being replenished. The first batch of soldiers had all died long ago. In addition to the endless monsters, the soldiers and people guarding the city also had to endure the torture of hunger and illness. Because of the lack of water and food, sometimes they could only eat one meal a day. Because of the infection of the demonic chi, the wounds could not heal, and many injured people died because of it. As for sleeping and resting, there was no fixed time at all. Whenever the monsters' attacks slowed down, they would quickly find time to sleep. The soldiers were extremely tired. As soon as they closed their eyes, they would immediately snore like thunder. Some of the soldiers did not wake up because they had exhausted the last of their strength and died quietly in their sleep. The monsters are attacking the city again. Everyone, get up. The general in tattered armor walked over and shouted in a hoarse voice. Perhaps it was because he was too tired, his tall body had long become hunched. Few responded, because these soldiers were also exhausted and did not even bother to say a word. They staggered to the edge of the city wall and looked at the monsters swarming towards them. There was no expression on their tired and numb faces. The monsters were coming like a tide. They would climb up the mottled walls and then find an opportunity to jump onto the top of the city wall. What the soldiers had to do was to defend the city wall with their lives and not let the monsters enter the city. What was puzzling was that the monsters' attack power was not very strong. They always sent some cannon fodder like monsters to join the battle in order to consume the strength of the defenders. The corpses of the monsters would be dragged back to the monster camp and thrown into the fire as food. This was actually the monsters' scheme. They used this method to eliminate the low-level monsters while keeping the elite monsters. This meant that with the power of the monsters, they could have broken into the city a long time ago, but they did not do so. When the time was right, the elite monsters would launch an attack and take down the city in one fell swoop. The battle was about to begin, and the soldiers and civilians on the city wall were ready. The entire process was mechanical and numb. An old soldier knocked the crossbow in his hand. It used to be a very simple task, but now it took him 3 tries to complete it. Sighing in his heart, he knew that he couldn't hold on for long, but he didn't dare to fall easily. Because his family was still in the city, they had no power to fight back against the ferocious monsters. The only thing the veteran could do was to kill as many monsters as possible and hold on until the moment of hope came. Giggle giggle. As soon as he installed the arrow, the veteran heard a strange sound coming from his side. It seemed to be coming from the throat, with suppressed pain and madness. Not good. With this thought in mind, the veteran pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed in the direction of the sound. The veteran's dagger had been polished on the city wall stones, so it was always sharp enough. The knife easily pierced into the body of the soldier next to him. At that moment, he saw the soldier's twisted face, which looked like a ferocious demon. His mouth was full of fangs, and he was about to launch a sneak attack, but the seasoned soldier discovered the abnormality in advance. Fortunately, the veteran was experienced. Otherwise, his neck would have been bitten off, and no one could save his life in a situation where his vital parts were injured. Hurry up and throw it down. This guy has become a monster. The veteran roared, and the soldiers beside him also came to their senses. They swarmed forward and pushed the mutated soldiers off the city wall. The demonized soldiers fell off the city wall and were immediately devoured by the monsters that swarmed up. At the same time, countless monsters climbed up the city wall. The cruel battle to defend the city had officially begun. Similar battles had happened many times, and the soldiers were used to it. All they could do now was to fight back the monsters that climbed up. However, the battle this time was clearly different from the past. The soldiers soon realized that the monsters' attack was unusually fierce. Wave after wave of monsters kept coming. At the same time, there were also monsters that threw rocks. If one was not careful, they would be hit. If one was unlucky, they would die immediately. There was no one to replace the soldiers guarding the city. From time to time, some of them would fall to the ground in exhaustion, and no matter how the officer kicked and roared, they could not stand up. An ominous feeling rose in the hearts of the soldiers and people defending the city. Perhaps today was the day the city would fall. It did not take long for monsters to rush up the city wall. In the process of barging in, soldiers fell under the sharp claws of the monsters. Every time this happened, cultivators would rush up and surround the monsters. The number of cultivators was limited, but the number of monsters climbing the city wall was increasing. The city wall was about to fall. At this critical moment, the monsters outside the city were suddenly ambushed. Countless boulders fell from the sky, smashing the monsters into meat paste. 2,589 chaotic battle outside the city. Large and small rocks fell from the sky, causing the monsters to flee in all directions. At the same time, they kept looking up at the sky, afraid that there would be other rocks falling. His heart was filled with fear and confusion. He couldn't understand what was going on and why so many rocks were falling from the sky. As for the high-level monsters, they roared at the hillside in the distance, their voices threatening and warning. The guards on the city wall were staring into the distance with their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. This was because a huge figure had appeared on the hill in the distance. It was constantly throwing stones at the monster, as if it was throwing sand. And NBSP, after throwing the stone, the giant palm would dig the ground and continued to grab rocks to use as weapons. The hard rocks in the mountain were crushed like tofu by the giant hand. In just a short time, 2 large pits had been dug out on the hillside, and the area of these large pits was still expanding. Oh my God, what is this thing? The soldiers and civilians guarding the city were both surprised and happy. They were surprised by the size of the statue. It might be hundreds of meters tall. However, the target of the colossus was obviously a monster. Not a single stone fell on the city wall. To the soldiers and civilians, this was their hope. By destroying the monsters, the colossus would be helping itself and resolving the crisis of the city at the same time. This colossus seems like a friend but not an enemy. Where did he get reinforcements from? The general at the top of the city wall said with a face full of doubt. The reinforcements who might have provided help seemed to have nothing to do with this giant statue. I recognize this thing. I've seen it in the Heaven's Wall City. Besides this, there's another statue of the same size. A merchant who was assisting in the defense of the city shouted. His tone was abnormally excited, and his face was filled with shock. The merchant had never dreamed that the giant statue in the Heaven's Wall City was not only alive, but could also attack monsters from such a long distance. With the merchant's shout, more and more residents who were guarding the city recognized the giant soldier god. It was obvious that they had all been to the Heaven's Wall City. Some time ago, we received a request for help from the city lord of Tianshu City. He said that the Xianxia city has been occupied by rebels, and he hopes that we can send troops to suppress them. It was just that the monsters were wreaking havoc inside and outside the city, and the number of people was too high, so it was impossible to send reinforcements. After such a long time, I wonder what the situation is like in the Heaven's Wall city. Why did this huge statue suddenly arrive? The general of the city guard did not care who was in charge of the Heaven's Wall city. He only wanted to know if the giant statue could help repel the monster, and if it was a monster. Everyone, hold on. Now that we have reinforcements, let's fight to defeat the monster in one fell swoop. Although he was full of doubts, the general of the city guard did not miss the opportunity to boost morale. At the same time, he ordered to mobilize more people from the city. As long as they were adult men, they would drag them to the top of the city wall to participate in the battle. If there were any disobedience, they would be executed immediately. As he continued to observe the giant soldier god, the general of the city guard made another major discovery. The giant statue that had suddenly appeared seemed to be unable to move. This was because when the surrounding stones were all dug out, the giant statue would use its arms to move its body, but its legs would never be able to move. If one observed carefully, they would notice that the giant statue was slowing down from time to time when it was digging. This giant statue should be a war puppet, but looking at its condition, I'm afraid it won't last long. The cultivators of Lusheng explained to the general, but their eyes were full of envy. This was because, in a short period of time, countless monsters had been killed by the stones, which meant that their levels had increased rapidly. Who is the lucky guy who has taken control of this war puppet? He has gained a lot of benefits. At the same time of envy, there was also a trace of relief, because the giant soldier god could no longer move. Otherwise, not only would the monsters be robbed, but they would also be in a dangerous situation and might become the target of pursuit. With the change of the competition rules, the cultivators from different battlefields instantly became hostile to each other. If they weren't business partners, then they were enemies, and fights were inevitable when they met. There were also rewards for killing the enemy cultivators, and they would drop all kinds of spoils of war, which were far more valuable than killing monsters. Let's go and take a look. If we have the chance, we'll snatch this war puppet. A group of cultivators from Lucheng gathered together. After a short discussion, they came to a decision. The reason they stayed in this city was to hunt for monsters. Now that there were more benefits in front of them, they could not miss it. While the cultivators in Lusheng were discussing, hordes of monsters swarmed toward the giant soldier god, filling the fields at the foot of the mountain. The pressure on the defending army was greatly reduced. Although there were still monsters attacking the city, the number was less than 1/10 of the previous number. To these monsters, the giant soldier gods were a greater threat and had to be eliminated first. As for the city's residents, they were nothing more than turtles in a jar. There was no rush to capture them. On the distant mountain slope, Tang Zhen looked at the monsters that were crazily swarming over as the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The purpose of him throwing the gravel earlier was to attract the monsters to come closer so that he could kill them in batches. The giant divine weapon at this moment had already completely lost the ability to walk. Otherwise, why would Tang Zhen use such a method? It was because of this reason that Tang Zhen would attract the monsters to come close to him. It was because in this form, the deterrent force of the giant soldier god had been greatly reduced. If the giant soldier god were to stand up, the monsters would not dare to come close at all. Instead, they would confront each other from a distance or escape. It didn't take long for the monsters to rush up. They kept roaring at the giant soldier god and then swarmed up. The giant soldier god stopped throwing stones and allowed the monsters to surround it, letting the monsters feel that it had the upper hand. Seeing that the monsters surrounding the giant soldier god were not attacked, the other monsters immediately let out excited roars and swarmed up. In the blink of an eye, the giant soldier god was surrounded by countless monsters. They kept biting and scratching at the giant soldier god, trying to destroy it. In the end, after half a day of hard work, the giant soldier god was safe and sound. The cultivators of Lusheng who were observing from a distance were shocked. The defense of the giant soldier god was so strong, how could they break through and control it? Seeing that more and more monsters were approaching, the giant soldier god that had been silent all this time suddenly moved. Its two thick arms kept waving, sweeping away the monsters around it. The two arms seemed to move slowly, but that was only relative to the huge body. In fact, they were moving extremely fast. The surrounding monsters couldn't dodge in time and were smashed into meat patties. There were countless deaths and injuries. Seeing the giant soldier god's power, the monsters fled in fear, but they were killed by the giant sword god. It didn't take long for the surrounding monsters to be cleared out, and the ground was covered in flesh and blood. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the giant soldier god's arm that was waving the sword suddenly stopped, and then fell down heavily. After its legs lost the ability to walk, one of the giant soldier god's arms failed again, and only one arm could be used normally. Both the fleeing monsters and the cultivators of Lusheng who were secretly observing from afar were invigorated by the scene. The giant soldier god that had lost an arm was like a tiger that had lost its teeth, its threat greatly reduced. The hiding cultivators of Lusheng City finally made their move. Their target was the arm that could still move. During the time when the monsters had surrounded the city, the cultivators had gained a lot and were now able to use many of their skills. They attacked together, using cultivator skills to drive the weeds and vines to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the lower body of the giant soldier god was firmly tied up. The vines continued to spread upwards, wrapping around the giant soldier god's body and broken arm, in order to prevent it from cheating. Then, the vines moved like spiritual snakes and wrapped around the arm that could move, ready to trap the giant soldier god completely. 2,590 perished together. The giant soldier god could only move one arm. After being trapped, it would completely lose its attacking power and would be at the mercy of the enemy. With this thought in mind, the cultivator from Lusheng who had launched a sneak attack had tried his best to destroy the arm. He controlled the vines to dance violently and wrap around the arm, trying to use softness to overcome hardness to cripple the giant divine weapon. If it was an ordinary vine, it would not be able to do this at all. How could a thin and brittle spider silk wrap around the arm of an adult strong man? It was the same for ordinary vines. However, under the cultivator's control, the ordinary vines became extremely flexible and could not be easily torn apart. The vines wrapped around it layer by layer, making the giant soldier god's arm several times thicker, making it more inconvenient for it to move. The colossus was already in a state of scrap, and what the hostile cultivators did to it made things worse. The enemy cultivators who had launched the sneak attack were overjoyed. They continued to increase their output, trying to trap the giant soldier god no matter what. The monsters nearby seized the opportunity and pounced on the giant soldier god one after another. However, they were unable to cause any damage to the giant soldier god as they were dealing with the sharp fangs and claws of the body of flesh and blood. Even so, the monsters were still scratching and biting madly, as if they had no sense of reason. The hill was in chaos. The scene of the fierce battle made the guards on the city wall dumbfounded. Compared to the battle to defend the city, the battle on the hillside was more brutal and bloody. The monsters that made them feel fear were being killed by the giant soldier gods. The green color of the hill had long disappeared, and in its place was the rolling blood that flowed from the hill to the foot of the mountain. Even from a long distance away, one could smell the soaring smell of blood, which made one feel nauseated. What shocked the city guards the most was that the cultivators who guarded the city with them would actually attack the giant soldier god. The cultivators of Lucheng controlled the vines and weeds, causing them to grow wildly and wrap around the giant soldier god's body. In that case, cultivator Lucheng was the monster's accomplice. Damn it, what are these cultivators doing? Why are they helping the monster? The city guards were dumbfounded and exclaimed in low voices, unable to believe what they were seeing. The giant soldier god had solved the crisis of the city and killed monsters like them. Why did the cultivators of the building have to deal with the giant soldier god? The residents of the city felt like they had been betrayed, and they gritted their teeth in anger. Maybe the giant statue of Yingying is also a monster. Some people guessed in a low voice, but they felt that they could not hold their ground. It should be known that from the moment the giant soldier god appeared, it had been launching fatal attacks on the monster. How could there be such a monster that would slaughter its own kind so unscrupulously? Even if the giant soldier god was a monster, it was a good monster. At least, so far, it had not caused any harm to the city residents. Although they had many thoughts in their minds, because they were too weak, the city defenders could only act as spectators. At this moment, the battle on the hill had reached the level of white heat. The monster's attacks became more and more frenzied, but the speed of the giant soldier god's arm waving became slower and slower, as if it had used up all its strength. The cultivators in the building gritted their teeth and continued to use their skills. The grass and vines around them grew faster and faster, and they continued to rise into the sky. Wild grass and vines surrounded the colossus, forming a special forest that was crawling randomly like wriggling tentacles. The arm of the giant soldier god was wrapped into a ball and had almost lost all space to move. It could only swing weakly. Crack. In the process of waving it, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and the arm finally broke. The giant soldier god, which had killed countless monsters and was covered in vines and flesh, now only had one arm left. The scene looked extremely miserable. The broken arm that was wrapped in vines rolled down the hill, crushing countless monsters in the process. From the hillside to the foot of the mountain, there were squashed monsters everywhere, covering the ground in a mess. Seeing that the arm had been cut off, both the monster and the cultivator who had sneaked an attack on them let out an excited roar. At this moment, the giant soldier god was basically scrapped and could no longer pose any threat. The defenders on the distant city wall sighed, their faces full of disappointment and unwillingness. Without the restraint of the giant soldier god, the monsters would continue to attack the city. Perhaps it would not take long for the entire city to be covered in blood. Roar. Because the arm had fallen off, the giant soldier gods finally revealed a flaw. The monsters let out excited roars and once again launched a collective charge. They climbed up the vines on the giant soldier god's body and then rushed to the gap in the shoulder, trying to get into the body of the giant soldier god from there. The enemy cultivators had been waiting for this moment. At the same time the arm fell, dozens of figures had already rushed towards the giant soldier god. Just when everyone thought that the giant soldier god was completely scrapped and would be at their disposal, a red light began to flash in the eyes of the giant soldier god. Waves of dangerous aura spread out from the giant soldier god. Like a volcano that was about to erupt, it could bring about a destructive disaster. Not good. Hurry up and retreat. The cultivators of the tower who were about to enter the giant divine weapon through the gap and find the control core became shocked and angry at this moment. They grabbed the vines and jumped down from the sky. If they were one step slower, they would be eliminated. Run. Run as far as you can. This war puppet is going to self-destruct. The enemies warned each other and ran toward the city with all their might. There were more buildings and trees in that direction, which could effectively reduce the impact of the explosion. The monsters also felt the destructive aura. Without anyone's command, they retreated like the tide. They were like frightened flies, running in all directions. All of them were doing their best. However, no matter how fast or slow they fled, it was all too late. Since the giant soldier god had activated its self-destruction, it would never give the enemy a chance to escape. With a deafening sound, the giant soldier god's body instantly exploded, from head to toe. The fragments of the explosion flew in all directions with terrifying power, sweeping toward the trees, monsters, and cultivators in the city. Even the hard rocks were easily cut by the fragments, as fragile as paper. Many of the buildings in the city, including the tall city walls, were all attacked without exception. As for the hill where the giant soldier god was, it was as if it had been turned over by an invisible giant hand and completely turned into a piece of scorched earth. After the smoke and dust had dispersed, the monsters and cultivators on the hill had all disappeared. As for the giant soldier god, that was the size of a hill. Not even its remains could be seen, as if it had evaporated. It turned out that when the giant soldier god was scrapped, it would automatically activate the self-destruction function to ensure that the giant soldier god would not fall into the hands of the enemy and be cracked and imitated by the enemy. As the controller, Tang Zhen could choose to stop the self-destruction at this moment or allow the self-destruction function to continue operating. Tang Zhen did not choose to stop because he was very clear about the giant soldier god's choice. He would rather be crushed into pieces and burst out with his last brilliance than allow himself to become a pile of scrap iron. No one noticed that when the giant soldier god exploded, a round ball soared into the sky and flew to who knew where.